4 seconds left to go in Denver, and there is the horn. The Denver Nuggets lose 2 games in a row at home, this time tonight to the LA Lakers. Final tonight from Denver, Los Angeles 115, Denver 107.
That game was really fun for a minute. It was, you start the first quarter with 9 made threes. That sequence to end the half was a whole bunch of fun, where you had the Aaron Gordon alley-oop, the P-Watt 3, the charge that was taken by Spencer Jones on LeBron, and then the buzzer beater from way past half court from Jamal. It was just a pretty classic example of you don't got the horses against a team like that. You know, you look at a whole bunch of guys that are on the floor and you compare that to what the Lakers are bringing to the table, and this is going to happen. This is actually what we kind of expected for the majority of the time that Jokic was out. The fact that you had the control that you did going into half of that game, where it was 71-57, you had a 14-point lead. It never felt all that comfortable, just because you saw Luka wasn't making too many shots, at least early. That started to turn. And the other thing was, and this is a smaller aspect to, I think, why maybe you struggled to close the game out, a huge, huge piece of your success has been Tim Hardaway Jr. this year, and last night he just didn't have it. Wasn't knocking down shots like he usually has all year long. That's going to happen every once in a while. He was 2 of 12 from the field. He was 0 of 8 from 3. It's still, I think they put together a really good effort, especially one much better than the game that they had against the Hornets a couple of nights ago. But I think that's just an example of when the other team's got LeBron and Luka Doncic and you're sitting there without Joker, it's going to be a steep hill to sort of climb. And you gave it your best shot, just couldn't finish. But again, I love the effort. Again, when you look at where the Nuggets are at right now still, you know, we're coming up on 3 weeks, a little over 3 weeks, that Jokic has been out of the lineup, and you're still right there in the number 3 seed. You're still 1 game back of San Antonio. You're a game and a half up of Houston and 2 games up on the Lakers. I don't think you could have asked for anything more than what you've gotten from the Nuggets in the absence of Nikola Jokic. So there looks to be a few more games left. There was an update from Adelman yesterday saying he said that Valanciunas is looking good, and he said he will likely start at center when he returns, which kind of gives you a time frame that Joker still isn't too close, it feels like. If he's going to come back in and start, that means that Joker's not in the lineup. But you're about to get some more healthy guys start trickling back in, it sounds like. Next game coming up on tomorrow against the Wizards, which, given that they are 10-32, it's a pretty good opportunity to get back in the win column against them, despite the missing guys from the roster. You know, I just kind of keep going back to it whenever I watch the Nuggets play. And I think that they're faced with, you know, one really pressing short-term question and one really pressing long-term question, and they surround the same person. What do you do with Peyton Watson when the roster's fully healthy again? Is he a mainstay? Is he a starter within your top 5 right now? That's one. Number 2, How do you keep this together longer term? Because that's going to be another question. And I think we can save that for a little bit later. Just a short Cliff Notes version here is if guys want to leave and get paid, they will be able to do so. But Peyton Watson has to be a priority. He's too good, man. And I wondered at the beginning of this when Joker was hurt initially. And it wasn't a long-term thing. It was a short-term thing where it was just, it was what they say, 4 to 6 weeks, reevaluated 4 to 6 weeks. When he first went out, I asked the question. I didn't believe it, but I was just wondering if somebody could give me an argument. Could it be a good thing? Like, could you find a positive in Jokic leaving the lineup for an extended stretch of time? And initially in my head, I was like, no, there's no good to this. You're going to lose basketball games. You're going to drop in the standings. And with everybody else that was already out, it's going to put a giant stress on players who are unproven and that you don't trust. And then you watch the way that Peyton Watson and Jalen Pickett elevated their game. You watch the way that Zeke Naji feels like somebody who is capable of giving you minutes. And then you're like, all right, maybe there is a positive that it feels like with these guys getting this extended stretch of playing time, they're more confident in their game, and you're more confident if you feel like you're in a situation where you need to play them in a big moment. They can be trusted. But Peyton Watson, I don't think there's a better example of somebody who was given an extended leash of playing time and opportunity that's capitalized on it. You still see sort of the warts in all of this, by the way, when it comes to late game situations. Some games are all right. And I think it's more of the games where they can execute defensively down the stretch. Because if they do that, it feels like the offense kind of comes with it. And the Lakers just kind of beat you up in the fourth quarter. Really in the second half in general. But when you came down the stretch and you had to get a stop, make a bucket, that sort of thing, it was really difficult for the Nuggets to do it. You were sort of back and forth early in that fourth, and then the second it felt like the Lakers kind of took momentum, you could never quite grasp it back. And then it just felt like you were trying to hang on as best you could. But that's to be expected. This is one of those things where you're sitting there in sort of the doldrum of this injury-wrapped month, and games like this are going to finish the way that they did. 303-504-0925. Jared Bednar is going to join us at 8 o'clock this morning, heading into the Avs and Ducks that start at 7. Football-wise, you're in the AFC Championship game. Who'd have thunk it? Jarrett Stidham, and I really took time yesterday jumping around, finding different pieces of audio from people who are not from here and getting their assessment. Because I'm trying to figure out, and a lot of times I think this is the case, it's one of two things. One, you are closer to the situation than anybody else, and that can skew the way that you look at things from a more positive lens because you know these people, or at least you've seen them play or how they interact before. Or two, you're closer to the situation and you just know more than the average person does. And so here's what I was fully expecting, Nelly, when I was looking around all this stuff. I was fully expecting to start jumping around these different national talking heads or people from outside of Denver, getting their assessment of what they think happens on this game. And I was really surprised. Surprised in the fact that there's a lot of people that sound a lot like us, that think that even with the Broncos losing their starting quarterback, they still have a decent shot of keeping things together and trying to get a win. It surprised me. Now, here's one example. Richie Incognito played with Jarrett Stidham when they were in Vegas. What's the podcast he does with Aqib Talib and
The Arena Gridiron.
The Arena Gridiron. Is that the one that Skip Bayless is on or on
Yes,
occasionally?
he also he hops on, yes.
Richie Incognito had this to say about Stidham.
Starts for us, and this kid does.
What did he do?
He balled out. I think in 2 starts he put up like 630 passing yards. Torched the 49ers, number 1 defense in the NFL. This kid has a live arm. He's accurate and he's smart. And we missed out in Las Vegas because we wanted to sign him as a backup, kind of going into the next season and to compete for the starting job. And Sean Payton came in with the big contract.
Give me that.
Inked him to a deal. Now Stidham's got 3 years. He knows the offense. This is no scrub. This is not you're getting some guy off the street. This was a masterclass by Sean Payton a few years ago to say, hey, this guy's going to be a great backup quarterback, and if he needs to step in, we got full confidence.
So it's a former teammate, but let me tell you something. I don't know if you guys know the history of Richie Incognito. He's a little bit of an out there guy. He is not afraid to upset people. In fact, Nelly, I'm sure this happened when you were in school too. How old are you again? You're 30?
31.
31. So you were still a little bit younger. When I was graduating high school, it was like the height of the bullying, trying to get that out of the teenager life thing. And I remember our baseball team in high school, when we were freshmen or sophomores, I can't remember, we had the final 3 games of our season canceled because a couple of kids on our team gave another kid a swirly. Somebody found out, and they canceled the rest of our season. Because the bullying thing was such an emphasis in high schools at the time. Well, that happened to coincide when Richie Incognito was in Miami and had a teammate by the name of Jonathan Martin. Richie Incognito had the same thing. He was accused of bullying this guy. And look, depending on your perspective, it was either hazing a rookie, which happens a lot, or it was bullying. Either way, Richie Incognito, the point is, he's not afraid to say or do what he feels. I don't think he's going to go on this podcast and lie about some backup quarterback being good when he's not. But I'll give you the difference.
You know what the whole ironic thing about that, though, was, Brett?
Yeah.
His last name's Incognito.
Yeah.
He was not incognito for about a year when that whole thing blew up.
Nope.
Honestly, truth be told, that was the only thing I knew him for, was being a bully.
Well, I'll tell you this much. He was a really, really good offensive lineman. He was just a little cuckoo, and maybe that made him a great offensive lineman. I have no idea. Teicher says, what did you do to deserve the swirly? I neither got nor gave out the swirly.
Oh, good God!
I was an impartial party who was punished all the same. But what he said about Stidham, I'm going to give you another example of a team having a good year that lost their starting quarterback and the lengths that they had to go to be competitive still. And the difference from what the Broncos are doing right now. The Avs host Anaheim tonight at Ball Arena, and coverage will be live on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Tune in for 6:30 for pregame coverage powered by Ramos Law. Again, I'll give you the difference between what one team did when their starting quarterback went down and what you did and why it should instill confidence. Because the Broncos' reaction is, just watch. That's the exact quote from Sean Payton. We'll get to it next. All right, you can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com. So there's a massive difference here between what the Broncos and the feeling surrounding them with Stidham as opposed to another team. Again, I was shocked to find out that the national narrative surrounding the Broncos losing their starting quarterback seemed to fit what we're all talking about here, which is here's like in general what has been being said. Is it a problem that the Broncos lost Bo Nix? Of course. He's their starting quarterback. He led them to, when you include the playoff game, a 15-3 record this season. Got them to the AFC Championship game. But it doesn't seem to be as steep of a drop as it would be with a lot, I would argue, most other quarterbacks in the league if their starter went down. Here's the example I gave you. There was a team that was really good. Red hot start. Making headlines for all the right reasons. They had a quarterback who was on a redemption tour. They beat the Broncos. And then Daniel Jones goes down for the year, and the Colts feel like they need to go to Phillip Rivers to try and save their season. When Bo Nix went down, Sean Payton's first reaction wasn't, I got to call Drew Brees. It wasn't, let's go out and bring in some 40-year-old quarterback who's been retired for a couple of years off the scrap heap and see if he can do this for 2 games. He went directly back out, called another press conference after his post-game press conference, and said this.
Yeah, he's ready. He's ready. I said this at the beginning of the season. I feel like I've got a 2 that's capable of starting for a handful of, number of teams. And I know he feels the same way. Watch out. Watch. Just watch.
This is why you go out and find a backup quarterback that you trust. It is a very underrated thing. I've always thought backup quarterbacks, they aren't important for long-term injuries to that position. They're important for stuff like this. Now, I wouldn't think the AFC Championship game and possibly Super Bowl, but it's like 2-3 games because that can flip a season. Your quarterback goes down with some sort of shoulder injury, and he's going to miss 3 weeks. Do you have a backup quarterback capable enough to step in and hold things together to make sure that you're still going to be playoff bound by the end of it? That's what the backup quarterback is for. It's not for our quarterback got hurt in week 4 and he's got to play the last 13 games. Your season's screwed if that's the case. This is why you have a backup. This, by the way, is why you try to keep 3. Remember when the training camp preseason era ended? And we all wonder, Sam Ehlinger, is he going to go somewhere else? Is he going to be a backup somewhere else? And he ended up sticking around here? Well, that proves important now, doesn't it? Like now, let's say Stidham gets hit in the head and goes down with a concussion in this game. You aren't going right to Ben DiNucci, who you signed off the street as an emergency quarterback. You're going to a guy who's been in the system all year long, who is, look, for a third stringer, a pretty capable third stringer. Like, this is why you do all of this prep work to prepare yourself for moments like this. It's not ideal, but it gives you way more of a fighting chance than anything else. I heard some audio. I'll go try and find it again. I don't think I saved it. But I was just watching stuff yesterday. And it was an article where they talked to Vegas odds makers It was either that or it was sharps in the gambling game. And the consensus around all these people they talked to was this. They're very surprised that this line has shifted the way that it did. When the news comes out that Bo Nix is going to miss the game, there is going to be a shift. But going from a 1.5-point favorite to a 5.5-point dog, a full 7-point swing, they don't think that that's what the drop-off between Nix and Stidham is. By the way, at the beginning of the season, they were asked, what is the shift between Bo Nix to Jarrett Stidham? What do you think their answer was as far as points per game? Just ponder this for a second. Now, this is before we had the evidence during the course of the year. This was going from the offseason or the preseason going into the regular season. They made an evaluation for each team, their starting quarterback to their backup quarterback, and how many points that was worth. The answer was with Nix to Stidham was 3. So the people they were talking to, this article I was reading, they said now with the seasons full of evidence, they think the answer is closer to 4. But it ain't 7. And this is what I've been trying to get across to people. Losing your starting quarterback sucks. And it's going to make life exponentially more difficult to try and win. But this is not losing Tom Brady. And I don't mean this as disrespect to Bo Nix, but I think everybody at multiple times throughout the season has had frustrations with Bo Nix. And what has the frustration been? It's not been end of games. He's been as good, or I would even dare say, the best in the NFL in clutch situations. When you need a score, can you get one? I don't even think it's arguable. And that is an elite trait and an elite quality to have. The beef you've had is in the previous 3 quarters, because that's come up multiple times. You know, maybe you don't need the clutch heroics at the end of the game if you take care of business earlier. And maybe Stidham will help steady that aspect of it. Maybe he'll make a couple more consistent throws earlier in the game as opposed to making the big ones late. Now, in Nix's defense, I thought against Buffalo, he was fantastic for most of the game. They had a lot of sort of sputters in the second half, had a lot of trouble gaining yardage. But the point to all of this is this isn't this steep drop off a cliff as it would be for most of the elite quarterbacks left in this league. So why are people coming to the defense of Stidham? What is it about him? Especially guys like Richie Incognito who know him. Who, by the way, he went on to say this about him as well.
Stidham's a stud, man. He can move around. He can make some plays, and he is a pocket passer. He's accurate. He's smart. He's 3 years learning in Sean Payton's system. Sean Payton is going to draw up a great game plan for him.
He will.
We saw it at the beginning of the game with Bo against Buffalo. That thing was just hitting. Boom, 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 boom. What they got to do is they got to get the run game going. Those big boys up front, you got to lean on those big boys up front. They got a great offensive line. They got to get the run game going to help support Stidham.
So why does it feel like so many people are closer to the Denver way of thinking than anything? And I think it's twofold. I think, one, the Broncos don't need a savior. They need somebody who can manage the football game. A much easier ask. You got a backup quarterback in Buffalo that needs to play. He needs to play near Josh Allen's level to win. You need somebody to come in and play like Mahomes. You're in trouble. The Broncos have kind of had this thing built for the last couple of years where they can withstand mediocre quarterback play for a good portion of the game, and then it's about making a play late. if you can manage the game, not turn the ball over, get some of the running game going, make throws when you have to, pick up a 3rd and 6, like that sort of stuff, you'll be just fine. 2, I think it's what Incognito's saying. Like, if you've watched him as we have in training camp and through preseason, I get it that that's not a game situation. He has some raw tools as a backup quarterback. That doesn't mean I think he's going to play great, but if the goal is, can you play fine? It's the same thing I've sort of argued with the Avs for the last 5 years. I don't need Vasilevsky between the pipes. I need somebody who's fine. And fine is good enough with the amount of talent you have surrounding that roster to do some big-time winning and even championship-level winning. So that, to me, what this is about. There's a lot of other details that we can get into about this game and matchups and who needs to play well. But it's such a unique situation that Stidham, who has made 4 career starts, is now being thrust into this. AFC Championship game, 60 minutes from a Super Bowl, hasn't thrown a pass all year. Can you do it on the biggest stage against a very, very difficult opponent who has a quarterback who's been doing some amazing things this season? By the way, Kurt Warner knows a thing or two about being a backup quarterback to a decent guy who was in front of him. Again, different situation. Before I play this, I got to get this out. We put out the video yesterday on socials about Keith texting Vic, hey, Stidham's going to win this game in the Super Bowl, and then there's going to be a quarterback competition going into camp next year. And there was, like, wild responses coming back. Some people calling Vic and Keith an idiot. Some people calling me and Moser an idiot because we said no chance. Even if Stidham wins the Super Bowl, there is no competition. I'll give you the difference, because what people like to do, they like to point out all the different places in which the backup usurped the starter and kept the job. And they'll be like, oh, yeah, ask Bledsoe. Oh, yeah, ask Alex Smith. Here's the difference. The samples that were given to those quarterbacks, first of all, a lot of them have been there for a long time and had mild success, but not great. When you talk about somebody coming in for what will be a grand total of 120 minutes of playing time, that's what doesn't happen. You don't take 2 games and just be like, wow, we've been wrong this entire time. You really think that Sean Payton would make that much of a rash decision? That a guy who is he's a stalwart in consistency and loyalty for doing things over and over again the way that he wants to. Doesn't always mean that it works. But there's one thing I know about Sean Payton. He has conviction in his beliefs. That conviction led to you taking Bo Nix 12th overall. If Sean Payton believes something, it feels like he's going to believe it to the death. Guess what Sean Payton hated when he first got here? His quarterback. And he knew he had to grit his teeth for a year, and then they were going to pay $85 million to make him leave. But he is convicted in his beliefs, and one of his beliefs is Bo Nix. I also think he's very convicted in the belief that he thinks he's going to get Stidham good enough to win both this game and a Super Bowl. I truly think that he believes that. I almost feel like, Nelly, he believes in his own ability as a coach more than he believes in the ability of Jarrett Stidham. And that's why you're hearing a lot of this bravado from him. That's why you're hearing this.
Yeah, he's ready. He's ready. I said this at the beginning of the season. I feel like I've got a two that's capable of starting for a handful of number of teams, and I know he feels the same way. Watch out. Watch. Just watch.
The lines that matter in that. Oh, yeah, he's ready. Translation. Oh, yeah, I'm ready. Just watch. Watch out. Just watch. Who's he talking about? Is it Stidham? Or is it like, just watch what I do? That's what he's believing in. But Kurt Warner was on with the morning sprint yesterday. Here would be his advice to Jared Stidham.
I knew I had guys that had my back, so I could go out and play ball. And, for me, I threw caution to the wind from the standpoint that I knew what I did best. And so I stayed in my wheelhouse and I attacked. And I knew if I made a mistake, the guys, around me would make up for that, whether it's, a guy on my end, throw a short pass and he takes the distance, whether it was my defense stepping up for me. And I think Jared has that same opportunity with really good defense on the other side. But as we saw this weekend, we saw a couple quarterbacks that didn't play their best game, turn the football over, and it cost their team opportunities. And so that's the balance that you have to play, wanting to be aggressive, wanting to attack, wanting to make the plays that are out there, but also not wanting to make those big mistakes that could cost you.
He's right. He's just got to go out there and play his style of game. Stay within himself, stay within the offense, don't make mistakes, and you're going to have a shot to win. Because that's been the formula all year. Is he capable of doing that? Of course. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, your home for every game of the NFL playoffs, including Super Bowl 60. Tune in on Sunday for local pregame and then the Westwood One national call of the AFC Championship between the Broncos and the Patriots, only on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So, when we return, someone not named Stidham that I think could provide a huge sort of boom or bust factor in your odds to win or lose. And you have to be focused on it. We'll get to that in a second, along with cheating. Does it matter or not? Next. Teacher says, Brett, I love you guys have short memories. Everyone thought Peyton could fix Russ. Yeah, I did. What I told you was Peyton came in here and said, that guy's going to go. Not about what I thought. I'm telling you what Sean Payton thought, and that was pretty obvious. I think that he knew he was going to take over this job. He was going to have Russell Wilson. He was going to tell him to hit the bricks after a year. Now, did you think, or did he think that he would have that much success that early with Bo Nix? Probably not, but this is where they're at. Now, as far as somebody not named Jarrett Stidham was going to be incredibly important to this, just saw some news yesterday. They did some lineup shuffling. They've had to do that a little bit to get Ben DiNucci on the roster, and now they've done it again. And if this ain't a sign, then I don't know what is, of who's going to be available this weekend. The Broncos re-signed an old name you might recognize, Brandon Johnson, if you remember. He's a preseason darling here. He did play some regular season games. He had a few catches as a Bronco, never really caught on anywhere else. But they have brought him back, I think, for security's sake at that position because of the injuries to Pat Bryant and Troy Franklin, and I think this gives you a pretty good indication that those guys are not going to play. So Brandon Johnson was here in 2022 and 2023. He had 25 catches. Did have 4 touchdowns back in 2023. But it tells you where they're at in their wide receiver depth right now. There's one guy that I think could make a world of difference. Outside the obvious, we've talked about J.K. Dobbins for a while. I've said if J.K. Dobbins gets the A-OK to go out there and get a start, then I think it makes a big difference for the way that I feel about the Broncos' chances. The guy who's going to matter here is Evan Ingram. Because you're down, your wide receiver room is looking like Cortland Sutton and Marvin Mims with not a lot else. Evan Ingram was brought in here to be an impact player, and he hasn't been that impactful. Now, he's had some numbers, like the numbers that he put up throughout the course of the regular season. It's probably this is how unfortunate this is. One of the better seasons out of a tight end here in a while, but the numbers aren't great. He had 50 catches for 461 yards, 1 touchdown. He played in all but 1 game this year. I know he had some things that were nagging him early in the season, but it just felt like he never really caught on. In the game last week against Buffalo, he had 1 catch for 7 yards. You know who else did? Frank Crum. He's got to be somebody who can step up into this role. Like, here's your options. Mims and Sutton are going to get their targets. Do you want the other guy in that pass game to be that featured sort of triangle of players who are getting targets? Would you rather that be Lil Jordan Humphrey or Evan Ingram? Like, to me, it's no question. And I think Lil Jordan Humphrey is a perfectly adequate receiver. And Sean Payton loves him. I think mostly because he's a big body who can block on the outside. But he's capable of making some catches. He had the big drop early in the game, but he made up for it for the touchdown later in the game. I can't have Evan Ingram on a milk carton. Okay? Can't. There needs to be an impactful game from him. I'm just begging for one sort of prime example of the reason you brought him here. Because he really hasn't had a great game. He had one game that I remember in which you really felt his presence, and that was the Washington game earlier in the year where he had 6 catches for 79 yards. Like, that felt like an impact game from your tight end. Everything else has been either middle of the road or super lackluster. I gotta have it, an Evan Ingram sort of breakout game. Without him, like, you're down for weapons in the pass game with a backup quarterback and a lack of rushing attack right now. You're down bad. Okay?
Trying to find a goddamn joker.
You need somebody to step up. You need it to happen. By the way, Nelly, now that you played that again, didn't I say the whole time the joker on your offense is Marvin Mims? Forget this Evan Ingram stuff. Because you can line Mims up in the backfield. You can line him up in the slot. You can put him outside. You can put him everywhere. Isn't that what a joker is?
I'm sorry, did you say that Marvin Mims is a good special teams guy? Oh, yeah, great punt returner.
No. I know. I said
you said
joker on offense.
No, you said he can take he works on punt plays and he can take the ball back for a touchdown like he did against the Raiders game.
He does that too, but he should be on offense.
No, I'm sorry.
Right?
Did you say he's an all-pro special teams guy? Yeah, I agree with you, man. He's a great special teamer.
I need an impact game out of Evan Ingram. I need it. Just quickly here. Can I get on the subject of cheating for a second? Nobody likes a cheater. No matter what you're in. Business, sports, golf, Chutes and Ladders, which I played with baby Jamal Kale yesterday. No, I played Candyland. I take that back, Candyland. It was Princess Candyland. I was Ariel. Cheating. We hate it. So let me ask you something. MLB Hall of Fame allows 2 new people in, and I agree with both, by the way. I think both of them should be in. I think they're really fun players to watch. And now it's getting a little bit crazy, Nelly. I know it's not, I'm a little bit older than you, but we're seeing guys from like our childhood now get in the Baseball Hall of Fame, and that's a weird sort of concept now. But Carlos Beltran and Andrew Jones. And for my money, by the way, Andrew Jones is the smoothest fielding center fielder I've ever seen in my life. He never made a diving play because he never had to. Because every route he took to a baseball was perfect. So I actually agree with both of these guys getting in. Here's my question. And I love Carlos Beltran. You keep people out of the Hall of Fame for steroids because the translation is steroids equate to cheating. Cheating is not allowed for people who are going into the Hall. Now, there's already been examples of this in the past in which people have skirted the rules on that one and been allowed in, but that's the general consensus from these guys from the BBWA, which is the most miserable group you can be a part of. Cheating's not allowed. It's why Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens and A-Rod and everybody else is not going to get in the Hall. Correct me if I'm wrong here. Wasn't Beltran basically the architect of the trash can thing with the Astros? Beltran, along with, at the time, it was the bench coach, Alex Cora, who then went to become the manager of the Red Sox and everything else. They were the one that created the system to steal the signs with the live feed from the monitor. Beltran and Alex Cora. To many people, including the guy who will sit next to me in about 5 minutes, it is an egregious stain on the history of the sport that team won a World Series and was not rightfully punished for it. Whatever you feel about that, if you think that's cheating, how do you let the architect of the cheating in? Now, I'm somebody, I think that everybody should get in. Bonds, Clemens, I don't care. They were good baseball players. They deserve to be in the Hall of Fame. But that sounds incredibly hypocritical. Just saying. We'll talk about this later. Can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and don't miss a thing, including the Altitude Daily, a daily recap of the best stuff you can't miss from the best shows in Denver. Search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube and subscribe today. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
The miserable crybaby LA Lakers coming to town to play your Denver Nuggets tonight with that whining baby Luka and that bigger whining baby LeBron.
4 seconds left to go in Denver, and there is the horn. The Denver Nuggets lose 2 games in a row at home, this time tonight to the LA Lakers. Final tonight from Denver, Los Angeles 115, Denver 107.
Nuggets lose to the Lakers yesterday in it was an odd game because you had the start, 9 threes made in the first quarter. You had that wild sequence at the end of the first half that was beautiful that gets you a 14-point lead. And then it just kind of felt like the missing joker factor and being able to close the game against a good team with good players just kind of left you late in that game. Just couldn't make shots and couldn't get enough stops. Which I think, it's a bummer because you had control of it. But once it felt like the Lakers took advantage and took the momentum in the fourth, you just couldn't get it back from them.
Fellas, it's been a cute little story with all these injuries and watching the way the Nuggets have responded, winning games in Philly, Boston, a Toronto win, then coming home and continuing to win a bit. Catches up to you.
Yes.
It's not so cute anymore.
Yeah.
It's, in fact, last night, the cuteness wore off pretty quickly.
Vic,
now you're saying to yourself,
yeah,
please help. Please help. I mean, they don't have a center. They got out-rebounded 51-31.
Yeah.
It's the second straight game in which they've been out-rebounded by 20 or more. What do you do?
And it's not anything you can... You're tiny. Like, you don't have any bigs on the floor. There's nothing you can do.
I'm not blaming these guys. It's me going against Hastings and Polumbus. I'm not going to get a rebound. It's not going to happen.
It just feels to me like this is what it's supposed to look like without the bigs in the middle and whatnot and guys in and out of the lineup and so on and so forth, that eventually it's going to catch up to you. The adrenaline, put it this way. You're playing whatever sport it is, right? Let's say you tear something. But you keep playing because you're playing on adrenaline. That's how that Nugget stretch has been since these guys have been out.
Yeah.
And now you're back to the locker room, and it's like, oh, God, I'm really hurt. And now, oh, gosh, we're overwhelmed in the second half. Can't make a shot again, and that kind of thing. It feels, Vic, like exactly what you're talking about. Like the adrenaline's worn off, and now this is who you are. By the way, I was so excited after Jamal's almost three-quarter court shot. You guys even put Brett's tweet on Altitude Television.
Yeah,
I saw that.
I saw that.
Oh, you saw that, huh? Bear goes, well, look, they got Brett's tweet. I'm like, yeah, good for him.
Why don't you come up with something really cool?
It's because I send out good tweets, Moj.
So I don't have time to waste. That's not my thing. I don't have time for that crap. But it was disappointing only because watching the Lakers smile and watching LeBron be happy, that was not cool.
Well, 2 things happened last night that left me crestfallen, humbled me, and frankly, I'm at that point now where I don't even have room to argue. I don't have room to complain. I'm a beaten man. Look at me, Moj. Look at my face. It's a beaten face. It's 10 pounds
I saw your
meat.
face yesterday that you sent.
Yeah.
That was really weird, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly how I felt.
Yep.
Let me tell you the 2 things that have beaten me down. That arena, and I know there's nothing I can do about it. I've tried. We've all tried. It's sort of like the Lakers lore. It happens in many arenas, but it happens prominently in Denver. When a bucket is scored and you can't tell who scored it based on the applause and the fanfare, that is so humbling and so tough for me to accept as a Denver native. It's so hard as a hater of the Lakers for my entire lifetime. It's so difficult for me to look in the mirror and say, yeah, I don't have I've been beaten. You won. Laker fan, you beat me. You were everywhere yesterday. Everywhere. All over that arena. You came in. You won't shut up. You think you own the place. You cheered loudly. There was a "Let's Go Lakers" chant. I don't know what else to do. I can't beat that.
Well, it's very simple.
At the end of the day, it's just basketball.
Here's what you do. You get Joker back in the lineup and you beat them repeatedly again. I mean, that's the counter to this.
I got another problem, though.
To your point, just real quick, to your point earlier, this was fun to watch this ragtag team pull it together and keep things afloat. Let's never do this again.
Yeah, it's not fun anymore.
Yeah, it's fun. Let's never do that again.
Now before every game, we're basically assaulting David Adelman with question after question. How soon? When? What day? Who?
Yeah.
When are they ready? I will give you the full update, by the way. Each player, all 4 of them that are out. My whole Twitter feed has been invaded by Lakers fans rubbing it in because at halftime I said something.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
This is another problem, guys. This is not a joke. I am not joking here. This is not me being dramatic. This is not hyperbolic. I want everyone listening to this to understand this is a real thing. You can ask Terry about this, my wife. So early in the game yesterday, when Jamal starts going off, right, and he's going off.
Yeah.
We have a family chat. In that chat is my daughter's boyfriend, who's soon to be fiance. They're going to get married. They live in L.A. My daughter's a Nuggets fan, huge. He grew up in L.A. He's a Lakers fan. Why I allowed that relationship to happen is beyond me.
Vic, we've already been questioning this for about 3 years.
I know, but listen to what happened last night. Listen to me.
Oh, God, no.
Listen to this.
No.
So about midway through the second quarter yesterday, he texts the family chat and says, Vic, why is Jamal Murray always flopping? What?
Oh, my God.
I texted back. I said, are you an insane person? Do you know who plays for your team? Do you know you have a guy who cries after every made bucket, whether it goes in, out? Do you know who you have? So at the end of the first half, when Jamal made that shot, I went into that group chat and I talked so much trash on him and the Lakers. And by the end of the night, he was hammering me. Just message after message. And no matter what I said, you beat a team missing 4 guys, 4 key players. I'm at that point now where I wonder if I allow this wedding to happen.
I wouldn't. And I don't know how else to tell you that. I've been telling you for 3 years.
But how do I go about it?
I've been telling you for 3 years he's bad news.
What do I do?
Vic, I don't know what you do other than disown her if she doesn't dump him. I mean, I think that's the way to go. Not only that, but I've seen her wearing Lakers sweatshirts that belong to him, wearing Dodger stuff that belonged to him. I don't know what to do about this. I'm on the outside looking in, okay?
Do you feel sorry for me? You know what I'm going through, right?
As your friend and your brother, I can only give you advice. I can lead you there, but then you have to take the next step, and that is, Alexis, you are no longer a member of the family.
Yeah.
If this guy...
Hold on. I got it.
But
I think I got it. This is a threat that you can use, at least to keep him in check.
Yeah.
Pay for your own wedding.
Well, you know what's funny about that?
Oh, good.
The wedding planning has begun already, and we're looking at venues and all that stuff. And, they're talking to me about, oh, my God, do you guys know how expensive it is to throw a wedding these days?
Yeah. You know what you do? You give him 10 G's and say go to Vegas.
10 G's?
No. Just give him some bread and go to Vegas.
How about
this? No.
Destination, what we did?
Yes.
Cheaper?
Way better. Cheap.
The only problem with the destination wedding is it puts a lot of pressure on the people who want to be there.
Wasn't my problem.
Well,
we took care of the mains.
Right.
And then we said, anybody else who wants to come, you're invited. If not, we totally get it.
Yep, 100%.
But what I'm thinking about doing is just completely turning the faucet off until he...
I think so.
I went to the courthouse. I went to the courthouse in front of, Jennifer behind a glass window. Okay? Good. It's the same. Hey, look, it's the same.
I know, but it's not the same for... I'm really thinking, I'm not joking when I say this. I texted my wife last night. Until he changes his loyalties, his stripes, you get nothing.
See, here's the problem.
He doesn't get to pick the gelato cart.
Yeah, exactly. Until you're sleeping.
I got to pick the gelato cart.
Good job, Mike. Until you're sleeping.
I said you're filthy.
Until you're sleeping and just thinking and thinking. Just realize, Dillhole, you're going to have to deal with this for the rest of your life.
It's exactly what I told Terry. I said, I can't do this.
Yes.
I can't. Moving forward, because eventually the Joker era will end, and every game for me is a big game against that team. And I get it. Last night almost doesn't count. It doesn't matter. It does in the grand scheme of things. The Nuggets were missing 4 key players, 2 centers. I get it. You know what? Do you guys fear the Lakers? I'm on Brett's side now.
I do not.
The Lakers are going to get tattooed.
I do not. I do not fear the Lakers.
Tattooed.
No, I don't.
Yeah,
they are not good. Trust me. They won last night because they took advantage of a smaller team that doesn't have anybody available. But when push comes to shove, they are going to get you. LeBron, guys, and I know he put points up, but you saw it. He is
Father
not
time.
all there.
Father time waits for no man.
I was just going to tell you, for the first time, I think, in his career.
You saw it, right?
You see just it's a little bit slower than
like
what it
losing
used to
the
be.
ball, fumbling the ball. When we get old, what we do is we do things in our brains like, why did that just happen? Like the ball just left my hands for some reason. He did that on a couple occasions, and I'm like, okay.
Now he's 50 years old, so I'm like, yeah whatever. I mean, it's going to happen.
Grace.
And it's still remarkable that he puts up 23 points a game or whatever he does right now. But you can see, again, for the first time, I think you can kind of see a little bit, like everything's a tick slower than it used to be.
All right, so I could handle the family problems. We all have our own family issues. I'll handle that. Just financially, I'll turn it all off. That's the best way to handle it.
Perfect.
How do I handle what happens at Ball Arena every time that team comes to town?
I don't know what to do, Vic. I don't.
What do I do, guys?
Okay, hang on.
Because Moj, if you had been there last night, Moj, I know you feel like I would. If you had been there last night, you would have lost it.
I do on occasion. You know, in our building the other day, there's a lot of Caps fans there. A lot of Caps fans. And, you know, all these teams that have red uniforms and the Rockets. Red! I'm like, okay, well, you're doing it. Carolina's doing it. Calgary. All these teams with red, they do that, right? I'm like, you're not original. You're dorks is what you are. You're friggin' – hold on. You're friggin' dorks. Number 2, they do the say does that, you know. And I'm like, it sounds like I'm at a Caps home game. Same with the Dallas Stars. All these fans that come in and they muck up our anthem.
I told you the Caps.
I just want to fight.
The Caps were loud. Those fans were loud when I was there. Like shockingly, when they scored to tie it up 1-1.
Well, they
like,
also
whoa.
shockingly got their asses kicked 5-2.
Got it. Just real quick, because I don't know if you guys.
I don't think you got it.
I don't know if you guys discussed this or not.
Butts, terrible butts.
It's it's a really important thing though. So LeBron is wearing a patch that honors LeBron.
What?
You guys seen this on his jersey? He's got a
23 patch.
He's got a patch that has 23 on it for the years that he's played in the league that was given to him by the NBA, and he's wearing a patch that honors himself. And I'm just trying to imagine Joker wearing a patch that honored himself. And if that would ever take place.
Dude, I just want you guys to know for the next 2 hours and 48 minutes, I'm a broken man. Last night broke me. From a personal standpoint, from a Denver standpoint, I don't know what to do about this Lakers thing in Denver. I interviewed before the game maybe 20 Lakers fans. A lot of them listen to this show. They're nice people, nice. I mean, I had a nice conversation. This guy was going, hey, West Side, North Side, all that. They're from here. They live here. I said, how are you a Lakers fan? How? He goes, oh, my dad's from L.A. Okay.
So what?
How? The Nuggets just won a championship in 23. What are you doing? What's this spell that's been cast? How do we... I'm broken. I don't know what to do. It's never going to be beat. Hey, I can't beat.
Just quickly.
You guys beat me. You beat me. I'm done.
A texter says, this is from Jeffrey. Vic, cruise ship wedding. People go missing on cruises all the time.
They do.
all the time.
They do.
Hey, listen. The Avs host Anaheim tonight at Ball Arena. Coverage will be live on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Tune in at 6:30 for the pregame coverage, powered by Ramos Law. I did what I tend to do at times, which is fall down these rabbit holes on YouTube. But in this case, it was about Jarrett Stidham. Because I wanted to see what national people were saying about this situation. Because us here in Denver, we have this sort of thought process that, yeah, losing Knicks hurts. But I don't think it hurts as bad as most would think. So I was like, what do people around the country think about this? Shockingly, they kind of agree. We'll get to it next.
Clearly, there's nothing I can do about the onslaught of Lakers fans every time they come to town. Perhaps I can go to the law. Dan Kaplis Law is the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. Because Dan Kaplis Law wins, Dan Kaplis Law wins in record-setting ways. Serious firm for serious cases, and I think this is a serious case. They accept righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis. All you need to do is call 303-770-5551, 303-770-5551. If you go to Nuggets games, you may see Dan at the game. He goes to a bunch of them. Or hit him up at dankapleslaw.com.
So I was fully expecting when I was sort of perusing around some different takes across TV shows, radio shows, articles yesterday about Stidham getting the start for the Broncos, what that means for the Broncos' chances. I just kind of thought that people would say, hey, backup quarterback, it's going to be really tough for the Broncos to find a way to win this game, and it's going to be a huge impact. And what I kind of found is most people sound like Broncos fans, which is this. It hurts. It's not as bad as most other situations would be. And let me give you an example. There was another team that was red hot, playing really well with really good quarterback play that lost their quarterback and then signed Phillip Rivers. That was their answer to the situation. The Broncos don't have that. Like, there is a confidence, and I'm trying to figure out what this is. I'm going to play this again post-game from the weekend.
Yeah, he's ready. He's ready. I said this at the beginning of the season. I feel like I've got a two that's capable of starting for a handful of, number of teams. And I know he feels the same way. Watch out. Watch. Just watch.
When he says he's ready, I'm almost wondering, can I translate that over to Sean Payton saying, yeah, I'm ready. Just watch. Is it confidence in himself that Sean Payton has in this, or is it confidence in his backup quarterback? Again, the situation you're presented here is so unique. And for all the examples that people bring up about in the past, when we were discussing, we put the video out on socials, got a lot of reaction about Stidham, if he wins the next two games, is there a quarterback battle in camp next year, blah, blah, blah. And a lot of people, Moser, would point to, oh, yeah, you don't think there is? Ask Drew Bledsoe or ask Alex Smith or ask, whoever, handful of people. Nobody came in with 120 potential minutes left in the season, okay? Like, those guys took over with games to prove themselves, not like 60 minutes AFC Championship game and potentially another 60 in the Super Bowl. It's a much more condensed time frame to try and prove yourself to the masses. But if you can pull it off, and I think he can, because what is asked of Jarrett Stidham here is not to go out and win the Broncos a ball game. It's, can you just manage the game properly?
I'm very optimistic that he's going to win the whole thing. In fact, I think that he's going to these next two games.
All right.
I was told yesterday by somebody we talked about on the program yesterday, there's going to be 6 total combined touchdown passes from said quarterback in the next two games, the AFC title game and the Super Bowl.
So what do you actually think?
Oh, I think that's the truth.
What do you actually think?
I think it's the truth.
You're talking to my guy all wrong. It's the wrong tone.
What do you actually think?
If I tell you what I actually think, I get called a negative Nelly. No offense, Nelly.
Well, you know why it's so striking coming from you?
Why is that, Vic?
All season long, you played this bit on this show, this ridiculous, oh, they're going to win by 100, and oh, look at this. And every week we did the Broncos predictions. And
because they were going to
big-time win. Let me finish. And Moser played the, hey, everybody. He played that role. You know the role, Brett. He did it every week.
I played the, hey, everybody.
Yeah. And
sounds like you.
Suddenly, I understand that it's a big deal. Your tail is tucked so far between your legs right now. It's hard to stomach. It's weird. It's really weird. You make it sound as if they shouldn't even lace them up and play.
No,
and that's
not at
sad.
all. Not at all. I just think that it's very, very rare for a backup quarterback to win, A, in the postseason, B, a conference title game, C, a Super Bowl. It's rare.
Yes.
It's happened. But when I look at...
Well, it doesn't happen all that often.
No, but when I look at who's done it, Terry Bradshaw did it when he was a young cat, and he's a Hall of Famer. Jim Plunkett did it. Nobody listening probably even knows who the hell that is. Kurt Warner did it. He's a Hall of Famer. Tom Brady did it. He's a Hall of Famer.
Did what exactly? What do you mean?
Won
As a backup?
Yeah, one in the postseason, won the AFC title game, won a Super Bowl.
Yeah. I mean, Foles did it too.
Nick Foles did it. He's not a Hall of Famer.
You know, I guess the point about this, though, is...
You know what?
When you're talking about a one-game sample, though, Moj, one game, and that's what this is, against this Patriots team. We got audio from Scott Zolak. We got audio from Kurt Warner that we're going to get to in a second.
I'm very, very interested in hearing all of this. But when I look at Nick Foles, again, I want to go back to that situation. It was incredibly special, but he'd already been not only a starter at some point in Philly. I think it was the second year. I mean, he played 13. He'd already had a lot of games under his belt. Who are you talking about here? Nick Foles.
Yeah.
He'd had a lot of games under his belt before. Let me count it up. 20.
No, he started. He was a starter before. Yes.
That he played. I mean, he already had almost 50 starts in the league before he came in and actually won in the postseason with the Eagles.
Well, here's
so the circumstances are. I mean, you're right, but they're different. So I'm cautiously optimistic, and maybe, you know what, I'm overly cautious. I admit it.
This is what I'm trying to tell you, though. When it comes down to what impact do I think this has on the game, I heard multiple people, and I read an article with betting sharps, and they said this about this game. The line opened after the Broncos won as 1.5-point favorites against New England. That immediately flipped to 5.5-point dogs against New England when they found out that Bo Nix could not play.
That's a touchdown flip.
The Sharps said this. Before the season started, they go through these evaluations. Starter to the backup quarterback, how many points is that worth?
Right.
After the preseason ends. The number from Bo Nix to Jarrett Stidham at that time was 3. They gave it a 3-point swing. Those same guys now said they think it's closer to 4, and they don't know why this has flipped a full 7 points. That's where I'm at. Obviously, I told you this. Mm-hmm. If I had to put my mortgage down on a team to win a game, it's the Patriots. I think they win this. But I don't think it's as steep as it's been given so far.
I'll make it very, very easy for you. It's sports. Things that don't make sense happen in sports. Rationale is thrown out the window. You could take a team of, I don't know, third stringers, go to Philly and win a game like the Nuggets did. Things happen that you can't justify. There's no reason. There's just no way to explain it. And I think what most Bronco fans are pinning their hopes on is that this little used backup, who we haven't seen throw a ball in a regular season game in 2 years, can suddenly show up and do enough to win the game. Not be a star. You don't need that. Do enough. And that everybody else does a little bit more.
Yeah.
Would you rather have Bo Nix in this game? Yes or no?
Of course.
Yes, you would. Does it mean the game is over and it shouldn't be played? Of course not. Let's see what happens, Moj.
Agreed,
Before
Vic.
you jump to conclusions.
But you're going.
We got a full week. You're jumping to conclusions.
You just went to such an extreme. He goes like this. Let me reiterate in case people missed it. Would we rather have Bo Nix? Yes. Does it mean that we shouldn't even play this dang football game? Well, no. You're right, Vic. But you just went to the ultimate extreme.
Okay, let me
I'm telling you, I guess I'm trying to be the voice of reason here. I'm trying to say, look, I'm just going to try to tell people it's going to be very difficult.
Great,
but it can happen. It can happen.
Let me massage your.
Please massage me. Yes, I need it. I just get in there and just.
Let me get in there.
Get in there and just
soft tissue on you.
Yeah, get my soft tissues going, baby.
You watched a game in Foxborough over the weekend. All right, you watched a game. Is it possible to play the quarterback position any worse than what C.J. Stroud played it that afternoon?
Really difficult.
No.
I mean, seriously, is it possible? Can I put Steve Nelson out there with a saxophone in one hand, a football in the other, and might he have a better QBR rating than C.J. Stroud?
Very well, cool stiff arm with a saxophone.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, wouldn't that be awesome? Just stick like the mouthpiece like right between a guy's face mask. Here,
so
blow
a home
on this.
game for the Patriots. They beat Houston. I know Houston's got a great defense, but they beat a team that cannot move the ball. They couldn't run it, and they literally threw the ball up for grabs every time with their quarterback. And they needed the fourth quarter to secure that win. I choose to look at that and say, maybe the Patriots are beatable.
Yeah, they are
Since when
beatable.
did they turn into the Brady-Belichick Patriots?
They are not, Vic.
It's not who they are.
They are not that. But I think you also have to realize, look, I could be totally wrong about this, and I hope that I am. And this is I'm not casting dispersions on Stidham, Vic. It's mostly because I just don't know. I don't know what you're going to get. Okay? He could come in.
Your fear is talking. It's your fear of the unknown.
Well, no, it's the unknown that's talking.
It's your fear of the unknown.
Well, I'm not going to talk out of my backside like, oh, yeah, if Peyton believes in this guy, then this guy is going to
listen, Moj, I appreciate your honesty.
No,
I mean,
you don't. No, I do. I do. You don't.
Because a lot of times you come on the show and you play this role, and we know now it's fake. At the heart, you're a coward. And it's great that you're at least letting us know who you are.
By the way,
Brett, time out for a second. Because what I could do, and I know you're laughing about it, I know you're just being funny, I could spend the next 8 minutes of this segment absolutely blowing his face up.
I know you could.
Now, that being said, Brett, would you just like to defend me a little bit so I don't waste the next 8 minutes?
Don't do it, Brett.
No.
Thank you.
You're a big boy.
Stephanie on the text line writes in, Denver fans have a toxic positivity when it comes to Stiddy. One moment I'm depressed. The next moment I'm like, hey, we got this. That's fair. That's fair. That's a good way to look at it.
Who
Stephanie,
said that?
Great text.
Who?
Stephanie.
I just want to play for you. This is Richie Incognito on that. What is it again, Nelly? What's his podcast called?
The Arena Gridiron.
The Arena Gridiron. So that's got a Keeb on it and Skip Bayless and some other people. He played with Stidham in Vegas. He was an offensive lineman for him when he took over as the starter for a couple of games late in that Raiders season. He said this.
And he made 2 starts for us. And this kid does. What did he do? He balled out. I think in 2 starts he put up like 630 passing yards. Torched the 49ers, #1 defense in the NFL. This kid has a live arm. He's accurate and he's smart. And we missed out in Las Vegas because we wanted to sign him as a backup kind of going into the next season and to compete for the starting job. And Sean Payton came in with the big contract. Give me that. Inked him to a deal. Now Stidham's got 3 years. He knows the offense. This is no scrub. This is not you're getting some guy off the street. This was a masterclass by Sean Payton a few years ago to say, hey, this guy's going to be a great backup quarterback, and if he needs to step in, we got full confidence.
There's one thing that I know about Richie Incognito, and I know a lot about him. He was all the way back when he played for Nebraska for a couple years. He's up here, a couple screws that aren't totally tight. Mm-hmm. But he will say whatever is on his mind. Whatever is on his mind. I don't think he says that about Stidham unless he believes it. And again, with the Stidham stuff, there's other factors of this game that we'll get to a little bit later that are outside of his own sort of realm. The bottom line is, if you're going into a situation where you are not asked to put the world on your shoulders to win, it's not filling in for Josh Allen. Does Buffalo win football games without Josh Allen being a superhuman?
No.
Does take any sort of top-end quarterback, Lamar Jackson, anybody else like that? Like when Baltimore's losing all those games, Lamar Jackson's out because nobody can beat Lamar. Asking a guy to walk in, and here's the big difference. Bo Nix, hang on 1 second. Bo Nix did one thing incredibly well, which was close games. But how many times, guys, did we get here on a Monday after a Broncos game and say, what the hell happened for 3 quarters? Even in the game they won last week, where I thought Bo Nix was great, they had 47 yards in the second half with 2.5 minutes left to go in the fourth quarter. It's just about keeping it steady for him.
Okay, so my question to you is...
Or steady, if you will.
Do you have a running game?
No, they haven't had a running game since J.K. Dobbins went out.
This isn't expand on my question.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. You want me to answer yes or no?
Yeah. Do they have a running game?
Or true or false?
Do they have a running game?
No.
False.
Okay, good. Are they depleted now at the receiver position?
Yes, 2 receivers down.
Menos.
Have they figured? You're going to use every damn thing in the book, aren't you? Have they figured out a way to really incorporate the tight end and kick ass?
Not yet.
Okay.
Poquito.
Well, then if it's not on the quarterback, then who the hell is it on?
The defense.
Whose shoulders is it on?
It's on the defense to do what they did last week.
Vic, on?
Listen to Vic. Hang on. Cut that music. Vic, say it again louder for people in the back, please.
It's very simple. It's on the defense to take the ball away, just like they did last week.
It's not on Stidham, bro. It's on this defense. It's been on the defense all year, just not lately.
Then what's
even more so?
Then what is going to? I'm just. This is me being curious. What is it going to look like offensively for you to put up points and win the game?
Well, let me tell you what it's going to look like,
please,
defensively, because you don't think they know what I just said? They know exactly what I said. They know that the Broncos personnel-wise are depleted offensively. They're not exactly going to explode for 40 points. So what they're going to do, I know this, and write it down. This will go down like my prediction I gave you last week. Write it down. They're going to run the hell out of the ball even more than they have already this season. They're going to run, and run some more. The only time they're going to pass is if they have to or in play action. They're going to double up on the run game. They don't want to give the ball back to the Broncos. They don't want Drew May to get strip sacked. They don't want any of that.
His name's Drake.
I'm sorry, Drake May. They don't want to put him in a situation where he puts the ball on the ground like he did against Houston. So they are going to really stay heavy on the run, even if it means a couple 3-and-outs. They're going to run, and run some more, and they're going to lean on their defense to stop a Broncos offense that, well, it struggled to begin with, and now minus a quarterback and 2 receivers, that's what they're going to do.
I'll give you how about this? I would take, if you give me the option of a guarantee, guaranteed Jarrett Stidham throws 3 touchdown passes or he has no turnovers, I'd take the turnovers. I think that's going to matter more. I think not allowing the Patriots to have extra opportunities on offense and relying on your defense is going to give you the best opportunity to win this. The best. Now, there's somebody else, and Vic, you mentioned him earlier in the week, but there's somebody that is going to matter, that really hasn't mattered all year, that is a necessity to me when this game comes around this weekend. We'll get to that next.
You know, I've been talking about the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for quite some time. They're experts in treating low testosterone, for sure, but also other men's sexual health conditions. You got something that needs to get fixed, get it fixed. But I'm talking about low T because that's what was my issue. And men with low T, look, you're going to not feel the way you used to feel when you were younger. Brain fog, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, bad sleep patterns. It's all encompassing. And before you know it, you're just like, I don't feel the same way I used to feel. But if you're like many men like me who are getting treated for low T, within a few weeks, you're going to feel that energy return. The brain fog is going to go away. Things will improve in your life. The mental clarity is certainly going to be there. So do yourself a favor. If you think you have these symptoms, or maybe you do have them, take the low T quiz on the website at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. 10 simple questions, yes, no answers. Takes 2 minutes. Schedule a consult. They've got 5 locations in Colorado, from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs, to take care of you, and you could be back in shape and back in business before you know it. Give them a call today. It's 720-440-7900. That number again, 720-440-7900, or go online, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Jared Bednar is going to join us in 15 minutes, so stay tuned for the Jared Bednar Show. If you guys missed Jared Bednar, I'll ask him this again. But here was his initial answer on what is goalie interference.
Do you feel any clearer on what goaltender interference is?
Yeah, no, I have no clue what it is still to this day. I don't mind saying it.
Here is what Jared Bednar thought of the tripping call on Scott Wedgwood.
It looked like Wedgwood had the stick knocked out and then the guy tripped over it. I mean,
yep.
What was what did you see on that?
That's exactly what I saw. Their guy skated through, knocked the stick out of his hands, and tripped on it behind the net. Yeah, I mean, you tell me if it's a penalty or not. Obviously it is tonight.
And here is Nathan McKinnon on goalie interference.
Bedsy and Hack thought there's no way it was getting called back. Like Bedsy says, they're never right. Like the coaches are never right. No, Bedsy says that. Like they have no idea what counts. So nobody does.
So we'll ask Bednar about that in 15 minutes. Now, the impact player. Vic, you mentioned this name earlier in the week, and I think you are so right. I saw news yesterday. So the Broncos are doing some roster shuffling. They had to do it initially to get Ben DiNucci on the roster as your emergency quarterback for this game. By the way, what a blessing to have Sam Ellinger stay on the roster after preseason, right? Like, didn't feel that impact until now. Now you have a viable backup to your backup. But they also just went out and signed Brandon Johnson, who you remember he was here for a couple years. He was sort of a preseason darling. He did have 4 touchdowns in 2023 for the Broncos, but has never really caught on anywhere else since. They signed him back because of the injury problems you're having at wide receiver that probably is translating to, hey, guys, Pat Bryant, Troy Franklin, not going to be there this weekend, would be my guess. So your wide receiver room is down to Sutton, Mims, Humphrey, and now Brandon Johnson. It's a must. It's a necessity. Evan Ingram's got to have one impact game this year. Like one.
Well, I mean, if you go back to the preseason, do you remember his finest performance as a Bronco was in a game in which Jared Stidham was the quarterback?
Yeah.
Do you remember the game?
He had one decent game against Washington. He had like 6 catches for 80 yards or something like that. But, I mean, guys, do you know how many games he missed due to injury this year? Evan Ingram?
0.
1. He missed 1 game. It was early in the year where he was banged up a little bit. He missed 1 game. And I don't think I remember a single game where I'm like, Evan Ingram played great.
He had a couple games where I thought he was pretty noticeable.
I just thought it was Washington. Washington was the 1 game.
Yeah, I guess. Okay, fine.
Now, you need to have one of the, quote, others step up in a game like this. And I'm putting Evan Ingram in the others category. You know, I know everybody was like, oh, he's the Joker. I've been saying it forever. I think the Joker is the tiniest guy in your skill position group, which is Marvin Mims. But it's funny, Kurt Warner was on with the Morning Sprint yesterday. And they asked him about a go-to playmaker. He said, mine was Marshall Faulk. Which was obvious. If you remember the greatest show on turf.
Well, Marshall Faulk was a terrific football player.
He did everything.
Yes.
They said, well, who's that on the Broncos?
It's an interesting question with Denver because I'm not sure they have that guy, the guy that...
There's no Hall of Fame running back. No, you're correct.
Yeah, right. I mean, but I'm not sure they even have, just that, that one guy. So I think it's going to be by committee. He's going to need Cortland to step up at times and be big for him. He's going to need the running back core, probably by committee, some of those short passes to take them the distance and make big plays on them. And so, I don't know if there's one guy that I look at with that team and go, oh, we got to build our game plan around this guy to help Jared because I'm not sure they're that guy.
Let Ingram be part of the committee.
Who's that?
Kurt Warner.
Kurt, that's okay.
He knows stuff. He's a Hall of Fame quarterback.
So let's just think about this for a second. Let's think about this. Who will they have offensively, skill-wise, to help a quarterback who hasn't thrown a ball in 2 years? Who will they have? They'll have Cortland Sutton, who played, let's be honest, he wasn't typical Cortland Sutton in the last game.
He played bad.
Yeah. So they'll have Cortland Sutton. They will have Evan Ingram. They will have Marvin Mims, who saved the day.
Mm-hmm.
They'll have little Jordan Humphrey. they'll have the other two tight ends who, maybe they have to do
Troutman
more.
and Adkins.
Okay. Listen to this. Pat Bryant, and I know he left with a concussion. If he passes these tests this week, I think Pat Bryant can play. And I know that's asking a lot for a guy who suffered a concussion.
When you say he can play, do you mean like physically he's able to play, or you mean like he's a good player?
Like no. Like physically able to play.
Okay.
We all assumed having the concussion issues that he's out. I think that he can play. I think he's more likely to play than Troy Franklin.
Really?
Well, hammies.
Yeah, hammies are a pain in the butt.
You get two of those in a month, though, man. That's. Whatever.
I know how delicate that subject matter is, concussions. I get it. He's going to have to undergo the battery of tests and pass those tests, but from what I'm told, he wants to go.
Yeah.
We'll see. They need all hands on deck.
Yes.
J.K. Dobbins is the wild card. He's the wild card.
I'm so interested to see how his week goes, number one. But number two, if he in fact can go, and we've been hoping that he can for some time now. If he can go.
Who's this, Dobbins or
Dobbins.
Brian? Yeah.
Take your pick. Your RJs and your JKs and your MJs and your no. But if Dobbins can go, I'm wondering how effective he can be. It's a Liz Frank, is it not?
Yes.
Okay. So what's a foot do, Liz Frank? Yeah. So how effective can you be, especially when you're out there doing running back stuff, Vic, in game time? I'm not talking about practice, which you can ramp it up in practice, no doubt about it. You can cut and you can jump and you can start and stop and all this kind of thing. But in game time situation, when guys on the other side want to hurt you, take your head off, and they're coming at full speed, does it hold up? I just don't know.
Can you run between the tackles for 4 yards? That would be a massively huge boost.
It would.
Because the other guys just can't. R.J. Harvey does some really nice stuff. Out of the backfield catching the ball, R.J. Harvey's really effective. Jaleel, when he gets outside on a run, he can be effective. Neither can go between the tackles, and that's what they're missing right now. So we'll get back to this in a bit. Jared Bednar is going to join us in a few minutes, just quickly. I have a question, if cheating matters or not.
No. You know what? I've come to the other side. You know what I say, Vic? I say just cheat as much as you possibly can.
What are you talking about?
Nobody likes cheaters. We don't like cheaters.
Well, I've been conditioned by this society now that everybody likes cheaters.
Nobody likes cheaters in life.
The sports society.
Let me finish this, Homage. Nobody likes cheaters in life. Nobody likes cheaters in sports. Nobody likes cheaters in golf. And the BBWA certainly doesn't like cheaters because no steroid user is in the Hall of Fame. I have no beef with the two men who got in yesterday, Carlos Beltran and Andrew Jones. I think they're both fantastic players. But if cheating is your entire reasoning behind not putting guys like Bonds and Clemens and A-Rod and everybody else in the Hall, how do you simply overlook that Carlos Beltran, who I like, was the entire architect of the trash can banging scandal in Houston that got them a World Series?
I mean, it really wasn't that big of a deal.
What kind of hypocrisy are they going to throw out there on that one? And again, Moshe, just to clarify, he's in my Hall of Fame, and so is Bonds, and so is everybody else. But how do they justify that one?
Is Carlos Beltran a Hall of Fame type of player?
Yes, he was amazing.
He is. You look, Barry Bonds was a Hall of Famer before he even got on the juice.
But how do they justify that? But how do they justify Xing out those guys and keeping Beltran?
I don't know.
Because I think I got the answer.
What is that?
Beltran's really likable. He's a nice guy. And I'm sure he was really nice to all these writers that wrote him in.
Well, is A-Rod not likable?
Are you kidding? No. People hated A-Rod forever. They thought he was an egomaniacal crazy person.
Okay.
Bonds was famously unlikable.
I agree with that.
Famously unlikable.
How about Mark McGwire?
I actually don't know McGwire.
You ever heard a crossword about Mark McGwire?
He got a little stingy sometimes when people pushed it.
Okay.
Just telling you.
So Beltran's a nice guy. Look, he's a Hall of Fame player. I hate the fact that nobody really ever got popped at all for the 2017 scandal. And when you say
he did. Remember, he was the manager of the Mets for like 5 seconds. They made him resign.
Right.
So I mean, he did get punished in that sense.
Did that team get punished at all?
No.
Guys, when I saw some information come across about Hall of Fame, and I'm looking at Andrew Jones, this is how far it's gone. I didn't even know there was a Hall of Fame proceeding going on.
Me neither. That baseball always does.
Baseball always does it. It's seemingly the draft even, right? The draft is like, oh yeah, the draft's today at 11 a.m.
Yeah.
On a Wednesday, you're like, what? Wait, what?
Yeah.
Can I just say one thing about Andrew Jones? Because I'm hitting the weird spot of.
He's a cool customer.
Let me tell you something. The transition's happening. They got 2 kids now. And now my childhood players I watched are now doing Hall of Fame stuff. Like, I remember going to a Royals game when I was a kid, and the Royals outfield was Beltran, Johnny Damon, and Jermaine Dye. And I was in love with that outfield. I was like, those are, like, amazing players. But let me say something about Andrew Jones. For my money, the smoothest and best fielding center fielder that's ever existed in my lifetime. He never had to dive to make a catch because he always took the proper angle to a baseball.
Yeah, in your lifetime, you're saying.
In my lifetime.
Yeah.
In my lifetime, yes.
Well, because he was big, he was fast, and he was long.
Yes.
Andrew Jones is long. He's a long guy. And
he
so
was
you're right. So he doesn't have, I mean, even shots in the gap.
Mm-hmm. He always got there.
He ran them down.
Always.
That's exactly right. He ran them down. That's a great point.
Larry Walker was sort of that guy here in Colorado.
Yeah, him too. But anyway, cheating. I guess it matters sometimes.
Listen, man, Hall of Fame and how it's voted for and all that. No one's going to tell me when I open my eyes and I watch baseball over the last 50 years, one of the greatest players I've ever seen is Barry Bonds. You may not like him personally. I don't know many people that do. It doesn't change the fact that he's one of the greatest players I've ever seen.
Yep.
Ever.
Ever. Let's get to a break. Jared Bednar, head coach of the Avs, with his weekly appearance on this show next.
All right, you got trouble reading, huh? Menus. You have trouble texting, driving at night. Seen your computer. I get it. I've been there. Vic Lombardi with a solution. Refractive lens exchange from my buddy Dr. Cudarelli at Cudarelli Vision. What is RLE? Well, I can't have the time to tell you what it is. I know what it does. It fixes you. No more reading glasses. Plus, you'll never develop a cataract. Over 90,000 procedures under his belt. Dr. Cudarelli is Colorado's most experienced. Colorado Vision, Cudarelli Vision, RLE. No more readers, no more glasses or cataracts. Schedule your free consult today via Zoom at coloradorle.com. That's coloradorle.com.
Oh, yeah, gotta get some, yeah.
All right, let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We're joined as we are every Wednesday at 8 o'clock by the head coach of the Colorado Avalanche, Jared Bednar. Coach, how are we doing this morning?
Doing good. Doing good. You guys?
We're doing well. I just want to get your reaction to a quote from your star player, Nathan McKinnon, after the game a couple nights ago.
Bedsy and Hack thought there's no way it was getting called back. Like Bedsy says, they're never right. Like the coaches are never right. No, Bedsy says that. Like they have no idea like what counts, so nobody does.
Are you, in fact, never right?
Well, this year is, like we're reviewing all of them, like throughout the whole league. And, I kind of felt like last few years the coaches had a pretty good success rate. We've been watching it this year and it's just way down. So for whatever reason, it's not just us. It's like the coaches as a group. I mean, we talk to the league. We're looking at all the reviews. We're trying to figure out what is and what isn't goalie interference, and there seems to be a lot of gray area there right now. So it's just, you're just kind of at the mercy of the league. If someone wants to challenge it. I felt it was a good goal. He makes contact with his stick. It's outside of the paint. He's getting pushed in, trying to avoid the goalie. So it is what it is. I mean, there's nothing that we can do about it. We just keep trying to educate ourselves on what is and what isn't goalie interference. And, I don't think anyone has a lot of clarity on it this year for whatever reason. The coach's success rate is very low. So, it's something that we'll continue to try to educate ourselves on. But we're looking at all of them now and trying to discuss as many of them as we can with the league. And we just, on a night-to-night basis, I think it depends on who's wearing the stripes and who's in the booth. And so you just never know what you're going to get.
Coach, I don't want to spend the whole segment on this thing, but Riker had a pretty good record for a long time. I think probably like Brett Heimlich does, your video coach, who's looking at everything and so on, and then you guys. It's just like I feel like we haven't changed, like the league has changed. You know what I mean? And I know it's a very difficult job. It's not easy. These things are fine line type of stuff, but clearly it seems to me that what I thought I knew, I don't know anymore, and I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, well, I totally agree with it. Like, I look at some, I'm like, well, the D-man is clearly pushing the guy into the goalie. He's still trying to avoid him, but like, it's unavoidable when you're skating towards the net and the D-man's pushing you in. It's not just that easy to not make contact, right? And then a lot of those are still getting called goalie interference. There's a handful of criteria that they look at that we're trying to look at, and I'm still like, yeah, that's no goal, or that's a good goal, and it goes the other way, and it's throughout the league. But like I said, it's just, I think if you're going to challenge, and we don't challenge a lot, because I think if you're going to challenge, you have to be, really, really sure that it's overturned. Like, I wouldn't have challenged that one the other night that Washington did, and they challenged it and they won. So it's, you're kind of always just, I guess, guessing a little bit and hoping for the best, which isn't a great feeling as a coach when a 2-minute penalty is waiting for you if you don't get it right, especially with all the games being so close.
All right, so here's your chance, Coach, to answer it and to define it with clarity. What is goalie interference?
It's when you go into the paint on your own and impede the goalie from making the save.
Okay.
In the paint, right? Like, that's what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be that simple. If you go into the paint on your own, or a guy's putting you in and you don't try to avoid the goalie, and you make contact with him and it impedes him from being able to play his position or make the save, then it's goalie interference.
Would you hesitate less if I asked you, what is the meaning of life?
At this point, probably.
Jared Bednar with us. All conversations with the coach are brought to you by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado's hockey team. I know we talked about Nathan McKinnon a lot because he is a fantastic player, but the pace that he's on this year is just another type of level. Do you see, is there something that's noticeable every year how he impossibly improves, I guess? Because every year he gets better when it feels like he's already at the peak of his game.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to explain or describe or find reason as to how that is possible. The amount of work and dedication and focus he puts into and preparation that he puts into his game, it's not surprising me that he's like getting better, because that's what happens. Right? He keeps himself in top condition. He's always prepared, looking for an edge. But it does amaze me with the consistency that he's able to play with and be at that high level all the time. Like if he just goes out and has an average night, which isn't very often, everyone's kind of like, well, what was wrong with Nate tonight, And because you just expect him to be able to go out and dominate, which is just crazy when you think about it. But he's adding things to his game. I think Marty this year, in a way, is helping his game. He doesn't have to be the guy that transitions the puck all the time from D zone to O zone play. And Marty's, I've kind of noticed a little bit like a trend that, Mac would always have to be the guy that's kind of controlling play. Say it's with Kale on the perimeter or up top in the offensive zone. He'd always have to be out there, and he'd play a good give-and-go game with Mikko and his line mates. But at the end of the day, he liked to be like the guy in control. And I think he's giving up a little bit of that control at times with Marty Neckash, because he has that ability to find space and beat guys one-on-one with his skating and play on the perimeter. And when Marty's doing that, Nate's doing a good job at getting into the dirty areas of the ice, the scoring area, net front, middle, and he's picking up some gritty goals in there as well. So that's kind of added a little bit to his goal scoring. It's having a player like that can hang onto the puck on the perimeter and deliver the puck to the net through traffic, and then he's picking up some of those goals. And I love that add to his game and the recognition that, Marty doesn't necessarily need him on the perimeter all the time. Sometimes they'll both end up out there and just creating motion and space and wearing teams down before they start to attack or penetrate the scoring area of the ice. And it's a good balance on that line right now. I think they're working together better and better as the season goes on.
One thing I know about you is you are a nipper in the butter guy, right? Yeah, let's fix this right now. How much were you pleased in terms of the rebound your guys had against Washington after that debacle against Nash?
Very pleased. So, and I can get specific with you, right? Like we come out of the Toronto game, because we had the two games on the road, right? Tampa and Florida, which we played extremely hard in. We were a little bit off balance, missing some key guys for the first couple games, but we bounced back. Ottawa, Columbus, and then we hit Toronto, which is a really good team at the time, playing very well. And I did not like the way we checked the puck back in that game at times, right? Like, first period was okay. Second period was poor. We spent way too much time in the D zone, and then we sort of fixed it for the third, but we didn't do it for a full 60, so we addressed it. Getting more assertive, defending and checking the puck back with more veracity. And in the Nashville game, it was not good again, right? And so I started studying the Nashville game, and we did a good job of trying to check the puck back quickly at times in that game, but our puck play was so poor. And if I went through the video and say you got to break out because they put it in, they're forechecking your team, you need 5 guys hitting their routes, doing it right, working to the right spots in order to have a clean breakout. And I look at breakouts and I'm like, all 3 guys are doing it right, 4 guys are doing it right, 3 guys are doing it right. And we never really had 5 guys doing what they were supposed to be doing. So you can't play fast. You can't be predictable to yourselves and play fast and move the puck efficiently. And it was the same in the neutral zone regroups. We're kind of swinging away and not watching the puck, and then we need that outlet. He's not there. So we addressed that with our guys after the Nashville game and said, like, we got to fix these two things quickly. Well, we checked the puck back as a pack, and we hit our breakout routes, our neutral zone routes, and it led to a significant advantage for us in not only O-zone play and D-zone time, but the scoring chances were the same thing. Like, we double them up on shots almost, double them up on scoring chances, double them up on O-zone time to D-zone coverage time. So, and that's kind of how our team has responded all year. Like, we're not practicing really because of the schedule and the demands of the schedule, and we need to have our legs and energy. So we are fixing it versus with video, and those things shouldn't take weeks to fix. Like, you understand what went wrong in a game. It's nothing new. It's nothing that we haven't been working on since training camp. We just get off track for a little bit. We address it with our guys, and they've implemented it into the very next game. So I'm really proud of the guys for the game that we played against Washington. So we showed a bunch of it again, and hopefully we just continue down that path again here tonight with Anaheim.
Coach, I'm curious, coaching is also listening. How much feedback do you allow from your players? Like, if they want to change something up, if they want to reformat a power play or a PK, how much back and forth goes on?
So there's a significant amount, especially with the special teams, because it's every power play is trying to do something different against your PK. They have strengths, like personnel strengths, like that. You know, they have certain players that do this really well, i.e. Ovechkin can really rip it from that weak side dot or flank. And so everyone has a different strength, and every power play has something new that they want to do. Penalty kills the same way. Like, if they want to take away Mac, you know, like, what are our options? Where do we want to execute to create scoring chances? 5-on-5 is a little bit different. We've been playing a similar style. You know, we're always making sort of little tweaks and what I would call just adjustments based on who we're playing and what they're trying to do. But our structure of our game is the same 5-on-5, and it's worked really well for us. We've been a really good 5-on-5 team. I think our players believe in it. I think they like that we don't switch all the time. It's just doing what we do, and you know, and I don't think many coaches change the way they play 5-on-5. If something's not working, then you address it and make the tweaks that you need to. But so a little less on the 5-on-5 play. It's a little bit more of a dictatorship. We allow the creativity on the offensive side of it, but when it comes to our structure to check the puck back, we're pretty rigid with that. When it gets to special teams, there's a lot of back and forth, you know, because they're the ones playing the game. You know, like, we'll talk to Mac and say, well, Mac, what would you like Marty to do when you get in this spot? You know, I have my ideas about how would you handle it? What are you seeing? What do you think we should, you know? And it's why those power play and penalty kill meetings are small group meetings, because we encourage the discussion. Then we just bring them all onto the same page and, okay, let's go. These are your handful of options when this happens. These are your handful of options when this happens, and let's execute and do it with some pace. And make sure we have the attack mentality and kind of go from there. And when we had a meeting, you know, with our power play, I'd say it's probably about 3 weeks ago, and sat them down, and, you know, it wasn't our first one, but it was a really productive meeting, and our power plays responded since, like, into the 20+% mark, and they're chipping in and scoring us some big goals here recently. So it's a really good step in the right direction.
My last question, and this is more of a coaching perspective. As you know, the Denver Broncos are going to play a big game this week without their starting quarterback. But I saw Sean Payton get on the stage after the announcement was made, and I saw something in his eye about being able to coach up a backup. As a guy who's had to coach backups because you've had injuries, what do you think is going through Payton's mind, and how should Bronco fans feel about that? You can't compare the quarterback position really to anything in hockey, maybe the goalie, but what happens now? How is Sean Payton going to deal with this?
Yeah, I don't think you can compare it to anything in hockey. It would be, I guess, mostly like losing for us, like Kale or McKinnon, because the goalie, he's not running your offense. He's not a big, like he's not driving any play, right? So it'd be more like Mac or Kale. So here's the thing. That's the biggest challenge a coach is going to face, in my opinion, right? You lose the guy that's been taking all the snaps for a couple of years, that's, touches every area of your game when it comes to trying to score points, right? So it's a big challenge. You don't have any choice really but to look at it and be like, so you're going to set a game plan that may look similar or different than what you've been doing all year, but you have no choice. So everyone around, Stidham in that position is going to have to be elite, and they're going to all have to be bought into the game plan. Those coaches are going to do a heck of a job digging in and figuring out what is the best game plan to try and win this game. And, it's such a big game. It's just too bad that happened at this time, but it's a great challenge for their team, and that's the circumstances that they're dealt, and that's what they have to deal with, right? So I think the whole team's going to step up and look at it like a big challenge and wear it as a badge of honor, trying to win that football game. So it's going to be something to watch.
Yeah, I know your fraternity here in having 4 major sports teams in the same city. It's pretty rare. Are you going to be watching on Saturday?
I am absolutely going to watch. Yes.
I think it's on Sunday.
I'm sorry, Sunday.
Yeah.
Yes.
No,
they got a game.
We're going to be playing.
Yes.
It's going to be at Toronto, bro. They're halfway through.
Get your
but
crap
afterwards.
together.
Sorry, I have a couple more.
I think we're going to be able to see it though, right? Because we're an early game in Toronto.
Yeah, but it's
at 1.
Yeah, it's so we're the early game. We drop the puck at 1:30, I think, Toronto time, but they kick off at 3 p.m. Toronto time.
Yeah.
So you can catch the end.
Yeah, we'll catch the end of it. Yeah, for sure.
Just a couple more real quick, Coach. I know that late scratch, Valnichushkin got in the car accident a couple days ago. Is he going to go tonight?
He is going to go tonight. We're going to see how he presents this morning, but all indications yesterday have him playing tonight. Yeah.
Awesome.
And then Taves and Landeskog, any updates there? Just kind of same old, same old.
Kind of same. Well, they're both Kivy Rant and Taves. All three of them are making great progress. Landy's doing more and more in the gym. He's still a ways out, though. That was a little bit more serious of an injury, obviously. Kivy Rant and Taves have been skating, and Kivy's now joining the group. So I don't think he's going to be able to go tonight, but we're hoping for Kivy on Friday against Philly. And Taves, hopefully sometime shortly after that. I don't think he's going to be ready for these 2 home games.
And then finally, did you see the baby that was more upset at the overturned goal call than you were that was sitting behind you?
I did not.
I'll send you the picture. Yeah. So when you're mad about the overturned, the goalie interference call, there's a baby behind you. I think the people, they just had a baby, right? They've sat behind you for a long time.
They had a baby there on location doing the game.
The baby's on location doing the game, and the baby looks angry.
It's got headphones on. Yeah. It's got a sour face. It established your emotion better than yourself, I think.
Yeah.
Moser said it to you.
Awesome. I've met them. They've sat behind our bench for quite some time. They're nice people, and yeah, they're already getting the baby into it, which I like.
Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, joins us every week.
I can't send it fast enough so that he can.
Wait, you want him to get his reaction on the air?
Try.
Okay, let's try it. Just give us a second here, Coach, and
right.
see if you can get this picture. Because we do. You got to see it. I mean, because you're stoic on the bench. You don't show all that much emotion. I think the baby just felt the emotion through the glass behind you.
It's an emotional support baby.
Yes,
whatever
exactly
you're feeling,
right.
the baby can give the.
What would be better is if Jared grabbed the baby and started feeding it during the game.
Do you got it, Coach?
See, even the baby knows it's not going anything.
Yep.
Exactly right. All right, Coach, you're the best. Always appreciate the time. Good luck tonight.
All right, take care, guys. Bye.
Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, joins us every single Wednesday.
I mean, that baby looked grumpy, dude.
Very.
I mean, look at that baby's face. And the baby looks like he's like a 50-year-old man. You know what I mean? It's like that baby's like Vic Lombardi.
Have a cig hanging out.
Nelly, do you have that? If you could put it up for the piece before we go. The baby's like a 50-year-old that just got found out his transmission went out. You know?
Yeah.
Ugh. It's funny.
That's one thing that, hang on.
Blow up that baby.
It's just a weird thing to say.
Sorry.
Blow up that baby. Do it. What happened, Nelly? Where'd it go?
Yeah.
Nice. Steve lost it.
Hey, you were talking about transmission. Just came, Katie Wingy's car, her transmission went out. You know what caused it?
What's that?
Squirrels ate the wires.
No.
Yeah.
Oh.
Look at
that angry kid.
Oh, my God.
Look at how angry that baby is.
It looks like he's wearing a headband.
Yeah.
And he's listening to music when he's sprinting.
All right.
Awesome.
Broadcasting.
Bitter milk face.
Yeah, that's a good one, Vic. That's a good dad joke. Broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker studio. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Back after this.
"66 years. Silterhar Motors has been a staple of Denver, just like the stock show. And you don't last 66 years by cutting corners. You do it by keeping your word. You do it by treating your customers like neighbors, earning trust, not asking for it. That's Silterhar Motors in Broomfield. Greg Larson and his crew are absolutely the best. And right now during stock show season, get this, 0% financing and leases under $300 a month on the best trucks and SUVs in Denver, Colorado, and beyond. Shop online right this second. Go to sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com, or get the Highway 36 in Wadsworth and Broomfield at Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership. By the way, as we get back to football, got a big AFC title game this weekend. Hey, that's great news from the coach regarding Val tonight. Devon Taves and Landy, they're all doing good. Now, Landy, again, a more serious injury, but Kivi Ronta's really close, could play Friday. Sounds like Taves could be an option for Sunday in Toronto and on the roadie. That's really good news, Kaner.
It is. And if you missed any of that chat with Jared Bednar, it'll be on the podcast shortly. iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Here's a question I got for you. Because I've heard this brought up repeatedly. Now, I have been like this my entire life. I've never quite understood why people always point back to stuff like this. How much do you think the historical context of the Patriots not winning a playoff game here matters for now? Because my answer is none.
Not at all.
Okay. I've heard people throw that out there over and over again. I'm like, what part of the 1986 Patriots means anything to right now? That's what I've never understood. And I said the same thing, if you remember, 3 years ago when the Nuggets were playing the Lakers in the Western Conference Finals. I'm like, I don't think Joker has any care of what happened with Melo's Nuggets. You know what I mean?
The only thing
the bubble stunk, but other than the bubble, no, huh?
It could resonate in the brains of some, Patriot old heads who have experienced it. And like me with the Lakers, you just have to stumble through that. You have to get through it.
You find me somebody outside the owner, and I guess Vrabel, the coach, but that was as a player. There's not a player on that team that has any sort of vested interest in previous games.
Well, Josh McDaniels does.
I said there's not a player on that team
sure,
that has any vested interest in what happened in Denver previously at all.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's why I don't disagree with your point. The point is that's history. It has nothing to do with these two teams. But I think one of the reasons why that mark exists is because it's hard to win on the road in the playoffs.
Yes.
It's hard.
Now,
it's especially hard here in Denver, Colorado.
I think all of that matters. I think that a young quarterback who, yes, he has played his first couple of playoff games and played well at home, but he has played well. Him going on the road in an environment like this that, who the hell was I just talking, did I just hear? I think it was Julian Edelman said he thinks that Mile High Stadium is top 3 loudest stadiums in the sport.
It pretty much is.
And he goes, it's tough to play there. He goes, the altitude is very real for those who are unprepared for that. I think all of those factors for a young quarterback can matter. By the way, Scott Zolak was on with Kreckman and Lindahl yesterday. He kind of talked about how this young roster in New England's going to handle that.
He's got 2 big playoff wins at home over the past 2 weeks. He's not really fazed by too much. He's got a real even kill personality. He's a lot like both you guys, just guys that are happy to play and fun to play, have fun playing a game. And they're just very smart the way their approach is. And it's a shame Bo's not playing in this game. But, hey, we had Jarrett Stidham here, man. I covered Jarrett. Man, he throws a hell of a ball. And I tried telling people don't fall asleep on this because you know what the narrative's going to be. Oh, you got the backup quarterback. But I thought he should have been a starter here ahead of Cam Newton back in the day.
Wow, that's pretty high praise. A couple things, Brett. Number one, Scott Zolak, Vic knows this. When he played, his entire face filled the face mask.
Yeah?
Got a big face. Big face. Number two, Brett, I wish you could have been here when you were still suckling or whatever it is you did. And there's a lot of youngins out there, Vic, who never got to experience Old Mile High in the postseason, where honestly, Vic, you can't tell me that you weren't afraid that maybe some foundational issues would creep up and maybe we'd have a section or two collapse or something like that, right? Because the place literally, Brett, it literally shook.
Yeah.
And it was unbelievable. And they designed the new joint, especially the South Stands, to have that same kind of feel, the best you possibly could, while maintaining structural integrity, right? It's a difficult place to play. There's no doubt about it.
Can I give you something that I think, even with a backup quarterback, the Broncos might be more suited to handle than New England? I don't know the answer, but they might be. In the last 2 months, the New England Patriots have won 2 games that were one-possession games. They've played in 3 total. They lost a game to Buffalo 35-31. That was at home for them. The other two games that they played that were one possession that they won was November 23rd against Cincinnati, where Joe Flacco was the quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
The other was December 21st at Baltimore, in which Lamar was hurt midway through the game and Tyler Huntley finished the second half. How do they handle close game, tough environment, AFC Championship pressure on the road if this game is close late? Despite the fact that the Broncos have always leaned on Bo Nix in those situations.
I was going to say, your entire argument's defeated by the fact that the guy that has become the hero in those moments is not playing.
There's another 21 guys, though, that are pretty well suited in those scenarios.
I understand, but come on.
No, I'm with you. You don't know that answer with Drake May and the Patriots either.
We don't know the answer for any of this.
Yeah.
You're exactly right. But you can't build the argument on who's going to come up clutch in the clutch because your guy's not playing.
I'm going to try to be as positive as I can.
We have no idea.
Coming down our own home stretch here, Vic, toward the weekend. And my nemesis texted in, said, look, I lean on you for upbeat, make me feel like they can win type of stuff. And I'm like, okay, Loretta, whatever you say. Anything I can do for you, Loretta, whatever it is you need, fine. Mm-hmm. I'll be your squire. But I look at it, how good is the Patriots defense playing right now?
Really good.
Good.
Not only good in the regular season, but how good have they been in the postseason?
They've been stout.
Good.
Yeah. And, okay.
Great.
Stidham is 29 years old. Drake May is not. Do you think they're equal quarterbacks at this point?
No. New England has the advantage there.
They do? Okay.
Dude, Drake May is going to finish like second in the MVP vote. Yeah, they have the advantage. Yes.
Oh, I'm surprised you said that.
Why?
Because, well, look, the guy can make the throws. I'm going to be believing in Stiddy the more this week goes on. The more I really get down and dirty with everything, the way the Broncos just seem like right now they are on a magical quest that things are falling their way. I mean, to have the Buffalo Bills turn the ball over 5 times in a divisional playoff game, 5 times, you escape by the skin of your teeth 33-30, despite getting 5 turnovers.
Yeah.
It's almost like they've got a horseshoe right now, and they're destined to get it done.
You know what's funny, Moj? I don't think that's insulting, and I know you didn't mean it that way, but just to say this out loud, because I've heard Broncos fans push back on this. There is no question, guys, you have been lucky this year. It doesn't mean you aren't good, but you have had luck. I said the exact same thing with the Kansas City Chiefs last season when they were like 12-0 and one-score games.
It all came crashing down in the Super Bowl, but yeah.
But I'm like, if you have this kind of record in close games, there is no question that you have been lucky throughout the course of the year. I think the same thing has happened with the Broncos. The way that they've won does take luck. It does. You know what's lucky? The, I guess, consensus right now, best quarterback on the planet, Josh Allen, missing Dawson Knox for a walk-in touchdown with 10 seconds left in the game that would have won. Pretty lucky that he's just wide open and he misses.
Did you hear, by the way, Terry Pegula, the owner of the Bills, was asked why he made the move. And,
Sorry, go ahead. No. I'm going to back you up with a quote that I heard from him. Yes, go ahead.
He said he made the move to fire McDermott. Why? Based on the results of the Broncos-Bills game on Saturday. He said that's the one that did it.
You can't say that, I don't think, by the way. You know, Steve Bisciotti, the owner of the Baltimore Ravens, when he was asked the same thing, would you have fired Harbaugh had they beat the Steelers? He goes, in 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you can just base that decision off of
one game.
If Dawson Knox catches the football, he's still your coach next year. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. But did you hear what else he said, Vic? I've said this. Older owners need to be very careful when they're in front of a microphone because they're rich and they're billionaires and they just don't care what comes out. Like we said this with Jerry Jones, right? When he was talking about Brian Schottenheimer. I must be an insane person to hire this man. You don't think I was take a risk?
That's the biggest risk I've ever taken. Look right here to my right. This shot
pointed at him.
Look at this. It's the biggest
risk I've ever taken in my life.
I ever taken in my life. Right, this guy right here.
Here's what Terry Pegula said. The coaching staff pushed for Keon Coleman. He was not Brandon Beane's choice. Brandon was just being a team player. Keon Coleman's a second-year wideout on your roster and will be there for a while. You can't talk about a player like that who's on the roster. You can't do that.
Well, he's, again...
What do you mean the coaching staff pushed for Coleman?
They wanted to draft him. They wanted to draft Coleman.
Going back to the
and
draft.
that was not... It's like when the Bills owner, Haslam, said, I wouldn't have drafted Shedeur. That was all on Andrew Berry.
It was also the coaching staff that wanted to trade Stephon Diggs away. Not necessarily Beane, right? But Beane does it because he's being, quote, a team guy.
It's the biggest risk I've ever taken in my life.
Right here. You know what? Some guy at the altar.
I've been 6 feet deep in an oil rig, and this man is the craziest thing I've ever done.
Or some girl at the altar. It's the biggest risk I ever taken in my entire life right here.
Smiles and glory holes.
Okay. Also, did you see, Pegula's kid is a pretty good tennis player. You're aware of that?
Yeah, she's down at the Aussie Open right now.
Yeah, she's kicking butt down
idea.
Did you see what she did into the camera?
So Jessie Pegula won her match a couple days ago. You know how tennis players sign the lens of the camera?
Yes.
She signs Jessie Pegula and puts, "It was a catch."
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, she's the future owner of the team.
Well, theoretically, I mean, she's a pretty good tennis player too.
Yeah, whatever. They fired
whatever.
their coach.
Yeah,
over. Yeah.
Done.
I have something that I need to get off my chest as well, and we'll save it for the next segment. It pains me when I hear this stuff, and it makes me laugh. New England and Boston fans have gone to a new low to rip on Denver. And this one amazes me. And we have history to prove what the Denver Broncos are doing with their ticket sales is the right thing to do. And I'll tell you why, exactly why. Because years ago, Moser's going to remember, years ago, it was the worst case scenario with how they sold tickets.
It was awful.
Tomorrow's the Nuggets Ticket Thursday. Keywords all day on the 20s to win tickets to see the Nuggets. It's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm, giving you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit WilhiteWins.com. Back after this.
People living in competition.
Have a piece of mind.
Vic, bass drum, Vic.
No, Vic, this is a good one. This is Boston. Boston's okay.
I hate Boston.
You hate Boston?
I hate it with all. Let me tell you something. Memories of going out at night in the campus, Notre Dame, everybody drinking beer left and right, and I took a sip of an old beer, and there was chewing tobacco left over in it, and I'll never forget it. Boston was playing at the time. I'll never like this song.
It is funny. You know what? I got into a really bad car accident when I was 16 to Hotel California. Can't hear the song anymore.
Yeah, exactly. I will never want to hear Boston again for the rest of my life.
I get that.
And I don't like Boston to begin with, or the fans. Sorry. If you're from Boston, my apologies. With all due respect, I love you personally.
You know, I don't
like your fandom.
I gotta be thankful a little bit. You realize that my mother. Say it.
I'm not saying anything.
Say what?
Say God rest her soul.
God rest her soul.
Give some respect to
God
my
rest
mom.
her soul. I was expecting some sort of joke on your behalf to come there. That's fine. God rest her soul.
My mom's side of the family, everybody's from Boston.
That's unfortunate.
She was born in Boston. Then get this.
That is really unfortunate for
she
her.
was born in Boston, had a little, time there, a little kid.
Mm-hmm.
Then she moves to Philadelphia.
Ooh, double it up.
Then thank God they vacated Philly and came to California.
Oh,
because imagine
triple
if,
layer of pain right there.
Imagine if my late mother stayed in Boston or Philly. And
Did she have an accent?
Yes.
Yeah, it was a Boston, Philly, Cali accent.
Boston, Philly accent. She never lost it.
So she threw like chowder, like that?
Not that bad, no, but she would say orange.
Oh,
like
gotcha.
if you're talking about like an orange.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Orange. She wasn't a Pac the Cobb, but she kind of got like that a little bit. You know what I mean? She had these certain words where
it would snake out.
100%, yeah. Anyway, I dodged that big time, and I'm thankful for that. So, Mom, God rest your soul, bless you, love you. Thanks for moving.
So here's another reason why I don't like Boston, anything about it, and I'm sorry. 2007, the greatest year in Rockies history. Colorado Rockies made it to the World freaking Series. They would play the Boston Red Sox, who humbled the Rockies and all of our hopes and dreams by sweeping the Rockies. But that will forever be known as most likely the biggest ticket debacle in Colorado ticket history. Tickets for that series were sold online, and Boston fans were snapping up tickets left and right. Do you remember this, Moshe?
1,000%.
For Rockies fans who reside in Colorado,
they couldn't
to get tickets to that series. We're trying to fight off people from New England.
It was a debacle, and Rockies fans were fuming, and they should have been.
Very much so. To the point where Game 4 of that series, after they swept the Rockies, unfortunately, I was at the game, there was an assemblage of Boston Red Sox fans at Coors Field celebrating the championship. And there must have been 3,000 to 5,000 of them just sitting there over the diamond. They all got to the lower level celebrating with their team. It made me sick to my stomach. Sick. Like last night, the Lakers fans. Sick to my stomach. So the Broncos did what every team is doing now. It's a smart thing to do. With these tickets this week, they have geo-fenced the ticket policy where you have to reside in the Colorado area, this region, to purchase tickets. Whatever tickets are available, because, sold out technically. And it's got Boston fans all riled up. And Barstool, right? Barstool's supposed to be a national publication, it's a national sports. They wrote I don't know if it's scathing, just an off-the-wall commentary about how shameful the Denver people are for doing this. Get the hell out of here. Everybody knows what is Barstool. Barstool is 100% Boston, correct?
Well, that's Dave, yeah.
It's a lot.
It's 100%. Yeah. Get the hell out of here. All these different Barstool places left and right. You're all beholden to Boston is what you are. You're all beholden to Boston.
Pretty much, they all bend the knee to Boston. That's correct.
Just to devil's advocate this thing, I largely agree. There is a part of me, though, that's like, hey, man, if somebody's willing to pay top price for a ticket, why can't they just go get the ticket?
Well, because this is in Denver, Colorado. The game's being played here.
I understand that.
And if people in Denver, Colorado, they should get first dibs at those tickets.
I agree. They should get first dibs. Now, does that include aftermarket price? Like, I guess what I'm asking is, it shows the first dibs thing is one, but I've seen examples of, is it colleges that say you're not allowed to sell your tickets to the opposing team's fan base or something like that? We've seen that happen before. And part of me is like, well, doesn't it speak to, like, how rabid your fan base and
Oh, get the hell out of here with these Boston people thinking they're owed something. Like, oh, why would Denver shut us? Shut up. This is Denver. You know what? You want tickets? Beat the Raiders. Because that's what cost you.
Yeah.
Home field.
I was going to say, you want first dibs at those? Well, then you should have finished one seed.
I have zero sympathy. When the Rockies, during that run, when the Rockies would travel on the road during the playoffs, I remember going to a road playoff game in Philly. And I said, I can't wait to see how many Rockies fans are here. I remember walking around the entire stadium. I couldn't identify another fan that's a Rockies fan. You'd be dead if you showed up in Philly with Rockies gear. You'd be assaulted.
You don't think the Red Sox put a geofence around their stuff for Yankees fans?
I honestly don't know.
I'm sure they probably do.
I'm told you cannot geofence the secondary market. That's open. That's fair game.
That's what I was
It's the very way. Yeah, the secondary market is fair game. If you want to sell your tickets, that's fine. It's the very way one of DMac's best friends from growing up, I heard this story on this show yesterday, from Boston, a huge New England Patriots fan, bought 6 tickets in the 10th row.
Oh, gosh. Hey, Vic, what was the Patriot fandom like? What was the representation for the 2015 AFC Championship?
It wasn't nearly what it was. The most embarrassing moment for Broncos country.
Let me say it. It was the Steelers 100% title game.
It was the most embarrassing day as a Broncos fan I can remember.
Brett, I was there.
Even when I say embarrassing, not from the player's perspective, from a stadium output perspective,
100%.
The amount of terrible towels in that stadium for the 2000 AFC Championship. We're talking about
2004.
It was 2005 when the game was played.
Yeah, right.
The history and honor of the Denver, to see all those towels assembled at that stadium that day, disgusting.
Brett, I'm there with my season tickets, my old season tickets.
Was that the year the Steelers won the Super Bowl?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
My old season tickets that I used to have to the Broncos back in the day. And I'm there. I can't believe the number of terrible towels in that joint. I mean, yellow helicopter all over your face. It wasn't fun. It wasn't pretty. I hated it. So I'm down with this, Vic. I'm completely down with it.
Well, and listen, there's not much the teams can do about it. The secondary market's a secondary market. If somebody wants to go on Facebook Marketplace, or if somebody wants to open up an ad, say, I'm selling 6th row for $1,000 a pop, there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, the hometown team, you've sold the tickets. They're done. You've got your revenue. After that, there's nothing you can do.
Well, no, people have had their season tickets taken away because they put it on the secondary,
I get it.
Right?
Yes. So I don't know how they do about it, but I have zero sympathy for Boston fans, Barstools. Oh, my God, can't believe Denver's doing this to us. Shut up. Out of here. It's a home. You know what? Home field advantage should matter. Again, I went to Philly for that Rockies game, and if I had pulled out a Rockies hat, I'd be dead. That's the way it should be.
Yeah. By the way, we were just talking about
death, but
we were just talking about Keon Coleman. I just saw he's on this commercial that was selling Fanatics NFL gear, and just the thought that their owner was like, "Look, the coach I just fired drafted that guy. It has nothing to do with us." Anyway,
2812 offers his point, and I was at both those games. This guy says, I was at the AFC Championship game, the one I mentioned, and Game 4 of that World Series. Both were embarrassing. Yes, embarrassing because you lost both games, but to add injury to insult, or is it insult to injury? Which one is it?
Insult to injury.
Yeah, the insult was the amount of opposing fans.
Reminder, game tonight, 7 o'clock, pregame coverage at 6:30. It's powered by Ramos Law. And with that,
do whatever it takes to win. It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place. Johnson Auto Plaza. Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
7 o'clock tonight, Ducks and Avs, Moj.
Well, the Ducks, I tell you what, they had lost, I guess it was 12 of 13 games, but they lost 9 in a row, and things were absolutely horrible for them. They've come back. They've righted their ship a little bit, and they've now won 4 in a row. So they're playing better hockey than they did before. And I'll tell you what's interesting. Overall, the Ducks give up a lot of goals. They give up 3.6 goals per game. Would you consider that a lot?
It's a lot.
Absolutely. If you're the Colorado Avalanche, here's what you do. By the way, the Ducks penalty kill is not great. If you're the Colorado Avalanche, you come on. And by the way, Ducks can score, but you can outscore this team. Jared Bednar's big thing, the big thing he said about the way the Avs bounced back was taking care of your own end first, right? Yeah. Take care of your own end first and counterattack. Back check the puck very, very well, and you're going to be in very good shape. When you get power play opportunities, take advantage of it against this Ducks team that gives up a ton of goals. Big Val's back in the lineup tonight, and I would not mind seeing number 13 figure into some scoring. He hasn't scored a goal since New Year's Eve, his hat trick. Bag check, take care of your own zone. You're going to win the game.
Will the baby be there?
I don't know. I'm not the baby's parent, but I'm gonna guess maybe.
By the way, here's just a little side note to it. The first time this year, the Avs played against Anaheim. If you remember, they were riding a 7-game win streak going into it. They lost to the Avs 4-1. This is their second longest win streak of the year at 4 games, and the Avs are looking to do the same.
The Avs were a large favorite tonight, by the way. Large favorite.
So you can hear that game right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 with pregame at 6:30, powered by Ramos Law.
The penalty kill is 25th in the league for the Ducks.
Hold on, please. Sorry.
Yeah.
The keys to the game is powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. You get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. Go ahead, Moshe.
The Ducks are also beginning a 5-game road trip. After they leave Denver, they're going to play in Canada. Play, I think, Winnipeg and Calgary and Edmonton and Van, so on and so forth. And both their goalies have a goals against average above 3 and a save percentage below 900. You should pound those guys. Pound them.
There you go.
And pound.
And pound.
And pound. And here's the thing, Vic. Don't stop pounding.
Okay. Yeah. Game tonight, 7 o'clock. Avs in Ducks.
Maul and pound.
Back after this. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, your home for every game of the NFL playoffs, including Super Bowl 60. Tune in on Sunday for local pregame and then Westwood One's national call of the AFC Championship between the Broncos and the Patriots. It's only on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So, Tracy Wolfson's going to be on at 12:30 with PhD.
I'm going to try to get Nance on Thursday or Friday.
Cool. So we'll try and get Nance. Now, let me just ask a question real quick because I know we're focused on the AFC part of things. How interested are you guys in the NFC? Because if you do win, that's going to be your opponent for the Super Bowl. Like, are you locked into that one? Or are you just so uber focused on the AFC Championship game that it's like...
I mean, you got to be, listen, you got to be paying attention. It is going to be a war in Seattle.
Yeah.
You saw how closely those two teams have played each other this season. I mean, the point differential is 1 point in the two games.
Yep.
It is going to be an all-out war. Now, Seattle can run the damn ball, and they can do a little bit of everything. I'm wondering the status of Darnold. They'll shoot him up again. They'll torpedo him up again. But how effective will he be if he has to throw the ball 30 times? Because he didn't have to throw it much against the Niners at all.
How much will I be paying attention to the NFC Championship game?
Oh! This is early.
Are you doing this right now?
No, it's just a little taste of things to come.
Well, you might as well do it if you're
I ain't doing it yet.
You're going to play this music bed and then not do it?
Well, because...
if you play the music, there's a rule book. You got to do it.
Lay that down!
Not yet. Friday. But I will say this. I've got more than just the line in this game.
Okay.
I've got more than just the line.
Okay, got it. So now we have to wait 2 more days for this.
Mary had a little...
clam? Okay. So
thanks, Nelly.
There's a 2-day prior tease, I suppose. But I only asked the question because I haven't given the NFC Championship game much thought just because I've been trying to figure out what the hell is going to happen in Denver this weekend. Now, Nelly, if you can get this pulled up for me, I have to play this. I said it earlier. I said it on Monday. I think there's some real loser energy that's coming out of Buffalo. That is just, it's passing the buck and not taking responsibility. Like, it's to me, a masterclass of how to skirt responsibility for when a result happens, and you're just like, not on us. So the Bills are doing their exit press conference thing into the postseason, and that's where we got the answer from Terry Pegula, the owner, talking about why Brandon Beane got the promotion while Sean McDermott got the axe. Now, Vic, you said that Pegula said that they fired McDermott because of the loss in Denver, right?
Yes.
Well, I thought I saw that they fired him because they didn't like his words in the post-game meeting that he doesn't think there's enough talent on this team and blah, blah, blah.
Well, that was
blah.
weeks ago, that he was talking about here's what we need if we want to actually contend, and they didn't like that, whatever. Let me play you a question. This was directed towards Brandon Beane, the GM.
Mm-hmm.
That was asked, why did things fall short this season? And you're going to hear Brandon Beane start to talk, and then you'll hear Pegula from across the table yell something out. Go ahead.
And led to the group falling short of that.
I mean, Jay. A bad call. Yeah, I mean, Jay, I would say.
Again, what a loser mentality. Why did you fall short this year? It was a bad call. I'm assuming talking about the interception from McMillan.
So if it's a bad call, why'd you gas your coach immediately?
Exactly right. If it's a bad call, why would you fire a coach over something a ref did to you?
Because the truth lies deep inside, and 5 takeaways, 5 Broncos takeaways, 5 turnovers. That may have had something to do with it.
Are you guys with me on this?
Dude, Josh Allen.
Just scream loser behavior.
It does. Josh Allen was running down the field.
Yes.
He's running down the field with the ball out like a loaf of bread in his hand, and Benito swats it.
So why didn't he fire Josh Allen?
That's what I'm saying. We fired him because of the loss in Denver, which wasn't his fault. It was the ref's fault. Sure, that makes sense.
Nah, it's just, again, it's the victimization in this society that, the refs hurt us. I mean, those same refs could have easily called holding in the end zone. The game would have ended 8 plays earlier. So I don't want to talk about that anymore. Can we?
I'm sorry. It just came across. I just wanted to play it real quick. Go ahead.
What'd you say? Steve was talking to me.
Oh, I just said sorry. It's just something that came across. I just wanted to play it real quick because it's driving me nuts. But yes, go ahead.
And I don't blame you. Let's just, the Buffalo game is over.
Mm-hmm.
They lost. And they could talk about it all offseason, why they lost. They fired their coach for it. It's done.
If you want to do some real, if you want to get to some meat and potatoes a little bit, let me do this for you. Let me go over some New England skills position guys. Is Drake May a problem?
He's good.
Clearly.
Is Ramondre Stevenson
Clearly,
a problem?
yes.
Travion Henderson.
They've got a 1-2 punch in the backfield, yes.
Is Stephon Diggs a problem?
Yes. That catch he made, by the way, in the end zone to hold on to that ball in the bitter cold was one of the best catches, underrated catches.
It was Booty who did the one-hander, right?
Booty had a great one, too, but I'm talking about earlier in the game when Diggs came down with one that was phenomenal.
Is Hunter Henry an issue?
Yeah.
A tight end that can catch football. He had 60 catches this year for 7 touches. Do the Broncos cover the tight end very well?
Well, they did a better job with it this season.
Okay.
I think that's
I'm just getting your feel out right now.
Okay. What is your point?
My point is that I can go over to the Broncos side and we'll talk about how many of the Broncos skill players are a problem for New England. I'm telling you, Vic, you're a dog for a reason.
Marvin Mims isn't a problem?
He's a
Corlinson had a bad game last week. He's a Pro Bowler. He's not a
no.
I think you're doing the math the wrong way. Is Benito a problem?
Yes.
Is Cooper a problem?
Hell yeah.
Zach Allen?
You bet.
JFM?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Pat Surtain?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. The Broncos secondary versus the Houston secondary. Do you trust the Broncos secondary?
I also trust the Houston secondary, yeah.
Yeah.
And Drake May had a hell of a first half. I mean, yeah, Vic, I just look, here's the thing. The Broncos will go in. Can they win this game? Absolutely they can. I'm the one who just an hour ago said it feels a bit destiny-like for the Denver Broncos this year. And Brett, you backed me up on that.
Yeah, I agree. There has been a lot of things that have fell in the favor of the Denver Broncos, including, by the way, up until recently, health.
Yeah.
too.
I'm saying there are more things this weekend for the Denver Broncos to have to overcome than the Patriots. And I hate to say that.
But what you're saying is obvious. This is not like breaking news. But I don't understand your mentality. So because Mark Moser jumped on his stage and said this and stomped his feet, that changes, it's supposed to change my impression of this game?
No, but for guys like you who are incredibly optimistic.
Moj, my stance hasn't changed. Do I think the Broncos can win this game? Yes. Do I expect them to? No. But the beauty of sports is that we don't know the answer to that question. And it would not surprise me if the Broncos won.
That's the first time this entire week. That was the first time this entire week you actually let your honest feeling out about it. Can they win this game?
Yes. Same thing. I said it yesterday.
You did not say, do I expect them to win? No, you've never said that this entire week, I promise you. So I'm looking at you, Vic, because I'm getting shelled here repeatedly, being nervous about this game. I'm looking to you for reasons why I should be unshelled.
You would have to be unhinged to believe that the Broncos have a better chance without their starting quarterback. That's fake news. At the same time, I would not be stunned on Sunday at 5 o'clock if I sat here and said Broncos win. I would not be stunned. I would be pleasantly surprised because they would have to overcome a lot more than people overcome in these situations. I get it, but they can.
What'd you say? What's one step below surprised?
I'm going to go with verklempt.
Verklempt. No, because verklempt also means what? It doesn't really have a negative connotation.
Moj, this is sports. Moj, what did we... Again, I'm going to go just recent history. I don't even have to go deep into the archives of history. What were we saying on this radio show the day that the Nuggets were playing the Philadelphia 76ers with all starters, top 7 players out of the rotation?
They're going to get smoked like a big fat one in Snoop's basement.
What happened?
They beat the Sixers.
It's one game. This isn't a 7-game series.
Totally.
Now, if you said that the Broncos and Patriots had to play a 7-game series back and forth, it'd be a different. This is one game.
You know what, Vic?
Anything can happen, baby.
Agreed.
It's something that I mentioned in the appetizer today. The point to having a decent backup quarterback, in which I think Stidham is, it's not if your quarterback goes down in week 7. That's not the point of having a decent backup quarterback. It's for this. It's for if the guy needs to step in for a couple of games, can he keep it together? And that's what I'm asking Stidham to do. I don't know if that's going to be good enough or not. I doubt it will. I think the Patriots are going to win this game. But can you go in there and just keep it together? Can you be mediocre? Because let's be honest, and I feel like the tune around Bo Nix has changed a lot, especially after last weekend, given the performance that he had, which I thought was great. Bo Nix has been okay this year, overall. He's been fine. He's been decent. Would you call Bo Nix a top 5 quarterback in the league?
No.
Is he top 10?
But based on what? Results or stats?
But this is what I'm getting at here, Vic, is that I would even argue this. The majority of his play this year has been decent to maybe somewhat less than that. And then he's had these really, really big moments of brilliance that have outshined the rest. But if you take Bo Nix's season and just said, for the bulk of the minutes, how would you assess his quarterback play? Wouldn't middle of the road be the accurate answer? Right?
Overall, yeah.
Overall this season.
Overall, yeah, but he's had some moments of brilliance. Again, I'm going to go back to that throw to Marvin Mims on Sunday or Saturday. It was, I looked at it, and I loved the camera angle behind the end zone. What an angle. What a shot. And that ball coming over the top into that breadbasket. It's one of the best throws I've seen in a long time. I mean, I admired the crap out of it. So he has that in him.
Of course.
It's in there.
Can Jarrett Stidham be fine?
I'm going to go back to one thing that's overlooked about Bo Nix, and this is why I don't want to people – what I hate when we get into these conversations is this, oh, well, Bo wasn't that good anyway. Yes, he was very, very good. Let me tell you where he was good. He was a quarterback this season that had to carry the load without a freaking run game. I got a stat for you because I mentioned this on Monday. Quarterbacks to win a playoff game when the team has less than 75 total rushing yards and the opponent scores 30-plus points. Bo Nix is the youngest quarterback to ever do that. He was the leading rusher on Sunday. He had to do both. He has no support in the run game. None. Drake May has tons. Sam Darnold has tons. Matt Stafford has tons. The remaining teams in these championship games can run the ball. One cannot.
Okay, but what are you getting at? I think that
I'm saying
you're
that
saying,
Bo Nix, his numbers that you would, dude, he made do with whatever was in his way, and he won games.
Yes, he did, and now he's hurt. But now he's got a broken foot. What do you want from me, Vic?
Just to clarify, though, I think Bo Nix was brilliant last weekend. Like, really, 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 really good. He also didn't play like that most of the games this year. He did that in moments, he did.
Sure.
In moments. That's all I'm getting at.
All I'm getting at is this. It's a lot easier to be good at quarterback when on first down you can hand it off to a dude who gains 7 yards.
True.
Instead of hand it off to a dude who loses 1.
Yeah.
It's
a hell of a lot easier to play the quarterback position.
Texture from
Which is
Fabian.
why I say this week, and I've said it, and I heard Polumbus mention this on their show. He disagreed. He said they got to work on the run game. Screw it. They can't run. Nothing. J.K. coming back on a bad foot, it ain't going to change anything. Lean into the passing game. Throw it 90 times.
See, I don't feel like I'm being this way, Vic. Maybe I am because you're jumping all over me constantly. Fabian says, Moser might as well go root for the Patriots. We don't need this doubt and negativity. Shut him off. Yeah, do I sound negative or do I just sound realistic?
No, you sound fatalistic. Fatalistic. Big difference there. Not negative. You sound as if the result is already, Hayes in the barn. Let's get the funeral ready.
If I do sound that way, then let me be the first to apologize.
This is the beauty of sports. You can't jump to those conclusions. This is why we're in this business.
I swear to the Lord above and on my mother's grave, if you say to me one
God
more time the rest of this week, this is sports. If you say to me one more time, it's the beauty of sports. This is sports. I know what the hell it is, Vic. And I'm telling you, man, I'm getting bad vibes. Okay? I'm looking at it. I guess I'm the only one willing to acknowledge that you have a top 5 defense in the National Football League against you. Hold on. You've got a top 5 offense in the National Football League against you this weekend. Yeah. You've got your joint. You've got your peeps. You're going to coach your dude up well. A lot of things. I'm just saying a lot of things have to come together correctly.
I agree.
For the Broncos to win. And that's it. But you know what?
If they don't,
because that quarterback over there, and by the way, Flavian, whatever you are, don't make me even remotely defend myself of ever rooting for the Patriots because I would never do that in a billion years.
Let me just clarify one more time the point I'm trying to make. And I said this earlier in the show. If you gave me the guarantee, Jarrett Stidham throws 3 touchdown passes or he has 0 turnovers, I will take the 0 turnovers, and here's why.
Yes.
I think if he does not turn the ball over, that means he's managing the game, and the game's going to be close, and you're going to have an opportunity late. Now, whether he can do the same thing that Bo Nix has done all year, which is given that opportunity, you capitalize and you get the win at the end of it, I have no idea. But I know you're going to be in the game with a chance to win it.
Okay. Let me make it even easier than this for Moser.
Please
do. He doesn't seem to understand how sports operates. Listen to this. Listen to me. I'm going to make it very easy for you. Do you think if a little-known, little-used quarterback by the name of Jarrett Stidham, if he plays better than C.J. Stroud, do you think the Broncos have a chance?
Yes.
You can't play any worse at the quarterback position than what C.J. Stroud put on that field in Foxborough. Again, I could put Nelly out there with a saxophone in one hand, his band notes in the other, kicking the ball around, and I'd get the same QBR as C.J. Stroud.
I couldn't agree with you more. What I'm also trying to tell you, if you think that week to week in this league, that everything's going to look the same week to week and behave the same week to week, you are out of your living mind.
Did you almost curse?
You're out of your mind, Vic. You don't know what's going to happen on Sunday any more than I do. Look, I'll give you my prediction. I think the Broncos can win this game. I'll do it on Friday. I think the Broncos can win this game.
Just shut him off.
No,
he's all over the map.
I'm not over any map, dude. I'm trying to be positive and optimistic here. I just know what you're facing. And
no, shut him off. Shut me off.
And you're saying just because C.J. Stroud sucked last week, Stidham doesn't have to do any more than suck, and you're going to be right in the game in the fourth quarter. And I'm telling you that is a loser's mentality. I'm telling you that is whistling by the graveyard. I'm telling you, you say all he's got to do is manage the game. My ass. Do you realize the opponent you're playing this week? He's going to have to be good, Brett, and he's going to have to throw the ball well because he's got no running game. And can they coach him up to do that? Absolutely they can, but he's got to go on out and he's got to execute.
The Patriots.
And why are you making me shout right now? Because I got to call a game tonight.
The Patriots offense wasn't lighting up the last 2 playoff opponents that they faced. They scored 16 points against the Chargers. They did score 28 against Houston thanks to getting the ball 15,000 times because C.J. Stroud was terrible. If Jarrett Stidham manages the game and doesn't turn it over, you're going to have a shot to win.
Moshe,
Vic,
I'm going to bring this analogy to you because there's one thing you know better than anybody I know. You know the history of Normandy. So do you think U.S. troops went to that coast that day and said, I don't know, man. I mean, look at all this stuff we're facing. We got no. Why are we even here? We got no chance.
And Dick Winters was more like
why
Stidham.
we even sending paratroopers? Let's think objectively here. We got no chance. The world's going to end as we know it.
In all honesty, Meehan at his own time, the commander of EC Company went down in the middle of the night on D-Day. Winters was your backup quarterback, had to take over easy. Turned out pretty damn well.
Okay, there it is.
Doc's like your PS2, Moj.
That's all it takes, Moj.
You don't even know who you're talking about, do you?
Wild Bills like Dre Greenlaw just got right up in everybody's face.
Okay, now you're speaking my language.
See? Good job, Vic.
Hey.
Say it in Moser terms.
When Brad Pitt came around that corner in that tank.
You talking about Fury?
Yeah.
I watched that recently. Like that movie.
It's actually, Brad Pitt is actually really, really good.
You know who else is really good? Shia LaBeouf. Shia LaBeouf's good in like everything. He's really good
in that.
I watched. You know what else I watched? Lawless. Amazing movie with Shia LaBeouf. Amazing.
Go back and watch Inglourious Bastards again.
Mm-hmm.
And little things you pick up in that movie.
Yeah.
Pitt was great in that too.
Yeah, sure. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this.
All right, you got trouble reading, huh? Menus. You have trouble texting, driving at night. Seeing your computer. I get it. I've been there. Vic Lombardi with a solution. Refractive lens exchange from my buddy Dr. Cudarelli at Cudarelli Vision. What is RLE? Well, I can't have the time to tell you what it is. I know what it does. It fixes you. No more reading glasses. Plus, you'll never develop a cataract. Over 90,000 procedures under his belt. Dr. Cudarelli is Colorado's most experienced. Colorado Vision, Cudarelli Vision, RLE. No more readers, no more glasses or cataracts. Schedule your free consult today via Zoom at ColoradoRLE.com. That's ColoradoRLE.com.
Avs and Ducks tonight, 7 o'clock. Why didn't you do that on the air, Nelly? Why did you just do it in my ear?
Shamonda. Woo!
Not bad.
I mean, since it was just the two of us, I figured I got to tread some water with some Michael Jackson noises.
True. Hey, quickly here. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what to do with this information. Oh, wait, I caught myself. Whew, I was almost had.
Did you almost?
I almost got.
Story?
I did
Come
one
on
last
now.
check right before I said anything out loud. I did one last check. Never mind. Never mind.
All right, so tell me who it is. Who is it? Who's the source?
So it wasn't on 3 Sports. It was no 3 Sports.
Okay, here's what you do right
me.
now. What do you do? What's the first move you make? Block them, so you don't get that again. I just block all these.
That's a great point.
Yeah,
I mean, yes.
all these idiots
It comes
who come
from
up
a
with
site
fake
called
stories
Bible by a guy named
because they're all
Slice
over. They're all over social media. The best thing, block them, so you never have to hear that crap again. It's just stupid.
Almost got.
Yeah,
but Moj, I don't get. I go and get.
Yeah, I'm not going to.
Go and get.
From yelling at Vic.
What are you yelling at me? You're in your own feels this morning.
Yeah, you know, enough of your little back and forth.
God,
you don't
you're
understand
little-
me. No, you don't understand me. Go to therapy, you two.
I know.
Grow up and kiss already.
I'm perfectly fine.
No,
this
not
song.
doing that either. Not doing that either.
Guys, do we need to get our feelings out? Is everybody okay?
No, I have a stat that you guys need to hear because we were just talking about, Vic, you brought up like all these different teams in the playoffs. They can run the football. The Broncos can. Okay, fine. Fair. I'll give you something else. Here's something the Broncos do that other teams can do, but not to the level of Denver. The most sacks by the remaining playoff teams in the field. The Broncos have 71. The Seahawks and Rams are tied for second. What is their number?
48.
Say 46.
49. They are 22 ahead of the next team in sacks, and they are facing a team that has allowed 10 sacks through 2 games in the postseason, 5 in each round.
Mm-hmm. Which is why, again, this is not rocket science. I want everyone to stop their cars and write this down. I want you to dictate this into your phones. Pull over right now. I'm going to tell you what New England is going to do on Sunday. They're going to run the ball 75% of the time, even if it doesn't work. They're not going to put themselves in a position where their quarterback, who has a penchant to hold on to the ball a little too long, is going to give up the rock. They know that a really conservative game plan might be enough. They're going to run, and run some more. That's it. Be ready for it. I just gave you their offensive game plan. I just gave it to you. There you go. Congrats. It's yours.
Well, stop the run, which has been a problem for them, but do it. By the way, we haven't mentioned this yet. Thoughts on Mike McDaniel coming to the AFC West to be the Chargers OC?
Yeah, that's I don't like that from a Broncos perspective because I think he can light some fire under Justin Herbert.
Yeah, I do too.
So much negativity.
Grow up.
You still sulking, Moser? We're
Yes,
gonna
stop
have a
sulking,
sports talk show
you big
today.
baby.
No, but I gotta listen. I gotta try to save this.
I know. You can take it easy on your voice if you want to. That's fine. Don't sulk.
I don't like McDaniel in the AFC West.
Yeah,
I don't like it. He may be a nerd. He may be a weirdie. He may be
he's good
whatever.
He's a good play caller, man.
His offensive brain is pretty good. It's not his fault that Tua's brain fell out.
So you know what's interesting?
No offense.
You know what's interesting about this is that there was a report that came out. I think it was from Rappaport that said he interviewed for the offensive coordinator job with Detroit, and Detroit was the one who said the fit didn't seem right with McDaniel. And me, being a Lions fan, I was like, I don't care. He calls a good offense. I'd take that. But if we're just talking about fits for his personality, him with the brutish Dan Campbell does seem like an odd
That
sort
would
of combo.
be a very, very, that's like a misfit, land of misfit toys.
Him with the eclectic Jim Harbaugh makes a lot of sense.
These guys will be thinking, they're going to be like two
simpatico. Yeah. Like that seems to fit a lot more. I don't like that though for the Broncos because I think you're right. say what you want about McDaniel. A little bit of an odd duck, but when he's got the proper pieces, he can call a hell of an offense.
It seems like McDaniel and Harbaugh.
It's not just running the football. Devon A-Chain is like one of the best running backs in the league. He just has he can't stay healthy.
Correct. It just seems to me like those two guys could sit down and discuss all of the abstract nature of Picasso's paintings and probably agree on things. Yeah.
Will you guys allow me a couple minutes to talk about that Nuggets game last night?
Yeah, and give us an update on some of the dudes who were hurt and what's going on with them.
I will. So the Nuggets game was truly a tale of two halves. If you watch the first half and the way it ended, the final minute was truly remarkable. Jamal Murray was on his way to a 50-piece. He closes the game with a sweet alley-oop pass to AG and Spencer Jones.
The half. Huh? You said the game, the half.
I'm sorry, half. Then Spencer Jones takes a charge. Then Jamal hits one from 57 feet. They're up 14 at halftime. Jamal's got 26 at halftime. The Nuggets were on fire in that first half. On fire from the three-point line. Hell, they were 9 of 11 in the first quarter from the three-point line. Second half comes around, and the faucet is turned completely off. And it starts with the Lakers' game management of Jamal Murray. They doubled him. They blitzed him. They forced the ball out of his hands every time. And he got no help. It was a bad night for Tim Hardaway to struggle. He was 0 for 8 from 3.
You know what? I was just saying that, Vic, that the Tim Hardaway bad game, which is like the first one I can remember in forever for him.
He hasn't had many.
If he has a decent game, I think you win. But it's just one of those nights.
I think they win. He was 0 for 8 from 3, and it just never looked right when he was shooting it. So he struggled last night. They didn't get any secondary help. And you know what? You could shrug your shoulders and say, this I don't know what to call it. It's not a charade, but this cute story of getting by without 2 centers and 2 other starters. Yeah, I'm over it now. Let's hope these guys get healthy, because you can only get by for so long. They got out-rebounded 51-31.
Yeah.
The previous game out-rebounded even worse. They can't rebound. They don't have any height. There's no size.
Yeah,
you got to make every shot if you get out-rebounded.
There's got to be... You said it. It's very cute. I'm over it.
Yeah.
I'm done.
So let me give you the update. This is what David Adelman told us about each player that's been out. We'll start with the guy that's been out the longest so far, Cam Johnson. A week ago, I saw him shooting on the court, and I was like, wow, this guy's close. On his own podcast, 2 weeks ago, he said, I'm about 2 weeks out. Well, apparently he's not, because he hasn't done any contact drills. So I don't know where he stands. According to Coach Adelman, it's up and down. Nikola Jokic, December 29th, he left that game. Man, it looked like I held out hope that he could be available this week. Didn't happen. Could be a little bit more. He's antsy, but apparently his rehab is up and down, good days and bad.
Yeah.
So he's not. I don't expect anything this week. That's for sure. Jonas Valanciunas is on the practice court working out on the side, playing one-on-one with Deron Holmes. He looks good, but his injury is one of those tricky ones where you might feel good, go out there and re-injure the calf, restrain the calf. So he has a medical test today, and if he passes that medical test, the sure sign, if he's available, will be if he makes this road trip. They head to Washington. They play in the nation's capital tomorrow. If Jonas is on that road trip, all signs point to him playing at some point. That's good. At least they'll have a center.
David Adelman said something that I think gave a clear picture on Jokic, that he said that Val's doing good, and he said when he returns to the lineup, he'll probably be the starter, which tells me that
Jokic, tells you everything you need to know.
Jokic isn't close yet. So if Jokic is healthy, he's starting. So
and the last one, Christian Brown, remains a mystery. That's just a mystery. I don't know. I don't know. Adelman says it's not a setback, but maybe he just wasn't ready when they thought he was ready.
Yeah.
So these aren't just 4 players. These are 4 rotational players. So enjoy yourselves, Lakers fans. Everybody, Luka owns the Nuggets. Luka, you beat half a Nuggets team, and you had to rally in the second half to do it. So enjoy that win. I'm sure it's monumental. One of the longtime Lakers beat writers called it one of the best Lakers wins of the year. If that's one of your best wins, okay.
Ridiculous.
That tells you all you need to know about the Lakers. Oh, and by the way, if you want to entertain yourself, read the front page of ESPN today. There's a deep, profound piece on the Buss family, why they got out of business with the Lakers, and Jeannie Buss turning on LeBron James a year ago. Why she turned on LeBron James. She grumbled about James' quote, outsized ego, how his agency had too much control over the franchise. It's amazing to me. This guy ate that franchise up from the inside out.
Wow, who could have guessed it? The guy who has no bounds of where his power ends decided to try and take that from the most powerful basketball franchise in the world. How about that?
How about this last one, though? She begrudgingly gave LeBron a contract extension, fearing a bad PR hit. If I'm the owner of a team, it's my team. Do you know how many Lakers fans are going against LeBron now? It's funny if you read some of their comments. There's a list of Lakers fans who want LeBron gone.
Well, I mean, of course. I mean, LeBron isn't nearly the same player, but there's no putting the ego back despite the fact that he's not the best player on the team anymore. It's Luka. So, I mean, yeah, of course.
You know, LeBron wearing a patch of himself on his jersey is like a guy doing a radio show from home with 2 titles of his name behind him.
Yeah. You know what I thought about, actually? The most accurate thing. You know how Ryan Clark on ESPN has those giant lapel pins that have RC on it? I'm like, that's kind of what it reminds me of. I'm going to start wearing things that say BK.
Why does he do that?
I don't know.
It's about your brand, bro. Everybody's got a brand.
I remember in Laverne and Shirley when Laverne wore a big
She wore an L.
Yeah, she wore a big L.
She's the first brand. You know what? She's the first fashion brand.
I'm very important.
I'll tell you what. This is from when I was a little kid. If you can give me her last name, I'll high five you right now hard.
Laverne? Shirley.
Nailed it. Hold on. Is it Del Vecchio?
You're close.
No.
She's Italian.
No,
Hang on.
Yeah, I know.
Della Vedova.
Hold on. I know this.
He's close. He's close. Don't.
Stallone.
He's close.
Man.
Come on.
It's on the tip of my tongue.
Can I tell you?
Yeah.
DeSucio.
Laverne DeFazio.
That's right.
I was pretty close, too.
Yeah.
And Shirley
Temple.
Feeney.
Oh.
Surely you can't be serious, Moj.
I am serious, and don't call me Shirley. 303-504-0925. Fact checker next.
I am pleading with LeBron James as a father. Stop this. Stop this.
Hey, just some quick other news around the NFL. Robert Saleh has been named the Titans head coach, and this is interesting for, if nothing else, this reason. You guys remember when the 49ers played the Jags earlier this year? No. And Saleh got in Liam Cohn's face or vice versa after the game, and Saleh said, "I will bleep your world up to him." Well, they face each other twice a year now.
I remember that. What was that about?
I can't remember off the top of my head, but I do know anybody who looks the way that Robert Saleh looks, I do not challenge him. Because I'm pretty sure he would bleep my world up. And I think he would.
He's a built dude.
There was something that caused that fracas. And I remember thinking to myself, why? Was it a Cohen thing or was it a Saleh? Did Saleh do it? I think Saleh did something wrong.
So, there was allegations of sign stealing.
That Cohen and his group were stealing signs?
No, I think that, hang on a second. Liam and his staff, a couple of guys coming from Minnesota, they've got a legally a really advanced signal stealing type system.
Also
where they always find a way to put themselves in an advantageous position. That's what Saleh said about them before the game. And then Liam said something to him about that afterwards, and then...
Well, Peter Schrager says that Saleh was devastated not to get the Jaguars job, and Cohen got it. And, again, the Cohen and his staff have a really advanced sign-stealing operation. Yeah.
Where did Stefanski get the job?
Atlanta.
Did you hear what Baker Mayfield had to say about that?
I did. That was pretty awesome.
Cannot wait to play him twice a year because he thinks that Stefanski threw him under the bus in Cleveland.
What's his name? The very famous reporter for the Atlanta Constitution. Is it Ledbetter? Is that his name?
George Washington.
Duke Hazard.
No, I think it's Ledbetter. He's written for them for forever. He had a story after Stefanski was hired saying the failures of Baker Mayfield and Deshaun Watson were not on him, and that's when Baker Mayfield came back and said, failure, blah, 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 can't wait to see coach twice a year. Baker doesn't hold any grudges, does he?
Stefanski's made a lot of enemies among quarterbacks. Is that just a coincidence? Like, nobody from Shador's camp likes him. None of the other quarterbacks in Cleveland like him.
I'm sure that Penix Jr. is going to love him.
Baker hates him.
No, here's what Baker Mayfield said. He said he was shipped out like a piece of garbage.
Yeah.
Here it is right here. He said, still waiting on a text or call from him after I got shipped off like a piece of garbage. Can't wait to see it twice a year, coach. He said, failed is quite the reach, pal.
Yes.
Kevin Stefanski had a dumpster fire quarterback in Cleveland. That's what the guy said. There was a dumpster fire, and they were a failure.
By the way, an update, if you're going to the game this weekend, there is some sort of snowpocalypse that's going to hit this winter weather thing on, I guess it's going to miss just sort of south of us, but it's going to be the southern part of the country, reaching all the way to the East Coast, where it's like Nashville, of all places, could get like 30 to 40 inches of snow, I guess, over the course of this weekend.
That say it won't rain.
Well, there's a lot that say it will. I just checked with Chris Bianchi's Twitter account. Here's what he said about the game this weekend here in Denver. Good news. No wind. Snow is unlikely, and it's trending to be sunny. The bad news.
I'm one of those good weather man.
It ain't going to be warm. He goes, these numbers are probably too warm. It says it's going to be 24 degrees at kickoff. He said probably too warm on the projection, if anything, but it's still a tricky forecast depending on how quick the Arctic stuff moves out.
So it's going to be cold.
Yes,
it's going to be
cold.
Bitter cold on Sunday. I ask you, Broncos fans, meteorologists, forecasters, doomsdayers like Moj, all of you, I ask you, is that good or bad for the Broncos that it's cold?
I don't know if it really matters. I don't know if it matters.
Why? Well, has Stidham played in the cold? Because it gets cold in New England. I'm sure Drake May has played in cold weather. Hell, he played in the snow this past weekend.
Well, they have experience in it. They just played the game in the cold.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think it's going to bother anybody too much. If it's wind or snow, it's a different type of story. But I think just cold, I don't know how much impact that'll have.
Do you have any sympathy for me at all? And your Avalanche?
What, that you're going to be in Canada?
Well, yeah, head to Toronto on Saturday, where it's a high of 10.
We've had a nice winter. You can tough it out for
No,
a few
there's
days.
no doubt about
Pork
it.
chop.
Then on to Ottawa, right?
Couldn't care less.
I don't blame you, Coach. Although he's going to be a part of it too. Then Ottawa's going to be freezing cold. Ottawa's going to be -1. Well, no, I take that back. -3 when we land, but it'll be 11 degrees by the end of the day when we land.
Yeah, I just...
Yeah, you don't care. I don't blame you.
Don't care. Don't care about your Canadian trip. Now, again, cold, but no wind and snow is unlikely, according to Chris Bianchi for the forecast over the weekend for the Broncos game. Now, 303-504-0925. Just curious, Vic, because we know how quickly things can change. If I'm recalling this correctly, were the Knicks in the Eastern Conference Finals last year?
Did they lose to Indiana in the Eastern Finals?
I think they...
I mean, that is what happened,
They
correct?
did, right?
Yeah.
I think, yeah.
So, with that, just out of curiosity, they fired their head coach, who, whatever you think about Tibbs did a pretty good job. They acquired Karl Anthony Towns last year, or a couple years ago. He's already on the trade block again?
He is?
The rumors are that he is not being well received inside that locker room right now. And
Really?
He's been playing poorly lately. This seems like a very quick turnaround and blow this thing up for being in a Game 7 against Indiana in the conference finals.
Mm-hmm.
And it reminds me a lot, not that Cat's the same player as Luka, but of the Mavericks. That the Mavericks were in the finals, and then the next year it's like everybody's gone.
You know, there are those teams that have these players, and they just get there, and they just can't figure it out. I don't know. Minnesota's like one of those teams, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Minnesota's that team. Minnesota lost to Utah last night. Minnesota's got everybody healthy.
I just don't get it. Like how
I don't get
quick things happen. You had success, almost reached the mountaintop, and then it's like, blow it up, all this stuff is dead, start over. It's really
Hey, man,
weird.
If you can't win the Eastern Conference this year, when are you going to win it? Right now, the Detroit Pistons lead the conference at 31-10, and I still...
Dude, the Eastern Conference is crap compared to the West. You know that, and I know that. I mean, top to bottom, it's just compared to the Western Conference. It's junk.
If the Nuggets were in the East, right now the Nuggets are third in the West. They'd be second in the East and just a couple games out of first.
Yeah, but
so.
playing all those East teams, they'd have 36 wins by now.
Did you mention the Pistons? I'm telling you right now,
Yeah.
that leaper's not real.
I'm telling you right now.
Let's get a quick fact checker, please.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Fact Checker. Presented by Backus and Shanker, serious lawyers for the seriously injured.
Do you guys believe in good omens, good signs out there in the world? Universe trying to tell you something?
Sometimes.
Okay, well, yesterday, got home from work, took my dog out for a little walk, stretched the legs. He's a good boy. And I saw this sign in my neighborhood, all right? If you look at that, it tells you it's about a quarter mile that way to get to Sloan's Lake, and then it says 0.3 miles to Mile High Stidham. Look at that.
Well, would you look at
Mile High STDM. It's already called Mile High Stidham. I believe Broncos dub.
What
Bet
a
the
sign
mortgage
from
on it.
above.
I like it. No, you need to have signs like that occasionally. I appreciate it.
What's Moser going to do when he throws for 475 yards and 5 tutties?
Poop himself, as would I.
I'm gonna play tickle fight with myself. That's what I'm gonna do, and I'm gonna film it so you can see it.
If Jarrett Stidham throws for 475 yards, I'll make a declaration.
Yeah.
I will poop my own pants.
You, Vic, whatever you want me to do, I will do.
303-504-0925. Stay tuned. Morning Sprint coming up in just a second. You can find the podcast, including our conversation with Jared Bednar, iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Have a wonderful Wednesday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. See ya.
4 seconds left to go in Denver, and there is the horn. The Denver Nuggets lose 2 games in a row at home, this time tonight to the LA Lakers. Final tonight from Denver, Los Angeles 115, Denver 107.
Nah, we hate Pittsburgh. We hate Baltimore. It's Buffalo starting to become that rivalry with Josh Allen, but Josh kicked our ass for a couple of years now, and it seems like Drake got the upper hand on him now this year. I don't think we hate Denver. We never hated Denver. Peyton chose to go there after the Colts. We hated the Colts, but we never hated Denver. You guys had Welker, and I love Akeem Talib, and you guys got him. Like this, you've had some good coaches and good players that we had. So I don't think it's a big rivalry. It's just, wow, this could be something to come. That could show you that, hey, down the line here, this could be Drake versus Knicks here for maybe if we redraft that rookie class from a year ago. Caleb Williams has shown he can come back now. And, Penix and
J.J. McCarthy
are struggling. Yeah, but I think, Drake and Bo might be the 2 best out of that class.
Those 2 best quarterbacks out of that class still alive in the AFC. Your AFC title game coming up on Sunday. Welcome into the morning sprint. Raj alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson's behind the glass today. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us. We'll be joined by Christopher Dempsey at 10:40 to go over the Nuggets and the Lakers game from last night. The voice that you heard going into our show was Zolak of 98.5, the Sports Hub out in New England. Downplaying the rivalry between the Patriots and the Broncos. I don't want to hear that from you on a Wednesday morning, that you feel warm and fuzzy about the Denver Broncos. I know you're the enemy right now, Zolak. There needs to be some spit. There needs to be some poison in this.
What did we learn from Buffalo last week? Everybody, including the Kreckman and Lindahl show, we did a remote broadcast from essentially the Bills backer bar there at Jackson's in Lodo. And all I could hear was Andy and Nate talk about how great of people the Buffalo Bills fans are. I go, just wait. Just freaking wait till Loserville finds out what it's like to take an L in the state of Colorado, and they turned into exactly what I knew they were, which is a bunch of idiots.
I'm a culprit of that mindset.
Yeah, everybody
and
was.
I will
Except
not
for me.
fall into it.
I'm not letting this happen. New England, in your Vrabel, don't try to finesse us. Don't try to do this manipulative Jedi mind trick game. This is pure hatred, man. It's New England versus Denver. It's always been pure hatred. It's Tom Brady versus Peyton Manning. It's Tony Eason versus whoever the hell was the quarterback for the Denver Broncos preceding John Elway in said years. It's a rivalry, man. It's AFC supremacy on the line. I hate New England sports fans. I hate Dave Portnoy. That guy looks like his face is about to explode with amphetamines and alcohol.
Jeez.
I hate that guy. Am I wrong? Oh, no! Am I wrong?
Ricochet shots, man.
Is it? Sorry.
I will not
To all of our
fall-
listeners, can you just let me know? Sorry. I know a lot of people are tuning in right now. Big week. Is that too much vitriol for 10 a.m.?
Absolutely not. Absolutely
It's
not.
AFC Championship week. And you know what you got to do? You got to bring some extra chips, plural, to your shoulder. You need to have a chip the size of the Rocky Mountains on your shoulder as a fan base, as a team, Sean Payton, Jarrett Stidham, and most importantly, man, this defense of the Denver Broncos needs to bring a massive chip. It's got to be Rocky Mountain, the entire range sized of a chip.
You're going to win this game because of the defense. When you go back to 2015, just look at the turnover margin in those 3 games. Denver took the ball away 7 times in 3 games en route to Super Bowl 50. They gave the ball away thrice. That's it. 3 times. Currently, you're up 5-1, which is unbelievable after 1 game.
That is sexy.
And this is a team,
God,
right?
that's good, isn't it?
This is a team that had only forced, 12 turnovers through the first 12 weeks? Was it 16 or 12 turnovers through the first 12 weeks? It simply was not a lot, right? Like, the defense was amazing. It was suffocating. They just didn't take the football away up until the final 4 weeks of the season, where they had 4 total takeaways in those last 4 weeks. And now it turns into divisional round, big time show up against a big time quarterback. And you turn
Tony Eason and Elway were drafted the same year. Sorry, I just got carried away there.
That's okay.
It's because Tony Eason really never truly accomplished anything like John Elway did. So you just kind of think of him as like an early 80s quarterback, even though they were exact same vintage. He didn't achieve at the level anywhere near that John Elway did from a career standpoint.
You win this game, it's because of the defense. It's that clear. And I know we talked about Jarrett Stidham and his ability to be an accurate thrower of the football, and we'll continue to break down Stiddy's ability to carry this offense. Having known it inside and out, having been now a 2-time contracted backup quarterback under Sean Payton, right? Like, there's a reason why you extend that guy. There's a reason why you kept him away from who? New England. You kept him away from the Patriots for a reason. Not necessarily did you think it was going to be in the AFC Championship game, but Sean does very well at those backup quarterbacks. My question is,
did you hear Vrabel's comments on Stiddy and talking to his agent and all that? Just kind of weird. It was a strange dude. Vrabel, I don't like Vrabel. I don't like the glazing of Vrabel. You want to know I don't like Mike Vrabel?
Why?
I've told this story before, so I apologize if you've heard it before. My first year post-college coaching, trying to figure out what the hell I'm doing with my life. So I booked my own ticket to the Senior Bowl. Just went on my own. This is the Bo Nix, Michael Penix Jr. Senior Bowl. Drake May actually not an attendee, nor was Caleb Williams, nor was Jaden Daniels, because they were already pretty much slated to be top 3 guys. So I used my Marriott points because times are getting tough already. And I stay at this really kind of weird resort in Mobile, Alabama, like kind of away from where the Senior Bowl Stadium is for University of South Alabama and the stadium. So it was like a 35, 45-minute drive on the other side of the bay, the Mobile Bay. I pull up, I check in, I have a rental car like normal humans do. I had a rental car that was a Honda Civic. Yeah, it was like a Ford Taurus, but they don't make those anymore. But the equivalent of that in 2023.
A Dodge Neon.
There you are. A Kia Sorento. Something. I had a rental car.
A Chevy Impala.
And I'm parking in, this kind of sprawling resort where like it's not one big, long, tall, like high-rise building. It's spread out over. It's like a summer resort, destination resort in Mobile, Alabama. Of course. Well, I didn't know this, but this is where all the swanky executives stay. This is where John Elway and the entire Broncos brass would stay to get away from all the dirty, slimy people like me, media members that have to stay at a Motel 6 near the stadium. I got Marriott points because I've been recruiting for 20 years. So I stay at this swanky joint. Pull in to my spot right next to my little resort building. Dude pulls up right next to me in a rental oversized pickup truck.
Like a Ram 2500.
Glasses on. For no reason. I didn't cut him off. I was already in my spot. He pulls up and stops right next to me, looks in my windshield, and just stares me down for at least 30 seconds.
What did you do to Vrabel?
And I go, it's Mike freaking Vrabel. The hell's this guy doing? Why is he staring me down? I did nothing to you, Vrabel. So guess what I did? I gave him the don't break any, no emotional letdown, and I just gave him the old nod. Like the silent.
Yeah, the chin up.
Sup, guy?
Sup.
And he gave me nothing. Stone cold nothing. And then continued.
Do you think he even saw you?
Dude, he stared me down.
He was wearing
the
sunglasses.
entire time. He was staring me down, stopped his car in the parking lot, stared me down. I stared him down, gave him the nod, and then he just drives off. And I'm like, that's why the Tennessee Titans fired that guy. He's a freaking flaming a-hole, man. You know what? He fits in okay up there in masshole land. I don't like Mike Vrabel. That guy stinks.
Here's Vrabel.
Ironic, just speaking with his agent, they're like, well, if you don't want your starter to get hurt, sign Jarrett, because that was before, yesterday or 2 days ago. Just going back to when Josh had him and playing against that, I think he sees things really well. I think he's athletic enough to extend, like we talk about a lot of quarterbacks. The accuracy, I think the decision-making, he's really decisive in the games that we went back and watched. And this is even going back to when I was in Tennessee as well.
Makes the little quip about if you want to make sure that you don't ever have to have a backup quarterback, sign Jarrett Stidham as your backup quarterback, well, because he never gets in and plays. He does go on.
It's kind of weird, isn't it?
He does go on to say very quickly after that.
No,
he
like good things
processes
about him.
well.
But gosh, man, it's just, you know what, man? You know what Mike Vrabel is? He's so all of us that played high school football or even youth football or have been parents of kids that have played high school and youth football and beyond. He's the guy on the team that just can't help himself, man. He's I'm too cool for school. I'm the guy in the locker room that walks in with the flat bill hat and the sunglasses on and just like does the kind of walks by. Yeah, like, oh yeah, you know what you are? You're just a backup quarterback that's never played. You know what? I had that teammate at Boise State. I had that freaking exact teammate. He was our starting inside linebacker, Andy Avalos, and he was a cool guy. He ended up becoming the head coach of Boise State. And he had the entire same mindset of, I am the linebacker meathead, and I'm going to be I'm going to talk down to you, quarterback guy. You know what? Screw you, Vrabel. Jarrett Stidham's coming for you, bud. All right? So you can talk down to him and say he doesn't ever play. You can try to use reverse manipulative tactics via the media and say to Jarrett Stidham, knowing that it's going to get back to him, you never play. So you're not going to be ready for this challenge. Wait. Why don't you wait? We'll see. Is your Drake May ready for this moment? Is he on the road? Because I'm pretty sure he hasn't been on the road in a moment like this in his NFL career. I'm pretty sure he hasn't seen a defense like he's going to see on the road against the Denver Broncos. I know you played against the Texans. Yeah, you put the freaking ball on the ground 4 times, bud.
You can make the argument that like he's never played in this game. Did he ever play in this type of game with this type of pressure at North Carolina? He played football at North Carolina.
Dude, so this is the wildest thing about Drake May. He and Omarion Hampton, they were the backfield for 3 years at the University of North Carolina, and they really did nothing. You know what they did? They got Mac Brown forced out of Chapel Hill. And he had been there for a good 8, 9, 10 years. I mean, Mac Brown was there for a while.
Like, what's the biggest game he played in at UNC? Was it the Holiday Bowl against Oregon? Was it the Duke's Mayo Bowl against South Carolina?
You get covered in gelatinous white substance after he won the game? Does that sound fun? Have you ever gotten the old, just stare there and just gelatinous substance just raining down on you from the sky?
Was it the ACC Championship game back in 2022 when you got beat by 29 against Clemson? Was it that game?
Was that fun?
Dude, I haven't seen a game in which he's had this type of, and again, it's impossible to look at a career at North Carolina and then compare it to going to Denver for an AFC Championship game, but it's not like he played in a college football semifinal. It's not like he had to go to Tuscaloosa and take down Nick Saban.
Roz, I just figured out something that has been bothering me for 2 full years.
What's that?
The 970-213 just texted me and told me why the Vrabel stare down happened. And it's what Mike Vrabel couldn't tell Coacher that day during the stare down was that Coach had a colossal booger hanging out of his nose.
just double.
He was trying to be
rockets.
a homie, man. He was trying to be a guy. Next time, Vrabes, just roll the window down and say, "Hey, Boog." I'd be like, "Thanks, bro." Did we just become best friends?
Have an issue? Here's a tissue. Those happy tissues or sad tissues? That's the coach, Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan. 303-504-0925 is where you guys can reach us today. Broncos back in the practice field 2 hours from right now. We will be keeping our eyes on a couple of players. What's going on with Troy Franklin and Pat Bryant? I do want to get into that. Coach, you want to throw the football all over the field. We expect New England to run against Denver's defense. Is Denver going to air it out despite having a couple of wide receivers that may not play on Sunday? We'll keep our eyes peeled, tell you guys what happens. Keep it tuned right here to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. As a reminder, 25 minutes from right now, Chris Dempsey will join us for his weekly NBA baseline report coming off a Nuggets loss to LeBron and the Lakers.
You've got Coach and Raj on the station for all Denver sports. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The morning sprint continues next.
Are you having trouble reading menus, texting, driving at night, seeing the computer, all that stuff? Vic Lombardi here with the solution. Refractive lens exchange from my buddy, the Paisan, Dr. Cudarelli at Cudarelli Vision. With RLE, say goodbye to reading glasses. Plus, you'll never develop a cataract. Over 90,000 procedures under his belt. Dr. Cudarelli is Colorado's most experienced. Cudarelli Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consult at ColoradoRLE.com.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Hey, Colorado, this year, how about a New Year's resolution that you actually want to keep and makes you feel good? Try this one. Get to the mountains more. Skiing, camping, exploring, just go in a beautiful new Ram truck or Jeep from Johnson Auto Plaza. Colorado is a Jeep owner's dream. You'll never miss a snow day when you have a reliable Jeep to get you up the hill. Find the Jeep of your dreams at Johnson Auto Plaza, where it's a Jeep lover's paradise. The Johnsons have an unbelievable selection of new Rams, too, built for the rugged Colorado work hard, play harder lifestyle. Start this new year off right and save big on your next new Ram or Jeep during the Start Something New sales event. Visit JohnsonAutoPlaza.com or stop by in person and see why Johnson Auto Plaza is where first-time buyers become lifetime customers every day. Just north of E470 on Highway 85 and also in Laramie.
Altitude Sports Radio is the home of your Colorado Avalanche. And every Wednesday morning at 8, we've got the Jared Bednar Show.
It's a goal of ours. Win the division, win the conference, kind of set yourself up for your best chance at success in the playoffs. The habits you build and the way you play and the commitment that you play with. Every advantage perceived or real that we can get for ourselves, that's what we want.
The Jared Bednar Show with Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 and Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado's hockey team.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus comes out swinging. Highlight machine Justin Gaethje collides with Paddy the Baddy Pimblett in a must-see high-octane main event. Plus, Sean Sugar O'Malley faces off against Song Yadong in a stand-up war filled with high-level striking. Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Stream UFC 324 live on January 24th, only on Paramount Plus. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Don't tell my goalie to let in goals, and don't tell my quarterback to throw interceptions.
The morning sprint with Coach and Raj, back in 60.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game. Put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
You've got the morning sprint with Coach and Raj. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
The Avs host Anaheim at Ball Arena tonight, and coverage is live on Altitude Sports Radio starting at 6:30 p.m. You can listen to that game right here on 92.5. Your pregame coverage is powered by Ramos Laws. The Avs look to build upon their 5-2 win against the Washington Capitals. Broncos back on the practice field in about 2 hours from right now. At 2 o'clock, Jarrett Stidham, right after Sean Payton, will be made available to the media outside at the podium. So we will talk to, and listen to this, the number 1 ranked dual threat quarterback in the 2015 high school recruiting class, according to 247sports.com. That is 247sports.com. The number 1. So we've talked about this ad nauseum when it comes to Bo Nix. You forget that he was the number 1 ranked dual threat quarterback in his recruiting class. Jarrett Stidham was ranked above the following dual threat quarterbacks in the 2015 high school recruiting class. Kyler Murray.
Pretty good athlete.
Pretty good dual threat.
Like, as in one of the top drafted baseball players in Major League Baseball's draft.
Yeah, I think he was 7th overall to the Athletics, something crazy like that.
So usually dual threat implies you're a good athlete, right?
You're a good runner.
Yeah. 2015. Let's go. This is a wild recruiting. So these are all just listed dual threat quarterbacks, to be fair.
I can go back through the pro quarterbacks in the 2015
pro style
quarterbacks,
which is what we all have deemed Jarrett Stidham to be.
Correct.
But ironically, what have we said about the 2019 dual threat quarterback recruiting class? Bo Nix was the number 1 dual threat quarterback, and I've been saying that forever. Like, that's what he was known to do, is be a great athlete, in addition to being obviously a very proficient passer of the football. That's how 247 Sports evaluated and listed Jarrett Stidham, and he was the number 1. He was a 98 out of 100, a 5-star, number 1 at his position. He was the 13th overall best player in America at any position. Unbelievable. The 2nd-ranked player out of the state of Texas, Stephenville High School.
The other top-rated dual-threat quarterbacks in that class, Kyler Murray, number 2.
Talk about number 5 right here.
Juwan Jennings.
He was the number 5 dual threat quarterback and now a starting wide receiver in the National Football League. Number 6.
Sam Darnold.
Number 7.
Joe Burrow. Number 9. You want to talk about a dual threat? How about Lamar Jackson out of Boynton Beach?
Yeah, he's got a shot athletically, I think. The guy could be pretty good, maybe.
Who else is on this list? This is fantastic.
The one that I love with this, there's a couple of really unique little niche parts of this list right here. Alec Ingold, starting fullback for the Miami Dolphins, was the number 51 ranked dual threat quarterback in the 2015 class. Jacoby Myers,
number 52.
The number 52 ranked dual threat quarterback, who was like the savior of the Jacksonville Jaguars offense.
The wide receiver that made Trevor Lawrence back into being the golden boy.
A very low, barely even made the list as a 2-star dual threat quarterback, none other than Daniel Jones, who it feels like he's played in the National Football League for a decade. And it feels like Jarrett Stidham is just it doesn't feel like he's a rookie by any stretch of the imagination.
No.
But you wouldn't say that Daniel Jones and Jarrett Stidham were in the same recruiting class.
Was Jarrett misclassified back as a high school senior? Because here's the other pro-style quarterbacks, according to 247 Sports. Number 1, Josh Rosen to UCLA. Number 5, our old buddy Drew Lock out of Lee Summit, Missouri, goes to the Tigers. Current backup in the league.
Okay, would you
that
say
the Broncos beat the living crap out of this year? Jake Browning, number 6.
Would you think Jake Browning, clearly not an athlete, right? Definitely a pro-style guy. But would you say that Drew Lock, if you were just to ask, what are Drew Lock's traits? Would you say that he's more dual threat than what we've seen out of Stiddy? I mean, Stiddy's like a tall pocket guy. I don't know, man.
Other guys in here, Kyle Shermer, Brett Rippon. Yeah, that blew my mind when he was ranked the number 1 dual threat quarterback. So, are we overlooking his ability to use his legs and extend plays coming up on Sunday? Or is this simply Jarrett Stidham 11 years ago when he was 17 years old could move his legs better than most high school athletes.
Jarrett Stidham is sneaky athletically, and you've even heard a couple people, both in the national media and then also coming out of the camp in New England. Even Max Crosby, former teammate, man, he had some glowing things to say about Jarrett Stidham and his competitive nature. The guy is he's better than people are going to give him credit for as an athlete. But the one thing, man, that I'm going to stand by, if he can just get settled in and find some early success with some easy completions, and we do know that if there's one thing that Sean Payton can do, it's get his quarterbacks early completions via the screen game. And I'm not going to be yelling at my television if I see a couple early screens, perimeter screens to the receivers, and be like, you know what? Good. Get Stiddy.
Wait, but you would yell at the television if it was Bo Nix throwing those early screens?
I just feel like that, for whatever reason, those throws didn't get Bo Nix into rhythm. I felt like aggressive and it was good, solid downhill run game. Quarterback, get the Bo Nix ground game going a little bit early, and then let him uncork it early. I just want to see Jarrett feel the ball coming off of his hand with some type of urgency, and for him to just get into that flow of, yeah, this is what I've been doing my whole life. I got this. There's a reason that I was the number one ranked dual threat quarterback in America over Lamar Jackson and guys like Joe Burrow.
I wonder what the over-under is for Stidham rushing yards in this game. And do you take the over? Is this one of those games where you knew that Bo could move his feet coming out of Auburn and Oregon? You didn't know he was as dynamic as he has been the first 2 years in the NFL. We saw some of that jump, some of that spark in his first training camp where he would take off and run for a first down. You went, what the heck just happened there? He's not supposed to be Josh Allen. He's not supposed to be able to do that. Are we going to be surprised on Sunday where there's a 3rd and 7 and there's some open space and he turns what should have been a punting situation into a 20-yard gain?
I would say that...
Because we haven't seen it in training camp, right?
No. We haven't seen it in training camp, but we did see it in preseason. Look at the preseason games against the Cardinals and the 49ers, and my guess would be combined rushing yardage for Jarrett Stidham was greater than 25 yards. I could be wrong, but it's going to be right around there. I remember vividly saying, wow, okay, all right, Stiddy. I didn't know you had it in you, man. How many do you have? Do you have it in front of you?
I have his passing stats in front of me right now. Our computers are being painfully slow this morning, so I do apologize that I can't pull that up for you immediately. Can't do it.
Oh, gosh.
On the other side of the equation, dude, New England's going to run the hell out of the ball in this game.
No question. They're going to try to. Did you see enough from the Denver Broncos in the second half stopping what I think is the best offensive line running back combination today in the National Football League? Once they settled in that second half, James Cook didn't look like James Cook of the first 3 drives. Most of his yardage came early, and I didn't like what I was seeing. I'll be honest. I was like, this is going to be a long day. And if the Broncos offense stall out at all, this could be a bloodbath. I think that the Broncos found something in that second half, and particularly, I think it was right before half, that players like Nick Benito and Jonathan Cooper, in addition to known run stuffers Malcolm Roach and DJ Jones, Zach Allen even, who's known more for hitting the quarterback than he is stopping the run game. I think that the Broncos are going to be up for the challenge of whatever the New England Patriots and Josh McDaniels try to throw at you. We're ready for it. This is going to be a great performance from the Broncos defense, man. Are any of these players on the defensive side of the ball, were any of them here with Josh McDaniels? Probably not, right? That's a long time
ago. No way. There's no chance.
Was Justin Simmons?
No, he was after.
Okay.
Because Simmons was drafted in I think Simmons was drafted after the Super Bowl. I'm almost positive he came out of Boston College that very draft. And he was the last holdover.
2015.
Okay, yeah, there's no way.
2015. What was
You'd be like 40-something years old if you were a holdover for McDaniels.
What was McDaniels?
Ask Polumbus.
What was McDaniels' final year? Was it 14 or no?
It was the year prior to bringing in Fox. So 2010? Question mark?
Yeah, he was the head coach. Yeah, 2010. It's 16 years ago.
Yeah.
Not many.
They would be your age. They would be your age playing for the Broncos right now.
I mean, there's a guy named Aaron Rodgers out there. It's not many others. There's a couple kickers out there. Prater?
There's a few kickers out there.
Did Prater play for Josh McDaniels?
I think Prater probably played for Josh McDaniels.
That's pretty good.
There you go. All right.
All
so
right.
we are 2 degrees of separation now away
and you just saw
for
Matt
a team
Prater.
that was knocked out of the playoffs by you last week.
Dude, Prater was there. He was a Bronco in 07.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. The 2-1-3 coach. That was 17 years ago. Yeah, but to coach, it feels like it was 4.
I know. And gosh, in coaching years, man, I'm like 192. But then things that happened 15 years ago feel like they were 2 years ago. Gosh.
Jarrett Stidham in the preseason, coach. I have 3 games. He threw more than 15 passes in 2 of those games. He went 14 of 15 against the Niners for 136 yards and 2 touchdowns. He took 2 sacks for 7 yards. He ran 3 times for 36 yards, but he did have a fumble. He didn't lose one, but he had a fumble in that first preseason game. The second preseason game, he went 16 of 23, 240 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions for a quarterback rating of 132.5. He did not rush in that game. But the 3 times he took off in the preseason, 36 total yards.
There you go.
I will take 36 yards.
Okay, so what games did the 3 for 36?
In one game.
Which game was that?
At San Francisco.
That was the one. I remember
that was it.
And was that not the Davis Webb play calling game? Where Davis Webb took the controls and it was and you could see on the sideline.
It was the first game of the year.
Like Bo Nix, who was shut down. He didn't play in that game, did he? Did Bo play in the preseason game against? There was one that he didn't play in that Davis Webb called all the plays. And it was definitely not with Bo Nix because there's no way that Sean Payton would have let Davis Webb.
You don't get to take my quarterback.
That's my toy, and nobody's going to look better calling plays.
That is such a my toy moment.
Oh, you bet. If you don't think that's real, that is real.
No. According to NFL.com, Bo played against the 49ers.
Okay,
went
so I think
6
the
of
Cardinal
11 for 31 yards.
What was the Cardinal stat line for Stiddy?
Nothing for Bo. The Cardinal stat line for Stiddy was fantastic.
That was the Davis Webb. Watch me.
16 of 23, 240 yards, 2 touchdowns. Did not take a sack.
And then what
did
Sam
not
Ellinger
run
do?
once. I will look it up.
Sorry.
Son of a gun.
Big stat guy.
You're killing me. You asked me to do this before the show. Sam Ellinger in the preseason this year. As my computer slowly loads, I'm doing the Moser thing right now.
The Moser.
What does he say? He goes, ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba.
Okay.
Thank you. In the preseason, Sam Ellinger, you want all 3 games or just the Cardinals game? 14 of 16, 162 yards. He took 1 sack. He ran twice for 3 total yards. But he did go 14 of 16 for 162.
That was the Davis Webb game. Man, I'll tell you what. There's no way under the sun that this would happen. But if Sean Payton really loved Bronco country,
he gives Davis Webb
the keys to the car. Hey, Davis, man, I know you hadn't done it this year, but I saw what you did with my guy Stidham.
Brother, that is a Chinese fire drill in the middle of I-25 going 70 miles an hour.
You know what, though? It would go viral for all the right reasons. I'm telling you.
You would lose Davis Webb.
I'm telling you this, too.
He's gone.
Yeah,
if you would lose him.
But you'd be in the Super Bowl. And I want to go to the Super Bowl,
I would take that. Would you trade Davis Webb in the offseason just to get to the Super Bowl?
100%.
The answer is yes.
100%. You know what?
See you, dude.
Sean,
good on you.
If you're looking for somebody, man, I think that you and the Penner family could compete with my salary here at Altitude Sports Radio.
I'm sure they could.
And I could still be at Valor. I could do both gigs. I could be the quarterback coach of the Broncos and be the Valor head coach.
You hear this, KJ? He's trying to leave us.
That's what I'm hearing.
Every single
That's
day,
exactly
this
what
guy
I'm hearing.
tries to leave us.
He's always plotting and scheming for his next
He says
stop.
he's our friend, but the words that come out of his mouth, I don't know.
You know what's good about that one, though?
It's nefarious.
You want to know what's good about that one? We could still hang out. I'd still be in town, bud.
Can I be your offensive quality control assistant?
No way. No, man.
You've made enough coaching, hiring mistakes in your life. You wouldn't do that one, would you?
That's worse than nepotism.
Can I be the dude that holds you back from the sideline?
Yes. You're not physical enough.
Come on!
You're not. You got to be bigger and stronger. I had a guy that literally looked like Debo from the movie Friday do it for me at Western Kentucky. And even then, I still got about 3
How
personal
about the
fouls.
nerd that had to fix someone? Mario Cristobal at the end of the national championship. Do you see him Gronk spike his headset into the ground, and there's still time remaining?
Yeah,
and there was
it
some
splintered,
nerd,
didn't it?
There's some nerd on the sideline because he knows that Cristobal has to have his headset on. There's 3 actual plays remaining.
He doesn't do a dang thing during the game.
And
though.
this
He didn't call a
nerd had
freaking
to
play.
try and figure out how to get this thing working in the case of 30 seconds. I could try that. I could be your nerd. I could be your headset nerd. Just pay me $100,000 to do it. Could find a way to get this thing done. What did you sidetrack me on? What was I looking for? Oh, we could big brain this.
No, I was looking for Sam Ellinger rushing splits from preseason. You want to talk about
The
getting down the weeds?
minutia.
Hey, it sounds...
It's Wednesday before the AFC
it
title
sounds
game.
crazy. You all laugh now. And then all of a sudden you're watching the game and Sam Ellinger's out there freaking running the football in the red zone because there's a package designed for you. Be like, you know what? Coach Sanford, I usually think he's an absolute idiot.
I heard that 10:30 a.m. on a Wednesday.
He stumbled upon that one, man.
We could big brain this, dude.
Talk to me.
Hand over the play calling to Davis Webb.
Mm-hmm.
He pitches a gem. They win the AFC Championship game. You go to the Super Bowl, whatever happens. Right? Whatever
Webby
happens.
play caller.
Sure.
Sean, elite game manager. He still, hey, we would give Sean all the credit.
Win or lose, whatever happens. You know what you get out of that? You go to one of these quarterback and head coach and ED teams and you go, give us a first-round pick.
Yep.
You can have Jarrett Stidham, and you get Davis Webb as your head coach.
And that package deal,
we get 2 first-rounders.
How wild is it if that happened? In a world, this is not going to happen, just to be fair. But
I'm big braining this thing.
In a world where Sean Payton says, and this is true, nobody knows the backup quarterback and the way they think, the way they process, the way they operate skill set wise. Nobody knows that player better than the non-play calling quarterback coach that's in that room hanging out, kind of the bro, and it proved out in preseason football. If that were to happen, I'm telling you right now, Jarrett Stidham and Davis Webb currently are they're a 7-figure tandem today.
Yeah.
They would become a 9-figure tandem. A 9-figure tandem.
With 1 win.
Well, I'd say 1 win. Yep, 1 win. 1 win.
We got to take a quick timeout. Chris Dempsey on the other side to recap the Nuggets loss to the Lakers last night. It's his NBA baseline report. That's the coach. I'm Raj. It's Altitude 92.5.
The reason why I think that you have a chance at surviving this with your backup quarterback,
Brett Kane,
is because of the way you've been winning. The one X factor is, can you make plays in the clutch like Bo Nix can? But do I think that Jarrett Stidham will be able to keep you in a football game? Absolutely.
Mark Moser.
I don't like the Patriots at all. Zero like with them. Although I respect the heck out of Drake May, though, man. This young quarterback's pretty damn good. I hope the Broncos make his life miserable.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Tomorrow morning at 7 on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
It's winter, at least I think it is, but that time of year where I like to be warm and I like to recover, especially after training, long work days, cold mornings. Your body needs to recover. That's why I got myself a sauna at Flatirons Fire and Design. They offer luxury saunas designed for performance, wellness, total relaxation. Go check out their showroom, located right off of 53rd and Bannock, North I-25 in Denver, or check it out online, flatironsfire.com. Now let me go sweat.
You already know that I'm a medical doctor and an attorney. Does it make a difference? Consider this. In medicine, you go to a specialist for the best care. And in law, you should as well. At Ramos Law, I bring my experience as an emergency medicine physician into the courtroom. We speak the language of doctors and the language of law. That means better understanding, better advocacy, and better results. Ramos Law. What makes us different makes us better.
Mark Moser here, and this is why I love working with Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air. It's because it's a great company. Right now through February 28th, Rock will donate $500 to Children's Hospital for every high-efficiency furnace and tankless water heater purchase. I have one. It's awesome. Giving back is what it's all about, and for 25 years, Rock has supported Colorado families. Join the cause right now by texting Rock Cares to 51555 or go to rockheating.com/children's. That's rockheating.com/children's.
Bigger isn't always better. Next time you go up the hill, pay us a visit at Black Hawk's oldest and friendliest casino, Red Dolly Casino. Hungry? We're known for the best prime rib, always served for $9.99. Red Dolly is also known for fun, loose slots, video poker, and personal attention. Red Dolly is the cheers of casinos, where everybody knows your name. So next time you head up the hill, please remember our name, Red Dolly Casino.
Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Andy Lindahl from my good friends over at Colorado Off-Road, a business I've been associated with for 6.5 years now. If you need anything to upgrade your vehicle, your truck or 4x4 like floor mats, bed covers, lift kits, leveling kits, new tires, shocks, maybe a remote start, perfect this time of year when it's a little bit chilly, you got to get over to Colorado Off-Road. Colorado Off-Road is located 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. Find them on the web at cooffroad.com or give them a call today at 303-761-1264.
Hey, this is Brett Kane from my friends at Zero Res, and this week through the 23rd, a week-long flash sale, 4 rooms for $109 that can save you $171. If you want to get the house clean, now is the time. From the best people in the business, 4 rooms for $109 through the 23rd. Give them a call right now at 303-471-5150 or go online at ZeroResDenver.com and ask for the altitude special. Zero Res. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code EASY to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code EASY to get up to $1,000. Use code EASY to get up to $1,000.
Denver Sports Talk.
Give it to him.
Coming right back.
Enjoying a healthy dinner that tastes great means eating out at a pricey restaurant, right? Wrong. Healthy Choice Simply Steamers are delicious and healthy. The Tray and Tray steam technology delivers crisp veggies and tender protein in tasty selections, like Healthy Choice Simply Steamers grilled chicken and broccoli Alfredo. It's a satisfying meal with 28 grams of protein and nothing artificial. Healthy Choice Simply Steamers. What having it all tastes like.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right. Y'all gotta try that Febreze car. Just right, just right, just right. Yeah. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency, all over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Yo. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Watch the show on Twitch at twitch.tv/AltitudeSR. Brought to you by Safeway. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents Buckets. A look at the hottest headlines in the association. And around the horn they go.
Hi, this is Nikola Jokic. Dempsey's NBA Baseline is coming up next from Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
You be you, Joker. You be you.
This is Dempsey's Baseline.
The
Broncos play on Sunday in the AFC title game, and you can win tickets. Make sure you get to number 38 in Rhino on Friday for a live version of Kreckman and Lindahl, and one person will win a pair of tickets to the AFC Championship game thanks to our friends at Bud Light. There's going to be great Bud Light deals, cool prizes, and that pair of tickets to the game that you can win. We'll see you at number 38 on Friday at 3 p.m. Demps, I don't know if you can win those tickets, but we hope to see you out there. Here for your weekly NBA baseline report. Unfortunately, it comes off of a loss to the Lakers, and it feels like a second half collapse. Man, like Spencer Jones and Jamal Murray couldn't miss in the first quarter. Rather, what happened from then on out?
Yeah, they started missing. No, these things are. It's funny because of how fragile it really actually is. When the first quarter, I thought a couple of things were happening, first of all. I thought the first quarter, they were making shots, but then they started making them to a level that was like, okay, well, this team, just all of them are on fire right now in total. So what you had in that first quarter was 9 3-point makes. They were 9 for 11. That was more than they made the entirety of the previous game. But from 2-point range, they were 2 for 10 in that first quarter. And so what that just said to me was, okay, you're super scorching hot from the 3-point line, but maybe offensively as a whole, you're not exactly in the space that you should be. And so what then started happening over the course of into the second quarter, then obviously into the second half, was the shots that they were making in the first place started to go away, while at the same time, the offense was still a little disjointed, while at the same time, they were still running some of the same stuff in terms of Jamal Murray taking double teams and getting the ball out, and then kind of swinging the next pass to another player. But now that player wasn't making the shot. So, it can be that simple in basketball, and just did you make the shot or did you not? Versus what was happening with the Lakers. You noticed in the fourth quarter, the Nuggets started blitzing Luka Doncic as well. He gets the ball out of his hand, pass one, pass two. The second pass reached LeBron James, and so now you have LeBron James headed into your paint with a lot of steam, or vice versa when they try to blitz LeBron James, pass to Luka Doncic, or to Marcus Smart, and that was the total difference. Was they had one player outside of their stars that was knocking down shots. It was Marcus Smart. He scored 12 points in that fourth quarter, and the Nuggets just didn't have that.
Demps, the human condition of being selfish and wanting more. Well, it's in full effect because all I wanted to see was the Denver Nuggets maintain 500 levels of basketball in the post-Nikola Jokic, not era, but we'll say this temporary time period that we live in. Right now, the Nuggets are 7-5. Jamal Murray, leading scorer with 35, 33, 42, 16, and 28 in his last 5 basketball games.
Mm-hmm.
Question number 1, has Jamal Murray done enough to get his first opportunity on the NBA All-Star team, A? And B, do you think that this has been a overall success for the Nuggets in this time period?
Let's go. Question A, yes, he has. And, the fact that the Nuggets continue to continue to occupy the third spot in the Western Conference, now 12 games without Nikola Jokic is extraordinary. It really is. And I think, especially nationally, nobody would have thought that would have been able to be the case. But that is in large part due to what Jamal Murray has been able to do, both from a scoring standpoint consistently, like every single night, and then also from just a leadership and playmaking standpoint. So what you don't see a lot of, or almost none of, is just a lot of forced shots, right? I think the first game that Nikola was gone, Jamal assumed you could feel that he thought that he should go out and get 50 that night. And so he kind of operated that way. But then when he just took a step back, you look at the whole forced, you say, okay, I understand how I have to operate now. And then that is when he started to get into this groove where he is scoring when he needs to score, when the opportunities are presenting itself. He knows when to be aggressive. He knows when to get the ball out of his hands. And then also the coaching staff knows when to get him off the ball so that he can be the recipient of the ball from somebody else who is the ball handler. And just those two working together has put him in a space where, A, he could help the team continue to stay afloat. And quite honestly, for a minute, I mean, they were in the second spot. So they had improved the spot since Nicola was out, but now they have maintained that third spot since Nicola has been gone. And, yes, he has done enough. When you look at the international players, the way this is going to go down is because there were 5 international players that were voted starters, both, combined East and West, those 5 players are already on the international team, which means there's 3 more spots left. So Jamal Murray, I would fully expect that he would get one of those 3 spots. And so there will be 11 spots for American players to get for the other 2 American teams. So, it's obviously a finite amount of spots for Jamal Murray to get into the All-Star, but I think he most certainly will. And then part B, I think the Nuggets have done exactly what they should be doing right now, in terms of staying afloat. They've done more than just stay afloat. They've won some games that we didn't think they were going to win. And look, there are going to be some diminishing returns. They have obvious shortcomings when you don't have 2 7-footers on your roster. And for some of these games, you didn't have Aaron Gordon either. And so you're talking about almost your entire points in the paint and rebounding presence just really removed from your lineup. And so it was really rare to watch this game yesterday because in recent years, the Nuggets are the much bigger team than the Lakers. And it's usually that the Lakers are looking at the Nuggets and going, I don't know how we're going to box all these dudes out and win the battle of the boards and win the battle of the paint. But yesterday it flipped in the reverse, and it certainly showed in the rebounding numbers. And then when the Nuggets weren't making shots on top of that, it makes it even worse. So you're missing a shot, you're never getting a rebound, and things snowball from there.
Out-rebounded by 20, and it was even worse against Charlotte in the loss a couple of days prior. Let's talk about those other injuries. Jonas, Cam Johnson, Christian Brown. How close are we to getting some of these players back in the lineup, or is it simply wait until the All-Star break and hope that the Nuggets are still somewhere around the 3 seed?
Yeah, I think with in regards to Jonas Valanciunas, I think he's the closest player to coming back. I guess, this is my personal opinion. I wouldn't be surprised to see him back on the court within the next 7 to 10 days. I really wouldn't. So I think he's pretty close to being back in the lineup. As far as everybody else is concerned, David Adelman just said prior to yesterday's game that Jokic has had some good days with his rehab and comeback and some bad days. And so it just feels like there's a little bit of a roller coaster there. I don't know what that ultimately is going to mean for the timetable, but certainly he's coming up on that 4-week initial period where they were going to reevaluate him. So we shall see what happens with him in the next, 10-ish days in terms of how he's feeling and what the reevaluation looks like. And look, if he can stack together really good days without having, whatever complications, swelling or whatever, that they want to watch for after you have to go through a really hard workout. If those things are subsiding, then we could see him sooner than later. But if not, and they want to be more cautious, then I think we're back to what we talked about a couple of weeks ago on this program, which is, do you bring him back prior to the All-Star break or do you wait until after the All-Star break? We're going to get real clarity on that, I think, in the next couple of weeks. Cam Johnson, when I was at the practice prior to the Charlotte Hornets game, he just, he's walking around. He's got a sleeve on, on his leg, and just didn't look like there's a lot of activity there just quite yet.
Dems, that injury looked awful. Like I'm just like that one to me, and I know the major malfunction was avoided, but gosh, that one looked different than Jokic's to me.
Yeah, it really did. It really did. And I could, he's been out for warm-ups a couple of times, taking spot-up shooting a little bit of movement. But I have not seen anything really explosive enough, to lead me to believe that he is close to coming back. And I think Christian Brown exactly the same thing, which is I think they felt like they brought him back too early. I think that showed itself in the lack of explosiveness to the rim, and they're not going to make that same mistake twice. I think Christian Brown of the 4 is probably maybe the farthest from coming back until they can kind of get him back in a really good space to where he feels good about it. He can feel explosive off his feet, and he can do all the things that we have come to accustomed to seeing him do.
That is Chris Dempsey of Altitude TV. Nuggets headed out on a 3-game road trip starting tomorrow against the Washington Wizards. You can hear that game right here on 92.5 starting at 5 p.m. Your pregame coverage on Altitude TV at 4. Dempsey will be right there, so make sure you guys don't miss any of it. Dempsey, as we get you out of here, you got a score prediction for Sunday, Broncos and Pats?
I got to say I'm scared for the Broncos in this one, obviously. Although I think Jared Stidham will be – I think he'll play okay. I mean, I think he'll play okay. Just a little bit of the steam has been taken out of it. I'm just going to say that I hope that Broncos will win. I think I will just leave it at that. A little of the steam has been taking it out for me. And I wish I could see it. I'm not going to be able to see it. I would come to the number 38, but I will not be able to see that game pretty much most of it because the Nuggets play exactly the same time, pretty much.
It's all right, Debs. We don't need your negativity anyway for that game. So, thank you.
I said, Coach, I don't know.
You of all
hey,
people,
man,
Debs.
I know.
The most positive person on the planet.
Come on, man.
Guys, Bo went down at the and I was taken by surprise because the Nuggets had played that night, and the message was relayed to me while in the middle of the Nuggets game that Sean Payton had said that Bo was out for the season. I couldn't believe it, and I just thought, come on, man, like you get all the way to the AFC Championship game, and the second to last play, you're not only are you injured, but you can't come back regardless of how far you go from here to the Super Bowl. And that really just that one stunned me, and it just like kind of took some of the wind out of my sails. Also, New England's really good, man. Like it's the defense is better than I think most people thought. And then we'll just see about Drake May in terms of being on the road against the Broncos defense. But for him, he got a doggone good appetizer with the Texans defense. So if you're going to just be like, well, you've never seen this before. Well, he has. He saw it just last week against the Texans. So it'll just be very interesting to see. I'm a little concerned, but I'm hopeful.
That is Chris Dempsey of Altitude TV. Demps will talk to you next week, hopefully getting ready for a Broncos appearance in the Super Bowl. Again, Nuggets tomorrow night on 92.5 against the Wizards. That is Chris Dempsey with his NBA Baseline Report. Back in a few minutes here on 92.5.
Get in the game with Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Kreckman and Lindahl have your tickets for the Broncos and Patriots AFC Championship game on a Bud Light Football Friday at number 38, 3560 Chestnut Place in Rhino. Friday, 3 to 6. Also, enter to win an autographed Steve Atwater helmet. Broncos Patriots tickets at number 38, Friday, 3 to 6.
Hey, this is Brett Kane. Another hunt for a championship begins as the Avs and Nuggets are here to compete, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside to enjoy while you cheer on your hometown teams. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside, official partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche, sold in arena and at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
When it comes to serious injury cases, experience matters. I'm Kyle Backus. At Backus & Shanker, our track record speaks for itself. We have more than 25 years of experience successfully representing innocent victims in complex cases, earning them the full compensation they deserve. Our dedicated team of lawyers and victims advocates combine compassion with strength to deliver winning results. Call 303-222-2222. Backus & Shanker. Our passion is justice.
Celebrate the new year in style with a fine cigar. Hey, it's Moser. Smoker Friendly on South Parker Road in Aurora has a wide selection of premium cigars, tobacco, and vape products. The new store here features a friendly staff, walk-in humidor, and a comfortable cigar lounge. Enjoy $2 off select cigars and earn points with the Smokin' Rewards loyalty program. Visit Smoker Friendly at 2629 South Parker Road in Aurora between Havana and Yale. Or go online at sfsmokinrewards.com.
Denver, it's a brand new era at Champ Mazda. We've turned the page and opened the doors to our all-new state-of-the-art dealership designed around you. Same trusted one price, one person, 1 hour experience. Now delivered in a space that's bigger, brighter, and built for comfort. More room to explore, more service capacity, and a smoother experience from start to finish. Come see what the next level of Mazda ownership feels like, only at Shop Mazda. And as always, we never charge dealer handling fees.
It's really been amazing, the amount of people that I've had contact me, and the talk is generally centered around QC Kinetics, and whether it's a knee, whether it's a back, a hip, shoulder.
He's always happy to talk about how QC Kinetics all-natural regenerative treatments finally gave him relief without surgery. That's former pro football player Bobby Carpenter.
My message to them is do not wait and push off a week, a month, whatever it is. So if you want to feel better this summer, now would be the time to get in. If you want to feel better in the fall, make sure that you're getting in here so you can go out and play golf and do the things that you love and enjoy.
Spoken by a man who experienced relief firsthand. QC Kinetics gave this former pro athlete back his mobility, his activity, and they'll do the same for you.
Has really helped me in just my general quality of life.
Don't wait. Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation today. QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics 303-900-8986. That's 303-900-8986. 303-900-8986.
Granddad used to say, long as you got friends, you're rich beyond measure. Then he said, but if you stumble upon a stash of precious gemstones, you're actually rich, not just metaphorically rich. And then he flew off to Tahiti. Anyway, Colorado.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 is your home for every single game of the NFL playoffs, including Super Bowl 60. Make sure you guys tune in on Sunday. We'll have a local pregame show just like we did in front of the AFC divisional round, and then Westwood One's national call of the AFC Championship game between your Denver Broncos and the New England Patriots right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Is that a Kevin Harlan banger?
I don't believe it's Harlan. I think Harlan's the NFC game.
So Harlan's gonna be on with our guest from yesterday, Kurt Warner. I
That
think
is
they
true.
are. I think they are.
They're the NFC game because Warner did say I won't be in Denver for that one. I'll be in Seattle.
But I heard good news, man.
What's that?
One of my least favorite commentators right now has just spelled so many good Denver Broncos moments and memories this year. Is Tony Romo and Jim Nantz are on the call again? Are they not?
They are.
I know that it's kind of like
Nantz and Romo
CBS
here
generally
in Denver.
I know that like in the old days, it was CBS was strictly aligned with AFC and Fox was strictly aligned with NFC. And I think that those lines have been blurred, right, Raj? It's not the exact same as it used to be back in like the 90s and 2000s where it was AFC CBS NFC, Fox, and there was no crossover.
I don't actually know the answer to that question.
It used to be a thing because I remember that when
Vic would probably know.
I knew that when my dad was coaching the Chargers, and I'd always go I was in college at Boise State, and be like, I would try to watch my dad's coaching game. We went 1-15 one year. That was a lot of fun. Hey, can you turn on the CBS? Yeah, I'm sorry, they're showing the Bronco game. Dang it. And so I'd have to go find a bar with Sunday Ticket back in the day when it first started, But as bad as Tony Romo is, I associate Tony Romo and Jim Nantz broadcasts with awesome Broncos memories. And I just want to keep the good times rolling. Even if Tony Romo, by the end of the fourth quarter, is, we'll call him slightly delirious. As the game goes on, gets a little bit diminishing returns.
Some other things happening around the sports world. Carlos Beltran and Andrew Jones, your newest inductees to the Baseball Hall of Fame. They're going to Cooperstown. They join San Francisco Giants second baseman Jeff Kent.
Ooh, I love Kent.
Jeff Kent was already inducted by the contemporary committee. This is the Baseball Hall of Fame, like the writers vote, the normal one that we get. So Beltran and Andrew Jones both going to the Hall of Fame. They're really the only two dudes in that class that deserve to be there. Andrew Jones did fall off a crazy cliff once he hit the age of 30, but for a decade was without a doubt the best defensive player in all of baseball, and he also hit 480 home runs.
And you mean
he won a World Series.
You mean to tell me that both Andrew Jones and Carlos Beltran, neither one of those two had anything ever pumping through their bloodstreams?
Andrew Jones
Andrew
Jones is the one where it's a little bit more. Hey, did he do something because he fell off so crazy at 30?
The two of them should be in the Hall of Fame. I'm not saying, but
Beltran I don't know as much.
Dude.
But Beltran has the stink of the Astros
man
garbage can banging scandal.
Yeah, Beltran at the tail end of his Major League Baseball career was a San Francisco Giant for a while, and I was living in the Bay Area.
Yeah, he was 40.
Yeah, but he also, dude, you should have seen his physique. And I'm like, that is not natural, nor was that ever natural. But neither here nor there. My point on that is, if you can't pick and choose what is okay and what is not.
Oh, completely agree.
So just let it go, man.
It's part of the history of the game.
Like the juice
ball. It sucks
ball,
that it happened. It sucks that you tried to cover it up.
Let it go.
Let it go.
Barry Bonds, you're in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Roger Clemens.
You're in the Hall of Fame. Mark McGwire. You're in the Hall of Fame.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Do you want to? You could put them in their own little
portion
matter. Of the hall.
Just put them in there.
I completely agree.
And actually make it the best part of the exhibit. Make it a little bit bigger.
That was good.
The exhibits they should be bigger.
Good.
You
what? Just bump it out like it's a camper.
It's a larger exhibit. It's the actual. It's puffed up.
SpongeBob's in his big inflatable biceps.
It's okay.
Other thing that I hated about sports earlier today. Mike McDaniel going to the LA Chargers as their new offensive coordinator. Widely reported, and I hate that for the Broncos.
Okay, so I worked with Jim. We know this. I got a Jim Harbaugh impersonation that some would say is good. Sometimes the longer I do it goes in the direction of my John Gruden impersonation or my Donald Trump impersonation. So I won't do it right now because they just get a little unhinged. But
they get muddied.
A little muddied. Jim Harbaugh does not strike me as a football coach on my staff with $700 neon sneakers and capri pants on my sideline guy. At all. Having been with Jim for multiple years, he loves physicality. He loves tough guy talk. He is a toxic masculinity guy. I think that there was some nudging that happened organizationally to get some creativity in that building offensively. Because Greg Roman is truly the anti-Mike McDaniel. He is stuck in his ways in a bit. I worked with Greg Roman for a couple months at Stanford, and then I've clinicked with him, talked with him over the years. Great guy. But he is a run game guy. And frankly, he's a savant when it comes to the run game and checking the run game. He had a lot to do with how even Stanford's offense became one of the best, if not the best, running offenses in, I wouldn't say college football history, but it's up there. David DeCastro and Andrew Luck getting to the right play. We had freaking 3-4 huddle calls every single play, and it was all based off of the exactness of a defensive look and getting to it. That was all Greg Roman. That was his brainchild. The problem is there's this guy named Justin Herbert. And I don't know that Justin Herbert playing in an archaic, stone-aged offense for the remainder of his career is something that he personally probably wants and or the organization wants for their organization and for their quarterback. Because I wouldn't say that the window is closing, but we're learning with pro football, the window, it can close fairly quickly. So you bring in a Mike McDaniel that at least does have creative chops. And the idea would be that Jim Harbaugh's meatheadedness will kind of counteract some of the softness that I would perceive of a Mike McDaniel, and conversely, some of the creative, let it flow a little bit of Mike McDaniel will counteract some of the Jim Harbaugh. Now, the problem is if Jim Harbaugh was not forced to, but nudged in the direction of hiring Mike McDaniel, this is going to be a disaster interpersonally on the sideline and in the office between Mike McDaniel and Jim Harbaugh.
Has he had anyone underneath him at any point that feels, and I guess Mike McDaniel is kind of one of one, but has he had anybody that is remotely like McDaniel's personality?
No, you know what he's, I'm going to speak very freely here.
Like the guys that he had at Michigan, Sharon Moore, Jesse Minter.
Do you want to know what
Vic Fangio at Stanford?
Do you want to know on the offensive side of the ball what Jim surrounded himself with? And this is kind of a jerk thing for me to say. Yes, men. Yes, men. Because Jim Harbaugh, the ultimate competitor that he is, and I was placed in this position as a young quality control offensive assistant at Stanford. It's like Jim Harbaugh comes up with said idea that frankly is bananas. Like not even, to be candid, like there were a couple of them that like, bro, that doesn't even kind of make sense.
That's not football.
And then he'd look at you after he sells it on the board. He goes, hey, Mike, you like it? You like that idea, man? You like it? And I'm sitting there like, I make $18,000 a year right now, and I work 110-hour weeks, 120-hour weeks. And I look over at David Shaw, and he's like giving me like the, come on, Mike. Are you going to be about what's true, or are you going to be about what is going to help you with your position with Jim Harbaugh? And I'd be like, yeah, I mean, like, I can see where you're coming from, but man, I would probably do it.
It's like redirecting a 6-year-old.
Yeah. There were other,
Maybe don't touch the stove.
There were other assistants in that room, not named David Shaw, that would say, Jim, you know what? I love that. And you know what most of those guys ended up doing? They ended up getting really good jobs over the next 10, 15 years. But it expires when it expires because you need good ideas in the room that aren't just Jim's ideas, or you need contrarian takes, man. You have to have it.
I mean,
like,
Sean
our
McVay
show wouldn't be good if you and I agreed on everything.
Correct.
It would be maybe listenable for a while, right?
More so than it is now.
But it wouldn't be a good show because there's no antithetical thought process.
Sean McVay called the offenses that Mike McDaniel was implementing in Miami revolutionary. I don't love that. If he's able to do what he wants with Justin Herbert, I don't love that.
You know what, though? Don't worry, Raj. And Broncos country, don't worry. Mike McDaniel and Jim Harbaugh will have a fun, exciting start, but they will implode at some point. And I can't wait for it.
KJ's NFL notes are coming up on the other side. Make sure you guys don't go anywhere. The Avs host the Anaheim Ducks again tonight at Ball Arena. Coverage starts at 6:30 p.m. with your pregame show powered by Ramos Law. You can listen to that on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Avs and Ducks. Colorado looking for their second straight home victory after a 5-2 win against OV and the Caps. NFL notes on the other side. Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL ahead of the AFC title game on Sunday afternoon. KJ Granderson, what you got first, man?
Well, let's stop by the Closed on Sundays podcast with Patrick Surtain and Terrion Arnold, because this was the first time we've heard Patrick Surtain and Nick Bonito, who stopped by, talk about the Bo Nix injury, and they kind of got a little candid about how they felt about when they heard the news, and they're going to also kind of get into how they feel about Jared Stidham. So here's Patrick Surtain and Nick Bonito on the situation.
Bro, I ain't gonna lie, after the game, like, you feel all the emotions running. You know, we just came off a big victory. We feeling good, energy's good. Then I heard the news about Bo, and my heart just dropped, bro.
Usually I go in because I got my injuries myself, and I'll go in the training room, and I knew it was kind of a little serious because I seen all the trainers and stuff around them, and, you know, that don't really ever really happen with nobody. Then obviously, you know, as I was going back to the locker room, I seen, you know, a bunch of guys like Court, Speedy, a bunch of the other guys just all around them. Coaches were around them and stuff, so I knew it was pretty serious. And then once it hit the news, I was like, damn.
Is this crazy? Like, we was in the perfect situation, perfect spot. Then that news happened. It's unfortunate for sure, but, you know, I got all the trust. We got all the trust in Stiddy to make things work. So, you know, looking forward to that.
Man, Pat Surtain II is the one you have to look at this week to step up and make a big play. Like, we've been talking so much about how the turnover margin is going to determine whether or not, well, you win the game against the Bills, whether or not you're going to win the game against New England. They were 7 turnovers forced in 2015, 3 turnovers, or rather giveaways, for the Broncos en route to Super Bowl 50. Currently, they're up 5-1 in that margin. You got to win it by 2. Surtain, I feel like, has to come away with a pick in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Drake May, 72% completion percentage during the regular season. Pretty impressive, man. 31 touchdowns, pretty impressive. And then even most impressive for, you know, for a younger player, you know, for him to only have 8 interceptions in 2025. It's pretty good, man. It's pretty dang good. But guess what? It's a different defense that you're facing this week, bud. And it's a different environment that you were at in the last 2 playoff games that you had at Foxborough. It's on, brother. It's on. And I think the opportunities for Riley Moss the safeties, in addition to Pat Surtain and Jaquan McMillan, I think this is a Denver Broncos defense that is starting to feel itself as a team that can create takeaways. The beautiful thing about takeaways, man, is they come in bunches. They do. And when you keep doing the right things over and over and over, just like when you keep hitting the quarterback, remember the forced fumbles weren't coming? And I kept telling you, it's a matter of time.
They're waiting for a strip sack.
And guess when it came?
2 straight games.
And probably the most important game that this franchise has played in 10 years. Came against the Bills.
I've been waiting for the pick, right? You have 1 interception for Pat Surtain. 1. I'm waiting for a big one.
It might be a pick 6 too.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Like a
Dude,
diving.
if you get a pick 6, the game, you're winning the game.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I'm confident in saying that. Pick 6, you win? Sure.
As long as it doesn't happen. Like, the only time I'd say you're confident that it doesn't happen is if it doesn't happen on both sides, right? I mean, I'm serious. Like, because that's the thing about a quarterback that has not played a regular season snap, and let alone has never played a postseason snap. It's the unknown on that side, right? So you're just going to have a Herculean effort defensively and approach it like, hey, let's go do what we do because we are that good. Let's just do it at a slightly higher level than we did against Buffalo. And guess what? We're going to be in the Super Bowl.
KJ, what's next?
Watch out. Watch. Just watch.
Scott Zolak of 98.5 The Sports Hub in Boston stopped by Kreckman and Lindahl yesterday. And for those who don't know, obviously Scott Zolak was the backup quarterback for the New England Patriots right when the Patriots were starting to become the Patriots. And he talked about his time as a backup NFL quarterback, and he went on to detail what he'd do if he were in Jared Stidham's shoes right now.
I didn't play for 3 years. When Bledsoe broke his finger, we had to play the 49ers. It was the second to last game, and we needed it to win to get into the playoffs. And that was against guys like Jerry Rice. You know, T.O. was there with Steve Young, and, you know, that 49er team was loaded. They came into Foxborough. I didn't play in 3 years. I ended up lighting it up that day for almost 300 yards, a couple touchdowns. We upset the Niners, and we went to the playoffs. Like, it can be done. I lived it. I know it. Just don't – I think if Jarrett just goes out there and doesn't play crazy, frivolous football, it'll be okay. Josh had him out in the Raiders. There's a reason he bounces around and sticks somewhere. There's a reason Sean Payton likes him and is paying him $6 million because he thinks he's pretty good.
Scott Zolak, 6'5", passer rating in his career in the National Football League of 64.8. Pretty cool to hear him talk from the perspective of an NFL backup that is now covering this team very closely.
You know what's interesting? He would have been the backup under a Bill Parcells coached Patriots unit when he had to go in there, win a game to get into the postseason. And you know who Sean Payton talked to yesterday and the day before? Bill Parcells.
His guy.
How do you do this?
Tell me what to do. Was Parcells? Parcells was not the head. That was all Belichick. Everything that happened with Bledsoe Brady was Belichick, right? It wasn't.
They did get to a Super Bowl under Parcells in 1996, but all of the wins were all Belichick.
Who was the quarterback then? Was it Bledsoe?
In 96, probably Bledsoe.
Yeah.
He won Super Bowls with the Giants in 1990 and 1986. He got to a Super Bowl in 1996 with New England. It has to be Bledsoe.
Packers defeated the Bill Parcells New England Patriots 35-21, and it was Drew Bledsoe. Absolutely. Who is, by the way, so freaking talented. He was so good. I remember him. My dad coached against him when he was at Washington State. My dad was at USC.
Dude, Bledsoe is so much fun to play with in NFL Blitz on the N64.
He had
a rocket arm.
Stupid arm talent. Like, he was the guy that he could legitimately Uncle Rico those mountains over there. He really could, man.
KJ, keep it going.
Watch out. Watch. Just watch.
As we discussed earlier this week, Bills' former head coach Sean McDermott obviously was fired by the Bills, but today, owner Terry Pegula.
This was wild.
Unbelievable. And GM Brandon Beane, they had their end-of-season presser for the Bills. They admitted that Josh Allen's emotions post-game, Sean's comments a few weeks ago about the quality of his players, and the Bills just kind of hitting that playoff wall all played a part into his firing. But owner Terry Pegula had one last thing to say regarding who drafted Keon Coleman, and this thing was unbelievable. The fact that an owner would say this.
Yeah, can I interrupt? I'll address the Keon situation. The coaching staff pushed to draft Keon. I'm not saying Brandon wouldn't have drafted him, but he wasn't his next choice. That was Brandon being a team player and taking advice of his coaching staff who felt strongly about the player. And, he's taken, for some reason, heat over it and not saying a word about it. But I'm here to tell you the true story.
Is that one of your employees right now? If you're the owner of the Buffalo Bills, Keon Coleman just finished his second year.
Sure is.
Was he out on the field for a majority of the season and the postseason and had 38 regular season catches for 404 yards and 4 touchdowns?
Sure was.
And the owner is currently making it publicly about who's to blame for that idiot that they drafted, Keon Coleman, who, oh, by the way, is currently in our top 3 wide receivers on our roster.
Not a great draft pick. It was the first pick of that second round.
Was he a second rounder or first rounder?
He was the first pick of the second round. It went Keon Coleman. Right after that, Ladd McConkey, who better wide receiver. Cooper DeJean was drafted at number 40. Kool-Aid McKinstry was drafted at 41. Who else was drafted in that second round? Basically it. Yeah, not a great draft pick, but it's not the reason why you lost the game. Also, he interjected during that same exact press conference, and someone asked, hey, essentially Brandon Beane, like, why did you lose the game? And before Beane could answer the question, Pegula came in and he goes, a bad call. when did Buffalo become sore losers? That's the reason why I loved those fans. That's the reason why I loved that fan base in that area when I went to school up there. They were lovable losers because they understood, like, yeah, we had shortcomings. Don't miss field goals.
It gets old, though, Raj. Losing sucks.
Yeah, but don't be the whiny little you-know-what as the owner.
I think they've always
Brandon
been that
Beane,
way.
did you see his reaction, Beane's reaction, to Pegula interjecting and going, a bad call cost us the game? Beane, like, throws his hands up. He's like, you're making us look bad, dude. Like, what are we doing here? Literally gives him side eye and puts his hands up.
I mean, the Pegula comment about Keon Coleman's even crazier. Like, second round draft picks, Raj, like 38 catches, 404 yards, and 4 touchdowns. And you're one of the more dependable, on the field available players on that roster. Like, I get it. Is he what you want as wide receiver 1? No. Part of the problem is that, I mean,
there's not a wide receiver 1 in the second round of that draft.
No, there rarely is, right?
Like,
crazy.
Adonai Mitchell?
No,
you like A.D. Mitchell that much?
He's been worse than Keon Coleman. He hasn't been available.
Like, is Roman Wilson in the third round the guy that you wanted?
He hasn't done anything.
How about Troy Franklin?
Maybe a little better.
He fits here. He fits here, doesn't he? This is the interjection from the Bills owner.
And led to the group falling short of that.
I mean, Jay, a bad call.
What are you doing? You own an NFL franchise. Carry yourself with a greater air of excellence. Maybe your quarterback doesn't turn the ball over, 4 times?
Adonai Mitchell already traded from his original team to the New York Jets.
There
right?
you go. What are we doing?
And he ended up with 33 catches, 453, and 2 touchdowns.
Focus on getting the
2 less
Sabres
touchdowns.
into the playoffs for the first time in 16 years. Quit crying. KJ?
Watch out. Watch. Just watch.
The New York Giants introduced John Harbaugh yesterday as their 21st head coach in the team's storied history. As Raj talked about earlier this week, he will report directly to ownership rather than general manager Joe Sheen, and the Giants have traditionally ran everything through the GM, but John Harbaugh is setting a new precedent. But he wants to let everybody know, don't overthink it. Quote, to me, it's really not that important in the big picture, in the big scheme of things. I think it's kind of overblown in terms of how it works. But the main thing is that it works and we work together. That's kind of what I was used to, and it felt like a good way to start off. I think we're all going to work together. And, quote, has John kind of set Joe Sheen as the fall guy if things don't go right early?
Of course. I mean, John Harbaugh probably watched the Hard Knocks and saw that Brian Daboll ultimately fell on the sword for something that Joe Shane was culpable for on a couple fronts. Quarterback stuff in 2024, the Saquon Barkley situation in 2024. I mean, there's a lot of things that Joe Shane has blood on his hands for. And so, man, I think like John Harbaugh, I mean, man, respected head football coach in the National Football League, good dude, but he's got to get his coordinator right on both sides of the ball. The guy's never called anything. He's a special teams guy by trade. So is he going to just bring the crew from Baltimore over? Like, is Monken the guy? Is he really the guy? Because I don't think that Lamar Jackson would tell you he's the guy. So it's going to be interesting to see where he goes from. Is he bringing Greg Roman with him? I don't think so. He fired him, and then his brother picked up his scraps.
Interesting that the hold up between Harbaugh and the Giants. Now he is 100% their head coach. The hold up was Harbaugh doesn't want to have to report to Shane. He wants to report directly to ownership. And it's so clear that these two dudes already don't see eye to eye, or John Harbaugh doesn't respect Joe Shane whatsoever. He's like, I'm not tying myself to you. You're going to be gone before I am. I thought that was funny. Again, I thought that the Bills lost out on the guy that would be a great head coach in Buffalo by 48 hours, and it actually came to fruition. KJ, one more.
Watch out. Watch. Just watch.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers quarterback Baker Mayfield
took
a swipe at new Atlanta Falcons head coach Kevin Stefanski in a social media post Tuesday night.
Beeves. Tweet beef.
Exactly. This is. I think they'd expect this at some point on Kreckman and Lindahl later. Mayfield's post was in response to an Atlanta Journal
AJC
Constitution reporter.
Yeah, just drop an AJC. That's
there you go.
That's the most ridiculous newspaper ever.
The name is something else. Anyway, the reporter said that quarterback Mayfield and Deshaun Watson had failed in Cleveland, and Baker Mayfield came back and said, quote, "Failed is quite the reach, pal. Still waiting on a text/call from him after I got shipped off like a piece of garbage. Can't wait to see you twice a year, coach," end quote. So Baker Mayfield won the divorce and yet is still a little shouty. Does the demise of what was with Cleveland during that time period versus what is, it feels like it's all on the shoulders of Stefanski now.
Did you see, however, the recent development in this tweet beef? And talk about beef, Joe Thomas quote tweets Baker Mayfield an hour ago, and he goes, "I could be wrong, but I've heard that communication is a two-way street and there were no laws against you, Baker, sending Kevin a text or calling him after you got traded away."
Get him, Joe Thomas.
So Joe Thomas taking Stefanski's side?
Wild. And he's been retired for a few years, is he not?
Joe Thomas?
Yeah.
I think is it 5
Yeah.
seasons? Well,
I
he's
think
already a Hall of Famer, isn't he?
It's been a while. It's been at least 3. I know that. Probably a little bit more than that, but
Joe Thomas retired in 2017. So yes, many years.
Wow. 8 years, 9 years. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, listen, Baker Mayfield, after the year that Tampa had, necessary? Question mark? No. Kevin Stefanski's going to take the high road, and guess what Kevin Stefanski's going to walk into? Pretty talented football team. He's got a pretty talented football team.
Talented football team, question marks at quarterback. Is
just
Cousins the answer for a year? Is Penix going to play football ever again?
He will.
Can you trust his knees? His bionic iRobot knees?
I hate to say this, but can you trust Bo's ankle?
Yeah. You can trust Bo's ankle far more than you can the lower half of Michael Penix Jr.
I know.
That dude's been under the knife as many times as Tiger Woods.
Frankenstein, same thing. Yeah.
There's a lot of cadavers holding those knees in place.
My guy.
Just a zombie apocalypse down there in the kneecap region.
I got to eat that one, Raj.
Yeah, you sure do.
Really have to eat it.
Hey, you know what? You didn't know he was going to get injured again.
I did. I just...
You're
rose-colored glasses because he's so sick throwing the football when he's right.
KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. That's Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. About 30 minutes from right now, Broncos are going to be back out at the practice field, and you will hear from not only Sean Payton coming up at 2:15 today at the podium, but Broncos quarterback Jarrett Stidham will meet the media today. You guys won't want to miss any of it. Wrap things up here on the morning sprint.
Show us your Stiddy, man. Let's
Show
go.
us. Yeah. Should I just scream that in the background in the middle of an answer?
Show us your Stiddies.
Show me your Stiddies. How awesome would that be, though, if you lifted his shirt in the middle of a press conference?
You like my man nips?
Some lettuce, some chest taco meat. KJ, go to break. Tomorrow is a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. Keywords all day on the 20s. You guys can win tickets to see the Nuggets. It all powered by the Wilhite Law Firm, giving you a chance to win both on and off the court. Visit wilhitewins.com. Also, you guys have an opportunity to win tickets to the AFC Championship game by going to number 38 in Rhino for a special live Kreckman and Lindahl show that starts at 3 p.m. on Friday afternoon with Bud Light.
That sounds fun.
So you got to be there in person. Go see Nate and Andy, and I'm assuming the Bud Light girls are putting on this promotion with us.
Yeah, they did it at Jackson's and Lodo last week.
Put your name in, and if you're there in person, you can win a pair of tickets to go. Well, it's the hottest ticket in town. It's the AFC Championship game on Sunday afternoon.
I was so relieved to go to a number 38 watch party that ended up in a Denver area sports team victory, because I love watching sport there, but I'd been there for elimination games for the Nuggets, the Avalanche, and the Broncos in I guess the final game of the 2024-25 season, the playoff win against loss against the Bills. That was a great atmosphere. My goodness.
Especially with how the game started.
So good. It was one of the most exciting, like, not in the stadium moments of my life. It rivaled being in Amsterdam on a family vacation, not knowing what the heck was going on in the streets of Amsterdam, that it was a ghost town. And then a goal was scored in the Euro Cup by Holland, and an impromptu parade busted out of hundreds of thousands of people. And I'm like, oh, that makes sense. That means more. Like, that is unreal. That's what it felt like, man. It had that type of magnitude, and so we'll be this weekend. So Friday, obviously, we'll be at number 38. I'll be joining those boys there on Friday. And then on Sunday, we'll be back to a great place, Stoney's, where we were at, Stoney's Uptown, for the famous draft moment where Darren McKee reacted a certain type of way to Bo Nix being selected as the...
Did I do it well?
That was Stoney's Uptown.
I think I did it well.
That was the scene of the crime.
I've had one of those happenings where I've been outside of a stadium and heard the roar of something amazing happening. In 2007, we were at the play-in game for the Rockies and the Padres. And you'll remember that the Rockies had to rally. They were down going in.
I've lived here 4 years. So there's been loud roars in Rockies.
Dude, Rocktober in 2007 was dope.
I know.
That was such a fun time in the Mile High City. And I was at the game with my dad. The Rockies end up giving up the lead in extras to the Padres. My dad was looking at me. It was super late. It was a school night, too. I think it was like a Monday or a Tuesday. My dad was like, dude, we need you to get you home and go to bed. I'm not dealing with getting you up in the morning. And I threw a fit, but my dad, being 6'3" and 220 pounds, like, grabs me by the neck.
Gosh, what
I got the little.
I got Donna's
Is
your
genes,
mom
man.
3'7"?
My mom is like 5'2".
Okay. I mean,
Donna's
still,
a little
though,
New York Italian lady.
5'2" and 6'3". Like, Raj, you should at least be 5'9", bud.
I know, man. I got screwed.
I got the hair, though. You're not much shorter than 5. What are you, 5'8", 5'9"?
Yeah, 5'8", 5'9".
Yeah.
I'm fine.
I don't want our listeners.
I've been okay with it.
I don't want our listeners to think you're like literally 5'1".
No. I'm taller than Darren.
Yeah, very, very normal human. It's just that the show immediately after. Well, you do a show with a 6'4", 225-pound guy, and then the show immediately after us is this. It's the tallest collection of entertainers
without a doubt
in the history of the world. Scott Hastings.
Come up to Scotty's like third rib,
and then DMac's right there hanging around some
wastes. That's why I leave the show near DMac rather than going around the two 6'8+ dudes.
Pretty good.
I do it that way. Yeah, we left the game early, and no more than 30 seconds pass by, and we hear the stadium erupt, and we dive into a bar that had closed. And what do we see happening on the television? Matt Holliday sliding headfirst into home, not touching the plate, and the Rockies win the game and get into the postseason. I've never left a game early prior to that as a fan.
I've never left a game early as a fan in my life, and my wife, because of that, dang near refuses to let me go to games with any of members of our family because we will stay. It could be game 34 of the Major League Baseball season, and the game could be 23-1, and they're starting to throw position players out there, I'm watching every freaking pitch. Because you never know what kind of hyperbolic moment you're going to live in.
You know what we were waiting for at Army-Navy? Why we were so dialed into Army-Navy for the entire game? One normal option play.
Never happened.
One speed option.
Never
We
happened.
never got it.
There was not a pitch.
I was so disappointed.
Not one
it was the
pitch.
one thing I wanted to see.
There was more. I mean, you had more.
Pat White, Steve Slayton, that's what I wanted to see.
You had more option pitches from Bo Nix when he fumbled the exchange with R.J. Harvey and decided to create vertical triple options somehow, some way.
There is a chance that Val Nichushkin can come back into the lineup tonight for the Avs. They take on the Ducks on Hockey Fights Cancer Night this evening at Ball Arena, 6:30 pregame show presented by Ramos Law. The Broncos are back on the field in like 25 minutes from right now. I'm going to be down there for podium. So
Big practice, Raj.
It's a huge practice.
Can you get out there right now? Like, can you just go right now? I want to get a little scouting report. Are you allowed to watch any of it?
Yeah, we can get in there at 12:15.
I want to know how often the ball hits the ground.
Oh, I'm not allowed to tell you that.
Can you tell me?
I can tell you.
Like,
but
just
then
quietly?
But then you can't relay it to the people. It strictly says we're not allowed to chart plays and you're not allowed to relay the charts. Not right now.
Can I say
it's more of a training camp
Can I say it was good?
It was a good throw or a bad
good.
throw?
It's all good.
I can make sure
It's
it's
all good.
binary like that. I can do that for you.
More of a non-binary guy. It's all good.
It's all good.
How do you feel on a Wednesday about Jarrett Stidham? How do you
I feel
feel
good.
about this?
I got vibes, bro.
Because this is when it becomes real, man. Practice.
I'll tell you
and
what,
meeting
man.
the media. This is real.
I've had vibes all year. I kind of have. My vibes betrayed me once. Like, really betrayed me. Jacksonville. The Jags game. But you know what? Cool. Like, that was in the story of a season. If you read it like a chapter book, man, the Jaguars humbling was probably exactly what the Denver Broncos needed at the right time, so that it doesn't happen in the most important of times.
Well, you can't be humbled right now. You can't go, or you can, I suppose, be humbled.
Yeah, then
but
you're the Bills. You're done.
Right.
Season's over.
At no point did I ever think Denver was going into a game cocky. Maybe Jacksonville was the only one.
Yeah, I was nervous about the Colts game because I was starting to. Shane Steichen is going to revive Daniel Jones' career guy in the offseason, the entire offseason. I was terrified of Jonathan Taylor, and I just thought it was just a strange spot. The Broncos hadn't really played well offensively at that point in time.
Did the Giants game feel a little cocky to start? Because you're coming off 3 straight wins against Cincy. Now, backup quarterback in Jake Browning, but you go on the road, you beat Philadelphia, defending Super Bowl champions. You squeak away with a win against the Jets. And then you start off terribly against the Giants at home.
The Giants, that game, I think for everybody at the time, after playing poorly offensively against the Bengals, or not the Bengals, it was the Jets.
The Jets previous week in London.
The Giants game just felt like, hey, man, don't play with your food, because right now the Giants are, in their own weird way, they're confident and hot.
Yeah, a little dangerous at that point.
Remember, it was like the Jackson Dart. Whoa, like
Scatterboot had a couple 100-yard games.
You just
doing the whole Peyton Hillis thing.
And at the end of the day, you were right in the sense that we all felt, don't start slowly offensively because you'll find yourself in a big fat hole. You did. But then I had also said all week, I don't trust Jackson Dart. And guess what? I still don't. And I don't know if John Harbaugh should either, because he's about 2 conks, as you call him, the C word. He's about 2 conks away from his career being over. And if he doesn't change his play style, he's not going to be available. And I still think he's a liability at times with the football and or with his own body to be able to play a 17 to 22 game season if you include postseason and a preseason game appearance or preseason appearance in at least 1 or 2 games.
Before we get out of here and hand things off to PhD for the next 3 hours, the CU football schedule has officially been released.
Read it out and I'll give you W or L or maybe.
Week 1 at Georgia Tech.
Loss.
Week 2 at home against Weber State.
Win.
Week 3 at Northwestern.
Loss.
Week 4 at Baylor.
Toss up, I'll give it a win.
Formerly the college of Jarrett Stidham.
Mm-hmm. When he was the number 1 dual threat quarterback in America.
Week 5 at home against Texas Tech.
Big loss.
Week 6 at home against Utah.
Loss.
Week 7 at Oklahoma State.
Toss up, but I'm going to go ahead and give him a win.
Halloween, Kansas State at home.
Loss.
The next week at Arizona State.
Loss.
The following week, home against Houston. Homecoming.
Give them a win.
At Cincinnati the week after that.
Loss.
And then the final home game of the season, UCF on November 28th.
Win.
What's your record there?
5-7.
You hate that.
Tell me I'm crazy.
I can't tell you're wrong. PhD's coming up next for Coach, for KJ. I'm Raj. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow morning at 10. Connor McGahee just confirmed Val Nichushkin will play tonight against the Ducks. It's Hockey Fights Cancer Night at Ball Arena.
All right. Wow. Welcome to the show. Scott's getting on a plane, Dan. Are we going to hear from Scott or not? Yes, no, maybe. Who knows?
Who knows?
Who knows? We don't know. Nobody knows. How many leaders are in a court? Nobody knows. I was at that Nuggets game last night, Tyler. In fact, I started watching the game at home because it was kind of a late start. And I said to my wife, Kim, I go, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I'm watching the first quarter. So this is like the most unbelievable game of all time.
Yeah. Jamal came out on a heater, huh?
And I'm like, I'm going. This is great. We're going to beat the Lakers. It's going to be fun. All right, let's go. So I rallied up. I got down there. The end of the first half was bananas. It was AG 360 alley-oop from Jamal. Awesome. P. Watt draining a three. Spencer Jones taking a charge on LeBron with 2 seconds to go. And Jamal hucking one in from three-quarters court.
Yeah, that was a hot start. And then Jamal just stopped.
Well, then Jamal got double teamed.
And then Jamal stopped.
And then there was no answer, and he scored like 2 points in the second half, and they scored like...
How do you go from 20, what was it, 26 first half?
Yeah, he had 26. He finished with
26 in the first half to 2 in the second half? I don't get that.
They double teamed.
I don't get that.
That's what happened. Nobody...
Double team. I mean, what superstar doesn't get double teamed?
I don't know. Nobody could make a bucket. It was just like, it was... Like, there's 6 minutes to go and the game is tied. They erased their 14-point margin, and it just sucked. And all those stupid Laker fans who all live here in Colorado, they were there. They were whooping it up, and it sucked. Did see something kind of interesting at the end of the game. I'm walking out, and I just happen to be walking behind LeBron, who rolls with like a security person 24/7, I guess. So, all right, I'm just minding my own. I'm not going to say anything. I'm just walking behind him. And then I see, and, there's a lot of, hey, how you doing? Like guys do on other teams. And there was a moment, it was really cool. It was like AG was like 15 feet away. And like AG picked his head up and definitely made eye contact with LeBron. No doubt about it. And I like, let's see if these guys actually really, get along. You saw LeBron like hugging Joker during the game and all that. And nope. LeBron just turned his head, just kept walking straight. AG turned his head, walked away, and I was like, yeah, all right, cool. Like, I want my guys to sort of not like the guys on the other team. I don't want them to all be warm and friendly. I understand that they are, but like,
nobody likes LeBron.
I like a little heat.
Sure,
I like a little heat going on between my guys. I got my guys back.
So the Nuggets are the ones that got altitude problems, huh? Nuggets are the ones that got the second half altitude.
Man. They were all talking about being worn down and worn out, and Adelman just rotated 3 guys off the bench. He did not, he rotated it like a playoff game, and it didn't work out. And they just lost steam. All that excitement and bonding together. I'll apply this to the Broncos here with Stidham, our guy Stidham, is when you all have to come together. Maybe you felt like this without Peyton, so you can tell me. There's probably an initial rush of like, all right, let's go. We can do this. We can bond together and whatever and blah, 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 blah. But it's really hard to keep that like enthusiasm and attitude going time after time after time after time. Like that Sixers game was so memorable, but now they've had, more stinkers than like moments like that Sixers game.
Yeah, sort of, but they're still, 7-5 without Jokic?
It's something like that.
Right.
Yeah, I got you.
I mean, that's all right. I mean, it's like, okay, fine, I'll take that. It's not like that actually seems kind of respectable to me in the big picture.
It's sort of sliding down more to what you thought it was going to be. So it's starting to be not like that remarkable. It's starting to be survivable. So I guess it's not miserable because it's still a winning record without Jokic. And then I don't know if anybody's all that close to coming back either, in all honesty, of all the guys that are out.
No.
It doesn't seem like it. So, I don't know. Maybe we get guys back after the All-Star break. But I'm not holding my breath for anything before that, including with Joker.
All-Star break's still a minute away now. I mean, we still got about 3 weeks until that.
Yeah, it's close and not close at the same time.
Yeah, it doesn't feel that close.
Yeah. Actually, we find out if Jamal Murray, when is that, Dan? Is that Friday?
I believe so.
I think so. I think we find out Friday if Jamal has made the All-Star team. He was great, by the way, in the first half. He was amazing. And, just ran out of steam. The entire team ran out of steam. And we don't have a center, Tyler. I mean, we have AG. That's our center.
Yeah, it's not great.
We have a 6'8" center. God. Something about LeBron. I don't know, man. I mean, I respect the dude, but how does anybody here who's a Nuggets fan like LeBron?
Well, as Dan Tanner told me before the show, didn't expect LeBron James, 50-year-old LeBron James and the Lakers to be the ones that had more energy in the second half.
I got you. They're healthy, though. Well, actually, Austin Reeves is out. They didn't have Austin Reeves. But overall, they're pretty healthy. So, and Luka's Luka. Luka's. I know what you're saying about the Jamal double team, because, like, what were we doing to Luka?
Yeah, I mean, you're like, you got double teamed. I'm like, yeah. Oh, wait, okay. Is that not what happens in the NBA?
Luka's so funny because his game is just so slow and plodding, but, it's just bucket after bucket.
I love watching Luka.
And he's so cocky.
It's just like a sexier Nikola Jokic. Like that's what it is.
So what you can do in rally for a short time period is probably possible. To do it long term, I think, is hard. So I saw some comments about Stidham saying, let me just throw it this year. If they had Stidham all year, would they be a playoff team?
I don't know. I don't want to definitively say no, because the style of games have been. Yeah, they'd probably still be a playoff team. I mean, would they be a number one seed? No, that feels unlikely. But I do think they'd still be in the playoffs. Yeah.
How many games less do you think they are with Stidham? Ish.
Well, I don't know. What was the worst record what was the worst wild card that got in the AFC that still made the playoffs? What was that?
Well, we can take out the Steelers.
I mean, how many wins is what I'm saying?
11.
11.
Yeah.
Okay. 3. About that.
Right there.
Yeah, I mean, give or take. I mean, a fourth quarter comeback or 3. Giants comeback.
The difference between a 1 seed and a 7 seed. That's what it would have been.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're a playoff team still.
Yeah, because that's what the Chargers were at the end of the day, right? I mean, the Patriots would have been the 1 seed, and you kind of go from there. But the Chargers would have won the AFC West by that logic, and the Broncos would have been the 7 seed, theoretically.
Yep. But you only got to win 1 now. So you don't have to win a whole season.
That's
you don't have to win 5 games.
You just got to figure it out.
Just need one of them things. Gosh, the more I think about it, if this game, you know what this game's going to come down to? It's going to come down to one thing and one thing only, in my opinion. Can the defense create a game-changing turnover?
Yeah.
Not just a turnover.
Right.
Not just like I fell on a fumble and we got to march up and down the field 90 yards. Can the defense create a game-changing turnover? Because as much as I do believe in Jared Stidham, and I do, Jared's going to make a mistake. It's going to happen. And he can still have a good game and make a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like I'm telling you Jared Stidham can't play good football, but he's going to make a mistake and he's going to turn the ball over. So this Broncos defense is going to have to make up for it, maybe twice.
Well, and I'll tell you this. Houston got damn close, Tyler. They got damn close. They got the fumble. They couldn't recover it. But that's inside the 10-yard line. And they got to Drake May twice. They knocked the ball out of his hands. They did that twice, and both times the ball did not bounce their way. But the ball bounces their way, you pick it up, and you're into the end zone. That's what you're talking about, something like that.
Yeah, game-changing.
Deflected pass goes for a pick six, game-changing. I'm with you. I mean, it's got to land on the defense. I mean, the Broncos were +4 and won by a field goal in overtime against the Bills. I mean, that's how good the Bills actually are. Yeah, I'm with you. That's got to happen. You're at the end of the day, somebody's got to do something pretty dramatic.
Mm-hmm.
And then Stiddy's just got to chill. Somebody put together some Stidham highlights from over the years, mostly.
I've seen them.
Like preseason stuff.
I'm eating them all up. I saw
your hopium is.
I did see his season-long highlight reel from this year. He took a knee in this week's game. Was that this week? No. It wasn't this week.
I forget what week it was.
He took a knee. Whatever game that was.
Was it the Dallas game? I'm trying to think of what
I don't remember, but he took a knee.
Yeah, he did that well.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm watching those highlights of Stidham. I'm like, he runs around a little bit. He can run a little bit.
You're obsessed with running around. That's your favorite quarterback phrase. He could run around.
Run around a little bit.
He could run around.
He can move.
Except for, according to you, Drake May can't run around.
He does. He runs around. I got the numbers, and it's daunting.
Somebody on the text line says, why does Tyler keep saying one game? So you're just writing off the Super Bowl? Brother, sort of. I mean, like, no, I'm not. Like, just get me to the freaking Super Bowl.
Yeah, let's worry about that later.
Like, just get me there. I don't know if you could win a Super Bowl with Jarrett Stidham or not. I'll find a way to convince myself you can if you get there. But yeah, like I'm not worried about winning a Super Bowl right now. I'm just trying to win an AFC Championship. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, listen, give us 2 weeks. Trust us. We'll be there with the Broncos winning the Super Bowl.
I mean, Stidham wins this game. Broncos look good. Sure, I'll find a way to believe.
I know what it'll be. It'll be, the Broncos defense 15, the Chicago Bears defense, the Ravens defense. You can win with defense. Let's go defense. The Seahawks defense in Super Bowl 48 against the Broncos' best offense. It'll be all like that. Trust us. We'll get there. Don't worry about us. We'll get everybody there if they can get there. But you got to get there first. Chris Bianchi put out a new weather forecast, and it's have you checked? Have you seen what it's supposed to be over Saturday and Sunday?
41 or something?
No,
right?
Man. It's like Saturday is supposed to be 7. Like Sunday.
I thought we said yesterday you guys looked it up yesterday and said like 41. I'm just going off your forecast.
Shizzle changes. And
you can't change that on me. I mean, we said it right here on this show, 41.
What can I tell you? There's an Arctic front moving in.
Really?
Yeah, it's Chris Bianchi put out the weather maps. Like I understand that.
That doesn't favor us. Yeah, that does not favor us.
You don't think so?
Nope, not at all. Patriots are well accustomed to playing in weather, so it's not like that's some sort of advantage them coming into town. We need things to be nice and cozy for Jarrett Stidham.
Yeah, sorry. So it's like
make it nice and comfy.
Low of 4, high of 17 on Saturday.
Everybody bring your personal space heaters and just face them towards steady.
24 degrees is a high on Sunday, low of 2, and partly sunny. That's cold, man. That's by a mile, the coldest game this year. Not even close.
So did you lie or did Steve Jobs lie yesterday?
Steve Jobs fibbed. What, you think I make this stuff up?
I don't know.
I don't have any charts. So it's going to be cold if you're going to the game. Well, I mean, you're going to the game.
I am going to the game.
Are you more inside or outside for the game?
Outside.
All right, bundle up. Good thing you got that jacket.
I don't have that jacket. Yeah, but I do got jackets. I got ski gear. I got long johns.
You're good.
I still, what I wear when I go skiing is my Broncos cold gear.
Oh, that's good.
It's got some game day wear and tear on it. It's got a rip in the sleeve.
That's awesome.
I keep it keep it fresh with the rip and all. I'll probably wear that to. You know what? I probably should. Last time I wore it was AFC Championship game. I should probably wear it again.
There you go. So here we go, folks. The numbers. All right, we've got the Patriots by the numbers. Also, we got to go over this Bills press conference, Tyler. Oh, my God. You just can't. You can't win with an organization like that. You just can't do it. Did you know things were so dysfunctional behind the scenes for the Buffalo Bills?
No, I guess I didn't.
I mean, it's brutal. So we'll get into the whiny, crying, bizarre owner Buffalo Bills thing and the Broncos and Patriots by the numbers. Here we roll. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey, if you are in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, go to Phil Long Ford, the best dealership in Colorado with the best prices and the best customer service. Guys, I think relationships matter. That's why I bought over 5 vehicles from Phil Long Ford. I know these guys, love these guys, trust these guys. Send all my family and friends over there, and you're going to have a great experience and become a customer for life. Guys, at Phil Long Ford, they've got the best prices, best customer service, and it's one-stop shopping. You don't have to drive all over the state because there's over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already at Phil Long Ford. They've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. They've got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and check them out online at phillongford.com.
Tracy Wolfson will join us in 8 minutes. She's a shizzle, man. She does a great job doing that sideline stuff, and we'll ask her about talking to Bo. She was right there on the scene, man. Did she have any indication that there was an issue going on? we can all play detective afterwards, right? And sort of look at it and be like, oh, yeah, you can tell his limping, his weight didn't look good and whatever. I'll tell you this, nobody anticipated him being hurt.
No, absolutely not.
I mean, I'm seeing the Pat Surtain podcast there, and he had Nick Benito on. They had no clue. So they're seeing Bo like in the locker room.
Well, you got to understand from the team perspective, like if you just talk about it from a timeline, team comes in, we're hooting and hollering. Game's just won. Everybody's on the field celebrating. Yuppie, let's go talk to the fans.
Yeah.
Garrett Bowles is giving his mile high salutes on his way out the tunnel. Get into the locker room. We got the music blaring. We got the fog rolling. Sean Payton pulls us up, gives us a 2-minute hoorah. Way to go, boys. We're going to jump in the shower. And all of a sudden, now it's time for Bo Nix to go get his x-rays. Maybe didn't do an MRI, I'm sure, by then, but had time to do his x-rays. Comes back, processes the information. Them boys out the locker room before they got that information. Them boys in their car.
Yeah.
The boys at dinner.
The post-game football thing is really interesting. Some dudes have to have treatment and have to, and they just want to take their time for whatever reason. But it seems to me, Tyler, some guys don't even shower. Like some guys, I think, just forget it. It's over. I'm out of here. It's like really seriously as fast as I possibly can. So, I mean, different strokes for different folks, right?
You can't do a shower pill. You got to shower.
Yeah, you got to shower.
I mean, you got to shower. No shower pills allowed.
You got to jump in there, wash off just a little bit. All right. Tracy Wolfson with us in just a couple minutes. That's cool. Yeah, looking at the Patriots by the numbers. Now, this offense was not evident in their 2 playoff games, but goodness gracious. Wowzers. Very solid in giveaway, takeaway, +3. So you start there. Second in yards per play. Points per game, second in the league.
Yep.
28.8. Sixth in rushing with Henderson and Stevenson. Stevenson being the I get him confused here. Stevenson, he's the rookie, right? Yeah.
Henderson.
Right? Henderson's the rookie. Ramondre Stevenson.
What are you doing right now? Let's start over.
I'm talking about the running game.
Just start over.
I gotcha. Passing, they're 4th. Drake May's 4th in the league, with a few more passing yards than Bo Nix. Bo Nix's passing yards are very respectable, though, like way more than you would think. But, yeah, Drake May, more passing yards. 4th in interceptions in terms of the least amount, only 8. Fumbles, not many whatsoever. A little bit more in the fumble category than the interception category. Tyler, they're 9th in sacks allowed, 6th in the red zone. 6th on third down and 17th in the red zone. So they do struggle a little bit for whatever reason in the red zone. And they got a rookie kicker kicking their extra points and their field goals.
Yeah, damn good offense. It's really just as simple as that. This offense has not had, as you pointed out a few times, their postseason has not looked the same as the regular season, but they do everything really, really well. There's a couple categories that maybe if you want to nitpick, red zone, they're kind of middle of the pack, but they're not particularly it's not like they're bottom of the league either.
No.
They're middle of the pack in red zone.
Yeah.
They're top 5 basically in everything. They're number 3 in yards per game. Points per game is the one that matters, right? I mean, if there's one stat that matters, it's going to be points per game.
Mm-hmm.
They're number 2 in that category. So they average 29 points per game. That's what they're averaging right now. I don't think they're going to get 29 points against this Denver Broncos defense. That would really, really surprise me. But it would also surprise me if they didn't get a minimum of 24 points, So it'll probably be somewhere between 24 and 28 points. Call it 27. And I mean, maybe that's what it is. But they're gonna probably come to life unless this pass rush can just be so suffocating that you don't give Drake May a fighting chance.
Yeah, that's the key. If you can just be in his kitchen the whole game, you get your 3 or 4 sacks if you can. You get your 7-8 quarterback hits, hopefully more, but something like that, and you get that turnover. That impactful turnover.
Yeah. It not just fall in the fumble and you got to march 90 yards down the field. Although that's impactful too because you would have stopped a score. But I mean, I'm talking something game changing. Like if you don't get a pick six, you handed us 6 points because you gave it to us on the 2-yard line.
Yeah, I mean, 3rd and 10 on your own 40, and you throw a 30-yard pass that gets picked off, and the Broncos start at their own 22-yard line or whatever. Okay.
Look,
I mean, if you can convert it to points, okay, fine. But, like, you need to do something impactful.
Drake May's been stupid good this year. He's really good at managing the game situations. He wins on 1st and 2nd down for the most part. They do okay on 3rd down because they win on 1st and 2nd down. That's why they have the success that they do. Drake May is not trying to pick a fight here. It's just my opinion. Drake May is a very dangerous threat with his feet. It's something you're going to have to account for. It's something that if you don't, he's going to hurt you with it. That being said, Josh Allen, we just beat Josh Allen, who's a bigger threat, which is, I guess, your bigger point, if I'm going to give you something there, than Drake May. So, look, he's talented. He played at MVP level, but he's still young, and he probably has never played in a game of this caliber with this noise in this crowd.
Well, what a treat. Tracy Wolfson from CBS joins us. This is awesome. Thank you, Tracy, for being on with us. A reminder, the Broncos Patriots game is at 1 o'clock on CBS and Paramount+. The NFL Today will be live from outside of Empower Field. Who knows what features are going to happen, so we can find out more about our precious Broncos. Fans are encouraged to attend. A live interview with Sean Payton Tracy during that show. Okay.
Yes.
That's the luck with that one. And no, Sean will be great. Sean, we know Sean loves the national media, Tracy. We know that. That'll be absolutely
He's a great
fun.
interview. He's a great interview in front of the camera and behind the scenes. I mean, he sits down to talk to us in our production meetings, and it goes on for like an hour. We have to cut him off. We just run out of time.
Yeah, we've speculated that Sean needs a hobby because sometimes he just likes to go on and on. Dying to know from your point of view, take us through the end of the game through your interview with Bo Nix, as you were really the first one on that scene. And now we've seen pictures and we're dissecting the videos. And I guess when you look at it again, it seems a little bit more obvious. But what was your indication, if any, that something was going on?
Yeah, I was on the Broncos sideline because I was getting ready for a post-game interview. Figured they were going to kick the field goal and be running out and try and get Bo for the interview. And a few plays before, I saw him come off the sideline and winced a little bit and saw some, conversations. And then now when you go back, you hear the conversation, right? It's come out about the conversation he had with Sean Payton saying, oh, my ankle. And he's like, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. For me, it looked like almost maybe a knee, the way he was rubbing it. And, but at that point, there was, he went back out, he took the kneel down, they kicked the field goal, and then you get in position. And so having seen that, I said to him before the game, before the interview, because we had a little time, we were showing replays. I said, are you okay? I'm like, did you hurt something there? Was it your knee or your right? And, look, he's not going to tell me right then and there, but, he was like, no, I'm fine. Kind of blew it off a little. And then I said, but you're not smiling. I'm like, oh my, you just won. Where's that joy? And he's like, oh, it was a stressful game, which obviously thinking back now is that's an interesting word to use, right? After you just won that. But I use that in my interview. And, in those situations, you're not going to just ask, are you okay? Because no one saw it.
Right.
We didn't put it on the air. So that would have it would have been coming out of left field. And remember, you're also dealing with a team that just won. You want to embrace them winning. And for all I knew, in my mind, it was, okay, maybe he did tweak something. He'll be limited this week in practice, and we'll figure it out then. Now, what happens with us is you finish the interview, you leave. We don't do anything else. We're in a car. I find out when we're at a dinner table with some colleagues. So I was as surprised as anyone. Right when I got into the car, though, from the field, I did put a tweet out there just to kind of put it out there. Hey, I did notice something, think it's a knee. It's something to watch. Sure enough, it turned into a lot more than that. But that, everything that transpired, and you go back and I to be honest, I went back and I kicked myself a little bit. Should I have done something differently? Should I have asked a question, maybe insinuating it? But I kind of did, and that's kind of why I put it out on Twitter, because I kind of felt like if I was not able to do it there, at least I can put it out there. And so unfortunately for Bo and for the Broncos, he had that fractured ankle.
I've got to imagine, looking back on it, that's one of the most unique moments of your career, actually.
Yeah.
Like
crazy.
Like, have you ever had a moment quite like that where you're interviewing a player in like the ultimate celebration and nobody, I know you said you kind of had a clue, but I mean, nobody really had a clue. And then you find out afterwards the dude's hurt. I mean, have you ever had anything that even relates to that?
No, and like even if you think something happened, you're not thinking it's that. You're not thinking it's a fractured ankle and he's out for the rest of the playoffs.
No way.
You're thinking maybe it's a tweak or maybe it's something they'll work through. The fact that they came right back out, and Sean went up and said, and kudos to him how he handled it all, that he's done and that's it. I mean, it wasn't even let's look at it and see, they saw the x-rays right away and they knew. And yeah, I mean, like I said, I've thought about that whole scene and interview and my conversation with him so many times since then. And then I went back and I looked at the pictures that I had and I posted one where he was kind of like favoring that right ankle. You could see him kind of like with, not putting weight on it, but he walked out to the interview, no problem. It wasn't like we saw anything in that situation either. So crazy.
Yeah, it would have been, oh man, I could see where you're having some like, oh, Tracy, I could have had that one. Like, had you just said, hey, Bo, are you feeling okay? And you know what? He probably would have said, I'm fine, right? Because he didn't know. Even he didn't know at the time.
And could you imagine me asking that question as the first, hey, are you feeling okay? Yeah, of course you're feeling okay. You just won the game. You're going to the AFC Championship.
Yep.
Why would I be asking that question, right?
Yeah. All right, moving on to the Sean Payton thing. We realize here, and I'm sure as you're doing some work into it and looking into it, Sean really does like Jarrett Stidham. Like that is not a joke. That's not phony. How curious are you going to be with Sean about that when you sit down and talk with him?
Oh, yeah. I mean, our whole conversation throughout, Friday when we go to practice and then we meet with them, whether it's Sean, whether it is Jarrett Stidham, whether it could be Vance Joseph. I'm talking to Davis Webb separately on the phone.
Oh.
I mean, you're going to talk to everyone you can about Stidham. And yeah, we've all read it. I've done a ton of research and every situation. And, this is, he's getting his opportunity, but he's been in some really great rooms, been surrounded by good people. They have a lot of faith in him. And look, you have the best pass rush and one of the best defenses out there right now. Your job isn't to necessarily go and take over and win the game. Your job is to limit the turnovers and manage the game and let your defense win it. And so I think there's a lot of, they feel really comfortable. And we all know Sean Payton. He's been in these situations before. He's got a mentor in Bill Parcells, who he's talking to throughout this week. He's asking around, and he is going to put Jarrett Stidham in the best possible position to win this game.
Hey, you've covered a lot of playoff games, but here in Denver, and it's been 10 years for fans around here, and it wasn't always as loud as it was on Saturday. But I am curious, just going back to 2015 or other years that you've been around, how did the atmosphere compare to other times that you've been around in the playoffs?
Oh, I mean, it was awesome. I can't remember going back I was at that game in 2015. Certainly, you have Manning and Brady. It was, that scene was insane, but I can't actually compare, where it was compared to now. That was 10 years ago. But I can tell you, it certainly was right up there, if not better. And what I love is, it's back. It's back there now. And you can feel it shaking throughout the season. And I've been there, 4 times, I think, maybe 5. I know I've done 5 Denver Broncos games this year. We're 5-0, by the way, with the Broncos. And so, it is, yeah, exactly. I think maybe it's me. But it is loud. It is shaking. I love how Sean has embraced it. And I even did a report on it on the pregame show the last time we were there, talking about how Sean told, the guys who control the scoreboard to not put any games up there. No shell games, no kiss cams.
Yes.
This is all about how loud you can be. And I love it. He knows how much of an impact their fans are going to have, and then throw in the altitude, and it is a difficult place to play.
Yeah, Tracy, it was pretty funny because there was one week like no moving football helmets. Okay.
Right.
But then he came back the next week and he like fine-tuned it. He's like, hey, we're doing better. We're doing better. But like when they go to the huddle, and I know a couple of the scoreboard people and they roll their eyes, but they're happy to, to accommodate. They know what it's like.
I was impressed, actually.
Yes.
I was impressed with the scoreboard controllers. They got it right. I was watching. They were putting the altitude. They were putting the noise. They were getting it all going on. It is a really fun place to see a football game.
All right, Tracy, I'm going to show you something. I don't know if you can see that. That's the high of 24 on Sunday.
This happened to me last week. It was, 55 going into the week, and then all of a sudden it dropped to like 35.
Yeah.
And then this week it was like 45, and now it's like 25. And look, I've been really lucky. I have had one cold game, and it was like in the 30s.
Okay.
Pittsburgh. And to be honest, like, I'll take it. It could be a lot worse. We could have been in Chicago last week. So I will take that.
What's the gear like? What's your gear rundown for standing on the sidelines for a good 4 hours in 20-degree temperatures?
Yeah, I could tell you, I don't put cayenne pepper in my socks. I've never heard of that, by the way. I couldn't believe the Bears were doing that last week, but maybe it wasn't the Bears. I think it was the Rams. But anyway, I do lots of layers and double sock. And I put heat warmers in between. It's like an Aaron Rodgers special. He's the one who told me about it.
Okay.
Definitely some I have inside my shoes are definitely padded. You got some stuff in there. And then, hat, gloves. To be honest, the hardest thing is protecting your face. It's not your body. Your body's warm. Your face is cold and your lips get like really tight, and it's really hard to talk when your face is really cold. And so that's the difficulty. But you know what? 25's nothing. I'll take it.
Well, I don't know if you can come across it, but I'm just telling you, in 2015 in the AFC game. No, actually, it wasn't the AFC game. But the colder game was the first Patriots game, right?
Yeah, the overtime.
All right, that one.
CJ.
I'm just telling you, in the locker room, what we were doing? We were wearing scuba gear. That's what we wore.
Scuba gear.
We wore scuba gear.
The scuba gear.
I will tell you, I know that, a lot of players do that. I remember Tom Brady did that at a game we did at the Patriots. And their PR person, who's amazing, Stacey James, actually went out and found me a scuba suit in my size, by the way.
Okay, hold on. That actually doesn't sound challenging. You want to know what was challenging? When you're 6'8", 315 pounds, trying to find a scuba suit to fit you. That was challenging. Yours. That sounds like you're going to be okay.
Tracy just rolls into like the children's section and looks, where's the medium scuba suit?
I don't know. She seems like a relatively normal human being in comparison to me.
Actually, you guys are both the opposite sides of the spectrum. Tracy is remarkably small and you're remarkably big, which I think probably, Tracy, you probably have the same problems as really big people, really small people do. I'm speculating. I don't know. I have no idea. All right,
is true.
Tracy, what can you tell us about the Patriots really quick? What have you gleaned about them from this year? Give us a little scouting report on them.
Absolutely love Mike Vrabel. I really do. I've always enjoyed being around him and what he's been able to do going into New England, turning this team around, having Drake May play with such confidence. I love how the defense has come together late in this season. Certainly, he's a defensive guy. We had them earlier in the year, and just there is that belief. There's that confidence, and I could tell you right from meeting with them that they were going to be successful and be in this position. And so they are coming in with a lot of confidence. We talked about it earlier. The fumbles, the turnovers obviously need to be limited against this defense. And that's why I feel like it's going to be a defensive game. I mean, you're getting the Patriots that look so good defensively coming off of that one against Houston. And then you got Denver's pass rush. So I don't know. It's going to be it's going to be really just, I think, one for the ages. Believe it or not, I think this is going to come down to the wire. And maybe we'll get another overtime in Denver.
You never know. All right, Tracy, you're the best. Wouldn't that be great? How about double overtime? How about triple overtime for you down there? How about just...
I will take it. I will really take it. I mean, that's all we're looking for, right? A really good competitive game to kick off the AFC Championship or Championship Week.
All right, Tracy, you guys are the best. It's great to have the number one team, by the way. Well, you guys used to be here so much. Like, you might as well just, you remember back in those days? And then, like, Tracy, we missed you guys. Like, you were gone.
I know. I mean, we had those Manning, Brady rivalry games. That's all I knew because I came in after Manning, came to Denver. I wasn't there in Indy when he was in Indy. So for me, all I know is Peyton in Denver. And those rivalries, that game. So I really wanted Bo to play because I kind of looked at it as Bo and Drake May and this kind of new rivalry between New England and Denver potentially. So we're not going to get it this year. But it should be a great matchup. Looking forward to it. Can't wait to be out in Denver again.
Thank you, Tracy, for spending the time with us. We really appreciate it. Tracy Wolfson from CBS. Thank you, Tracy.
Bye, guys. Have fun.
All right, a reminder, it's the Patriots, the Broncos, 1 o'clock on CBS and Paramount Plus. The NFL Today will be live outside in Power Field starting 11 a.m. That's cool. So you can go on by, and Tracy's going to sit down with Sean Payton to, talk about, well, whatever. Sean loves talking to the national people, Tyler.
He'll have no problem.
No problem there. All right. One of the crazier postseason press conferences of all time. We'll give you some highlights from the Bills and what a sinking, disastrous ship that actually has proven to be. Details next. Well, we appreciate Tracy Wolfson joining us, and you can revisit that on our podcast. You can find on the Altitude Sports Radio app. You can also just watch on YouTube. Just rewind it, and you can see her there. She was good enough to make an appearance. She was. I didn't even know she was glossing her Emmys in the background.
As I would as well.
Good for Tracy. Barstool Sports. This headline: Denver has chosen shame and disgrace over allowing Patriots fans to buy tickets. The geofencing.
I was a little bit confused by that.
Okay.
And I did learn after the fact that the Broncos had say in that, and that did come from the Broncos.
Oh, yeah.
But I was like, okay, so the venue can tell Ticketmaster who they're allowed to sell those tickets to, I guess.
Yes, they can.
Obviously.
They can.
Because that's the way that it unfolded.
Yep.
But the other part of it really was not that big of a deal. Do you know how many tickets that they were even selling on there?
I actually don't.
It was very nominal. Because they said that 98% of season ticket holders, of course, bought their tickets to the game.
Makes sense.
And then the amount of tickets that the Broncos even made available on Ticketmaster, it was like 3,000 or something like that. It was nothing.
I told the story. My pal Jamie Tedford, man, props to him. His kid goes to DU. He went and bought tickets, Tyler, as soon as the Broncos game was over, before the Texans even played the Patriots. And so that's how he snuck in, because he's out there in Marblehead. And he just was like, I'll take a chance. And he got himself some sweet tickets. But there must be
Does every team not do this? I would actually think this is standard.
Yeah, I think it is.
Procedure.
I think it actually is. But he was because he bought it before the Patriots even had made the game. I guess there was a little window there where he could sneak in and do it, and he did. But like you said, what are we talking about? 2,000-3,000, which in a stadium of 75,000 is
nothing.
It's nothing. It's not impactful. And it does not impact the secondary market. I mean, those tickets, I haven't checked what that is. Dan, maybe give us a quick I bet SeatGeek, whatever, StubHub sort of
I haven't looked, but I would imagine, top level, cheapest, just get in the building is probably $650.
It was $500 last week.
Okay.
Ish, $450, $500 just to get in.
So AFC Championship game inflation, $100.
I would guess. Did you see what the average cost was for the Indiana Miami National Championship game? $4,300. That seems insane. Anyways.
Yeah. I mean, that's high. I'm just thinking about Super Bowl tickets. Like Super Bowl tickets when I was playing, and I'm sure it's way higher now, but when I was playing, the player tickets were like $1,700 a pop, and we would all resell them even though we weren't supposed to.
All right, that's lower bowl. So lower bowl is minimum $1,100. Go up high, Dan. Go up
$485.
$526. Okay. All right, low 500s. That's actually not much different than last week.
About the same as last week.
Yeah, I mean, that's not bad. I mean, I don't know. How much would you spend for a weekend of skiing?
So here's my question. So somebody just texts in, and they said just sold my tickets. Row 2, section 120 for $1,000 a piece.
You're an idiot.
I mean, I guess that's a nice little payday. So you made what, $1,600 or something like that? Maybe a little bit less than that. Actually,
could have made triple that.
But I mean, really, can I just ask you, person? Let me just ask you. I'm not discounting $1,000. I'm not discounting it.
Right.
But what are you going to do the rest of your life that you're going to get the memory core?
I got you.
What are you going to do with that $1,000 you made on those 2 tickets? I mean, come on. What that $1,000 isn't changing your life.
I think you'd have to 10x that to make it worth it.
Because by the way, if you already got tickets in row 2 of section 120, I don't think you need that extra $1,000.
I wouldn't think so either. I don't know if that's something to brag about, man. I think you made a mistake. This is it. If you're a football fan, if you're a Denver Broncos football fan, this is the top of the mountain, bro.
Oh, this is a literal bucket list sporting experience.
The AFC champion or NFC, a championship NFL game at your home stadium is so rare. I don't know if there's a number. I mean, of course, there's probably some number, but you know what I'm saying. $1,000 ain't that number. That's for sure. $1,000.
No, I mean, I know $1,000 in your pocket feels nice, but when you think about a core lifetime memory that you will have the rest of your life, That's not worth giving it up for $1,000.
Yeah, and you're right. Like, how did you get those tickets in the first place?
Well, because you already can afford them.
Some people, they keep these tickets and all they do is sell them, and they don't go to any games, though. They just sell them and sell them and sell them.
I know,
they make a little industry out of it.
I do know multiple people that they sell half the games.
Mhm.
So they sell half the games and they come out net positive. They make just a little bit of money. It covers their expenses for the rest of the games, and I get that. I do. Season tickets are expensive, so I get that. But this is different.
This is different. All right, we'll get to the unhinged Bills press conference here in a second. Also, it was cool to hear from Nick Bonito and Surtain, their experience with finding out the news. It was weird. The whole thing was incredibly bizarre. So we'll find out for them. We do have the Broncos practicing right now. Alex Ryanemi will be down there collecting the sound and doing the interviews and all that. We'll have Jeff Legwald on with us at 1:30 to give us what he can before practice ends. And, of course, we'll have live coverage for you after practice is over because, what's going on with Troy Franklin, Pat Bryant, Wattenberg, is he back? J.K. Dobbins, what's going on with him? And most importantly, how was today with QB1, Jarrett Stidham?
He talks today. First time we get to hear from new quarterback one, Jarrett Stidham. By the way, have you guys changed your profile photos yet?
Oh, we'll get into that. That's a fun one, man.
Because I'm all in on Steady City.
I love it. I absolutely love it. It's PHC on 92.5.
Hey, if you are struggling with hair loss, if that's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. Call them today. Guys, nobody can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration, so call and ask about it. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best working on you. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, absolutely fantastic at what they do. And guys, they really believe in what they do to the degree that they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. They've already changed the lives of tens of thousands of folks. That includes mine, and you deserve to be the next one. So call Advanced Hair Restoration today at 720-459-HAIR. Guys, you're going to get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, but that is a limited time offer. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Coming up on Sunday, one of the biggest days in Denver Broncos history. We've had a few of them. Been very lucky here in this city to get some of them. And another one right around the corner. Just absolutely awesome. We'll give you the Buffalo Bills surreal press conference thing here today.
We broke a franchise.
Holy cow, did we ever?
Yeah,
My
so
goodness.
that's cool. Literally broke a relatively healthy and stable franchise overnight, became a laughingstock.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. First, it's interesting to hear some player reaction, Tyler, to the news about Bo Nix. So here's Surtain and Nick Benito.
Bro, I ain't gonna lie. After the game, like, you feel all the emotions running. You know, we just came off a big victory. We feeling good. Energy's good. Then I heard the news about Bo, and my heart just dropped, bro.
Usually I go in because I got my injuries myself, and I'll go in the training room, and I knew it was kind of a little serious because I seen all the trainers and stuff around them, and, you know, that don't really ever really happen with nobody. Then obviously, you know, I was going back to the locker room. I seen, you know, a bunch of guys like Court, City, a bunch of the other guys just all around them. Coaches were around them and stuff. So I knew it was pretty serious. And then once it hit the news, I was like, damn.
Is this crazy? Like, we was in the perfect situation, perfect spot. Then that news happened. It's unfortunate for sure. But, you know, I got all the trust. We got all the trust in Stidham to make things work. So, you know, looking forward to that.
Nothing like this has really ever happened. The closest thing I can think of, Tyler, was Bledsoe gets hurt in Brady's second year. Brady plays the whole year and plays great. Brady gets hurt in the divisional game. Bledsoe, who's healthy, comes back and wins the AFC Championship. And then Belichick, with a healthy Bledsoe, decides to start Tom Brady in the Super Bowl. And
yeah, that's like a Tua Jalen Hurts deal.
It's crazy. So, I mean, in their particular case, yeah, they did have to play a non-starter in the championship game, but it was Drew Bledsoe who had played in 1,000 games and, you know, was their starting quarterback. Nothing like this, as far as I can recall, has ever happened in NFL history, where your starting quarterback with, I mean, I guess the Niners, Tyler, were playing without quarterbacks, or Brock Purdy didn't have a shoulder and they were playing in a championship game. I guess it was something like that, but this seems unprecedented.
It's insane. I mean, on the surface, it's insane to think that the Broncos can weather this storm. This is not normal. There's a reason why we can't find examples of it. There's a reason why backups are backups. Backups are not as good as starting quarterbacks. But I will say this. It's also the reason why Sean Payton invested in Jarrett Stidham.
Yep.
I mean,
yep.
You know, you could probably find, and Dan, maybe you could help out with this. I'd be curious to find all the highest paid backup quarterbacks in the NFL. And my gut would tell me that the only quarterbacks that are paid higher than Jarrett Stidham as a backup quarterback are former starters, guys like Kirk Cousins that became a backup on starters' money. You know, something like that. But guys that were paid really to be a backup quarterback, Jarrett Stidham at $5 million per year, it's got to be at the top, if not the top of the list. So you invested in this for this reason. I mean, maybe not for this particular circumstance, but you invested in Jarrett Stidham for this moment, and now it's time for that moment to pay off. You know, Jarrett Stidham is making more money than Drake May this year.
That's right.
He is.
I guess he would be, yeah.
Yeah. He's making twice as much money.
All right, one more for these guys.
And we got all the confidence in Stidham. I know the offense going to keep it rolling, and, you know, it's just us on the defense to help him out.
Stidham, honestly, bro, he got a lot of confidence to him before when Bo got hurt. You know, he was on the scout team against the, you know, first-team defense, and he was making some crazy throws during practice. I think he's prepared, honestly, for the moment. You know, he's been a proven guy in his league before, and he has everybody behind him.
Stidham got all the confidence in the world, bro. Scout team will be going against that boy, and he throwing no-look passes, and after he do that, he start talking to the defense and stuff.
People forgot Jarrett had the experience of actually playing under Tom Brady in New England. Nick, from what you've seen, how do you think being around that environment prepare him for moments like this where the pressure couldn't be higher?
Just being in that position, you know, learning from one of the best and being in a great organization like that, I feel like you can learn and soak in so much. Obviously, even in his time here, being under Coach Payton and stuff, I feel like he has so much experience, and just being around so many great people and great players, it's only going to be able to help him. And I know he's ready for the moment.
Okay. I don't think that's fake. I think that's how they really feel about him. I think they like Jarrett Stidham. He's been around the team for 3 years. He's a good dude. He has been practicing. He does play. He had a great preseason. I don't know, man. It's not obviously an ideal situation, but it could be a lot worse, Tyler, I think.
It could be worse, I suppose. It's hard to imagine tougher circumstances, though, for any team going into a championship game. I guess it could be worse in terms of you've got a lower quality backup quarterback.
Yeah, I guess that's where I'm going.
Let's keep it real. This is like literally the most challenging thing that could ever happen to a football team going into a championship game, losing your starting quarterback. Your backup hasn't played in 2 years. I actually, you know what? I actually just firmly disagree.
You don't think there could be a worse situation?
Now that I'm thinking about the actual circumstances that are here, I can't think of a worse circumstance.
I guess it's.
I'm not trying to be negative. I'm just being real about what this situation is.
I guess it's just your belief in Stidham himself as a quarterback for the limited time that we've been able to watch him. I guess it all depends on that. And his ability to carry out whatever Sean Payton's going to put together. So what's your confidence in Payton? What's your confidence that Stidham can sort of carry that out? And how effective do you think the defense will be in getting takeaways? That's it. And if those things are like, I trust in Sean Payton, I think Stiddy's good enough to make terrible mistakes, and I think our defense is extraordinary and will force impactful turnovers, then you win.
All those things, kind of loaded questions, right? Do I have confidence in the defense? Yeah, I do. But not to the degree that I think the defense is going to pitch some sort of like shutout that it's going to make it easy on Jarrett Stidham. Like, you're going up against the number 2 ranked offense in the NFL. They're good. They're going to get theirs. Drake May's going to get his. I don't expect it to be as low scoring as it was against the Texans or even the Chargers. I don't know why. I mean, you're right. They've not been the same in the playoffs. There's a lot of history this season to say that team's going to score some points. Okay, but I don't think the defense is going to be exposed either. So let's call it a happy medium. If they average 29 points per game, let's call it 24, right? Can Jarrett Stidham and the Broncos offense score more than 24 points?
We're fixing to find out.
Probably not without a big play from the defense.
I think you need that. I do. I think, and you needed it last week against the Bills too. You're not going to win these games without something dramatic, and you're going to need it. Speaking of dramatic, the Bills. Oh my God. Jessica Pegula, if you don't know, is the daughter of Terry and Kim Pegula, who own the Bills. She is, Tyler, and you're a big tennis guy. She's the number 6 ranked woman tennis player in the world.
Yeah, she's legit.
Like, this is not just like I'm a rich girl and I'm playing like for fun. She is a number 6 in the world. So she's at the Australian Open, and you know that tradition in tennis where they sign the camera after a match? Like, she goes and signs her name, and she writes, "That was a catch." She's writing that on the lens at the Australian Open. Okay, fine. The whole "that was a catch" thing has pervaded the whole Buffalo mindset. So Terry Pegula, the owner, and Brandon Beane, the GM, are sitting down, and they're explaining, Tyler, why they fired Sean McDermott and gave Brandon Beane a promotion. He didn't just not lose his job. He got promoted. So let's go through this circus show in Buffalo.
I did not fire a coach based on a bad officiating decision. If I can take you into that locker room, I felt like we hit the proverbial playoff wall year after year. 13 seconds, missed field goals, the catch.
The catch.
So
the catch.
I just sensed in that locker room, like, where do we go from here with what we have? And that was the basis for my decision.
So he talks about going in the locker room, Tyler, and he goes, I made my mind to fire Sean McDermott after going in the locker room. That was it. Like one moment. Like that's it. Because I'm looking around and Josh Allen's crying. Everybody's all upset. And he was just like, this is it. I can't have this guy. So after 9 years of unbelievable success, relatively, after that one game walking around and seeing Josh Allen crying, it's like, I got to fire this guy.
Yeah, here's the thing. Like, of course he sounds hypocritical to say that it wasn't about a bad call when he's complaining about the call in that same presser, by the way.
Yeah.
And when he's saying it came down to that game of whether they were going to fire him or not, well, it kind of did come down to a bad call. Because if that call goes your way, well, Sean McDermott's coaching another football game.
Ain't no doubt about it.
All that being said, and it's fun to make fun of them right now, the Bills had hit a playoff wall. They had, and I actually think it was a gutsy decision, a tough decision, but probably the right decision for the Bills to fire Sean McDermott.
Well, we find out the crap going on behind the scenes, like their drafting of Keon Coleman and what happened with him, which, was pretty mediocre for somebody taken as the first pick of the second round. But check this out. Like, there was some massive disagreement behind the scenes.
Yeah, Can I interrupt? I'll address the Keon situation. The coaching staff pushed to draft Keon. I'm not saying Brandon wouldn't have drafted him, but he wasn't his next choice. That was Brandon being a team player and taking advice of his coaching staff, who felt strongly about the player. And, he's taken, for some reason, heat over it and not saying a word about it, but I'm here to tell you the true story.
First of all, that's an owner trashing one of his players.
An active player.
Player.
Not a former player, not somebody that they moved on from,
Right.
A dude that is on the Bills roster.
Destroying him.
Interesting day for Keon Coleman. Now, Keon earned this, right? I mean, you show up late multiple times in the NFL, and you're almost trying to get yourself suspended.
Yeah. He was catching touchdown passes too, but okay. Whatever. And it shows you there's some sort of crazy disconnect, obviously, between Bean and the coaching staff. Kind of the bigger lesson here is, wow, thank God we don't have these problems anymore with the Denver Broncos. Oh, one more for you. And this is the nature of their relationship.
Tim, you can't, I wouldn't use the word dissolve. We all debate and argue with each other in any organization. We're talking about a football team here. Everybody has their input, and not everyone agrees on everything you do inside that organization. That doesn't mean relationships dissolve. It's just, to me, it's healthy. You foster debate. I disagree with you. Like, this guy's told me to F off a couple times, trust me. And I strongly disagreed with some pretty good players that he's drafted. I'm not mentioning names.
Might as well.
It doesn't dissolve the relationship. It's just the way we operate.
Can you imagine George Payton telling Greg Penner to F off? When do you think that's ever happened? I'm going to tell you, never.
I'm going to guess that was metaphorical because I'm going to guess that Brandon Bean hasn't actually done that either.
That is
I'm going to assume Bean has not actually told the owner to F off.
Well, that's a kooky thing for the owner to say has happened. Wow, man. And they're already labeling it the catch. And he did interrupt Bean talking to say, it was a catch. His daughter's writing the catch. He's nicknaming it the catch, along with 13 seconds and missed field goals. You want to talk about whining and crying and a loser's mentality. My God. And you know what, man? If we ever needed any other proof, Tyler, about why the Broncos are going to be more successful in the future than the stupid Buffalo Bills, it's because our ownership, GM, coach, quarterback are all on the same page. Seriously. And that was not always the case, obviously. And Sean had to get rid of Russell Wilson. where he did bench Russell Wilson for Jarrett Stidham. And we just do not have these issues here in Denver, dude. Like, it's not like this here at all.
Yeah, we've got good ownership, man. We do. And they turn things around like that. They turned it around like that. We're very, very fortunate to have the ownership that we have. But it is funny, like, as of 24 hours ago, maybe 48 hours ago, I don't think anybody looked at the Bills like it was bad ownership group. Like it was
no clue.
And maybe it's not. You know, maybe he doesn't know how to handle a presser. But is firing Sean McDermott the wrong thing?
No, I don't think so.
Right.
To me, it's awful familiar with like George Karl, who I love. But like you just were not getting past the first round with George Karl.
You hit a playoff wall.
Yeah.
You got to do something about it.
Actually, you hit it with John Fox
you
too.
You know who has got a job today, and it's like unbelievable. When you think about the context of this, when you think about Lamar Jackson losing a coach, when you think about Josh Allen losing a coach, how the hell does Zach Taylor have a job?
That's a great question.
That dude has literally missed the playoffs in half of Joe Burrow's career.
That's a great question.
How does that dude have a job?
Does Sean McDermott pick up one of these jobs if he's so good?
Probably, yeah.
I guess
you know what? This is a weird class of new coaches because you're going to see the most recycled head coaches maybe ever. You're almost the majority of the 10 jobs. Yeah. They're going to go to guys that had a job within the last year.
How'd you like Baker Mayfield throwing it at Stefanski?
That was fun.
That was awesome.
That was fun. You've got Robert Saleh now out in Tennessee.
Yeah.
Mike McDaniel now offensive coordinator of the Chargers.
That didn't take long.
Which I don't love at all.
Yeah, they'll get better.
I hate that. Yeah. But talk about a weird pairing. Like football guy Harbaugh, and eclectic Miami dresses well shoe guy Mike McDaniel.
They're both quirky dudes.
Yeah, but in radically different ways.
They are radically different, quirky dudes. But
Harbaugh is not so quirky as he is just meathead.
Okay, however you want to describe it.
He's quirky. He's quirky.
Come on now,
but not like McDaniel quirky.
It's the quirkiest. It's the quirkiest sideline in the NFL. Ain't no doubt about it with Harbaugh and McDaniel. No doubt about it. But they're both kind of these crazy. Yeah, they'll get better. Herbert will get better. Their offense will be better. They will be better.
Yeah.
And then, listen, man, they were beat up. It's hard to even judge the Chargers because of how beat up they actually were. But I'll tell you this, as beat up as they were, and offensively they weren't good, the Patriots only scored 16 points on them in the playoffs at home in Foxborough. They only scored 21 points off the Texans. They got the other 7 points on a pick six. For an offense that averages 28.8 per, they got 16 and 21 as an offense. So there's that too. And yeah, I agree. Like, if you just have a dysfunctional organization there, Tyler, I don't think you can win, man. And listen, Kubiak was the key in 2015 to break through that wall for the Broncos that Fox couldn't quite do. And I love Foxy. I do love Foxy, but I do remember Foxy in Super Bowl 48. Tyler, the lights were pretty bright for him. They were, unfortunately, because I think he's a great guy. But Kubiak was different. Kubiak was ready for it. Like, it was no big deal. Gary was in the right place. He was the right guy in the right place. And likely the Bills need somebody like that. Who knows? And it's not Sean McDermott.
I will be fascinated to see who the Bills hire.
Well, you know where they're going to go, bro. You know what they're going to do.
I don't know. I know what you're going to say. I actually don't think so.
I'll be stunned if it's not Dable or Joe Brady.
I'd be stunned if it were either.
It's a close-knit, we're Buffalo against the world community. They were bragging. He was bragging about how the phone's been ringing and everybody wants this job.
Well, obviously.
Right.
It's the most attractive job that's available.
Right. But watch. They won't get creative. They'll bring in one of their own. It'll be Joe Brady or Brian Dable. That'll be it. That'll be it. And a wild outsider would be our own Davis Webb. That would be the crazy outlier who's really good friends with Josh Allen.
Boy, the NFL insiders just continue to push the
Holy cow.
Davis Webb story, don't they?
Man, oh man, they love him. You know what? I thought he was just going to be a side piece for VJ, and I'm way past that now. Like, there's so much hype on this guy. That just seems like an incredible leap. But Harbaugh wasn't a specialist. He was a special teams guy. I mean, can you just go from nothing to a head coach and never be a coordinator at all? Can you do that?
Andy Reid jumped from quarterback coach to head coach without ever calling plays.
All right, well, we'll see. Hey, a reminder, Altitude Sports Radio is your home for every game of the NFL playoffs, including Super Bowl 60. So you can tune in Sunday for local pregame. And then Westwood One's national call, the AFC Championship between the Broncos and the Patriots, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Jeff Legwald from Dove Valley joins us next. Jeff Legwell will join us in just a couple of minutes from Dove Valley. Alex Ryanemi is down there as well. So we'll have full coverage for you in terms of what's going on as I see it being billed, Tyler. Championship Wednesday, as Sean McVay has a special banner behind him, and things just get amped up. It's pretty cool. Like, it starts getting real. It's a lot more attention. The Broncos traditionally have ordered food for the media. And
on this day?
Yeah, usually this day is kind of like the if you're covering the Broncos, like, this is the day to be down there.
Okay.
For all the freebies, and you get treated kind of extra specially nice. And I mean, it's right before the Super Bowl, so you start getting that sort of feeling, that sort of vibe. It's just a little bit different. You asked earlier about the Stidham thing. I think this is such a cool trend that's going on right now, and I kind of forgot about it, but you reminded me of it. So during the commercial break, I did switch my Twitter thing to the Stiddy photo with the sunglasses.
Welcome to the club. Welcome to Steady City.
Are you in Steady City?
I joined Steady City.
That's awesome.
My profile has been changed. I saw that coming on over the last 48 hours.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, my entire timeline has got the exact same profile.
Yeah.
It's pretty fun. I don't know where that meme started from.
I don't know either. It's an awesome idea, though, whoever came up with it.
Yeah. But it's great. Steady City is rolling, and the cult is loud and proud.
Yeah, man. So I'm a proud.
If anybody needs the photo, you can go to either one of our Twitter accounts.
Sure.
Just take that photo, add it to yours, make it your profile. All of Broncos countries do. Everybody's doing it.
Yeah.
Cool kids are doing it.
Yes, I think it's awesome, man. And yeah, sure, man. Like, why not? What else is there to do? Get down in the dumps, be depressed about it, be upset about it. That's what they want. That's what the Patriots fans and everybody else out there wants. They want everybody in Denver to just say, hey, it was a fun year. We did the best we could. But to think that the all is lost, I think is ridiculous, Tyler. I think it's ridiculous.
No, it's not all is lost. There's a bit of naivety going on right now. I'm not going to lie, and I'm a part of it, and I'm down with it. I generally speaking don't join the orange sun-colored glasses, but you know what? Like, you've come this far. Like, what the heck else are we going to do?
Oh my God!
I'm not naive to the fact that Jarrett Stidham is playing football for the first time in 2 years. That's not an easy task. I also am aware that it's only a game, and
Right.
anything can happen in a game.
Right. Correct. I'm excited for it.
I'm fired up.
I am too.
Yep. Can't wait to be in attendance. It's going to be great.
Yep.
It's going to be loud.
It's going to be cold.
I'm going to tell you, last week, I guess I haven't been to a lot of like really cool sporting events, like as a fan. I've been to a bunch, but I mean, like, I went to the home run derby. That was really, really cool.
Mm-hmm.
AFC or the game last week, the divisional round. That was, for me, a top 3 in-person sporting experience I've ever had. It was incredible. So loud, the energy, the building, all of it, man.
When you know that the game just means a little bit more or a lot more to those who are participating in it, it's just different. It's just different. Hey, I'm not trying to cast aspersions because I go to plenty of hockey and basketball games, but I'm at that Nuggets game last night. It was frustrating. It was depressing.
Dan, you might have to get this done. I don't know if we need
what's that?
I don't know if we need Nelly to help sing it or whatever, but somebody said we built this Stiddy. We built this Stiddy on Sean and Bo.
Oh, wow.
We might have to get that done.
Wow. You're taking one of the worst songs of all time and actually making it kind of cool.
Yeah.
We built this Stiddy.
We built this Stiddy on Sean and Bo. We should just get like all the Stiddy memes we could possibly come up with. That's what I want to do for the next 3 days.
Well, I guess
just pure Stiddy memes.
You take anything with city.
That's right.
And it becomes Stiddy. So.
Well, I told you mine.
What's yours?
The Itty Bitty Stiddy Committee.
Dan.
The Itty Bitty Stiddy Committee seems to be what you tell a girl that, listen, it's not going to be that great. I got the itty bitty stitty committee. I don't know. I'm up for we're killing some time waiting for Jeff. What is the Jeff report there, Leggy? Dan, what's
He's still at practice. They're still practicing.
So they're still like viewing practice right now?
I guess so, yeah.
Okay, things are running a little bit late out there then.
Well, you got to get every last minute you can in for steady.
Yeah, but the amount of time that you can watch is going to be relatively limited. But yes, of course, I'm not going to tell Jeff Legwall to deprive himself of watching Stiddy stretch.
See, now the dirty memes are rolling in because you two just couldn't handle yourselves. Now the text line's full of the dirty
Well,
steadies.
what did you expect? I'd be disappointed in our audience if they weren't in the gutter. I would feel like we really don't do the right show if a portion of our audience doesn't turn sideways.
We could make some sick merch off some of these, though.
There's a lot of things that rhyme with Stiddy, Tyler, if that's where we're going.
And it just so happens that one of them is,
if it's
Dan, you want to read through some of these?
If it's old ladies, it could be biddies for Stiddy. And I did say biddies, like an old biddy. If they're younger ladies, it would be different. But it just sort of goes from there. I mean,
Oh, man. Now people are bringing in dirty Frank. Dang it.
Yeah. Well, what
you
did you expect?
guys get your heads out of the gutter.
I'm proud of you.
I am an adult over here.
I am proud of you people. Get down in the gutter.
Do you see the Frank Crow one?
I did not see the Frank. Oh, wait. I'm gonna.
Oh, that's pretty good. Can you say that?
I don't
you do
know.
It. I think you should do it. That's pretty good, though.
I'm gonna leave that alone. Jeff Legwall joins us. We're having some fun here, Jeff, because we're trying to get behind Stidham. We are. We're trying to be excited about it. Jeff Legwall brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. I know you're somewhat limited to what you can say, but what can you say about what you saw out there today so far?
It's crowded out here.
Okay.
It's a playoff game. That's all. Usual suspects going through practice, and Stidham is indeed present and accounted for. So, I think they would have gotten with Jarrett, yesterday plenty, the coaches and everything. So, today probably feels like a Friday for him on most weeks because they're probably cramming the information into his head right now. But, they did add DiNucci. So they are back up to 3 quarterbacks, but again, I think they feel like this is going to be okay, just like you guys.
Hey, what do you know about Bo Nix's surgery?
I was told that the usual post-surgery thing you get. I mean, I know
it went great.
Of course.
Yeah, no,
and
you're not going to know that until the recovery starts. But it just seems to me that. We now know this is the third fracture he's had on his ankles. I don't know the dispersal of left and right of that yet, but and his second ankle surgery since he's gotten to the NFL. So he's had a lot going on there, and I think a lot of this surgery was probably may have been a help from some of the past issues too.
How are you feeling about, and maybe we can take them one at a time, Pat Bryant, Troy Franklin, Wattenberg, and J.K. Dobbins? How's your vibe on those 4 dudes?
Yeah, I mean, if I was ranking them right now, I'd probably say I feel best about Dobbins at this point.
Oh.
But again, I think I won't. We didn't see enough for me to tell you if I feel good or not about Bryant. I don't think I saw enough today to make it good. I want to see how they've listed him on the injury report, but I think Dobbins, and this includes everything I've been told, is if it goes well this week and he doesn't have any issues, I think he would be available for at least partial, or at least a split carries Sunday in the game.
Well, that would be big,
Yeah,
right?
that'd be great.
That seems I would have thought that felt optimistic, Jeff. A guy that's on the IR with the Liz Frank and only gets 2 days of real practices in, and all of a sudden he's back. I would have thought that sounded overly optimistic, to be honest.
I would have too. I guess that, but last week when I watched him go through his thing, and again, granted, I always say I was absent the day they taught medicine at medical school, so I am not a doctor, but I liked what I saw last week, and I keep being told they like what they see from him, since then too.
Well, I don't know if it's dubious, maybe, but nobody has seen Jarrett Stidham and been around him more than you for these past 3 years. So you've been as exposed to Jarrett Stidham as much as anybody. So if you were describing his relationship with the team and who he is and how he's regarded, what would you tell people about Stidham and the Broncos?
Well, they wanted to have him around here, and he's been important enough for Bo Nix's development that they tried really hard to re-sign him this past offseason, and he was like Peyton's first pick to be a backup or to have around here as a number 2 quarterback when his first year. So he's wanted him from day one almost, and his teammates like him. You got to have a certain mentality to survive in the world of backup quarterback land, where you personally might think, if given the right shot, you could be a starter, and you've got to have that mentality, but somehow you've got to also find a way to be a good teammate to everyone else in the locker room if you don't win the job. And I think he's handled that, and his teammates like him, and they see him, how aggressive he is in practice against their own defense. And, I think that's the part they like about him. There is a little chip with him. When defenders talk smack to him, he talks right back. It's pretty well known that he'll give it as good as he gets it. And I think they like that. And, does that mean anything Sunday? Does that give them any points? I don't know that, but I just know that part of being a quarterback is the guys around you want to play for you and with you. And I think he's got that. And I think there will be moments Sunday when maybe 1, 2, or 3 situations when he is just more aggressive in that situation than Bo Nix might have been. And whether that's right or wrong probably depends on what happens on those plays.
Jeff, this Patriots offense, they average the second most points per game, nearly 29 points per game. However, in the playoffs, it hasn't necessarily looked the same way as it has in the regular season. Do you think that's an anomaly, or do you think it's because they had not seen a defense like the Texans, which compares to the Broncos? So, in other words, all right, I didn't ask that well. Do you expect the Patriots to put up a lot of points, or do you think this defense could keep it relatively low scoring?
Well, Houston's definitely the best defense they've played. The Broncos are in that conversation league-wide, so I would think, it will be a lot tougher on the Patriots. Usually I'm a big proponent of a team can only play the teams on its schedule. Like, it's not their fault. It's not a team's fault if the strength of schedule was bad, but the Patriots had the weakest in the league, and it wasn't really close. I don't even think their opponents had a collective 400 winning percentage this year. So I think Houston was definitely the best and most aggressive defense they faced. And that rush got to May almost any time it wanted. It's just that May is having a really good year, and he can burn your pressure, at times. And I think that's the Broncos' concern. I think they probably have every confidence in the world they're going to get to him and probably be able to knock the ball out, because he's fumbled, I believe, more than any other starting quarterback this year. He he put 8 on the ground in the regular season, and he had multiple fumbles this past weekend. So I think the Broncos feel like if they can get to May like the Texans did, they can force some turnovers, and that would certainly slow down that offense. And I think a lot of it will be how they handle the Patriots' run game, because I'm pretty sure Josh McDaniels will look at what the Bills did and say, I can do some of that with the guys I have too.
All right, last one, and this is under the category of covering it all, turning over every stone. But Sam Ehlinger will be your backup quarterback. We could be focusing, Jeff, this whole week about Stidham, and something quirky could happen on the first drive, right? I mean, that people do get hurt.
Wow.
I'm telling you, I don't want to step into this game and all of a sudden like Sam Ehlinger is out there and everybody's shocked. So maybe a little bit about Sam from what you understand, Jeff, too. Like what's his preparation level like?
Well, the reason they tried so hard, Ehlinger did have the opportunity to go to the Colts before the Rivers thing came down. And he chose to stay here because Peyton put the hard sell on him that they want him around here. And what he showed in the preseason, which would be a hell of a lot different than a AFC Championship game, but he showed like Stidham, he's willing to be aggressive, and I think Peyton likes that aspect of it, and I think he likes that both guys, Stidham and Ehlinger both, are just, really good at the preparation part of it, because that's what head coaches like, and they've been good for Bo Nix. But I think he would be a more mobile option, and you would see more of the things. If he had to play, you would see Peyton go on the call sheet to things that more apt that Bo Nix would have run than say Stidham in terms of the designed runs, RPOs, and things like that.
All right, Jeff, we'll let you go. Do they have special cookies? Did they bring in burritos? Is there steak tartare? Is there anything special for you guys there today?
I have not actually checked that. I brown bagged it, so I apparently missed the bus on that. So.
All right, Jeff. All right, we'll talk to you later. We appreciate it. And here we go. Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks, fellas. We'll see you.
Jeff Legwell, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. He is not going to be bought, Tyler.
Not going to be bought.
He is not going to be bought.
Brown bagging that sucker.
Yeah, I don't care what special treats they have. Forget it. I'm fine. I got my bologna sandwich that I made with my own 2 hands. All right, well, what about that J.K. Dobbins thing? That was interesting, right?
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Good. If you get him back, you probably get him in a limited role. He's probably not even your starter, I would imagine. And maybe you can get enough for 8 to 10 carries out of him, and hopefully they're 8 to 10 impactful carries.
Doesn't sound so great on the other guys. By the way, the Broncos signed Brandon Johnson. How about that one?
Yeah, welcome back.
Brandon Johnson for his time here was pretty good. 5 touchdown catches.
Training camp all-star, a couple years.
Yeah. That to me doesn't happen unless they the Troy Franklin, Pat Bryant thing is one of them dudes ain't good. Maybe both, who knows. I guess we'll find out a little bit later. But I'm like, Brandon Johnson was good. Like, that's a good player right there.
Yeah, listen, we probably haven't talked about that enough. Not having Pat Bryant, not having Troy Franklin, that's a major bummer. Pat Bryant was fantastic to start out the game. And Troy Franklin has been a contributor all season long.
Absolutely.
So that's a major buzzkill in a game in which you got your backup quarterback in there.
So you're leaning more, your 3 receivers then would be
Little Jordan Humphrey, Marvin Mims, and Cortland.
I guess, unless you elevate Michael Bandy too, but they probably brought in Brandon Johnson and they brought in Elijah Moore, who they did activate, but he wasn't active game day, by the way. Neither was Caleb Lohner. So those are your options, I suppose, and we'll see how that sorts itself out. Anything good, bad, ugly there? Anything?
Well, it's not good. The good, if you want to look for the good in it, it forced you to utilize Marvin Mims. That was good. And Marvin Mims was tremendous.
Yeah.
So you didn't have an option but to use Marvin Mims. They haven't used him all year long. I don't think that this was like, we're saving Marvin Mims for the playoffs, and all of a sudden we used him because we had some magic plan for him. No, I think Troy Franklin was out, Pat Bryant was out, and all of a sudden Marvin Mims is one of your best options.
Actually, they made some adjustments too. I don't know if you even noticed it, but they took Mims off kickoff when that all happened. And
well, it makes sense. You can't risk it anymore.
Right. So I would imagine that would be the case too. I don't think that's that big of a deal. By the way, the Patriots, in terms of the numbers, guess what? They got this guy, Curtis Jones. He is the number 1 punt returner in the league. So they got that going for him. But I'm not worried about that. Things are just different here in Denver. Despite it being cold and everything. And
hey, if you don't punt the ball, you don't have to worry about it.
that is true. And Crawshaw has been fantastic. I actually think this is a game where there's going to be quite a few punts. I do. I think this is a game where both teams are going to play that field position battle. I don't really see Sean Payton rolling the bones on 4th and 2 from the 42-yard line. I see him just punting the ball away and just playing defense.
I don't know, man.
You don't think he'll be able to help himself?
Dude, you get to an AFC Championship game, you're going to start dialing back the aggressive meter. That's what you're going to do in the AFC Championship game.
I think
you're going to dial
so.
it back and start playing safe.
I think they are. Yeah, with Stidham. Yeah.
No.
4th and 2 from your own 42. You're going for it.
I mean, you're giving a very specific example there, but I'm just generically speaking. I'm telling you. You get to an AFC Championship game, it is human nature to put your foot on the freaking gas pedal and go.
What kind of chances?
Nobody wants to go down being not aggressive. If you're going down, you're going down swinging.
Give me a scenario that would be an example of what you're talking about. Give me a scenario. Like, what do you think? Hey, man, they will do this in this sort of situation.
4th and 2 on the 10-yard line.
Instead of 3, go for the 7.
Yeah.
Right off the bat with the lead down, like what?
I mean, my gut just tells me if it's even a choice, your default when you get to this point, you put your foot on the gas pedal.
Oh man, I think I just want some points in that one.
I mean, I don't blame you, and I understand
I
understand the logic. The logic is simple. You got a backup quarterback in there, take the points, play it safe, don't make any mistakes. No.
Oh my god.
No, sir.
I think that might kill me.
No, sir.
4th and 2 on the 10, and they're going for it.
I mean, whatever. Come up with whatever examples you want. I mean, my point is that just generically speaking, if there's an option, you're going to default to being aggressive because I think that's going to be human nature, and Sean Payton won't be able to help himself.
I'm all for taking the points in this particular situation and playing defense. I know what you're saying, but I think you're going to thrive or die based off the defense, not relying on Jarrett Stidham. I think you're going to try to minimize the impact Stidham even has on the game.
But that's the point. You might not have that many opportunities to score. So when you do, you got to go for it.
Having Dobbins back, even for 6 to 8 carries, would be kind of cool. Just to have something like that.
Yeah, I mean, assuming he's healthy.
Yeah, I mean, he'd be pushing it no matter what, obviously. There'd be some rust there.
I'm not expecting a ton from Dobbins if he is out there.
Well, it's not going to be easy. If you look at the defense by the numbers, the Patriots against the rush are really good. They're 6th in the league against the rush. Broncos are 2nd. The Patriots defense, where are they kind of weak? They're just sort of so-so in terms of sacks, Tyler. There's nobody that jumps off the page in terms of sacks. They're kind of so-so in takeaways, so-so in fumble recoveries. They're pretty good in interceptions.
They're not very good in red zone. That's the one area.
They are not good in the red zone. They are 30th in the league in red zone defense. So if you can get it down, okay, to your point. Okay. You might sell me a pen on that one. I don't know, man. I want to believe in Stiddy. The Stiddy City.
Well, do you believe him or not? Why are you trying to be so passive?
I think I like Stiddy. I think you've got to make things as easy for him as possible. I don't think you need to get overly complicated. But then again, hey man, here we are. Do you really want to look back on things and said we could have done this, we could have done that, but we were afraid to?
That's my point. You don't come this far to not keep your foot on the gas pedal.
Well, it brings up the big question of the day coming up next. What is happening? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. 2026. Men, the new year comes with a chance to make real positive changes in your life. And if you're struggling with erectile dysfunction, you're ready to move past that frustration, that embarrassment, it's time to call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. There's no better resolution than finally taking control of your ED. It's a new year, so make the resolution to treat your ED and change your life at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have 5 locations to serve you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. That consult's only $99 and includes the consult with the Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose, and if it doesn't work in the office, the visit is free, so you don't have to worry about it. But with an expert staff, like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Find out more information simply by calling 720-440-7900. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. I'm seeing some highlights from practice up on ESPN. Little stuff. By the way, I have such an ironic twist. I know that Jeff is brown bagging it, but there is a catered meal for the Broncos media and anybody who else is there today.
What kind of food are we talking about?
Well, what would be the most, you got to think a little bit on this, but if you think of the most.
New England clam chowder.
No, it's definitely not like that.
Lobster roll.
What would be a very ironic restaurant choice for the Broncos in a championship moment to have today, considering their past history and famous restaurants in their recent history? Ironic.
God, that felt like such a loaded question. I don't even know what to do with that.
What was the most famous restaurant with Nathaniel Hackett?
Dan?
I know it.
You do?
I know it because I love that place.
Why am I so stupid on this? Am I stupid?
It's kind of famous in Broncos lore, don't you think?
That's where George Payton and Hackett went to dinner, discussing the
Los
deal.
Dos?
Yep.
Yeah, Los Dos is catering the media today.
Oh, okay.
Like they got a full spread. Jeff's there with like his salami sandwich and his Scooby-Doo lunchbox, and meanwhile there's a whole catered meal for everybody down there.
It took me a minute, but I got there.
Jeff,
I got there all on my own, by the way, with a little help from you guys.
You got there, but I wouldn't have known. But yeah, that's the special treat down there today.
Hey, you guys see the Patriots talking shizzle?
What are they saying?
Dan, I just sent it. See how quickly you can pull it. I no pressure. I'm not no pressure.
Okay.
But
what's the nature of it?
Well, they're not buying the Jarrett Stidham hype. Not buying it.
Who's they?
Patriots defensive tackle Milton Williams.
Okay. All right, Milton.
Williams. Asked about Jarrett Stidham. Says nothing. I ain't gonna lie. Nothing. We're gonna watch the tape on him and figure out what he likes to do. They didn't like him over Bo, so.
They did not like him, Milton, over Bo.
Well, that's true, Milton. They did not. He was a backup quarterback.
They did make him one of the highest paid backup quarterbacks in the NFL. They did do that.
Your coach also wanted him, by the way.
Yes, that
Mike
happens.
Vrabel wanted him as your backup quarterback, as did Mike McDaniel. I apologize to Mike. Why do I keep associating him with Josh McDaniels?
Well, the name is similar.
That is just not fair to Mike.
Okay, is this Milton?
Yes, it is.
Well, let's hear from Milton and his red stapler.
What do you know about Stidham?
Nothing. Nothing. I ain't gonna lie, nothing. We're gonna watch the tape on him and, figure out what he like to do, but no, they didn't like him over Bo. So
Milton, put a lobster roll in your mouth and cram it.
Yeah, lobster rolls go for like $42 a pop these days in New England, but sure, it's pricey.
Hey, he's a rich man.
Exactly.
Just keep eating the lobster rolls, buddy.
Well, I remember so many people talking about.
Why would you take shots right now? Like why at this point would you take shots?
Hey, remember what everybody was talking about when it came to Milton Williams? That would be nothing. Milton Williams. Who the hell is Milton Williams?
I don't know, but you know what? Thank you. Appreciate it. Shout out. Give Sean Payton something. Give Jarrett Stidham something. I don't care.
Sure.
I mean, whatever.
Sure.
I wasn't a bulletin board guy. That didn't motivate me.
Yeah.
But I had teammates that it worked for them.
I mean, Milton did have 29 tackles this entire season. So, cool, Milton. That's not even a joke. That's literally what he had. I'll look it up. Anybody know anything else about Milton Williams? He did have 3.5 sacks. No, that he really did. That's not it.
No, that can actually be a joke at the same time.
I guess so.
Yeah.
All right, Milton. It was funny. I was on that station in Boston today, which was fun. I love going on there. There's something still cool for me about.
Did you start talking like a mass? You know what?
My eyes started getting a little lazy. I'm not gonna lie. There was a little bit of a
wow.
Yeah, because when I'm around,
no. Like I actually want to hear this audio because I'm really, really curious if you did that.
Dan, you could probably dig it up. 98.5 The Sports Hub. I'm sure they're on Twitter.
Like, are you playing with me right now, or did you start talking like one?
I could feel my eyes slipping a little bit.
Wow.
I could feel it happening.
Yeah. You really are one of them.
But
no, you are one of them.
I go on
like you couldn't wait. You couldn't freaking wait to fit in. Like you're like, yay! The Patriots, the Boston folks are calling me. I can't wait to fit in with my Boston folks.
You know what's funny is I am not a Boston sports fan whatsoever.
Unbelievable.
I definitely am not.
Oh,
But-
except for that Red Sox tattoo that's on your ankle.
Yeah, that faded off in 2004.
Mm.
But I still get a charge because of the way I grew up. I still get a charge about being on Boston radio.
You couldn't wait to fit in. You couldn't wait to be one of the guys.
It's so funny. Like, I don't care about any of the teams.
Dan, you've got to find this audio now.
Sure. I was sticking up for the Broncos, even though I was wearing my
Oh, you better hope you didn't actually do this. Because if you did this, I'm not gonna let you live it down.
Well, if I did what?
If you started trying to fit in with the Boston folk.
I forget, it felt like I said started or something like that. It felt like I said.
I'm hoping for you that you're exaggerating right now because that's going to be bad for you.
Well, you could. They got YouTube. You could go look up the whole thing if you wanted to.
I mean, you realize we're playing the Patriots this weekend, and you're like, I can't wait to fit in.
I don't know about that. I mean, I'm fit in.
Mm-hmm.
I
just want to be one of the guys.
It was a childhood dream for me to be on in Boston radio.
I'm from Ipswich.
I wore my Ipswich sweatshirt, which was pretty funny. I wore my Ipswich sweatshirt and my black dog hat like Martha's Vineyard.
Unbelievable.
And then all I did was talk crap about
gear.
I wore the gear, but all I did was talk about how the Broncos were going to win. So I thought that was kind of ironically funny.
Okay, I guess I'll give you that.
Yeah. So there was no.
No. If you brought the accent back out,
Well, that just happens, kind of. I can't help that. That just sort of happens when I get around those people.
You had a wicked good time with them.
I did have a wicked good time with them.
Yeah,
I did, and we might have one of their dudes on with us later this week.
By the way, I just pulled the audio.
Okay.
There's only one moment where you could even really kind of question, at least in this clip that they posted.
Yeah.
Where DMac's Boston accent comes out
a little bit.
Maybe just it's not much, but maybe just a little bit. You guys be the judge.
All right.
From Denver.
Yeah, I think it'll come down to turnovers. I think the Patriots got a little bit lucky when the ball got knocked out of Drake May's hand twice. A little bit.
Oh, he did it. That was the first question.
Yeah, but
that was the first question. You hadn't even started chopping it up yet. You immediately went to it.
But I could have pushed it. What was the first thing? There was an R there that I went to.
Oh, you definitely did it.
I could slip into it. Yeah.
Wow.
Play the beginning of it again.
Hold on. You guys
was that the whole
You
clip?
guys weren't even chopping it up.
Oh,
you weren't even chopping it up. You weren't even having fun. You were just like,
we can play the whole clip.
How long is the whole clip?
The whole clip's like 50 seconds.
Oh, you want to hear the whole thing?
Sure. Yes, I want to hear more.
All right.
Do you have an honest prediction of this game, Darren McKee from Denver?
Yeah, I think it'll come down to turnovers. I think the Patriots got a little bit lucky when the ball got knocked out of Drake May's hand twice, and the Patriots recovered. If the Broncos can get to Drake May the way the Texans did, and they win giveaway takeaway, which is absolutely the key. If they're like +2, something like that, I think the Broncos probably win 23-13. So I'll go in that direction. I think they'll bring heat on to Drake May. I think the defense pass rush is just as good as Houston. I think they'll force turnovers and you won't get the bounces. And Jarrett Stidham will do enough. I think the Broncos will lead kind of from the start. And, game, set, and match for the Patriots, who are 0-4 in the playoffs in Denver, Colorado historically.
I'm just going to start calling you Brian Kelly. Darren McKee and Brian Kelly, same human beings.
If I want to,
I'm just gonna change my accent. I'm just gonna force in this little A in there on the ball. I'm just gonna force that sucker in there. Make sure they know I'm one of them boys.
Yeah, but if I wanted to milk it, when I said turnovers, that's when I would have gone turnovers.
No. If you did that in the first answer, I guarantee
it's all
gonna
get Tyler. It's all going to come down to turnovers.
No. You are out of the club, buddy. Change that steady
out
city.
Of the club.
Nope, change the steady city.
Oh, wait, man.
Change your profile photo right now to Drake May.
I went on Boston.
Change it to Drake May.
I went on Boston radio.
No, you are not a part of steady city.
And I said it's going to be a wicked pissa game for the Broncos.
Who do you want to impress? You want to impress them or do you want to impress Denver folks? Which one is it?
I think Denver folks are going to have my back.
Huh?
I predicted 23-13
Denver
Broncos.
Folks just heard you change your accent like Brian Kelly.
Got knocked out of Drake May's hand.
Oh my God!
Yeah, I did slip into it a little bit.
That's unbelievable. I was actually joking when I said this, and you actually did it.
I kind of can't help myself.
No, you're out of the club.
It's all right. I don't think I'm out of
He picked the Broncos to win in Boston. Cut the guy some slack.
No, I'm not cutting him any slack.
If I was really trying to fit in, why would I predict 23-13
he
Broncos?
picked the Broncos to win just because that's what he had to do, but he needed them to know that he was on their side.
I can't help it when I'm around those people. I just slip back into it. It's crazy.
I mean, might as well call up PETA and be like, PETA, I'm rooting for the Patriots too.
Yeah. Oh, my parents. I was talking to them last night. Their accent is so ridiculous.
Mm-mm.
We could have PETA on, maybe.
I'd love to have PETA on.
He's been up and down.
See,
lately.
I can respect PETA because I know what side he's on.
Yeah, he's almost 90.
I just don't know what side you're on.
Well, I picked the Broncos to win 23-13.
That doesn't mean that what side you're on.
It doesn't mean how you like them apples.
Wow, talk about like, wow, are you that desperate to fit in?
It just happens when I'm around people that are talking like that, which is mostly my family and friends where I grew up. I slip back into it when the ball got knocked out of.
Gosh, I can't handle this.
Oh, you're right about that.
I can't handle this.
But
why did you do that?
I didn't even think of it. But I said turnovers the right way. If you go back, I didn't say turnover.
That is the only clip where the Boston accent slips out a little bit.
I mean, if I was gonna milk it, I would have certainly milked it with turnover. There's gonna be more turnovers out there.
Hey, change your profile photo.
No way.
Put up Drake May right now.
Listen, man, I gave it 23-13 Broncos. If I slip into my Goodwill Hunting, I can't help it. Now I'm about to go rob like a bank, like in the town in Charleston.
All right, if you rob a Boston bank, but you give it to the common folk of Denver, I'll forgive you.
Well, yeah, I'll rob an armed car.
Go rob Fenway now.
Yeah, I'll rob Fenway Park, and I'll make sure we get that ice skating rink going. Somewhere in the inner city. Great movie though, The Town. Come on now.
It was an absurd ending. But it was a great movie.
Yeah.
Oh, have you watched the new Ben Affleck, Matt Damon movie?
I did, The Rip.
I'm halfway through it.
Halfway through it?
I know. Don't ask.
Wait, what?
Don't ask.
Dude, that is not. We're not talking about a Tolkien movie.
I'm not proud of that.
Halfway through it, it's like 90 minutes long.
See, unlike you, like I can admit when I'm not proud of something.
Halfway through it.
I'm not proud of it. They're like, I've had visitors,
Halfway through The Rip?
Yeah.
I don't even know what to say. It's like just a regular movie. It's not 10 hours long.
I know. I'm halfway into it. I don't know what to tell you. I'll finish it up tonight.
That's weak. I don't know how you can even pick up the momentum after only being halfway through it.
It's actually worse.
What is it?
It's the third night.
You haven't been able to finish The Rip in 3 nights?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I keep getting really tired.
Oh, you're just like following.
The problem is I'm starting it at like 10 p.m.
Oh my God, Tyler, that is
I
pathetic.
got stuff to do. 10 o'clock comes around. I turn it on.
That's pretty funny. All right,
I'm pretty sure that Matt Damon's not actually crooked. I don't know, but
you want me to tell you what happens?
But I'm just telling you, and I'm not ruining anything because I haven't seen it.
Yeah,
I'm just telling you, they're trying to make him look crooked, but I'm pretty sure he's not crooked.
Yeah, somehow I powered through the whole thing there in about 2 hours.
Yeah, people are calling me a radio bully. I don't care. I'm happy to be a bully on this one. Go back to your people.
That's all right, man. I got the Broncos winning 23-13. By the way, in Boston earlier today.
You're a mole. I don't know what you are. I don't believe anything out of you right now.
If you're going to accuse me.
You are a Denver mole.
If you were going to accuse me anything, you'd been way better accusing me of being a Bills fan than a Patriots fan. It's not even close.
I didn't hear you going on Bills radio changing the way you talked.
Oh, I was on a podcast.
Did you change the way you talk?
Yeah, I talked about pierogies and pussy willows.
I'm sorry?
Dingus Day.
What is that?
Adair, Buffalo.
What did you say a minute ago?
Dingus Day? You don't know?
Not that one.
What? Pussy willows?
Yeah, what's that?
It's part of Dingus Day.
What is that?
For the Polish people, for pierogies there in Buffalo.
Mm.
Buffalo is like, like Chicago. It's kind of like that sort of thing. Sort of. I don't know. We had the guy on. Anchor Bar or Duff's? Neither. How's that guy doing? How's their radio show? How much crying is going on in Buffalo right now? What do you think their sports talk sounds like today? Holy cow. They had the biggest meltdown press conference of all time. Their entire organization is a disaster.
Dan, I need you to get the entire clip from that station. I
on for like 20 minutes.
I need all 20 minutes.
You want the whole 20 minutes?
Yes, the rest of the show. I just
right.
want to listen to that. That's all I want to listen to the rest of the show.
It was a tremendous appearance. I think I fit right in with all those guys. Actually, there's a dude on that show who hates me. He hates me. He thinks I'm a big phony. He thinks I milked the fact that I'm from Boston just to get on their
really?
station.
Funny.
Yeah,
funny.
John Wallach. So
Yeah,
he hates.
John's like, hey, DMac, you're not one of us. No matter how hard you try.
He is exactly
No matter
like
how
that.
hard you want to be, you are not one of us.
That's exactly who he is. Yeah, he hates my guts. He thinks I'm ridiculous. He doesn't think I'm funny. He thinks I'm a waste of time. He doesn't think they should ever have me on. But suck it,
Says that
John
to your
Wallach.
face?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We've had this crazy back and forth for 15 years.
Well, I would like to hear that too. That actually sounds pretty fun.
Go listen to their show, I guess.
Yeah, that sounds fun.
All right, we'll take a quick break. We have the latest and greatest from the Broncos' perspective, whatever news we can figure out of Dove Valley. We'll have Sean Payton, Dan, right? Whenever we can, if he goes live. We'll hear from Jarrett Stidham.
Why are you eating clam chowder?
Because it tastes so gosh darn good. It's PHC here on 92.5. Yeah. When the ball got knocked out of Drake May's hand twice. All right. It's your boy DMac, living in Colorado for 27
Boston
years.
DMac here.
Talking to you about low T. I should just do this all. Man, the new year's here. The new year's here. And if your health is wicked terrible, you got some resolutions, but when you're tired, low on energy, can't rob that, car, you're just not sleeping well, the gym, that sucks. Stay committed with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They'll help there with that resolution because the symptoms are often signs of low testosterone. Listen, guys, if the libido ain't what it used to be, if you're just dragging, you're not feeling that good, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take the low T quiz on the website. It's 10 questions, yes or no. Just takes a couple minutes, and you'll be A-okay. They'll get you going in the right direction, and then you're feeling better. The workouts are better. I mean, you're feeling wicked awesome. It's only $99. You get the consult, the T, and a PSA test. And if you go for treatment the day of your appointment, that visit is free. No need to wait. Don't go another year without low T. 5 locations in Colorado: Fort Collins, North Denver, Saugus, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call them today at 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Hey, by the way, I looked it up. The RIP runtime.
Yep.
1 hour, 53 minutes.
Is it good at the end? Is it good? Is it worth me finishing the next?
I'm not gonna tell you.
I got like 30 minutes left. Is it worth another 30?
Sure, you should watch it.
Okay.
So I don't think I'm giving anything away by saying sure you should watch it. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. When we have Sean Payton at the podium, we will bring it to you live. Jarrett Stidham too, if he comes out while we're here on the air, and then Nate and Andy, they can do whatever they want. It's their show after that. But we'll keep you tuned with all the news from today, and we start with Dan Buds Quince Tanner. Let's football go.
All right, guys, played this earlier in the show, but the Closed on Sundays podcast with Terry and Arnold and Pat Surtain had Broncos edge rusher Nick Bonito on it today. And guys, here is PS2 and Nick Bonito talking about Jarrett Stidham being ready for this moment.
And we got all the confidence in Stiddy. I know the offense going to keep it rolling, and, it's just us on the defense to help him out.
Stiddy, honestly, bro, he got a lot of confidence to him before when Bo got hurt. He was on the scout team against the, first team defense, and he was making some crazy throws during practice. I think he's prepared, honestly, for the moment. He's been a proven guy in this league before, and he has everybody behind him.
Stiddy got all the confidence in the world, bro. Scout team will be going against that boy, and he throwing no-look passes, and after he do that, he start talking to the defense and stuff.
People forgot Jarrett had the experience of actually playing under Tom Brady in New England. Nick, from what you've seen, how do you think being around that environment prepare him for moments like this where the pressure couldn't be higher?
Just being in that position, learning from one of the best and being in a great organization like that, I feel like you can learn and soak in so much. Obviously, even in his time here, being under Coach Payton and stuff, I feel like he has so much experience, and just being around so many great people and great players, it's only going to be able to help him. And I know he's ready for the moment.
Let me ask you guys this question, because we played all the cuts yesterday, too, of a lot of the national former NFL guys saying how much they believe in Jarrett Stidham as well. We just heard Pat Surtain and Nick Bonito there. Are you guys buying into this? What these guys are selling? Like, do you really think they truly believe in Jarrett Stidham as much as they're leading on, or is this just kind of he's our teammate and we're going to pump him up no matter what?
No, I think it's pretty legit. I've been around him and been in that locker room and talked to guys and seen his relationship with dudes. So I think it's legit. I think he's a good guy whose teammates do have his back. He's not like a isolated loner. He's not like. He's like a kind of a type A sort of personality, That's who he is. So, I think it's legit.
No, I think it's legit as well. I think Jarrett Stidham carries a different kind of confidence for a backup QB. Kind of reminds me of when Kirk Cousins was our backup quarterback. I'm not saying he's as good as Kirk, but, when Kirk was our backup quarterback and he got in that huddle, we viewed him as a starting quarterback. And I think Jarrett Stidham has got that ability. Not all backup quarterbacks can do that. Matter of fact, very few backup quarterbacks can give you that authentic type of belief. Then again, they are in the moment. They're in the heat of the moment, and these boys want to win. And the last thing they're going to do is convince themselves that Stidham is not up for the job.
When Brock did take over for Peyton,
yeah,
different circumstance, obviously, but still, there were high expectations for that year.
Mm-hmm.
What did he do that was the most positive thing in terms of moving from one perception in a role to another?
Well, we his first game, we were on the road in Chicago, and it was one of those just travel disasters getting to Chicago. You try to get there 3:30, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You got time to go out and get a dinner before your evening meetings start. We got into, normally you wrap up your meetings by about 9:30 at night. We got into Chicago at 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, something like that. So we bailed on all the meetings except for one. We were going to do a quick team meeting and go to bed. We got to Chicago, and, I think for the most part, most guys didn't really know what to expect from Brock. We liked Brock. He was one of the dudes. He was a fun guy. But Kubiak had him go up there and speak to the team at that hotel at 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. And it was one of those speeches that, you just started in the back of your chair, kind of lounging back, thinking about whatever you're thinking about.
Mm-hmm.
And before you know it, you're just inching forward, your back straightens up, the hair on your arms is standing up, and you're like, dang, I don't know if this dude can play football, but this dude can speak. This dude can create some belief, and then lo and behold, he backed up a hell of a speech with a good performance and a win, and we were off and rolling.
Do you think that would be an important part of this week for Jarrett to sort of address the team as a group?
Yeah. I mean, it'll happen organically at practice. It'll happen organically in between periods, those sorts of things. But I'd be shocked if on Saturday night he didn't have a speech for the team.
Was Peyton around when he gave that speech, or was he getting, treatment or whatever he was doing?
I don't remember.
Yeah, because Bo is going to be there. Like Bo, from what I understand, Bo will be back. Bo will be in meetings. Bo is going to be present during this whole time.
I'm going to guess Peyton. I don't remember, but if I had to guess, I'd say he probably wasn't even on the trip.
Is that a weird deal? Well, how much was Peyton really around? Well, he had to be around in that final week, I guess. He had to be. He was the backup quarterback. I mean, he had to be around for that.
Yeah.
So there had to be moments during practice where Peyton was just the backup.
It was weird.
That must have been a little weird,
Yeah,
right?
It was weird.
All right, next story, Dan.
All right, guys, we've been talking about how many head coaching vacancies are open. Obviously, Sean McDermott just got fired by the Bills. Here's James Palmer on Kay Adams' show talking about the chances that Broncos quarterbacks coach Davis Webb could end up getting a head coaching job.
Man, you know what? I put those pieces together pretty early, standing on that Buffalo sideline before the divisional round, Kay, in Denver. And there he is talking to Josh. They have an unbelievable relationship, I'm told, talking to people in the organization. He knows so many people there, and he's a really intriguing candidate in this head coaching cycle. Now, nobody can interview him right now in person because they're in the AFC Championship game and the rules. But I would expect those, if teams are going to wait and their jobs are still open, multiple teams, I'm told, that are going to want to sit down with him. I think the Raiders are part of that group. I would now throw Buffalo into the mix because I do think they want to go offensive side of the ball.
How surprised would you guys be if Davis Webb got a head coaching job this hiring cycle?
I'd be pretty stunned. I mean, he is definitely a hot, sort of interesting name, but man, I guess I would be stunned.
Yeah, I mean, his name is clearly heating up, and it's not an accident that you hear all these insiders hyping up Davis Webb, but I'm with you. I'd be very, very shocked if he became a head coach. It just seems like an enormous leap. I mean, guys, it's not that he's just jumping from quarterback coach to head coach without being an offensive coordinator. He's only coached 2 years, ever.
Yeah,
ever.
it's
at any level.
Right. It's quite the leap. So
I'm not saying it's impossible, but it would shock the hell out of me.
Next story, Dan.
All right, guys, Jared Bednar's going to make an appearance here on Let's Football Go because the morning guys asked Bedsy how Sean Payton will coach without his star player from one coach to another.
That's the biggest challenge a coach is going to face, in my opinion, right? You lose the guy that's been taking all the snaps for a couple of years, that touches every area of your game when it comes to trying to score points, right? So it's a big challenge. You don't have any choice, really, but to look at it and be like, so you're going to set a game plan that may look similar or different than what you've been doing all year, but you have no choice. So everyone around Stidham in that position is going to have to be elite, and they're going to all have to be bought into the game plan. Those coaches are going to do a heck of a job digging in and figuring out what is the best game plan to try and win this game.
What do you think will be the biggest challenge for Sean Payton with his backup quarterback, Jarrett Stidham, on Sunday?
Well, I think he knows his guy. He's going to have to call a game plan that's unique to Stidham and not to Bo Nix. So gone are the QB runs. And they tried to use quite a few of them last week, and I didn't love a lot of them. But that stuff's going to be out the window. And, I think the biggest challenge is finding the balance of being aggressive enough to win an AFC Championship game without putting Stidham in dangerous situations that he just has not been in.
I'll go back to what you said earlier, and I don't think it's going to be an issue. But yeah, I think it could be a problem if Sean gets overly aggressive. I think you've got to have a certain amount of patience. So does Sean have that kind of patience? If you have patience and your defense can provide pressure, which I think they can do, like I said, 23-13 Broncos. And it feels relatively easy. Relatively easy. But that comes with a huge caveat. You've got to get a game-changing turnover from the defense. That is true. But I just anticipate them getting that because I saw what the Texans did to Drake May, Tyler. I mean, they were all over him. And they forced 3 fumbles. And Drake May has, that is true, he has fumbled more than any quarterback in the NFL this year. He has the most quarterback fumbles for whatever reason. So as good as he is throwing the ball and as great as a year as he's had, he has coughed up the ball more than any other quarterback in the league.
Well, when he's out of that pocket, I mean, put a target on that ball.
All right. You got one more quick one there,
Yeah,
Dan?
just quickly, according to Transaction Wire, the Broncos have designated center Luke Wattenberg to return from IR. He went on IR with a shoulder injury on December 25th and has missed 3 games in 4 total weeks. So positive news on the injury front.
Very positive. That's a – because is Forsythe out? He's at least banged up if he's not out. And they were having Sam Mustipher. So getting Wattenberg back, Tyler, that's great. That's really good news if that is the case.
For sure.
Okay, we'll take a quick break. We are waiting Sean Payton to step up to the podium. Also, we'll hear from Jarrett Stidham and more. Total coverage of the Broncos as we're just days away from the AFC Championship game here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. A reminder. All right, the Broncos on Sunday. You can win tickets. And I guess they weren't as expensive as I thought. I mean, it's like $5.50 or so to get in the door.
Ain't cheap.
No, it's still a great deal. So get to number 38 in Rhino on Friday as Nate and Andy are doing their show live again, as they did last week. And somebody's going to walk away with tickets to the game, courtesy of Bud Light. So way to go, Bud Light. There'll be great Bud Light deals, cool prizes, and tickets to the game. So we'll see you at number 38 on Friday at 3 o'clock. And that's a great place to go. And we'll see you at number 38. I'll be at the game. You'll be at the game. Dan, where are you going to be for the game? What are you doing for the game?
I'll be at the game.
You'll be at the game. That's right. I forgot. You were at the last game and you're going to be at this game.
I'll be working the game.
You'll be sitting right next to me. Yeah, that'll be awesome.
You two sit by each other the whole game?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to be doing fan interviews in the parking lot. So if any of our listeners would like to come up to me and give their thoughts on this game before the game, feel free.
So on the text line, if somebody said, "Hey, we're here, we're there," you'll if you want to text us,
or just tweet at me. Either
tweet
one.
at Dan. That might be easier.
Where
right?
you're at, and I can come see you.
What is it's a Dan Tanner 091, something like that?
That's it.
That's pretty good. Why 091?
Well, I was born in 91, and I tried to just do that, but somebody already had that, so I did put the 0 in
Somebody
front of
had Dan Tanner 91?
I guess.
Seems completely
10
random.
years ago.
That is wild. All right, so that's the plan for Sunday, and we'll have a lot of other things to announce as time goes on. We'll have pre-games and watch-alongs and post-games and the whole thing. So we'll be locked and loaded for it. And I told you they had special meals out, Lostos, with the special meal. Alex Ryan-Emmy is getting the free lunch today down there. They're running just a little bit late. Which, okay, that's fine. They probably started a little bit late, run a little bit late. You remember this time at all from 10 years ago, the week leading up to the AFC Championship? Not the Super Bowl, but the championship game. You remember that vibe whatsoever?
Yeah, I mean, if you're doing things right, it doesn't feel a whole lot different.
No.
That's when you know you're doing things right. If you're doing things wrong, all of a sudden it feels more important. All of a sudden you're changing up your routine. You're staying longer. I mean, there's nothing wrong with putting a little extra work. Don't get me wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, when practices are radically different, although I'll say that. I say that, and let me give a caveat.
Yeah.
If Sean Payton wanted to change up practices a little bit this week because of Jarrett Stidham, I'd get that. Like that would actually make sense. If by this point of the season, usually your practices are as short as they possibly can be.
Right.
It doesn't mean you're going to be out there banging. It doesn't mean that you're going to be out there putting wear and tear on your body. But if you wanted to get a few more reps in per period than you usually do, that would make a lot of sense to me.
You guys wearing pads at this time? You can. You're allowed to. I know you get extra time in the postseason.
I can't remember exactly how we handled it, but if I remember correctly, I think what we did was we would put pads on for like a period or two, and then we would take them off.
Just to sort of feel it a little bit.
Just get a little bang, get out there and feel it a little bit, but make sure everybody stays healthy.
Okay. Anything else stand out to you? Like doing your stuff around town, or
no, we're not doing anything around town. I mean, you're not out and about. You're not doing anything different.
I guess
than you
it's up to
normally do.
you to consume whatever media you want. If you want to consume no media, you don't have to.
I mean,
obviously.
my memory from the playoffs all the way through the Super Bowl felt like a normal week.
Okay.
Now, when you get to game day, it doesn't feel like a normal week.
What does it feel like on game day?
Well, it's bigger. It's louder. It's different.
Butterflies?
Yeah, of course.
Different butterflies?
I don't know. I mean, I had butterflies for every game I ever played in.
Right.
So I don't know about that, but you can. The energy is contagious. It's intoxicating.
Yeah. It was weird. Like there's always an excitement around a game outside the stadium. Always. And people are always in good moods and whatever. But Tyler, walking around outside the stadium last week, it was different. And I can't even sort of put my finger on it, nor can I really describe it other than just to feel it was different. It was more juiced up. It was more charged up. It was awesome. It was more friendly. It was more, we're in this thing together. It was more connected. than a typical game, which was pretty cool. Because then this is where a community and a fan base does bond like nowhere else. Like, no matter what is going on. Like, you're this far. Like, one thing I've noticed from people, by the way, we don't have as many doomsdayers out there. We don't have as many people out there that are like, I told you it was all going to fall apart because you made the AFC Championship game. No. Like, think about how many boxes you have checked. Is Bo Nix the quarterback? Yes.
No.
You're right. Okay, Scott.
He's not the quarterback this week.
You know what I mean. Is Sean Payton a good coach? Yes. Is, you know what I'm talking about? Like, are we going to be doomed because the running game stinks? Well, it does kind of stink, and no, we're not doomed. Are we good enough to be, is the season a success? Nobody can say the season is a disappointment. Nobody can say that. They were the number 1 seed and won a playoff game against a great team and probably a future Hall of Fame quarterback and got a coach fired. Look at the misery in Buffalo. Look at what we did, Denver Broncos country, to an entire fan base and citizenship in Buffalo. Look how miserable they are.
Yeah, they melted down.
The owner's calling it the catch, like they got a nickname for it. Like, we will never embrace the name the catch, ever. We'll never call it the catch. But they're going to call it the catch in Buffalo forever.
Why would we call it the catch?
We're not.
Because it was an interception.
Exactly. For us, it's going to be a fleeting moment. But in Buffalo, they already have a name for it. That was as
big, we broke the franchise.
That was as big of a loser press conference as I've ever seen. The owner goes, I walked in the locker room, everybody was crying, so I fired the coach. Okay. 9 years. I actually feel a little bit bad for Sean McDermott. I understand why they fired him, but that's the reason I got fired? Seriously, that's why I got fired. Because you walked in and everybody was crying.
It's probably the right move.
It probably was.
I mean,
but to hear your owner say to dismiss your 9 years. Like, but I didn't even talk about other elements of that press conference. Pagula was going on and on about Sean McDermott was really nice. My wife, had some serious health issues and was kind and reached out and was this, that, the other thing. But I walked in the locker room and Josh Allen was crying. So, you're out. And then he's throwing Keon Coleman under the bus.
Yeah.
Like, I get it. Keon Coleman's a bit of a knucklehead. But who does that, Tyler? What kind of owner actually does that?
No, well, you know what's so funny about it? I mean, 24 hours ago, the Bills were a relatively stable franchise. Just like that, things change.
Just like that. All right, what do you want to hear today from Sean Payne and Jarrett Stidham? What'll be some key things to listen for?
I don't know. I mean, we're going to hear confidence. We're going to hear a lot of respect for Bo. We're going to hear a lot of gratitude
Little
for
tribute to Bo.
We're going to hear some compassion, some empathy there. But from Sean, I think we're going to hear uber confidence in Jarrett Stidham. And then Jarrett, you're probably going to say, like when Brock Osweiler got up there and spoke, that dude sounded confident. That dude sounded like he was ready for the job. I think that's exactly what you're going to get. By the way, now that I'm thinking about it, do Brock and Jarrett Stidham kind of have a very similar aura?
A little bit. Kind of look the same.
Yeah, like they look the same. they kind of vibe the same.
A little bit. A lot of confidence.
Yeah.
I don't know if Stiddy has his last name tattooed on his back like Brock does, but you know what? Those two dudes, you put them side by side, they got a lot in common.
Yeah, they do. They do.
Andy's with us. Hi, Andy. How you doing? What's your adventure? Truck issues? All right.
Andy, can I perk you up? I'd like to perk you up. Would you like to hear Darren McKee going on a Boston sports station and immediately wanting to be one of the guys? Like Denver DMac, who apparently is like Mr. Homer DMac of the Denver Broncos.
Mr. Colorado.
Goes on a Boston station and within 2 seconds is like, hey guys, I want to be like you. I want to fit in with you. You tell me how this sounds to you. Go ahead.
When the ball got knocked out of Drake May's hand twice.
He goes on the Boston radio station and it just immediately he's like, oh, I want to talk like one of the boys. Okay, guys, I fit in with you. I'm cool. I'm from Boston too.
I couldn't help it, Andy.
Don't you guys know I'm in the mall? He's out of the club. Dan, you found more though?
Yeah. Well, we do have one more clip that KJ was able to dig up from DMac's interview with
Thank God.
98.5 The Hub
Yes.
in Boston.
Yes.
He is now the co-host of Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac, noon to 3 on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 in Denver. He's a survivor, a radio survivor, and his name is Darren McKee. Hi, Darren.
What's up, boys? Yeah, Wallach, I got fired. That must have been a great day in your life when I lost my job. I had to find another one.
Darren, I didn't notice. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
John was. Don't let.
What a shock!
I'm going to give you a little grace on that one because that one, I think you were being intentional about. I think
I might have been having some fun on that one.
I don't know.
But Andy, this is a guy. There's a guy on this station. I've been on this station a million times. There's a guy who just hates me. He thinks I'm terrible. He thinks I'm a big phony. That I like to play up my Boston roots. But yeah,
you want to know why? Because the text line's on to you.
The text line's on to me?
Yeah, they are. You're a two-faced chowderhead. That's what you are. You're a two-faced chowderhead. Just want to be one of the boys.
The funniest part is while I love my family, I have no love whatsoever for Boston sports. None. If you're in Texas with family members, do you start talking like a hayseed? Do you start fixing this, fixing that?
Why don't you just say getting ready to? You know, why is everything fixing?
I don't. I actually get behind fixing a little bit. Like I think we're fixing to find out.
It's a classic term.
Yeah, I can get behind that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, when Coops says it before a game, it's cool. Just randomly, hey, you're fixing to fix dinner? I mean, what do we do? How much redundancy are we looking for here? Just make dinner, all right? We're all right? I don't know. And y'all, I've never liked y'all. I got a little bit of a trigger complex sometimes with y'all. I don't know why, but yeah, I don't know. You know, it's but see, my family lives in West Texas, and my grandma lived forever in Amarillo. Yeah, it's interesting part of the country. Although real easy road trip if you need to just get out of town for a minute.
Well, I got some pretty deep-rooted Boston triggers. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm just telling you.
I'm trying to be careful.
I'm just telling you,
you.
DMac.
No, I know.
I mean, your triggers are you're triggering me right now. And if you want to be Boston, then be Boston.
When the ball got knocked out of Drake May's hand twice. Yeah, I can hear it. I don't normally talk like that. You're right.
How often do you go back home?
Why did you do that?
Well, it's you know what I think it was, because I spent an hour talking to my parents last night, and I took a deep breath and I'm like, all right, Pete and Eileen, here we go, and their accents are unreal. Like it's 90 years for my dad living in Boston, so it is what it is, and they do love me, so they do pull for the Broncos. But they're 100% rooting for the Patriots.
Oh, I'd love to have Pete on this week.
Right.
We should.
All right. Well, we'll see if he's...
your dad's funny. Your
he
dad is a
funny.
classic. He's a walk-in free radio bit, and it's amazing.
He's great. Dad's been going through a little something these days. So, but I appreciate that, and it would be fun to have him on. It's KKSE FM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder.
You know what I get accused of? And
what?
I don't know why. Everybody thinks I'm from Chicago, as Nate
Oh,
walks
yeah.
in. That's what's funny.
You got that flat sort of accent.
But
you
why?
have that.
I don't know why. I'm a North Denver kid. That's it. I don't know where the Chicago comes from.
You look like you should be from Chicago. So let's just start
I'm
there.
not as fat as I once was.
No,
I mean, what is looking like Chicago? What does that entail?
I don't know, Nate. How do you put it? I mean, you look... It's not. I'm not calling you fat. You just have this look that you're from Chicago. Am I wrong, Nate?
Look, you don't care for.
Does Andy
like
not?
That guy bothers me?
You mean like he has a high sodium diet?
Yeah,
always looks like he's retaining a little bit of something.
Not passing up a pizza if it's out.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little. Again, I don't want to Chris Farley because you actually look great. You've lost a ton of weight. But there's an element of angry Andy, like Chris Farley-isms, that's out there. That's part of your personality.
Yeah, But do you want to know the real deep root of the Angry Andy bit? Do you want to know what that was? That was Dennis Leary's No Cure for Cancer album that had me just he talks about growing up with his Irish dad, which you could relate to. And I'm telling you, he tells a story about it. I've told Nate before. Dennis Leary talks about his dad, like, cutting open his hand and they having to have dinner. My fully Irish grandpa fell through a glass sliding door and had his head cut up. And we had to eat dinner. He wouldn't hear about going to the emergency room. I sat next to my grandpa. Look, and he had like his collared shirt on and his tie because it was a Sunday dinner, so he had to look proper for it, dude. And I'm watching his head bleed out the back, and I couldn't quit looking. He's like, What's your problem? Let's enjoy dinner. Don't worry about it. It's not your head.
Yeah, that sounds
just like
a White Sox fan.
Blood's pulling up on your collar, Grandpa. What are we doing here?
Pass the ketchup.
Why am I here? Forget the haggis. The haggis will be here when we get home. You need to go get stitched, man. And not to mention, there's a gaping hole where the glass door was. What the hell is going on?
All right, you realize that sounds just like Chris Farley, right? You understand that, correct?
Yeah, but it's rooted in Leary. Leary's much angrier than Farley was. Farley was drug-induced. Leary's just a Boston angry person. I thought you'd like him. He's kind of your guy.
Dennis Leary. I love Dennis Leary. Are you kidding
You know
me?
what was my bummer? Remember when we all went to New York, the Super Bowl in New York, where
Yeah.
he was starting to pump his rock show, and Leary went down Radio Row, and he looked like my grandma. I'm like, bro, your
Yikes.
hair is weird, and you've got weird. Like, this is not. What are you doing?
Well, that was 10
I
years
guess he was
ago.
trying to look like his rock star character.
What the hell would he look like now if he looked like that 10 years ago?
Well, I saw him now. He looks normal because he's doing that, whatever that Army show is.
All right. All right, Andy.
He'd probably be out there. He might be out there making the rounds on Radio Row.
When
How busy do you expect Radio Row to be?
Well, it's not radio.
Hasn't it been dying a little bit?
It's like Digital Row now. It's different. I was talking to somebody about it the other day. Almost every single person is like some sort of digital show. Even if it is a radio show, it's a digital show. Everything's just different like that. So, I don't know. It's different. The whole thing is different. I think everybody just ends up talking to each other.
Right.
So if you want to go there and just talk to other digital radio people, that's the place to be.
Oh, you know what? When Tyler was playing in his Super Bowl, we got to see Snoop Dogg running around the tent interviewing people.
That's
and
right.
Shout out to Andy for the great photo.
And I also got to talk to Cuba Gooding Jr. because I can't remember which
Was it
our guy
radio?
BK, who I know BK sometimes has his flaws, but the guy books an impeccable show when he wants to, and he got his Cuba Gooding Jr. and I thought it was pretty cool. You know, I don't know if it was radio or what his movie was.
Did you get him to yell, "Show me the money"? Did you do the whole bit with him?
Oh, you got to ask him.
You know what's kind of funny is his guy kept trying to get him to leave, and he kept. It was me and Ed McCaffrey, and he kept like shooing the guy away, like he wanted to stay there and talk. And we were like, "All right, hey,
big Eddie Mac fan. Who knew?"
Sure.
By the way, Luke Wattenberg designated for return. How big is this, Tyler?
Well, I don't really know what's the deal with Forsyth.
Well, he hurt his ankle, I guess.
Is he okay? Is he out?
Too.
Do we know?
He's got an ankle thing.
So I'd say depending on Forsyth's injury, it could potentially be huge news.
Yeah, you need him back if you can.
Although I'm not particularly troubled by Alex Forsyth's performance.
What about Sam Mustipher?
I prefer to not have to go. I mean, no shot at Sam, but
Hold the Mustipher.
That's going pretty deep.
Okay,
in an AFC Championship game, right?
It is. But also, that's something you have to do this time of year. Like, everybody's battered and broken and bruised, and so you find warm bodies where you can find them.
Preferably not 3 deep.
I mean, look at how good P.J. Locke is playing right now.
True.
That guy had his spine fused last year.
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
And he's balling out right now. That interception that he made was absolutely incredible. Hey, something that you and DMac were just kind of saying right there. You were talking about in Buffalo, they're calling it the catch.
I guess DMac brought that up. I haven't heard that, but
that was Terry Pagula at his "Let's throw everybody under the bus" press conference.
Yeah, he's big mad about it. And whatever, do your thing. You're the owner of the Bills. I get it. You want to be the voice of your fans. But that Jaquan McMillan interception, like that should go down. That's an all-time great Bronco play.
Yes,
you know, it's a rich tapestry of great plays in the history of the franchise. So I don't even know if it makes top 10, but like, I don't know, for a franchise that hadn't been in the playoffs in 10 years.
If you were to win a Super Bowl, it would.
That's a big moment.
Moments like that in a championship year
Absolutely
become lifetime legendary moments.
Yeah, you never forget plays like that. And that's an all-timer of a play. It's really like one of the things that has been lost in the dialogue about the play because of the concern about the call is like somehow overlooking what a good play Jaquan made.
Yeah, that's what makes me mad because it was, first off, what bothers me, well, whatever. I get it. Fans are going to see with whatever side you're looking from, right? But Tyler, and especially when people wanted to go to the Devontae Adams catch the very next night, everybody wants to ignore the fact that Jaquan McMillan had two hands on the football as they both went to the ground.
Yeah.
And as they came up, immediately,
thing
Brandon Cooks loses a hand off the ball. But, I mean, again,
it's a season-saving play.
I mean, listen.
There's no doubt about it.
Legitimately, Prater kicks a chip shot otherwise.
Okay, Broncos fan or any other fan besides the Bills fan base, I think most people are going to say that that's an interception. However, I'm not dumb enough to say that if I was a Bills fan, I wouldn't be fully convinced that was a catch.
Yeah.
Of course I'd be fully convinced that was a catch.
If the shoe was on the other foot, we would still be we'd be
losing our minds.
We'd be on day 3 of doing shows only about that play.
I don't know
Fair
that we'd
enough,
be
but
having.
do you think Greg Penner would come out and say that was a catch in a press conference? Like, I'm more disappointed in Pagula.
Oh, no, he would. That's your job as the owner. That's you have got to use your bully pulpit, and as the gajillionaire, you have the loudest one, the loudest megaphone that there is, and you got to go and step up for your team. Plus, he just fired his coach, so he doesn't have McDermott to do it anymore.
Well, and that's the ironic part of it is he's like, yeah, I fired Sean McDermott because of that game. But I did not fire Sean McDermott because there was a bad call in that game. It was a catch. But, Sean, if that's ruled the other way, Sean McDermott's still the head coach. So you can't have it both ways.
I mean, the irony of it all is just like, dude, like you pulled an emotional trigger in that moment. That's the thing about like what's going on with the Bills right now is like, do I think McDermott had a great coaching day on Saturday against the Broncos? Not really. But also my simple question is like, what are you guys going to do right now that's better than that? Mm-hmm. That's the part of it I don't know. In this moment, are you just going to promote Joe Brady and make him your new head coach because that's the guy that Josh Allen likes? I don't know. I have no idea.
He took a shot at Joe Brady and the offensive staff today, so I don't know if that's easy now either.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they've got interest in Dayball and Brady. DMac's convinced that they're going to hire one of those two guys.
Could go Davis Webb.
That would feel very uninspiring. The Davis Webb thing to me, I mean, I know the traction, I know the noise that's out there. Would you guys not just be insanely shocked by that? I would continue to be insanely shocked.
It's a big leap forward, but I will say this: if you're Terry Pagula and you're looking at your team right now and you're like, what was the only reason we were even in this position this year was because of Josh Allen, and if the most important thing I can do is get this guy a great synergistic relationship with his head coach, then wouldn't Davis Webb be the best hire he could make?
And Tyler, weren't you around Sean McVay before his elevation from a tight ends coach or whatever? Because he was not a play caller, right? When he got hired out of the Washington organization, was he?
Well, he was. So he was a tight ends coach under Shanahan, and then when Gruden took over as the head coach, he made Sean the offensive coordinator.
Okay.
Do you guys remember though that from the Playmakers podcast that Jordan did? Andy, where they would talk about like that, just like the back meeting room.
Oh, insane.
Where LaFleur and McVay and McDaniel and Kyle and all those guys were all the time.
Hey, can I just say this about that group? Because I obviously was pretty intimate with it.
Yeah.
Like, I loved all those guys. Those were all my dudes. But you have to understand, they were so young at the time.
Right.
They were so young. They were so low on the pedestal. Like they were just like the lowest coaches that could have been on the staff.
Yeah.
I can't sit here and tell you that I was thinking I'm looking at 4 future head coaches.
Sure.
Like they were just the young guns that were hanging out with us in the locker room.
Sure. And it turns out they were a bunch of savants.
Yeah.
It's almost like think of like the .com boom and things like that happened here. You're probably looking at a lot of those people and going, are those people going to shape the American economy for the next 25 years?
Right.
Like, and yet they did. That's what that group was able to do, and that's what a good coaching staff does is they identify those guys, and that's why Davis Webb is sexy right now because Sean loves him. And Sean Payton, by the way, like and I think Sean had a great reputation already. He's a Super Bowl winning head coach in the NFL. But like right now, people are looking at Sean Payton, and I mean, he is getting viewed as arguably the best coach in the NFL today. He is getting viewed as an all-timer, as a legend, as a future Hall of Fame play caller with what he has done. You can do no greater benefit to your already legendary status than go to a new place and win there as well. And Sean's pulled it off. Like, think about that. No matter what, like, I think everybody would have given Brady more credit than Belichick for what happened in New England, right? For 6 trophies and all of that. But, like, think of how lopsided that debate became when he goes to Tampa and he wins a Super Bowl.
Yeah, so we all know the stat that no head coach has ever won a Super Bowl with 2 different teams.
Right.
Dumb question. Maybe there's been a bunch of them. Has a coach ever gone to the Super Bowl with another team and lost?
Yeah, Stan Reeves, if you remember, lost both with the Broncos and the Falcons.
Yeah, he lost with multiple teams.
But did he win one beforehand? I mean, like a guy like Sean, for example. What I'm trying to say is, if he made it to the Super Bowl, would he just be the first coach to ever even make it to the Super Bowl with another team?
It's a great question. I'm trying to rack my brain because see, now you got to go through the teams that won, and then was the guy a loser on the other side?
I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter. Bottom line is he's getting dangerously close to territory that no coach has ever been to. You know,
well, you realize if he gets it, if he wins, whether it's this year or whatever, he's in the Hall of Fame. There's nothing they can do.
Oh, without a doubt.
And I think there's some media members that do not want to see that happen. I don't know that he's always the most popular among some of the guys, especially out east, and then I just think it's interesting. The other question, because Nate keeps saying this, how quickly does he walk into Greg Penner's office and say, hey, about this contract?
Yeah, make me the highest paid coach in the NFL. 7 head coaches have coached multiple teams in the Super Bowl. Don Shula, Colts and Dolphins, Dick Vermeil, Eagles and Rams, Dan Reeves, good call, Andy, Broncos, Falcons. Falcons, I said it like Han Solo.
Yeah, you went Mark Johnson on
Bill Parcells, Giants and
that's
Patriots. Right. Mm-hmm. So Parcells had an opportunity to be able to do it. That was the Bledsoe Patriots that Parcells coached there, right?
It was, because remember, they faced Green Bay the year before Denver beat them.
Holmgren had a chance to do it with Seattle.
Oh, that's right.
Foxy lost with Carolina and lost with Denver. And Andy Reid lost with Philadelphia in what was that, 2004?
Yep, but then won with the Chiefs.
But then won with the Chiefs many, many, many times.
Remember
over.
that? That was the Philadelphia one with Reed was when T.O. accused Donovan McNabb of not having enough stamina to finish
remember,
the game.
Wasn't it he vomited in the huddle?
He was thrown up in the huddle, and T.O.
Yeah.
That was when T.O. had his magical ankle recovery, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I wonder whatever he injected into that thing. Tyler Polumbus, everybody. Listen to him every day, noon to 3. PhD is what we call that show. That stands for Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac. Again, that show starting at 12 p.m. every single day here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Avalanche will be in action tonight at Ball Arena. Coverage will be live on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. 6:30 is your calls, and in addition to her great work with NFL Network, Broncos sideline reporter in the preseason. So she has got some good Stiddy perspective. We'll talk to her about Jared Stidham coming up today at 4 o'clock. At 5:20, Nick Kosmider of The Athletic. He is down there covering all of it right now as it happens. So we'll dive into that with our dude Kos coming up today at 5:20. Andy, we got the Avs in action tonight. We have a Nuggets game that was to pull out everybody's favorite terrible sports writing cliche. It was a tale of two halves, we'll call that one. Last night between the Nuggets and the Lakers. I have a lot of thoughts as to what happened in that game last night, some of which we sort of previewed yesterday on the show. But there's some things going on right there.
There's also, I will tell you, the one thing that has me most concerned with that. Okay. Not that we should be concerned about anything with who they're still playing.
Yes.
But there was one player in particular where I thought, and I think even Scotty made mention of it, I was kind of flipping back and forth and ultimately stuck with Altitude in the second half. But I was thinking, I hope.
Okay. There's I wonder. I tell you what. Let's take a break. When we come back, I want you to tell me who the player is because I have my guy that his play left me dispirited last night. So
is it the same guy?
Let's find out if it's the same guy. Coming up here on the other side, Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Murray from 70. Got it at the horn! Let's go! Let's go! Oh my goodness. What a flourish by Denver to end the first half. Denver has their big lead of the night. They're up 71-57. You know, if you went to bed immediately after that shot, like my 4-year-old did last night, you have nothing but good memories of that Nuggets game.
You went to bed happy.
You did. Sammy he went to bed quite happy last night. He was in a great mood. Yes, he couldn't believe that Jamal Murray made that shot. The Nuggets, man, they were rolling at halftime. The halftime score, Denver was up 71-57. Jamal had 26 points in that first half, including hitting 4 triples. Spencer Jones couldn't miss. Peyton Watson was 3 of 4 from downtown. Everything was going the Nuggets' way. It was a wonderful first half of basketball. It's funny what making your shots does for you. And the Nuggets made 12 of 23s in that first half. Then the second half happened last night. Andy, as I tweeted, can somebody check that the Nuggets hoop that they're shooting on is regulation? Because, my God, they missed everything. There was a stretch early in the fourth quarter. They missed like 4 layups in a row. That thing just got painful. All right, Andy, as you watched that game last night, who was the one of 8 available Denver Nuggets that was giving you consternation last night?
Well, normally, and it's this guy because he's normally such a big contributor, but it was Tim Hardaway Jr.
Oh, wow.
He just could not throw it in the ocean.
No, he had a bad shooting night.
You know, and the threes weren't falling. And again, I don't expect him to make every 3, but he always has a stretch where he comes out of it and gives you 2 or 3, it feels like, right?
Yeah.
And I just, and they were short. And there was just a part of me going, man, has he got a little of the Reggie Jackson, I don't know, pick your player, that you came in here for more of a reduced minutes role, coming off the bench, and now you've had to just use him so much. Is it starting to catch up with him? Does he need a break to get his legs back?
Yeah,
he just could not shoot the ball well last night, which is unlike him.
Spencer Jones last night played 37. P. Watt played 38. AG played 32. That's well beyond.
That's not what they wanted.
The restriction right now. And, yeah, Hardaway played 31 last night, 2 of 12, 0 for 8. Yeah, it was a brick fest last night out of Tim Hardaway. The only thing we really had going there was Chris Marlowe talking about Timmy and Timmy. But other than that, not much good that was going on right there. Yeah, bad shooting night out of Hardaway. He wasn't very good. He's definitely on the list of Nuggets that weren't very good last night, which, basically, let's just go to the extent of the list of Nuggets that were good last night. Spencer Jones and Jamal Murray in the first half. And in the second half, the Lakers adjusted, and they threw a double at Jamal as much as they possibly could and forced the ball out of his hands, which, the Nuggets, they never were able to punish it. It wouldn't have been so effective if the Nuggets had, continued to move the ball well and find the good shots they were finding in the first half, but they weren't able to. And, Andy, that's why the name that I circled, the guy that I was really struggling with last night, I thought Jalen Pickett was terrible last night.
Yeah, he didn't have his best game going.
No, and he he was typically, it was Luka on him, and then they were trying to run the switch, and they were hunting Luka on the switch, which they made an adjustment in the second half. Adelman even said after the game, I stuck with it too long, but Pickett became typically the escape hatch for Jamal Murray, and he's done a pretty good job most of this season of keeping the offense in a rhythm and keeping the ball popping and finding another look. But I don't know. I don't know if it was just all the size the Lakers had on the floor. He just looked uncomfortable last night. I thought that he was muddying up the process pretty bad.
No, I can't argue with you, and I did wonder if that would be the route that you went if you did not go with me on the Tim Hardaway situation. look, man, again, all these guys, Zeke Najee, Jalen Pickett, Spencer Jones, they got tape on them now. They know who these guys are. They know what the game plan is. This isn't 3 weeks ago in Boston and Philly where you're surprising everybody with a bunch of dudes they don't really have any tape on unless it's from the G League.
Yeah, it wasn't a good Zeke night. P. Watt, 18 points on 17 shots. You don't like to see that. I think AG spending as much time playing the 5 as he is wearing on him, and I worry about his health a little bit right now. Yeah, I didn't think Zeke was very good. Again, the list of nuggets that I thought were good last night was very, very short, particularly in the second half. And then, I mean, the other part of it, Andy, is let's, look up at the end of the game and rebounding edge 51-31, plus 20 in favor of the Lakers. Second chance points, Lakers 15, Nuggets 4. Points in the paint, Lakers 54, Nuggets 40. It was all the things we talked about yesterday. They don't have any size, and they've been largely able to overcome it with good process and finding good shots. And when they find good shots, they typically make good shots because they're a good shooting team. But last night they did not find good shots. I give Redick some credit for that. He always game plans well against the Nuggets. And David Adelman criticized himself after the game, and I kind of agreed with him. I didn't think that Adelman had his best game either. So I don't know the answer at this moment with a fatigued basketball team. Maybe Deron Holmes should get more minutes. Maybe Strother and Tyson should play more. You can't stick with an 8-man rotation, especially with a back-to-back coming up on the back end of this week. They got to play the other dudes. Trust them or not, they got to play them.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. But again, it also just goes back to, in some ways, not only did you got to surprise them with some of your players, which we're hoping the Broncos can do with Stidham coming up on Sunday.
Yep.
But you were playing some, the Eastern Conference is not the Western Conference. And as you dive back into the Western Conference.
Yeah, the Lakers are good.
They're not an easy team to play without your main guys.
Yeah.
And you don't have your main guys. And again, the other thing I think is tough is they were beating up Jamal all night long.
Mm-hmm.
Second half especially, they were going to play physical. They were going to play tough. They were going to use their fouls against him, right? And look, for the first time in a while, I also felt towards the end, we had a little bit of guys watching and waiting for Jamal to just be magic instead of helping him and cutting and moving the way they'd had previously.
Yeah, it was a hideous basketball game.
The second half was. It was fun in the first half.
Half was awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, if you're my little dude that goes to bed at 8:45 at night, you had nothing but a good time watching basketball last night.
Well, and after the Jamal half-court heave, I was like, wow, we may have to do a highlight segment tomorrow. And then by the fourth quarter, I was like, we do not have to do that highlight segment anymore.
No, we don't. We played the best moment, the peak. If we were drawing a graph, an emotional graph of that basketball game, hit the climax, and then after that, rough second half. The Nuggets are in Washington tomorrow. Andy, the Broncos defense, here's some numbers for you. 12 takeaways the first 16 games this year. Did we ever talk about this defense's inability to force turnovers? I feel like we did.
Started to.
Yeah. 7 takeaways over the last 2 games against the Trey Lance Chargers and the Bills. 5 of those takeaways against Buffalo in the divisional playoff victory. All right? Nick Bonito, 3 forced fumbles by himself over the last 2 games. At the end of the regular season, Sean Payton said, yeah, great, sacks, forced turnovers. And the message has gotten through loud and clear, particularly with Denver's best pass rusher. All right? Now they face Drake May, playing his first career road playoff game. Drake May has fumbled 6 times in the playoffs and lost 3 of them. He had 2 fumbles lost last week against Houston, and he had 1 in the wild card round against the Chargers. I mean, he had 3 turnovers by himself against the Texans because he had an interception as well. Difference is Houston turned it over 5 times. So the Patriots won. The Patriots won by 2 scores. I know we always talk about takeaways and turnover margin and the importance of that, especially when you get to this time of year when everybody's good and the disparity between the quality of the teams and talent levels is slim to none. But Andy, I'm staring at this game saying, not only do the Broncos need to win the turnover battle, I don't know if they can win the game if they don't. This has to be a huge, big-time takeaway game for the defense.
Yeah, I'm going to go one further. I'm not sure they can pull off the upset without a score from the defense.
Okay.
Just because I think, again, this defense is it happened again the other day where you get a turnover and you settle for a field goal. You can't get too much of that. Like, they need touchdowns, and they'll need a scoop and score or a pick six, I think, in order to maybe pull off the upset against the Patriots.
Yeah.
So
I would agree with that. Takeaways, they've got to be everything in this game for Denver. Now, fortunately, again, they've stepped it up. Drake May has fumbled 14 times in total now this season. But that's the thing about looking back in the Buffalo game. The Broncos 1 for 3 in the red zone in that game. Didn't have a good third down game. They had the ball almost 12 full minutes fewer than Buffalo. They were outgained on the ground by over 100 yards, but turnovers. Yep. Like all those metrics right there. If you would have told us those last week, we would have been like, you lost to the Bills. You lost to Josh Allen. But again, what was the difference? It was the part where you had 5 takeaways in the game. And that's it's freaking everything this time of year. And, quite frankly, looking ahead to this matchup against New England, the Patriots they're going to have advantages once again in this game. There's going to be talent advantages, particularly with the weapons that they have offensively between the two backs and Hunter Hank and Stephon Diggs and Kayshon Boutte, and Drake May is, clearly a second-team All-Pro quarterback this year, had a fantastic season. But that group will turn the football over, and they're playing on the road right now, and they're going to be playing in all of that noise in Denver. The Broncos continue to force fumbles, man. You need another huge Alex Singleton game. He had 14 tackles in addition to that forced fumble. You need another huge Benito game and an interception or 2 tip balls. You got to go and get them, and I think the Broncos can win the game. I think their defense is up to the challenge, Andy.
I think it is, too, if they're as good as they want to be. You know, and I know Chris Harris appeared on a couple of ESPN podcasts today talking about comparing this defense to his defense. Well, that defense, we've talked about it. They got turnovers, meaningful turnovers, and they scored. Remember, the Broncos' first score, Super Bowl 50, with that defense was the strip sack touchdown by Malik Jackson that got the recovery, and Von Miller stripping Cam Newton, and that led to the actual first touchdown for the Broncos. So if this defense wants to be in the category of what I think was the best defense in franchise history, with all due respect and a nod to the Orange Crush, they're going to have to do some scoring themselves. Broncos are also going to have to run the ball, man. We keep talking about Jared Stidham for good reason, but you're going to have to milk some kind of run game out of this thing to keep the offense balanced too. So
absolutely, and if for no other reason than to loosen things up and make it a little bit easier for Jared Stidham throwing the football down the field. Like my concern with Jared Stidham simply is going to be the rust factor with him of the kind of little mistakes that you make early in a season, the kind of little mistakes you make in the preseason, all those sorts of things. Ironically, he was pretty damn good in the preseason. Like, those are so magnified at this time of year. There's no settling in process for Jared Stidham. Like, the most he can get is like a drive or 2, and the defense has got to do their job and keep New England off the scoreboard early on in this football game, or at least just hold them to field goals and then keep it close, and you've got a chance to be able to win this game.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you can't afford a turnover in the early going because Jared is trying to catch up to the speed of the defenses. I mean, look, this would have been a challenge if he was playing a regular season game of the speed of the starters. Now we're in the AFC Championship.
Yeah.
and everyone's hair is going to be on fire the start of that game, as you and I well know.
Right.
So that's going to probably lead to some even. Now maybe he could take advantage of it. Maybe a properly placed pump fake or something like that, and he can get a guy busted deep, and he can connect on that throw and Katie bar the door because the roof will come off that place. Not that they've built one yet. But
Andy, I'm telling you, man, like Sean's got to call a shot play on the opening drive.
The Buffalo, the thing that led to your drop of the year.
Yeah. Stiddy has the arm talent. He has the arm talent to be able to let it fly. Like get him a double move and just let it fly for Marvin Mims early on in this football game. Run the ball a little bit, get some misdirection, do some play action, and then just let him stand back there and launch one. And if you can get it, if you hit that shot play, whether it leads to a touchdown, whether it simply leads to your 1st and 10 in the red zone or, inside the 30-yard line of Buffalo or whatever it may be, like that's number one. It loosens some things up with the New England defense a little bit, hopefully for Stiddy as the game goes on, and it just gives him that kind of composure to let him settle into the football game. This thing's not impossible. It's very doable. Like, Stiddy is capable. Sean Payton is an excellent coach. The Broncos have a great offensive line. Like, the things that you would want to be able – I wish they had a better run game, but the things you'd like to be able to give a backup quarterback to be able to succeed, Denver has those things. The thing that we don't know, Andy, until we get to Sunday is Stiddy ready to just jump in cold to an AFC Championship game?
Well, and I keep saying it. I feel like they've got the first half to fool them.
Yeah.
So that's where you can make your hay. They don't know what to expect out of your offense in the first half. Stiddy can rep his plays, the first 15, all that kind of stuff, get that stuff down, make it happen. It would be great as if you got one of those big shot plays and left some of the script for the second drive.
Sure.
Maybe that's how you double up and get a couple scores to feel good about things. But, there is going to be, like you said, the adjustment process of, wow, these are NFL starters, and frankly, you're going against another one of those top defenses because that's usually all that's left this time of year.
Yep, and New England's defense is pretty damn good. Kreckman and Lindahl on a Wednesday afternoon. Sean Payton has addressed the media. He officially, by the way, he's the hype man for Stiddy. He is the Bobby the Brain Heenan right now for Jarrett Stidham. We will hear the Broncos head coach hype up his quarterback. It's Stiddy City next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, I don't know if you've heard Broncos play on Sunday, and you can win tickets. Get to number 38 in Rhino on Friday. We're going to be out there for a Bud Light Football Friday, number 38 in Rhino, for a live K&L show, and one person is going to win a pair of tickets to the AFC Championship game. Thanks to our friends at Bud Light. There's going to be great Bud Light deals, specials, cool prizes, and we are giving away tickets to the game. We'll see you at number 38 on Friday at 3 o'clock. Again, get down there, get signed up. We had our listener, Eric, won tickets on Friday for the Broncos-Bills game. So you can do the same. You can be there for the AFC Championship game on Sunday. All you got to do is go to number 38 and sign up to win, courtesy of our friends at Bud Light. So we're doing another ticket giveaway with Bud Light on Friday afternoon ahead of the AFC Championship game. We got a good thing going right now here in this playoff run, so let's keep it going at number 38 coming up here on Friday afternoon from 3 to 6. Andy, we discussed how does Jarrett Stidham deal with the speed of the game off the jump, jumping in cold on the AFC Championship game. Today, Sean Payton asked how Stidham can approximate that sort of speed and urgency at which he'll have to play at in the AFC Championship.
Well, they practice at that speed, and it's happened before, and you can't. I mean, it's happened to me a number of times, and he's a veteran, like real good decision maker, good arm strength, and so he's seeing a real good defense each week, and there's X amount of routes teams run, and so yeah, I mean, and then it's putting the plan together accordingly.
He sees a good defense every week, Andy. But one of the problems is he doesn't get reps against that really good defense. Like, he does watch them. There's no doubt about that. But that's a part of the modern NFL is, there are only so many practice reps, and the starter gets them. That's how it works in the NFL. So really, this is the week for Stiddy to try and make up for a lot of lost time running with the ones and all that kind of stuff. It's just limited for backups. That's just the reality of the NFL.
Yeah, and again, the adrenaline's going to be pumping. As you said, you've not lived in game conditions for a while. And I'm sure he'll settle in. It's just, for me, the first half of this game is going to be real important for the Broncos to use the surprise factor as to what they could be doing offensively and take advantage of a New England defense that doesn't really know what to expect. And by half, I think they'll have a better idea what's going on and so on and so forth. And, then you may not have that same element of surprise. So I just hope the adrenaline doesn't get the better of Stiddy and he stays accurate. But we'll see. Look, we're getting news. Spring and I have sent a couple tweets to the thread. There's about 100 of them out there saying J.K. Dobbins did, in fact, practice today.
Yeah.
Again, we'll see, right, my friend? We'll see. Hopefully he went full speed, really gave that foot a good test. By the way, they gave Brandon Johnson number 36. Again, the weird numbers for positions. A receiver wearing 36. I don't think I've ever seen that, but maybe that's what we'll see if he ends up having to play coming up on Sunday. Plus, you get Wattenberg back. Hopefully, Luke Wattenberg can be back in the mix. That would help. Maybe shore up a little of the pressure coming up the middle, which you don't want for Stiddy. But, boy, let's just – I have my doubts about J.K. Dobbins and coming back to full health just because I've seen the Liz Frank, the midfoot sprain, just be such a pain to get over. But look, man, couple. Javonte came back and was more effective quicker than I thought after that knee injury.
Hey, guess what?
He wasn't old Javonte really till this year, but we might as well just stay positive. If J.K. Dobbins can be close to what he was, all of a sudden you're talking about a much different monster to deal with in the Bronco offense.
And he's just got to be good for a few hours, and then he gets 2 weeks off.
Yep.
That's all I need. Yeah, that's good to go. Everybody on the 53 practiced. Pat Bryant practiced today, concussion. Troy Franklin practiced today, hamstring. Forsythe, ankle. all those dudes practiced today. So, hey, it's again, you don't know what condition all of these guys are in, if they're going to make it to Sunday, all those kind of things. But that's pretty good news on a Wednesday, and that's given New England an awful lot of things that they have to prepare for and be aware of going into this game. Let's hear from Sean Payton on why he liked Jarrett Stidham so much to begin with. One of his first moves when he became the head coach of the Broncos was to acquire Jarrett Stidham.
We felt like I liked him first. We had good grades with him in New Orleans coming out of Auburn. New England drafted him. And then when you see a move where Josh goes to become the head coach, and then you see a transaction, and I have a lot of respect for Josh, and I knew that he liked him. And so he really played well in that 49er game, against a real good defense. And so that's when we became aggressive.
Yeah. He did. He threw for 365 in that game. They lost in OT, 37-34 was the score of that game. Stiddy balled out that day for the Raiders. And,
he did.
And the Broncos wanted him. They wanted to go and get him, and he was one of the first guys that Sean went and acquired. I want to get to this cut really quickly. Sean Payton was asked about his history of getting backup quarterbacks ready to play. Again, Andy, to me, the most salient composition to what the Broncos are dealing with is actually nothing to do with Jeff Hostetler or Frank Reich or Nick Foles or Roger Staubach or anybody. It's what Sean Payton did with Teddy Bridgewater back in 2019 when Teddy was 5-0 as the starter for the Saints when Breeze went down with injury. Here is Sean on how he has had success with backup quarterbacks.
The message always, I feel like, when Drew went down in L.A., we flew from Los Angeles. Our plan was we were playing at Seattle, so we stayed on the West Coast and we practiced at UW. We stayed in Bellevue. And so our first team meeting, and I made the same comment. I said, I'm not worried about Bridgewater. I'm worried about everyone else in this room, making sure, that their level is up to speed. And then, Kamara was out then after that game. And then so Bridgewater, Latavius, they won 2, won 3, won 4. And after the fifth one, this is about when Drew's thumb's getting better. I was just kidding him. I got to say that because sometimes when I'm kidding and people don't know I'm kidding, then all of a sudden I'm a bully. I called Drew and said, how you doing? He said, I'm getting ready to come back. And I said, well, make sure you take your time. Things are going well here. And I think the most important thing is, like, all right, and it's the same with tight ends or receivers or runners. Like, what are the things that they like? What are the things that they do well? What are the things, and then building it around that, and then understanding, what kind of game do we see this being played? So there are a number of things that go into a game plan, but it would start with his skill set, but then also the opponent.
What I think is really interesting when you look back at that 5-game stretch, and I brought this up earlier in the week with Teddy Bridgewater in 2019 for Sean Payton, was they went 5-0. They won those 5 games. In those 5 games, 3 of them they scored 30+. And then 2 of them they scored 13 and 12. They won shootouts and they won low-scoring games. Now, again, was Teddy Bridgewater a more experienced NFL quarterback with a longer track record of starts in the NFL? Of course, there's no such thing as a perfect comparison when you get to a position like this. But also, 5-0 with a backup quarterback, Andy, and we've seen it in these parts with Brock Osweiler winning a bunch of games back in 2015. That's not an easy thing to do. And especially when the stretch is long enough that the opponent starts having film on these guys.
Yeah.
Sean's good. Sean's good in this spot, man. He's good in this spot.
Look, he is. And I like what he said. Am I as worried about Jared Stidham as I am about guys making plays for him? No, because, again, Bo dropped a couple passes in there that should have been catches.
Yeah.
One that could have been a big first down that Sutton didn't quite hold on to. And, of course, the touchdown beginning of the game that ended up being a field goal after.
Time to stop at the dropsies.
You can't do that to Jared Stidham this week, okay? You just can't. If he gives you an opportunity to make a play and you get a ball like that, that's got to be a catch. Got to help him out. Got to get some yards after catch. Got to bust a couple plays, I think, for bigger than what they're drawing up for. You just got to help him out, Look, if Pat Bryant, you talked about all the guys on the 52 practicing today. If Pat Bryant could go, that would be big in my mind.
Yeah, because he's such a good possession guy. He's such a good slant guy. He would be massive to have out there.
And you want longer drives. I mean, you'll take scores whenever you can get them, but in a perfect world, you put 3 long drives together and soak some clock.
Injury report's going to be good this week. I mean, obviously we gotta await the full designations, but the injury report powered by Ramos Law should be a lot of fun, and Andy will of course have that for you right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We'll take a break. When we come back, Cynthia Freeland, NFL Network, also Broncos preseason sideline reporter. She's covered a lot of Jarrett Stidham football. There aren't a lot of people that have covered a lot of Jarrett Stidham professional football. She is one of them. She will talk about Jarrett Stidham next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for my friends over at Roller Auction. They got a great auction available right now. If you are in the market for some fitness equipment, that's right, we're talking weights, benches, barbells, and so much more, pull-up bars. This is a great auction to check out. Plyo boxes. That's right. Strengthen that core. It's all about core. Andy Lindahl will tell you it's all about core. Well, then you want to get to roller.bid right now and check out this Rage Fitness and PT Pro auction, which is open right now. It is open until next Tuesday. So go ahead and check that out. Get some great prices, courtesy of our friends at Roller Auction. And you want to sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. That's roller.bid/altitude. Don't forget the /altitude part, because if you sign up to bid right there, well, then you are entered to win tickets from us. And our next giveaway, catered suite, February 11th, Nuggets, Grizzlies. That's right, Nuggets, Grizzlies. You can be there. You just got to sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. Jarrett Stidham just wrapped up his meeting with the media. Stiddy's confident. There's no doubt about it. He's ready to go. He also does appreciate everybody changing their Twitter picture. So he's aware that it's going out there, although he did say he's not on social media this week. Nothing but game plan focus. That's what Stiddy's got going on right now. So let's talk about Jarrett Stidham. The funny part is there aren't a ton of people that can really speak with any kind of authority when it comes to Jarrett Stidham, but we certainly found one of them. Our friend Cynthia Freeland of NFL Network, who was also the Broncos sideline reporter during the preseason. I mean, she's here for the time of year when Stiddy really shines and has covered a lot of Jarrett Stidham football. Cynthia, welcome back to the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. How you doing?
I'm great, thank you. It's great to be back. And remember, I think last time we talked was right when Coach said something like, as long as Bo Nix doesn't take too many sacks in this defense, Bo, I can make it to the Super Bowl. And, he was kind of right. So it's pretty amazing.
So here they are, a victory away. Cynthia, let's start big picture. Your scouting report on Jarrett Stidham after having covered so many of his games.
Well, I might be the most the biggest Jarrett Stidham in-person watcher in national media.
You're well-versed.
That could be me. Very well-versed in Jarrett Stidham. No, just kidding. Listen, I think part of what matters here is who his play caller and play designer is. And a lot of the things that we saw in preseason are actually things we might see. And remember, the beginning of the season, there were a ton of screen passes. There's a reason Bo Nix has the second most yards on passes intended to travel behind the line of scrimmage in the regular season, because they were doing short things that approximated runs when runs didn't work. And that is actually where the Patriots are most vulnerable on defense. So I might be the only national pundit taking the Broncos and Stidham to be, I don't know, I have no problem with it. My model has the Broncos winning. Now, is it a comfortable win? Absolutely not. But it's a win nonetheless.
I almost wish I could have given you a heads up about this question before you came on, because you are so deep in the numbers. I was watching you and Colleen Wolfe have a little fun on the pregame coverage over the weekend. What do the numbers tell you about Denver's defense? Because honestly, from the eye test, Cynthia, they were so good for so long, but it seems like Brandon Jones, since he went out, it just quite hasn't been the same. Is this still a formidable group that New England needs to worry about?
Well, I mean, look, the defense is still incredible. Now, here, of course, when you lose guys who are starting, you're never going to be as good. What is the adage? Like, if they were better than the starter, they would be starting, right? It's just logical. But ultimately, I think part of what you saw, we talk about the difference between rest and rust. And rest is usually good for you, but sometimes it makes some rust when it comes to picking up different nuances from different teams that you haven't seen before and that you're not necessarily, I don't know, like the O-line and what they were doing for the Bills. That's Josh Allen. It's not like you're sitting there facing a team that can't run the football. That is what they did, right? So I think we're going to be okay. Like, it's going to be okay. I'm not worried about it. I think it'll look a lot better this week as well.
Let's talk a little bit about the matchup, specifically with Drake May, who had a marvelous second year in the NFL. But, the number that jumps off the page is the fact that he has fumbled 6 times thus far here in the postseason, and the Broncos defense has magically started taking the ball away with 7 takeaways over the last couple of games. Where in this matchup can the Broncos get the better of Drake May?
The red zone.
Yeah.
So you're looking at those fumbles, and then you're looking at the fact that they're 25% in the red zone, the Patriots are, in scoring touchdowns when they've gotten into the red area this postseason. And that's tricky when you're looking at a defense that was number 1 in red zone defense in the entire season. So I think that, I think sometimes people will talk about the other side because the Patriots' red zone defense was an issue, but you got to put that in context that people didn't get into the red zone against them very often, so that number's going to be higher. But I'm talking about the red zone offense. And what you've seen from Drake May, I love Will Campbell. I don't care about his short arms. I don't think that's the problem. I still think he's a rookie, and that left tackle, something was going on. He definitely... in the last one, if you go back and watch, the Houston defense certainly picked on him a bit. So, and they got the better of him. I mean, Will Anderson, very good. We know that. It's not like it's a bad defense that was able to get the best of him, but I don't know if the rookie's ready for all the different things Vance Joseph's going to cook up against him and all the different directions that pressures are coming from.
Cynthia, I believe you were here for the home game when Jared Stidham started against the Cardinals, and we saw some great plays out of Evan Ingram, who largely has not been, I think, what a lot of us expected after watching that training camp. You were there for a bit. It looked like Ingram, there were a time where I think we all thought he might be the second most targeted guy on the team to Cortland Sutton, and as the year has gone along, it just has not played out that way. Could Evan Ingram, with Stidham in there now, maybe add a different element to this offense come Sunday?
Absolutely, because, again, not in a way that's dissimilar to the Broncos. The middle of the defense is where the best opportunity, targeting tight ends, is where the best opportunity is going to be for Stidham to outmatch. Like, you don't want to target Christian Gonzalez. Inexplicably, C.J. Stroud targeted him 17 times.
Yeah.
I have no idea why you would do that. He allowed less than 60 yards and 7 receptions. So you're just going to stay the heck away from Christian Gonzalez. And I'm pretty sure Sean Payton won't make that same mistake.
Cynthia Freeland is our guest, NFL Network. We're getting you set for the AFC Championship game. Cynthia, looking back on the preseason opener for the Broncos against the Niners when Stiddy's, and I realize, again, we're talking about preseason football, but 14 of 15 for $136, couple of touchdowns. He ran it 3 times for 36 yards in that game, a 144 passer rating that day. I know it's Niners backups, but what from what you saw of Stiddy in the preseason translates now to, the AFC Championship game?
His legs. Because one of the things we saw from Bo Nix that the whole offense is used to is Bo Nix throwing on the run. I mean, when I close my eyes and I think about Bo Nix, I feel like it's him throwing from while his legs are moving. So ultimately, the fact that Jarrett Stidham has a little bit of that in him and the plan won't have to completely wholesale change. You're not going from a total, non-pocket passer to, you're not going from, Lamar Jackson to a backup of, a Matthew Stafford, right, where it's pocket versus not, right? You're going from similar situations. So in fact, it could be, at least for some time, maybe the beginning of the game, it could be an advantage because they don't have any film on him. And they can watch the preseason. I'm sure they are watching the preseason film, but probably not super helpful.
Yeah, no, I certainly wouldn't think so because, again, it's against Niners backups, and that's a good setup. So, Cynthia, big picture. You spent a lot of time around the Broncos in the preseason. Now we're talking to you before the AFC Championship game. What were the things that you thought about this Broncos team that were consistent throughout the course of winning 15 games to get to this point, and what were maybe the things about this Broncos team that you had questions about and you've been surprised by or had answered?
O-lines are always kind of where I'll start. The trenches on both sides are where I'll start because the consistency, you don't lead the league in sacks without being completely consistent from your defensive front. And you also don't lead the league in your quarterback not getting sacked if the scheme, the O-line, and what the quarterback is trained to do all don't make sense. And both of those things played out. Like Sean told us, right? He's like, I told Bo Nix he cannot take sacks. And we're like, okay. And he didn't. A lot of that, though, is very helpful. Like Quinn Miners, I'm sure he gets a lot of recognition in Denver, but maybe nationally people need to start talking about him a little bit more for all the different communication styles and ways he's able to help out throughout an entire game, huge deal. And Garrett Bowles had a great season. The O-line to me is a real asset that, not to say we undervalue them because I'm never going to undervalue an O-line ahead of the season, but I think they've gotten even better as the season has gone on. And the same thing with the defensive front, which we expected them to be very strong up front and we expected a lot of pressure. And I think maybe even expectations are exceeded when it comes to culminating in sacks and quick pressures, which they led the league in. So, that's pretty cool. I think also, I know people target Riley Moss. I know he's good for a DPI every once in a while, but I think he played an outstanding season under horrible circumstances. No one's going to have an easy time with Pat Surtain across from the other side, but he's gotten better this season too, and Jahdae Barron mixing in there as well. So I feel like this team is kind of, to win 15 games is better than I think anyone could have hoped just because the football, is such a hard game to win. But I think this team kind of Sean told us, and they executed it.
All right, before we let you go, and this is more a league question, what is the reaction to the Terry Pegula press conference today? First off, Cynthia, I always find it funny that so many teams want to fire coaches when you're with all due respect, and you may like the guys, so I'm not trying to upset you, but if Brian Daboll's already getting asked to do interviews again, you probably have got a thin coaching pool. Maybe some teams should have held on to some coaches, but I've never heard an owner go scorched earth on his guy the way that Pegula did there today. What was your reaction? What's been the buzz around the network after that presser?
I think the thing people were like baffled by was like to say that it happened in the locker room after the game. Like that wasn't it's not like they got killed like 60-0. Like it was a very strange presser. I think also we all know the game of politics is different for every team. To be fair, and I did preseason for the Bills as well. The Walton Penners are absolute class acts. And every team is different. Let's just say that very diplomatically. Every team is different. And as soon as Kim Pegula fell ill, things changed in Buffalo. Very, very. It's an interesting place. And remember, they have the constraints of opening a new stadium next year. And politics are politics, man. And we'll have to see how it works out because you have to look at how draft picks out is very important, especially when you're paying a quarterback a lot of money. So, it's interesting. I'm trying to be very diplomatic here.
Well done. I think one thing we can all count on, Keon Coleman's going to be on a different team next year.
Yeah.
Cynthia Freeland, everybody, NFL Network, Broncos preseason sideline reporter. Cynthia, great stuff. We really appreciate it.
Hey, and I hope to be seeing you out in a city that's west of where you live and where we started preseason this year, because there's no better poetry than starting and ending the season in the same place.
Hey, Sean Payton said we'll be back in Santa Clara. Just got to clean up 14 travel issues or whatever it is. Thanks, Cynthia.
Exactly. Bye.
All right, Cynthia Freeland with us on the show right there. And, Stiddy's going to make plays with his legs. He's got the arm to be able to get it done, knows the offense inside and out, comfortable with Sean Payton's system. He's going to know what he's looking at, man. It's Andy, I'm telling you, they just got to let him settle into the game. And I think this team can give him an opportunity to be able to settle into this game.
Nate, there's no doubt. But the supporting cast, again, you can't look for Stiddy to be a star. You need someone on the supporting cast to be a star.
Game manager.
Whether that's Cortland Sutton or J.K. Dobbins or whatever.
Yep. This is doable. This is very doable. I'm not that worried about it, Andy. It's very, very doable. Plus, there's another key piece of history that is working in the Broncos' favor, specifically when it comes to playoff matchups against the New England Patriots. I'll tell you what that is next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And, look, it's the new year, and we're getting later into the new year. It's not as new a year as it was, say, beginning of the actual year, but we're coming near the end of January. Have you got on your goals? Have you started to work on some of the resolutions? If your New Year's resolution is about improving your health, maybe one of the big resolutions that you have, but when you're tired and you're low on energy, not sleeping well, not seeing progress at the gym, then maybe staying committed to that let's be better in the new year and get our health back and all that stuff can be tough. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they can likely help with that resolution because the symptoms that I just talked about, and again, it's poor sleep and low energy and not really getting the same gains at the gym, sexual side effects, of course, could all be signs of low testosterone. But this year at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they're also helping not only with the testosterone, but helping you go further with 4 targeted areas. Body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. They've actually helped me with my weight loss. They've asked me not to talk about it just yet until now, but yes, they've helped me with some GLP-1s that have helped me lose weight and get the body back that I wanted after some struggles to do it after I turned 50. It's all designed to boost your energy, support metabolism, and enhance recovery and accelerate fat loss. With the low T treatments combined with body composition programs, most men notice real improvements, more energy, better focus,
improved sleep, stronger workouts, and often a renewed sex drive as well. And believe me, when you have dropped some of the weight, my knees don't bother me as much. And you obviously feel a lot better about yourself. So if this all sounds like something that you'd like to go and talk to them about, schedule that appointment at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If you want to know more about low T, check the low T quiz on their website. Again, that first appointment, $99, does include a T and a PSA test. But if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit's free. So go and talk to them. They've got 5 locations throughout Denver to help you look your best and get back to feeling the way you want to feel. They're in Fort Collins and the Springs, a great revamp location in Castle Rock, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
We're going to hear from Stiddy coming up here in just a moment. We have got that audio ready to rock. But, Andy, let's talk a little bit about history right here. The Denver Broncos are 4-0 all-time in playoff games against the New England Patriots in Denver.
Boom!
4-0. As you know, Andy, the Patriots have never won here in the postseason. Tom Brady 0-3 in his 3 playoff trips to Denver that included the 2 AFC title games in 2013 and 2015. And, of course, back in 2005 when Brady threw 2 picks, including the 100-yard return by Champ Bailey, in which he did not score. He was knocked out of bounds at the 1-yard line by Ben Watson. And I mean knocked out of bounds at the 1-yard line. Also, look, did he fumble past the pylon and should it have been a touchback? I don't know.
There's controversy that day, too.
But I know they didn't call it, and I know that Mike Anderson scored on the next play, and I know the Broncos won by 2 scores that day, and I know that Brady threw a late interception in that game when he was trying to bring his team back. So nobody to blame but himself. And then, of course, Andy, if you recall, 1986, divisional round, John Elway and Sammy Winder would outduel Illinois legend Tony Eason that day and defeat the New England Patriots, I believe, by a final score of 22-17 before going on to take on Cleveland in the AFC Championship game. Not that anybody remembers what happened in that game. But, yes, 1986. Let's go into the Wayback Machine here. Let's celebrate a little bit of history. Spring, give us some John Facenda. Give me some NFL films.
The Denver Broncos, hoping to emerge from the shadow of 5 consecutive playoff losses since 1978, entered the mile-high zone against New England. But the Patriots were intent on defending their AFC title and extending that Broncos streak. Quarterback Tony Eason, starting after his injury in the regular season finale, teamed up with Stanley Morgan for the game's first touchdown. Jones' safety gave Denver a 22-17 victory as the Broncos advanced to the AFC title game, looking for a victory on the road. Playoff road game wins are but a memory for Tony Eason and the Patriots, AFC East champions, who will watch another team claim their conference crown. Will it be Denver? The Broncos travel to Cleveland on the wave of their resurgent Orange Crush defense, knowing that the last time they won a playoff game, they ended up in the Super Bowl.
There you go.
So 80s.
Oh, hell
I'm
yeah.
glad you found that. That
So
was some
good.
great memories.
So good. By the way, here's what really struck me about that is watching that video, the first Tony Eason to Stanley Morgan touchdown. Did you see the NFL Films shot of the Drake made a Kayshon Boutte touchdown last week against Houston?
No, was it very similar?
It's like, and yes, the technology is better. Like, yes, the cinematography is, you can see everything better, but it's the exact same shot, man. Like NFL Films, that I don't know what it is, and it's probably, I'm sure it's just like dudes of our age, but it is catnip to watch footage of a quarterback drop back, air it out, and then to have the camera just pan on the football, watching the perfect spiral slice through the air, and then, the shot, and it's that picture, and then a receiver comes in the frame and snatches the ball out of the air. Like, I don't know what it is about that, man, but like, I can watch YouTube cut-ups of that all day long, of just the ball in the air. And they were doing it in 86, and they're still doing it in 2026. 40 years later, Andy, it's the same shot.
Yeah, one of the cameras that catches that shot you're talking about is the one that Marvin Mims
They
rolled
hit
into.
Marvin Mims,
So
yeah.
that's why that thing's on a tripod.
So good.
So you get that perfect, still clear shot of the ball cutting through the winter air that you're talking about.
Rulon Jones safety at the end of that thing.
Listen, dude, I remember that game well. I was watching it with my family. It was a big deal. It's Oh, such great memories. And that was the Patriot team that had got curb stomped by your Bears in the Super Bowl.
46-10
trying
in
to
Super
make
Bowl
a march
20.
back.
Yep.
And it did not work out. So yeah, it was, it got, and they had the old Pat Patriot uniforms on. So there's a movement because there's always something going on Bronco Twitter, right? There's quite a few fans that would love to see the Broncos wear the throwbacks for this championship game.
That'd be great if the Patriots wore the PD Patriots.
Just get everybody together.
Yeah,
really
yeah.
make it a throwback.
Hey, let's just all wear our coolest uniform. That would be awesome, actually. That'd be a lot of fun.
Do you remember the last time the Patriots, I believe, wore those here, don't you?
I don't remember.
Josh McDaniels, first year as head coach, part of the 6-0 start. Now, the Broncos were in their god-awful brown and yellows, but the Broncos beat the Patriots in the old Pat Patriot uniform. I want to say Elvis Dumerville had like 5 sacks or something ridiculous that day.
What's so funny is I remember the brown and yellows. I don't remember that's what the Patriots were wearing, but you were on the sideline that day, I'm sure, weren't you?
I was,
yeah.
And I loved those. You know what? I was a Patriot fan for a short time in my youth because I loved a Pat Patriot snapping the football.
It's a good logo.
So
yeah,
that's an elite old style uniform in my mind. I don't care who they, represent.
I'll be honest with you, Andy. At this stage of my life, like when the Eagles wear their bright green throwbacks, when the Bucks go creamsicle, when Seattle busts out their classics, Denver's is just chef's kiss, top notch. Like, again, it's another one of those things. It's just catnip. It immediately takes me back to my youth, and it doesn't matter how crappy the game is, I'm going to enjoy it more because I like those uniforms, because all of the helmets are the same as the ones that you would get out of the little quarter gumball machine thing inside that little plastic bubble that you always had to pry apart and like rip the skin off your fingers to get it. Also, you could have a red Atlanta Falcons helmet, and yet you wanted that thing. You needed that thing because you didn't have the Atlanta Falcons in the collection yet.
No. Yeah. And we used to, as kids, one of the ways we would pass time, because kids, we did not have all your video games and your phone technology. My friends and I used to draw all the NFL helmets and try to get the logos dead right and the whole thing. We'd just draw big pictures of the helmets. And they were just, I think our generation might have been the first to really, well, I probably shouldn't speak for you. You're about 10 years younger than me. There just was something about the NFL helmet, man. You know what I mean? Just because you didn't have 20 of them, I guess, is the first thing. Everybody just kind of had a helmet. And like you said, you get the little plastic helmets out of the nickel machine. And
well, it became, Andy, like that. And that's some of that is the brilliance of the way that the NFL marketed the whole thing.
Yeah.
Was they did so with the helmet, that is what you see. There's other sports where you think of the great player, and that's the face of what it was. But in pro football, it's the helmet is what it's all about, and that's what I think attracted so many fans, and it like built up that brand loyalty and the sort of the loyalty for the laundry that I always kind of joke about. But that's a real thing in the NFL because a lot of those dudes, they're freaking faceless. You could see them you could run into them at Safeway. You wouldn't know who the hell they were. You would just be like, wow, that guy's really big and strong looking. You wouldn't necessarily know which Bronco it is, though, because you don't know what they look like.
Did you ever have the football sheets? I had the whole sheet set.
I never had
all the logos and names and all that.
I never had football sheets. I had baseball sheets, and specifically, I remember that I got them when I was 12 because it had Rockies and Marlins on there. And that's when they were brand new expansion teams. So I had like a fresh set that had Colorado and Florida on there, these new weird baseball franchises with purple and teal. So I had the baseball version of it.
Yeah, those might be worth some money if you could dig them out of Mom's closet somewhere.
I drooled all over them, and God knows what else I was doing to them.
Yeah. We don't have to get into it. Look, they were sheets. They were cool. Leave it at that. Nothing about puberty or anything else. Seriously, dude, it was watching. Listen, I know that people, and I know DMac in particular, get supercharged by John Elway's stuff. I watched the OA documentary. He talks in there very extensively about being frustrated at times with the Reeves offense. And it was kind of funny because in that video you sent us, and it's on YouTube, Nate, maybe you just need to retweet the link out because
So
I'm sure a
good.
lot of Bronco fans would love to go down memory lane there. But they talked about the Denver ball control offense, and I had to laugh as he's like, Elway wanted to take a deep shot, then he'd have to dump it off to Sammy Winder and Eugene Lang, who probably a lot of people don't even remember that guy. 33 before Dorsett got a hold of it in 88. He's running all over the place, and he had a couple of hands and some big things in the Cleveland game. But, John Elway, I really, of all the guys, and I'm not saying this because I'm a Denver guy, I'm saying this because of his arm and his ability to move. Wouldn't you just love to see John Elway, the quarterback, take a crack at this type of league?
Right, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Get John Elway in there and get John Elway in a Sean McVay offense, and,
right?
And just watch him go and cook. Absolutely.
Him and Steve Young in modern football, with their ability to run and throw from anywhere.
Right.
With the coverage rules now. Again, John played, and Steve Young too, played in a time where you could just mug you could create crimes against their receivers just trying to run routes. Never mind when the ball got there. They weren't even allowed. You were hammering guys just trying to run routes. To watch those dudes in the modern era would be something to behold.
Broncos 6-1 in home AFC Championship games all time. Their only loss to the Pittsburgh Steelers in 2005. Stidham at the podium today, and Stidham was asked what it means to have Denver throwing their support behind him the way that they are.
Yeah, look, I mean, this is not about myself. First of all, I want to. Obviously, my thoughts and prayers have been with Bo since Saturday night. I mean, it's crushing because he's one of my best friends, and Sam and I were talking about this. Like, Sam and I probably spend more time with him than his wife does right now, and that's just the nature of the business that we're in. When training camp starts, like, that's just how it is. Like, I see Bo more than I see my kids. So it's just one of those things. You spend so much time with someone, you see how hard they work, how good of a teammate they are, and then that happens, and you feel crushed, for him and everything. So, my obviously my prayers and stuff have been with him.
And immediately, Stidham just makes it not about himself. Again,
yeah, which is why the teammates like him.
Yeah, I want to talk about Bo, and I want to talk about everybody else that has gotten the team to this point. Of course, Jarrett Stidham is going up against the team that took him as a fourth-round pick out of Auburn in the NFL draft. Stidham talked about now having a chance to face them in an AFC Championship game going up against the organization that initially drafted him.
Yeah, look, I think at the end of the day, obviously, I'm very appreciative of New England for giving me a shot in this league, drafting me. Obviously, Bill's not there anymore, but I know there's still front office guys there that were there when I was there. Nick Caserio is down in Houston now, the GM. He was a big part of that too. Josh McDaniels, who obviously was my play caller. I mean, I've only had two play callers in my life, Sean and Josh. So super appreciative of them for sure. But really just fired up for the opportunity for these guys in this locker room. And, we're looking forward to Sunday and getting out there and, seeing what we got.
Deflect. Again, Stidham is using the humility approach, which is what you want to hear. He was asked how ready he feels for the moment.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think every week I've always, going back to when I was backing up Russ, I've prepared the same every single week like I am the starter. Just hasn't obviously been that way, minus 2 weeks. So my preparation hasn't changed one bit. And, that's just kind of how I view it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Prepare, man. That's awesome. We hope you're gonna we hope you're gonna be awesome, Stidham. That's what everyone's rooting for.
You want to know what I'm going through? Like, I hear him and everything sounds great.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm excited for him. He's got a chance to really do something special here and create a nice little lit moment for himself. And then God, he makes quick mention of the 2 weeks he started, and I just can't help but remember how that offense could not get a first down or move the ball very effectively, and then I get a little bit of the...
Hey, he went 1-1.
He did.
Hey,
you're right.
50-50 shot. Andy, you'll take it. As a 5-point home dog, if you're telling me it's 50-50, you'll take it for the Broncos to be able to get to the Super Bowl. Yes, all is well. Everything is good. Stiddy's going to kick ass. He was composed. He was great up there. Charismatic dude, vibes guy. Stiddy, they love having him around.
Let me ask you this, though. How much has the offense really changed since that? Like, here's what's crazy about it. This goes back to one of your points. Troy Franklin's new. Pat Bryant's new. By the way, both limited ultimately on the injury report today. We just got that. So they didn't go through the whole practice, but they did practice, which is good news. Wattenberg was full, so that's, I think, good news. But you brought up how crazy is it that Vance Joseph and Garrett Bowles are part of this thing for the AFC Championship yesterday. And I would also say, how crazy is it that ultimately most of this offense is not much different than the first year Sean Payton was here? You know? I mean, you still got Adam Troutman running around doing his thing. You got, Ben Powers and Mike McGlinchey were part of that first Russ offense because of the free agent class and Quinn Miners and the whole deal. That to me is so much why it'd be so nice. The guy that could be new would be J.K. Dobbins if he can go. And he was limited as well. So
the continuity of this team and this organization, it's one of the reasons they're in this place, because guys that they have drafted have stuck around and have improved, and guys that they have signed have worked out. Of course, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, your home. That's you right now listening to this. Your home for every game of the NFL playoffs, including Super Bowl 60. Make sure you tune in on Sunday for local pregame and then the Westwood One national call of the AFC Championship game between the Broncos and the Patriots. That's right, Broncos-Patriots is right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Avs back at it tonight against the Ducks over there at Ball Arena. Puck drop at 7 o'clock, pregame coverage at 6:30. Berto's got that for you right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 pregame, brought to you by our friends at Ramos Law. Andy, really quickly, just an Avalanche note, because I'm always looking at these sorts of things. I was looking at the awards update in the NHL.
Yes.
Right now, Nathan McKinnon is a minus 350 favorite to win the Hart over Celebrini and Connor McDavid. Celebrini 4-1, McDavid plus 575 right now. But that's where McKinnon's at on the Hart. I mean, Andy, right now, like if he maintains this pace, this is the greatest season in Avalanche history. That's what he's doing right now. He's 38 goals, which leads the NHL. He's on pace for 66, which would blow away Mikko's 55 as an Avalanche record. I think Michel Goulet had like 58 or something like that one year, but that's a Nordiques thing. He's on pace for 148 points, which would break his own record from the Hart season 2 years ago. 1.81 points a game. He's a plus 49. Forsberg has the single season plus minus record in an Avalanche sweater. But again, for an on-pace thing, he would blow that out of the water. He is putting together the single greatest season in franchise history right now.
Yeah, it's been amazing to watch. It's been fun to watch, as you say all the time with Nikola Jokic. Don't get bored with greatness.
Nope.
This guy's incredible. His consistency is incredible. The only thing I've had going on watching the Avs the last couple weeks is I do think we also need to appreciate and hope it continues the absolutely outstanding play they've gotten from their goaltending, because when some nights the goaltending isn't quite up to the par that they've set for themselves, some of the defensive mistakes are not covered up as easily. So as incredible as this Avs season has been, and it's been incredible, led by Nathan McKinnon, let's also give a tip of the cap to Wedgwood and Blackwood and even at times Minor. They're going to need to keep up their mastery of the net, I think. Because, again, that I think has covered up some of – I think that's what's made this team different from, say, even the team a year ago, along with the fact that the guys you traded for
without a doubt
are actually comfortable in their roles.
Yeah, well said. No, nice. Good job by the goaltenders. Thank you, Mr. Minor. By the way, minus 700 to win the Norris, Cale Makar. Minus 700 right now. I mean, that's just give him the damn trophy already.
Does he get his own trophy when he's done? I mean, I guess he could go full Messi and just name it himself, but
the Cale Makar trophy.
Somehow you get a Makar in there
from the fresh-faced best defenseman in the NHL. I think he should. Andy, I got a good omen. I got a good omen for Jarrett Stidham and the AFC Championship game. Are you ready for this?
I'll take anything you got.
Okay, I'm here for it. All right, so one thing that we always have a radar out for here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show is the great Mad Dog Chris Russo, legend of the business. I mean, sports radio Mount Rushmore. The dog, you can't beat him. Okay, so Chris Russo, Andy has mispronounced the names famously of some Denver sports luminaries. For example, Nikola Jokic. Again, I can't emphasize enough Jokic. Uh-huh.
Yeah, he says it like you need an ointment or a cream.
Of course, the arguably the greatest single Rockies pitching season ever, Kyle Freeland, 2018.
Kevin Freeland?
He's known to butcher some great Denver sports names. Kevin Freeland, not even close, by the way. Listen to how Chris Russo today on Mad Dog Radio, listen to his attempt at Stidham. Here we go.
But you have confidence in Peyton getting the most out of the quarterback in this ball game here. Stick him in this game on Sunday afternoon against the Patriots. What's your take with that game? Let me hear.
Stick him.
He's
stick him.
You know the substance you put on your hand so you can catch better. That's who the Broncos
so
are.
Lester Hayes has entered the chat. I mean, what are we doing here?
Yeah, well, pine tar. This is how the Broncos are going to get this victory, apparently. What I love about this is he whiffs the first time, goes for the correction, but doesn't actually change anything.
Just says it over again.
Stick him.
Yeah. Stidham. Stidham. Stidham.
Stick him.
Stick him.
Uh-huh.
Houston and call
My
him
God!
Yeah. So you think that could lead to greatness?
That's a great Bronco omen.
It is.
If Mad Dog
How about win a few ball games?
If Mad Dog can't say your name properly, you are ready for greatness.
You're an elite player.
You are.
I don't know how he doesn't know the name of the elite players, but he doesn't.
Those are the ones he struggles with the most.
Yeah.
Stick
I don't
'em.
know. Kyle Freeland having a great season. He thinks he's Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, Jokic. You can't even get near it on. You call him Jock Itch.
You know
what are we doing?
You know the best basketball player of his generation?
Jock Itch.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah.
that guy, right?
You may want to dial in.
You need
but
to get
sure. Now it's Stickum.
You need to get that cleaned up. All right?
Jackson Smith Nagujuba.
Yeah. What? What?
Jackson Smith Nagujuba.
Who on the national stage? We need to maybe have a contest between him and Gronk.
Big
Who was
Boo?
Gronk trying to say the other day? And the guys just could not. He really. I think it was who. Give it to me again.
Big Boo.
Yeah, well, there was that too. I forgot about that. Did he also try to say the Chiefs' backup quarterback name?
Oladokin?
I think he got stuck on one of those.
I'll be honest with you, I'm still not confident in that one.
I don't care. It sounds good.
I watched an entire game of the guy against the Broncos on Christmas, and I'm still not confident. I don't know.
Stick him. Stick him.
Now give me Gronk.
Egg Big Boo?
Imika Egg Big Boo.
He was 0 for 2, by the way. Whiffed on the first name, too.
Oh, my God.
Hey, broadcasting's a tough gig. Okay?
Look, you and I don't bat 1,000, but we
No.
also don't have the same paycheck those guys have.
No. Luka Doncic last night, 38 points, 13 rebounds, 10 assists. Two thoughts on Luka in that game really quickly. First off, Andy is as good an offensive player as we've seen in our lifetime. He's unbelievable. And I know this isn't what they pay him for, but my God, defensively, like not only and the Nuggets spent the entire night hunting him, and eventually it was their downfall, and Adam called himself out after the game last night. But like, he's not a good defender, but he doesn't even try.
No.
Like last night, they would put him into switches and get Jamal on him, and you're allowed to. You can suck and still like put a hand up. You know. I mean, he just stands there.
You can at least give the courtesy wave around the eyes.
Yeah.
Right?
The moment that he is the primary defender on the ball, the only thing that he is thinking is if they score faster, then they got to inbound the ball back to me, and then I can have the ball again. That's all
he's
thinking.
open for a long rebound. Let me go get the long rebound.
That too, yes. He loves a long rebound. Big long rebound guy is Luka Doncic. He's phenomenal. He's just unbelievable with the ball in his hands. But that's the end of that. LeBron was good, by the way, last night. I am amazed at what he is able to do at that age. He still has it. That dunk that he had in the fourth quarter last night, it's just like, dude, number one, you shouldn't do that. At your age, King James, I don't advise that. You're begging to turn an ankle just by jumping in the air that way.
You said that dunk. God, didn't he have a couple of them?
Yeah.
Where he just monstrously crashed.
I was thinking of the late fourth quarter one that kind of was the nail that was just and it's the classic LeBron all the way. You know what's funny about that too? The entire generation of basketball players that have grown up worshiping that guy. Like when you watch Peyton Watson, you You watched this guy your entire life because so many of his movements are like what LeBron does, and yet somehow the way that LeBron dunks the basketball, nobody's replicated it. I don't know how it's possible, but nobody has.
Well, because you're not a freak like him to be able to just physically manhandle the hoop the way he does. By the way, every time Rui Hachimura took a shot, weren't you like, hey, remember that's the guy that supposedly was going to be the big problem
the
for
Rui
Jokic,
adjustment.
Yeah, that's the one. They figured it out. Now he's in trouble. No, he never was in trouble.
The big bad Rui adjustment. And
he's still there.
He is still getting a paycheck. I mean, that's the one thing Redick's got going for himself. He's got Vanderbilt out there. He's got DeAndre Ayton. He has a giant team, which in so many ways is, at the moment, a terrible matchup for the Denver Nuggets. We have got Broncos and Patriots injury reports to dive into when we come back. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. You're going to hear from Sean Payton. You're going to hear from Jarrett Stidham. You're going to hear from Mike Vrabel. You're going to hear from everybody. Coming up next, AFC Championship Week. High Five, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hour number 3. Let's jump into it with the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL AFC Championship week. Spring, what do we got today?
Hey, if you're wondering what's for dinner tonight, try Papa Murphy's Pizza. They make delicious pizza, and you bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com.
Spring, do you think you could finish the Papa Murphy's 50K?
100%.
You have to eat a Papa Murphy's pizza 10 times while running 31 miles?
I could do that.
Okay.
I could even bake it myself as I go.
You sure
Portable
could.
oven.
Wow.
Yeah. It's the beauty of Papa Murphy's. You bake it yourself.
Just cart a wood-fired oven
Yeah.
behind you?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like one of those chariots that Jokic rides in.
Totally.
With his, horses.
We'll get some horses. We're always thinking bigger for
It's the whole
2026.
thing. The injury report is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Good news for Denver today. Luke Wattenberg, a full participant, as he has been activated off of IR. Troy Franklin.
I mean, Andy, full participant. He's playing. That's what that means.
Think.
Yeah.
Troy Franklin limited with the hamstring injury. Pat Bryant limited coming off of the concussion. J.K. Dobbins limited with a foot injury. Before you guys react to all that, let's hear from Sean Payton talking about Jarrett Stidham. How does he convey to Stiddy to be himself and just play his game?
That's his personality. Like, he's gonna rip it, you know, and that'll be our approach. I mean, hey, he's got this calm demeanor that I think suits him well. He's played in big games, college, and you know, I said this at the start of the season. I felt like our 2 was inside the best 32, and I think everyone feels that way. But that's why that sign was important. And you don't know when it's happening, you know. But I'm glad it happened. I'm glad, you know, that acquisition took place.
One of the best 32, Andy. He feels as though he's got one of them. This guy could be a starter in the NFL, and he gets an opportunity now to go and take on Mike Vrabel and the Patriots this week. One of the best 32.
Stiddy's got a chance to show it, and guess what? If he does, there may be a few people calling. We talked about this. This could turn into something where a few teams are interested in trying to pick that guy up to be their starter next year because – frankly, he's going to be better than some of the college options out there for sure, but he's got a chance to prove everything Sean Payton just said is right coming up this Sunday. Now, is he? We'll see.
I think also, like Sean is, I think what he said right there, I think is probably quite similar to what he's saying behind the scenes. Just go rip it, bro. You know?
He's going to rip it.
Yeah, he's going to rip it. And that he wants that planted in Stiddy's brain. The last thing that I think Sean Payton wants in this game is Jarrett Stidham hanging onto the football and taking a bunch of sacks. Negative plays are what Sean Payton hate more than anything. Of course, Stiddy has taken 13 sacks in 4 NFL starts. So, again, like that's something you're trying to coach into him of get the ball out.
Yeah, but I also think he wants, you know what, test parts of the field they're not used to seeing out of us.
Yeah. I got some quotes here, by the way, regarding J.K. Dobbins. Chris Thomason of the Gazette talking to Sam Ehlinger. These quotes are from Ehlinger. Quote, on Dobbins being back, that would definitely be a great boost. Obviously a great runner, so that would definitely help our offense. Asked how Dobbins looked in practice. Quote, he looked great. He looked really good, and I think our training staff has done a great job of getting him prepared. Obviously, quick turnaround. He's in shape, ready to roll, so hopefully we can have him on Sunday. Close quote. That's promising.
Yeah.
Take what you can get. Hopefully, we can have him on Sunday. J.K. Dobbins playing and being some reasonable facsimile of himself would be a massive boost to a team whose run game has been kind of lame of late. It's been lame since he got hurt. So get him back and you're good to go.
Yes, use all 3 backs. You keep using McLaughlin, but yes, I think Dobbins gives Payton the confidence to run the football. Hopefully he can do that again.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, let's look at the Patriots injury report. Linebacker Harold Landry did not practice with a knee injury. Linebacker Marte Mapu did not practice with a hip injury. Limited today was cornerback Carlton Davis, Jonah Ellis's brother Christian Ellis.
That dude's good, by the way.
A couple of veteran rest days for Hunter Henry and Morgan Moses. Let's hear from Mike Vrabel talking about scouting Jarrett Stidham. Are they going to look at his preseason tape, or are they just going to look at what the Broncos offense has done over the course of the regular season? Here's Vrabel.
Again, he's got, the snaps that he has, the 400 so snaps that are, in regular season action. And then they have a lot of snaps on what they want to do. We'll have to be prepared for the plan and the things that they've shown. I'm sure there'll be some things that they haven't shown. He's more than capable to go out there and operate. And it's why he's a backup and one that was coveted around the league.
Andy, one of the factors in this game that I've kind of wondered about psychologically with New England is there any weird hiccup in the focus on the part of the New England Patriots knowing they're going to be facing a backup quarterback?
Maybe.
Of a human nature for the guard to be let down in the slightest bit. And there is, of course. But I would also tell you this. One of the things that really impressed me about that New England team this year, while they were on the road to going 14-3 and they were in the midst of that big, long winning streak. Remember they had that Monday nighter against the Giants right before their bye? That team didn't have weird brain fart games. They went out there that night. They kicked the ever-living crap out of the Giants. And that to me is a coaching thing. That is when a staff can recognize trap opportunity and then a team doesn't fall into it, that's a big-time coaching thing. I think that's and Vrabel's a former player, great locker room guy, finger on the pulse kind of coach. I don't think whatever kind of psychological factor it is facing a backup quarterback, I think Vrabel is the kind of coach that has been doing this long enough to know how to not let his players fall into that trap.
Yeah, because he's lived through it. He knows where you start to maybe slough off. I think because it's the AFC Championship and you're on the road, maybe a little less risk of what you're talking about.
Sure.
We're not taking the opponent seriously. But, I would also say this. The Denver offense has had its struggles at points, and even with Bo back there last week, we talked about it. They had not a great third quarter. Midway through the fourth is when they finally got going again. So I do think, lack of respect could be a thing. Look, we'll see. If anybody's taking anybody lightly by the AFC Championship, you probably have problems. But look, Nate, it's not an outlandish thought, because I've told you before, Jeff Putzier was the guy that told me back when you just mentioned they beat the Patriots. The next day, the Steelers take down the Colts, and the Broncos get to host the AFC Championship. And all of a sudden, a bunch of guys think, hey, man, Peyton Manning's out of our way. We're good to go. And they didn't quite get ready for the Steelers the way that Jeb said they should have. And so that does happen, and hopefully New England's getting ready to do that this week.
Yep, and that's what Vrabel and company got to guard against. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, today, Bills GM Brandon Beane and Bills owner Terry Pagula talked to the media. Someone asked Brandon Beane about the lack of talent that he had drafted and mentioned Keon Coleman as somewhat of a draft bust taken with the first pick of the second round.
I'd call him that, yeah.
A couple years ago. So Brandon's about to answer the question, and Terry Pagula steps in.
Yeah, can I interrupt? I'll address the Keon situation. The coaching staff pushed to draft Keon. I'm not saying Brandon wouldn't have drafted him, but he wasn't his next choice. That was Brandon being a team player and taking advice of his coaching staff who felt strongly about the player. And, he's taken, for some reason, heat over it and not saying a word about it. But I'm here to tell you the true story.
Andy, did that actually help Brandon Beane?
Not Brandon Beane's reaction, because I saw that. Again, I was watching all this stuff on ESPN and NFL Network earlier before we hit the air. Brandon Beane then came out and wanted to say, hey, let me be clear. It's not like I hated the guy. I mean, I liked him too. He did say that was not the next guy up on my board in the pecking order, but that he was on the board and he wasn't going to draft a guy. Kind of goes back to what John always said when he offered the explanation on the podcast to Shannon Sharp about not taking Josh Allen, where he said, I wasn't going to draft a guy that the coaching staff wasn't going to be fully behind. And they did want him, so we did get there. But he said, I don't want this painted as I didn't want Keon Coleman, because I did, and I believed in him. And then they go and interview today Joe Brady. Joe Brady, was Joe Brady on the staff when they drafted him? I can't remember when Joe Brady got there. But again, I mean, if Joe Brady was part of that staff, how serious was the interview with Joe Brady today then to be the head coach?
Yeah, that bizarre situation right there. I don't think that helps Brandon Beane.
Not at all.
In the slightest bit. I felt like Pegula just cut him off at the knees right in front of the local media right there and basically said, oh, so you got steamrolled by this coaching staff. So do now, like, no matter what, at the next post-draft press conference that the Bills have, whomever they hire, the first question is going to be, so is this a Brandon pick, or is this whomever their head coach is going to be pick? Like, who actually wanted him here in this moment? That's... Again, like Terry Pegula, I'm sure thought he was helping out his general manager, who he just gave a promotion to. I think he just gave that guy more problems.
No, I agree with you. And, look, the whole press conference is weird. Now, the word on the street, according to ESPN and NFL Network, is everybody, for obvious reasons, still values that job, the Bills' job, because you have Josh Allen. But another thing that was pointed out and talked about on ESPN immediately after is, all right, so now how does Josh, because Pegula had the beginning of the thing, he goes, I see Josh sobbing, and I tried to go up and tell Josh that was a catch, and Josh didn't even acknowledge I was there because he was so lost in his thoughts, and he's still crying, and da-da-da-da-da, and this is why I fired the guy, and I just feel like everyone's broken, and blah, blah, blah. All right, so how many guys? So what? All of a sudden, if you convert a third down, if you make that catch, if you do whatever, then all of a sudden that means that, McDermott is still your coach.
Right. If Brandon Cook squeezes that thing and hangs on to it, that's simply all it took for Sean McDermott to be a tremendous failure.
Right.
That's what's so crazy about making that decision as quickly as they did.
And blaming it on a couple of plays from a game that you were, frankly, dead in the middle of, despite being the more beat-up team.
It's funny, too, because, and I know it's like, yes, the Broncos got McDermott fired, but also really Patrick Mahomes got John Harbaugh and Sean McDermott fired.
Yes, he did.
He really did. By not being in the playoffs this year and those teams not getting it done and not finally beating their foil, those owners, the moment they saw Mahomes go down, the moment they saw how mediocre the Chiefs were, all of those owners started making plans, and then when it all got disrupted, it was like, well, I got to fire my coach now.
Well, in Buffalo, as the added pressure, Cynthia Freeland told us last hour, they're going to open a stadium, and they want everybody excited to come play higher prices for the same football.
We have got a Davis Webb update regarding him in the coaching search. We want to get to that before the program is up. Plus, I have a Davis Webb-related question to ask you, Andy, before we're done. Also, Nick Kosmider is going to join us fresh off of wrapping things up today at Dove Valley, having heard from Jarrett Stidham, from Sean Payton, from Patrick Surtain, and everybody else ahead of the AFC Championship game. You're listening to the home for the national radio call of the AFC Championship game on Westwood One, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Nick Kosmider time here on a Wednesday afternoon. We talk to the Broncos and NFL reporter covering Denver for theathletic.com. And we welcome Nick Kosmider into the program right now. Nick, let's start here. Jarrett Stidham Day on the podium. What did you learn about the Broncos QB1 for the AFC Championship game?
Yeah, well, I think that obviously him coming up there and first sort of turning everything to Bo, I thought was, kind of showed sort of who he is and why he's revered like he is in the locker room, because, the first question was about, hey, the whole city's behind you, the city, all this kind of thing. And he said, this really is not about me. And I was crushed to have that happen to Bo. He says he's one of my best friends. When you are, in a quarterback room like that during a season in our industry, we see each other more than we see our families. And so kind of the real human element of it gave a window into really who he is and why he has been revered by this team. And then I thought just sort of the way that he really kind of kept what's coming in perspective. Like, he's not trying to sit here and say that he doesn't understand what's at stake and the opportunity to advance to a Super Bowl. But he, kind of says it's not going to serve me to do anything other than stay inside myself and help this team each play do the best thing that I can for them. And so, again, I'm sure his head is swimming right now. Just in terms of, I think even for those of us who are around this team and cover this team, the last 3 or 4 days has just been really kind of wild. So you can only imagine what's gone on in his head. But I think, the ecosystem that they've created in that quarterback room in particular and in that offense, and then the team at large, I think is giving him sort of the support that he needs in this moment to really kind of just try to dial into, what his role is Sunday.
All right. Well, the ecosystem could be improved by returning an animal to its natural habitat to really go full Mutual of Omaha. J.K. Dobbins, what do you think? I know a lot of you guys got to look at him at least, and now they listed him as limited for the day, but how'd the running look?
Well, Andy, that we don't see a whole lot of that when that starts. I mean, just sort of the very basics in terms of shuffling through things. I thought he moved pretty well with what limited things we were able to see. But the thing that sticks out about J.K. Dobbins right away is you're like, oh yeah, it has been quiet the last 8-9 weeks. Because when he gets out there, you just constantly hear him, and his, just being back out there today, you could tell, how much that meant to him. He was teasing, members of the press that were staying near the field, kind of saying oh, you guys didn't think I was going to be back, So he, clearly, I think the presence that he has, we'll see whether he's able to play, how much he's going to be able to bring, to that run game. But it certainly added an element already today of him being out there. And then it wasn't just him. I think we were somewhat surprised to see that, Troy Franklin, who left that game with a hamstring injury, and Pat Bryant, who left that game after being ruled out due to concussion, were both limited participants in practice today. And so, certainly they're going to need everybody that they can, to try to help this offense, put together as much as it can to support Jarrett Stidham. So I would say that the overall injury landscape today was an encouraging one. We'll have to continue to see how it plays out on Thursday and Friday. But I thought as a place to start on Wednesday, it was encouraging for the Broncos.
Nick, we've been spending a lot of time having this conversation, and I'm sure you're thinking about it an awful lot as well, of what Sean Payton's game plan for Jarrett Stidham is going to look like coming up here on Sunday. The similarities to a typical Bo Nix menu, the differences with what he is going to try to do. We all learn together on Sunday, but here's a chance live on the K&L show for you, Nick Kosmider. Take a stab at it. What's it going to look like on Sunday?
I really don't think it's going to look monstrously different than what they've doing. I think a lot of the stuff that we see where they move, they move Bo Nix out of the pocket. I think we're going to see some of that with Jarrett Stidham. I mean, you look at going back to the time that he did play for Sean Payton the last couple of weeks of the 2023 season, like that was an element of that game. His big touchdown to Lil Jordan Humphrey, who ironically could be one of his targets in this game as well, came after he, kind of moved away out of the pocket to his right and found him there in the flat. I think they're going to want to use some of the mobility that he has that we saw a lot more in this preseason than we had in the past. And so I don't think they're going to just get in there and say, hey, we're going to need to do something completely different. I mean, I think Jarrett Stidham is fully capable in terms of processing what he sees. It's just that when you haven't done it for as long as he has, and everybody else is sort of in the rhythm where they're of what they've been doing for the last 17 weeks, there could just be this like delay of remembering just how quick this all happened. So they don't want to take a lot of sacks, and that's where you hear Sean Payton say, like, we're going to rip it, and that's going to be our approach. They don't want him sitting back there, taking sacks, because that's when you get in trouble. Like, they're gonna, like, that's going to be a part of it. He is not as escapable, I guess, as Bo Nix. Nix is quite frankly one of the best in the league at avoiding those kind of negative plays. But I do think that they're going to want to put Jarrett Stidham, give him a cleaner window by moving him around a little bit, changing the sight lines. And then again, you're going to have to run the ball more than 10 times with your running back. So perhaps the hope is that J.K. Dobbins gets to factor into that. But even if he doesn't, I just think you're going to have to see a game plan that's more inclusive of your running backs on Sunday.
All right. I keep trying to find out if anybody feels this could be the surprise. Could we see a reemergence of the Evan Ingram role with Stidham in there?
I mean, it's certainly possible. If you look at I think still Evan Ingram's biggest play yardage-wise came in the preseason when he caught a throw from Jarrett Stidham.
Was the 58-yarder, right?
So like maybe they just dust that one off. Look, Andy, I don't know. I think he's a guy that's going to continue to, kind of vacillate the role from week to week. It's been obviously a little bit confounding. My big thing is what does New England do in terms of trying to neutralize Courtland Sutton? Is it just putting Christian Gonzalez on him and kind of letting everybody else do their thing, or are they going to play a lot of man coverage, or are they going to try to mix that up? Because I think even against a really good corner, we've seen that if you leave Courtland Sutton one-on-one, he's got the physicality to go up and make some of those catches. Made a huge touchdown catch against Derek Stingley, who's one of the best corners in the game. Did the same thing in Philadelphia, had a couple of huge plays against Quinyon Mitchell. So that's one thing I'm really curious about, because I just think there's going to be this natural tendency for Jarrett Stidham to lean on, the top receiver that you have. You see that a lot of times with backups. When Jarrett Stidham took over as the Raiders quarterback in Week 17 in 2022, he just chucked that thing for Devontae Adams, which is not a bad idea if you're coming in as a backup quarterback. So I'm just curious to see what New England's plan is going to be on Courtland Sutton and whether Denver can kind of get him involved a little bit earlier than they were able to do in the divisional round game.
Yeah, hit a shot early, man. That would certainly number one, it would help if you could score, and number two, it just might open things up a little bit for Jarrett Stidham offensively, soften coverage a little bit. We're talking to Nick Kosmider of TheAthletic.com, covering the Denver Broncos and the NFL, getting ready for the AFC Championship game. Nick, of course, also the host of the Not Another Bucking podcast, which you should subscribe and listen to. Nick, listen to this prose from Nick Kosmider today in The Athletic. I made special note of this one. Talking about the Alex Singleton forced fumble on James Cook, Andy. He yanked open a takeaway faucet for Denver, making way for rushing water where, for much of this season, there had only been a drip. Ooh, listen to that well-hydrated analogy right there out of Nick Kosmider. Nick, great piece today. And obviously, again, great homage to the sink. But let's dive into this a little bit. 7 takeaways over the last 2 games for a Denver defense that had 12 in the first 16. What's clicked?
Yeah, no, I think the one thing that's interesting about Vance Joseph is that he's never really sounded the alarm. Like, obviously Sean Payton sort of did. Like, he looked at the numbers. He's like, we cannot be a negative turnover differential team, on the doorstep of the playoffs, because you simply cannot get to the Super Bowl that way. Kind of pointed out the statistics. Only the Rams of the last 25 years managed to do that. So that's kind of where his urgency came from. But Vance Joseph is saying, as long as we continue to play good defense and do what we need to do, the turnovers at some point are going to come. And right now for Denver, they're coming at a highly advantageous time. But, you can't – it's not just happenstance that Nick Bonito has forced 3 fumbles. You look at every single one of those, and he really has, like, kind of targeted the ability to knock that ball out, kind of going after the elbow. That's been a real emphasis for him. I mean, when you're talking about a guy who's forced 3 fumbles in the last 2 games, Jaquan McMillan, obviously, he's really been doing that since he got into a big role in 2023 with Sean Payton, of just always seeming to be around the ball. And it's, again, in the playoffs, your opponents, they're having to press more than they are at other times. Like, you're trying to make the play to help you advance, and that's going to give the defense at times an opportunity that wasn't necessarily always there during the regular season, when teams, Malcolm Roach said it best, like, teams are careful around us. Like, they know you're at the quarterback. We see a ton of the quarterback kind of turtling to avoid anything worse than what is already coming. In the playoffs, you're pushing that pace a little bit, and they have the opportunity now to kind of start getting some interceptions. And when you look at a guy like Drake May, as good as he's been this season, he's put the ball on the ground 6 times in 2 games. He's been sacked 10 times. He's thrown 2 interceptions. Like, he has not been a portrait of ball security through these first 2 games of the playoffs for the Patriots. So again, the Broncos are looking at this and saying, why slow down now? That, especially with, again, backup quarterback, first ever playoff start, if you can add that to your sort of blueprint for the game, like, it's going to go a long way toward helping you overcome that.
All right, Nick, do you think Sean Payton in some sick way is looking forward to maybe unveiling some new stuff? I know you had said they don't need Jared to change everything up, but don't you think we'll maybe see a couple things that maybe we hadn't seen with Bo?
Yeah, I think so. I think there's got to be some wrinkles. They probably have to take advantage of the fact that, like, there's just not a lot of tape on Jared Stidham. Now, you can't go doing something that's not out, that's not within his, like, his capabilities and all that. But I do think you could see, some small changes, which at this point in the season, that could be enough to throw someone off. I think the one thing that you're encouraged by if you're a Broncos fan is just the degree to which this coaching staff is locked in. Like, I don't know if you guys saw this, but Darnell Savage, the safety for the Bills, and Dane Jackson, the backup corner, they played a combined 4 snaps in that game against the Broncos on Saturday, and both gave up touchdowns.
Yeah, the touchdown to Lil Jordan was on Savage. I mean, they just took advantage of him.
Yeah, and Dane Jackson was in for literally one play when Tre'Davious White was cramping up, had to go out for a play. Dane Jackson goes in. They immediately get Marvin Mims set up to run that kind of hitch and go route that Bo Nix hit him on for the go-ahead touchdown with a minute left in the fourth quarter. Like, this is a staff that is going to find every opportunity to take advantage of what New England provides as a potential weakness. Now, the Broncos have to execute that. Like, those were a couple perfect throws by Bo Nix, and Stidham's going to have to do the same thing. But I'm just really curious to see what Sean Payton does, because he's going to put together a game plan that gives them a chance. And I think with a Super Bowl as the reward, I think that's really all you can ask in this situation.
Nick Kosmider, everybody. Nick, how many more pieces will you be cranking out over there at the Athletic?
No, I'm filming videos. I'm we're breaking news. We're putting news out after this game, and then I have a feature story kind of more on Jarrett's journey that got him to this place where he's making his first career start on this huge stage. That'll be in the Athletic tomorrow, and who knows what else, man. It's quite the week.
Yeah, well, good job covering this team since the preseason. A lot of Stiddy notes available. By the way, I mean, I just, as we're having this conversation, NFL Network is showing some Stiddy highlights from the Arizona game, and I mean, he threw a touchdown to Troy Franklin. He's connecting with Pat Bryant. Like, he's working with dudes that I mean, hopefully both of those guys are healthy, but he's working with dudes that presumably he's going to be throwing the football to coming up here on Sunday. Like he's been here, he's been in this system. Nick, there is no ideal time to go to your backup quarterback for an AFC Championship game, and yet I would say if there's any organization that I trust, it is the Sean Payton Broncos to do everything they can to be prepared for this moment.
Well, and I'll just give you a quick quote that I thought was really telling. It was about mid-December, and Parker Gabriel, a friend over at the Denver Post, asked Sean Payton about the, just the good vibes, energy that Jared Stidham, and to a less, and Sam Ellinger have done in that or in that quarterback room, like what they've been for Bo Nix and all this kind of thing. And Sean Payton says, like, yeah, they're great in the room, but forget about that, man. These guys can play, and if you are not able to play, you can go be a great guy in somebody else's room. So, like, essentially, it's like he's not here because he's carrying the boombox through the locker room and people like him and all that kind of stuff. Like, he's here, and we've signed him to 2 contracts because at some point, you're going to need him, and you need a good backup quarterback. They didn't think it was going to be in the AFC Championship game, but that's what they've been handed. And so that's why the confidence in him is authentic. It's not something that they're trying to drum up. Like, you're not sitting here saying, like, man, maybe if we can duct tape together a game plan, Kendall Hinton can do something.
Right.
It's like he's a professional quarterback, one of the better backup quarterbacks in the league by virtue of the teams that have tried to pursue him and offered him contracts. There's a reason he's in that position. I mean, this is a guy who, when he was in college at Auburn, his first year, he sat out all of 2016 after transferring from Baylor, sits out the whole next fall season, and then goes to Auburn and in back-to-back weeks beats undefeated Georgia, beats undefeated Alabama. Like, this is not completely foreign territory. It just so happens that he's landed in a situation where every quarterback he's been behind has started at least 15 games that season. Like, there's not a lot of backups that have seen that much health in front of them. It's just the way that it's shaken out, but his time is now.
Yeah, so let's go get him. TheAthletic.com, Nick Kosmider. Subscribe, read it. It's the best. Nick, we appreciate it, buddy. Thanks.
Thanks, fellas. Be good. Talk to you soon.
All right, Nick Kosmider. We'll be talking to him next week on the show, win or lose, snow or dry. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Andy, Bo Nix has spoken. We have heard from the Broncos quarterback. He has put a message out on social media, and we'll read that and talk about that coming up next here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Guys, you want to go to the AFC Championship game? I know you do. Well, we've got your chance to win tickets Friday. Number 38 in Rhino. Kreckman and Lindahl live from 3 to 6 at number 38. We love that spot. Andy hosted the big watch party out there. We've been out there all season long. We love number 38. We'll be there on Friday afternoon from 3 to 6 for a Bud Light Football Friday, and you have a chance to win tickets for the Broncos and the Patriots AFC Championship game on Sunday at 1 o'clock. Courtesy of our friends at Bud Light. So get out there, get signed up. We had a massive party out there last Friday on a Bud Light Football Friday over at Jackson's ahead of the Bills game. We're going to have another big one out there again as well. One of our Broncos fan friends, listeners, Eric, he won tickets last week. You can do the same. There's going to be great Bud Light specials, cool prizes, tickets to the game that you can win. So we'll see you at number 38 on Friday at 3 o'clock. We can't wait. It is going to be an awful lot of fun. We had so much fun last Friday. Looking forward to doing the same with you at number 38 coming up here this week. Andy, Jarrett Stidham was asked today about kind of combining the idea of the nerves and wanting to be aggressive. What is the sweet spot for Jarrett Stidham between playing free and perhaps making sure he's not trying to do too much?
Yeah, look, I think what I always go back to in any game, regular season, preseason, AFC Championship, it's still the same game. So obviously there's implications and winner advances, all that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, it's still football, and that's how I view it. So I'm not treating it any differently. I'm not treating my preparation any differently. I'm just going to go out there and play and be myself. I think that's the biggest thing is, I'm not going to try to be somebody that I'm not. And I know how I can play, and I know the kind of guys I got around me and the kind of team that we have. So we all just have to play within ourselves.
Andy, I really don't worry about Stiddy, the football player. I don't. In fact, he's a guy that I've honestly been pretty impressed by in training camp over the last couple of years. I think Stiddy's a good player. What I wonder about more than anything is, and we've talked an awful lot about it, and there's no way to answer this question until we watch the game, is the psychological effect of going in cold in this big moment. Now, what Stiddy talked about right there is don't treat it differently than any other football game. It's an easy thing to say. It's a Herculean task to execute, but honestly, for me, his performance coming up this week, how he handles that aspect of it might be the single biggest factor in determining how well he plays.
Yeah, that you're right. Now, I would also say it's on the team.
Of course.
Well, in this way, and you just talked about it right there, how's he going to handle certain things when this is so different? Again, one of the things about Bo Nix that cannot be denied or underappreciated is even if you had a couple bad drives, didn't matter. You could feel this team. I mean, they had a couple bad drives every game. They would have a bad quarter sometimes, if not almost a bad half.
Sometimes they had whole bad games, Andy.
Yeah, but all they needed, and I think guys believed it, was the ball in their hands with a close game to go get it done. And can Stiddy keep people believing if he comes out and has a rough start, or if they hit a lull? And it's going to be up to the guys to remember that you all got to keep the same faith you had with Bo Nix, whether that's fair to ask or not, because there's going to be some rough points. There just are. Even in the last AFC Championship they won, after a great start, that offense got really frustrated and couldn't move the ball much against that Patriots defense. But you just got to keep grinding and hammering the rock.
Hammer the rock. Well, Sean
Hammer the rock.
Sean Payton, by the way.
Break it apart.
Today, Andy, Sean Payton was asked if there is a realistic chance, speaking of pounding the rock, that J.K. Dobbins could play. Sean Payton was really excited to get that question.
I won't comment on that.
Well, what's it take just for him to even,
I won't comment on any injury.
Okay. That's a little bit interesting, isn't it?
He will not comment on that.
Well, he's not lying to us then. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's not trying to play the game. Look, he's He was listed as limited and his 21-day window's open, but that just shows you again how maybe this thing's not as surefire set as we'd like it to be.
So we have heard from Bo Nix now.
We have.
At BoNix10 on Instagram, Andy. Bo put up a post today, or his people put up a post, whoever put up a post. Here we go. This is BoNix10. The last few days have been hard to put into words. What started as one of the most exciting games I've ever been a part of ended with some of the most devastating football news I've ever received. This is not how I imagined my season would come to an end, but our season has been defined by overcoming adversity and responding to it. I can't express how much this team and organization mean to me and how much I believe in them. By the way, quick note, he spelled it believe, not believe.
Good.
I couldn't be more proud of our guys. I couldn't be more confident in Jarrett. And I couldn't be more excited for what's next. Really quickly, I've only ever heard him called Stiddy. I've heard him called that too. It goes to show you the intimacy of the relationship in the quarterback room that Bo Nix calls him Jarrett. You don't hear that very often.
You're right. He knows him different.
He does. And he's letting us know, hey, he's Jarrett to me, okay? I'm on a first-name basis with him.
Put some respect on that first name.
BoNix10 goes on. Thank you for all the kind words, love, and support over the last few days. Thankful for my trainers, Bo, Vince, and Dr. Waldrop for taking care of me. God never says oops. Real quick, I don't recall having read that in the Bible either, so I think he's right.
Checks out.
God never says oops, and he is always good. He has big plans for this team. We're not finished. As a matter of fact, we're just getting started. We're just going to keep climbing higher.
Play the riff. There it is.
He also adds a Go Broncos.
Go Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
He loves the classics. There's no Let's Ride.
Nope.
I think he's been informed Let's Ride will never ride in this town again.
You should probably lose that one.
If that were a horse, he'd be at the glue factory right now.
Uh-huh. Just going to keep climbing higher. Just like Creed did. All right. Bo Nix. He and Jarrett. He's ready to go. He's recovering. This offseason's going to suck for Bo Nix, by the way. I mean, if that injury is as bad as it sounded, it's going to be a while until Bo Nix is exactly feeling himself out there. Something to keep an eye on going forward sort of in the career. But that's the message today from BoNix10 on Instagram. Andy, yes. The Avalanche take on the Mighty Ducks of Anaheim tonight at 7 o'clock out there at Ball Arena. Mark Springel will be between the pipes tonight after the game. Connor McGahee obviously has the call coming up here at 7 with pregame with Mark Bertinoli at 6:30. Andy, the Avalanche, since the hiccup the other night against Nashville, looked quite impressive on Monday against Washington. Excellent third period, even with the interference and the disallowed goal that went down right there. An opportunity to keep on rolling tonight against the Mighty Ducks of